Immortality, longevity, an endless lifespan. Watching civilizations rise and fall. What would you do to become immortal?
My name is Macallan Orsel. I'm a genetic scientist in New York. I'm caught in a secret war between two powerful groups of immortals. I've been told that I am a messiah to a group of people I barely know. I'm forced on a quest around the globe to fulfill a destiny I never chose. If only I can stay alive.
From Christoph Laputka comes the Leviathan Chronicles, an audio adventure like you've never heard before.
What is Leviathan?
I'll tell you as much as I know.
We have been among you for almost a millennium.
What? Immortal?
They can't know about Leviathan.
Dive!
We're hitting crush depth.
Blow those charges!
No!
Get down!
Nothing this big has ever moved that fast underwater.
I have no tolerance for your lack of commitment.
Why have you brought me here?
You are here because we need your help. The man you met earlier was named Whit Roberts.
I believe her condition is the result of an attack.
He's a liar and an assassin.
You are going to tell me what I want to know.
She was never trained for this.
She was bred for it, Anton.
Well, she doesn't know that.
The only question is...
You'll need to find the key, Macallan.
How much damage are we going to do in the meantime?
To discover the Leviathan Chronicles and get the next dimension in podcasting, go to www.leviathanchronicles.com. Immortality or freedom? Which would you choose? The Leviathan Chronicles. An audio adventure. Chapter 1. Evil Undertow. The Philippine Sea. Poseidon raged as surges of black waves pummeled each other into a violent froth. It was just past midnight, almost 6 years ago, and the empty stretch of sea seemed desolate, despite the cacophony of the thunderstorm that rained into the ocean. 30-foot waves smashed into each other with dizzying force as shrieking winds ripped any trace of warmth from the air. But deep under the ocean, very deep, an unusual submarine and its crew were isolated from the violence on the surface. However, the nerves of every crewman aboard were just as frayed as if the ship were being thrown by the waves far above them. The vessel was called Hai-Ten-Shi. It had departed from Qingdao, China, only 3 weeks ago, but most of the crew couldn't wait to see their home port again soon enough. The ship was unusual for many reasons, but the most predominant was its enormous size. The ship had 3 distinct components. The largest was its ballast. Constructed of a sponge-like material, it was over 1,000 feet in length and several hundred feet tall. Its egg-like shape tended to elongate as the ship dove deeper. Beneath the ballast, connected by a set of locking braces, was the actual ship. It was slender and cylindrical, but being less than 200 feet long, seemed utterly dwarfed by the ballast above it. 4 turbines that resembled oversized aircraft engines were attached in an X configuration at the bow, and another 4 in the ship's stern. At the very back of the ship, there were 2 large induction jets that were designed to push water out at high speed as a means of propulsion. Underneath the actual ship was its 3rd component, a large metallic structure that looked like the keel of a modern sailing vessel. It was attached to the Hai-Ten-Shi through a complex web of scaffolding. The ship was far too deep to discern any type of color, but if it were closer to the surface, it would have appeared very dark gray. But its smooth surface was highly reflective, and though it was the smallest of the 3 components, it seemed to anchor the entire vessel. Within the bows of the Hai-Ten-Shi, Lieutenant Zhen Shun walked down the narrow hall in the stern of the ship. His gait was quick and nervous. Normally, the ambient hum of the electrical equipment that enveloped the submarine was a source of comfort, but there was nothing comforting about the mission he and his crew were undertaking, nor the news he was about to deliver. He arrived at the center of the corridor and knocked on the only door that displayed Chinese characters in gold. A weary voice answered.
Enter.
Captain, we have entered the Leviathan zone and are 200 kilometers from the target. All bracing clamps are operating within normal parameters, although overhead clamps 4 and 5 are showing some signs of fatigue.
Has there been any indication we've been detected?
No, sir. We passed a Virginia-class submarine a few hours ago, but I don't believe we were detected. We also passed several sonar arrays, but they could not have made contact with us at our depth. We are alone, sir.
Good.
Captain?
Yes?
How will the Immortals know who we are?
They will know us by our deeds, Lieutenant.
I understand. Shall I initiate the deployment systems check?
Not yet. We will need to clear the Palau Trench first.
But that won't be for a few hours.
Then we will wait a few hours.
Yes, sir. I understand. But if there is any malfunction in the release mechanism, the ship will be torn.
I understand that. But I will not conduct an extremely loud systems check while performing tight maneuvers in one of the narrowest channels in the ocean. Our engineers have designed the ballast to clear the canyon walls by only 50 feet on each side in some sections. If we are detected by our enemies while conducting a systems check, we will be trapped in the trenches with no ability to maneuver or escape. Need I remind you, Lieutenant, that this is a stealth mission above all else. We have been running slowly and at great depth and at great risk for the past 3 weeks. I won't have that jeopardized. Our failure to complete our mission could be catastrophic. No. We will conduct the final systems check when we have reached the target. That way, if we are detected, at least we will be in deployment position.
But sir, that will greatly extend our time at the target zone. We will be risking detection, and especially the dangerous exposure.
You have your orders, Lieutenant.
Yes, Captain. I will. Captain, what was that?
Quickly, get to the control room. Report.
We made hard contact on the starboard side.
The ballast or the cargo?
The ballast. The impact came from the top side of the ship. I'm running a diagnostic test of our navigation to see if we're off course.
I'm showing a slight loss of pressure in the ballast.
How much?
Ballast inflation stands at 96% and dropping slightly.
Then initiate an emergency infusion of hydrogen gas in order
The
to...
ship's AI automatically engaged the reinflation pumps when we started losing ballast pressure. But Captain, it's not compensating fast enough. We're not keeping pace with the loss of hydrogen pressure. If our ballast pressure drops below 70%, we will lose neutral buoyancy and begin sinking.
How long until we...
I'm already calculating. 4 hours at most, if the tear in the ballast doesn't widen.
And our position?
At our current speed, we are still at least 150 kilometers south of the target. Captain?
4 hours. We're already running close to our ship's crush depth. We couldn't survive that long being negatively buoyant. Lieutenant Shun, what is our current depth?
18,000 feet, and holding, sir.
The words hung in the stale air of the bridge. 18,000 feet. The most aggressive Seawolf-class nuclear submarines operate at a maximum depth of under 2,000 feet. Rescue submarines, like the Mystic, have been tested to a mere 5,000 feet. Even the Alvin, the famed research vessel that discovered the Titanic, could only dive to 15,000 feet, and then only for a few hours. The crew of the Hai-Ten-Shi had been at extraordinary depth for weeks now, and they were only hours from completing their mission.
Yeoman-Sol, what if we activated the ionic turbines and brought them to maximum thrust? Calculate our time to target.
Sir, our acoustic signature will go off the charts. The ionic turbines are louder than a commercial aircraft taking off. They were designed for brief use for our ship to escape after the release of the cargo. We've been running on our induction jets, which are quieter than riding a bicycle. By suddenly activating the turbines, our presence will be known to every vessel in a 500-mile radius.
We could more than double our velocity, but at that speed, we could never navigate the tight canyons of the Palau Trench. The ship's navigation computer has been calibrated at our current cruising speed using the induction jets. We would surely collide with the canyon walls.
I agree. We will have to rise above the canyon walls before opening full throttle.
Sir, the leak we have sustained has already compromised our sonar profile. Taking us to full speed will make us even more detectable. With our cargo at that speed, the ballast will cavitate wildly. Our only protection thus far has been our depth. But if we rise out of the canyons, we will lose that as well. Also, the coupling braces on the ballast and the cargo have not been tested to withstand the stress of such speed. Sir, to be quite honest, nothing this big has ever moved that fast underwater.
I understand the risks, but we have no choice if we want to complete the mission. At full speed, we could reach the target in less than 3 hours and deploy the cargo. We can reach Leviathan before any ships that detect us are able to catch up. After deployment, we will deal with the consequences of our action at that time. No doubt we will have attracted a significant amount of attention from all patrolling submarine vessels. Many of them will prove hostile. We will use every countermeasure at our disposal to ensure our survival and the completion of the Leviathan mission.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Very well. Yeoman Saul, take us to 7,000 feet, and when we have cleared the canyons, shut down electric hydropropulsion. Activate the ionic turbine engines. Full thrust.
Aye, Captain.
One hour later, 300 miles east of Guam, the SSN Dakota lay 600 feet below the turbulent surface of the Philippine Sea. The submarine was finishing its 3-month patrol and beginning the final leg of her journey to home port in Pearl Harbor. However, its western heading had been brought to an abrupt halt by the all-stop command given by the ship's XO Matthew Banks. When the 370-foot-long Virginia-class submarine reached a standstill, he called for the captain to join him in the sonar room. Something extraordinary had been reported. Captain Jim McCormick entered the soundproofed room deep inside the Dakota and joined XO Banks and sonar operation officer Eric Kilo.
Please tell me you brought my ship to a complete stop on the Chinese doorstep for a very, very good reason.
I think so, Captain. Mr. Kilo, why don't you brief the captain on your findings?
Well, about 2 hours ago, the Dakota passed over the Palau Trench. I was getting the usual crunching and typical background noise in this part of the ocean, but then I started to pick up some fairly low-level feedback, pretty ordinary in nature, below 15 hertz.
We get that sort of feedback all the time. It's usually organic or the Dakota's own echo feedback off the ocean floor.
That's true, but usually we get a drop-off in the acoustic signature of organics when we pass over the deep trenches. The ocean floor is over 20,000 feet deep at the Palau Trench. No echo of ours would be reflected at that depth.
Maybe it was a passing school of shrimp or squid that we're feeding. We've heard schools as deep as 10,000 feet.
That's true, Captain. And I wasn't going to give it much more thought until I heard this.
What was that?
That's when Mr. Kilo called me.
What's most interesting about this is that high-pitched bubbling sound. I've never heard anything like it.
I thought it could be a black smoker or a thermal vent.
Well, we thought that might be the case as well, but as we listened longer, we started picking up variations in the wavelength of the sound.
It was moving.
Exactly. So we decided it was worth utilizing our LiDAR laser resonance system to see if we could pick up anything on imaging. Typically, we've only used it at much closer distances. It's not really designed to produce images at such a great distance.
Did we get anything?
It's very rough, but take a look at this.
It looks like some sort of mountain range.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's located where we usually see the deepest part of the Earth's ocean.
Mr. Kilo, you realize you're showing me a mountain range jumping out of the seafloor where there's supposed to be a canyon 20,000 feet deep.
Captain, I'm not sure you understand. This is a time-lapse image.
What are you showing me?
Captain McCormick, I'm showing you a 700-foot-high mountain that's moving 40 miles an hour underwater, and it's headed straight for the Mariana Trench. And it's making a lot of noise.
Back on the Haiten Shi.
Lieutenant Shun, what is our position?
We have reached the Mariana Trench.
Very well. Deactivate the ionic turbines and resume quiet running on induction jets.
Yes, Captain.
What are you reading for the ocean depth?
I'm reading over 34,000 feet.
Good. we can begin our descent into the trench. Yeoman Saul, what is the condition of the ballast?
I'm reading 68% inflated. We're sinking. I think the tear in the ballast has widened because of the turbulence caused by our speed. Now, I've been trying to use the turbine's vector propulsion to compensate for our negative buoyancy. It's helped a little bit. But Captain, now that we're relying on the induction jets, the high-tech will continue to sink until we deploy the cargo.
Understood. We need to move quickly. Lieutenant Shun, initiate the deployment system check.
Captain, I'm showing enemy activity. An American submarine by the sound of it, Virginia class. The position is 5,500 feet above.
They're using active sonar. They've got a lock on our position. What are your orders, Captain?
Captain, they can't know about Leviathan. If they discover...
Dive! Get us below 15,000 feet. If we get below the abysmal plain, the trench will narrow and we might be able to hide under one of the overhangs.
Sir, I'm not sure we will have time. As we dive deeper, the pressure is expelling more and more gas out of the ballast. We are approaching 60% inflation. We won't be able to hold our position until we deploy the cargo. We will sink right past any overhangs.
Are the Americans following our descent?
The Virginia-class subs are some of the most advanced in the American fleet, but our intelligence has indicated that their maximum observed depth at only 1,800 feet. They cannot follow us.
What is that sound?
It's the cargo. It's activating.
But the captain didn't give the order. How can that be? We haven't run a complete systems check yet. We don't have...
It doesn't matter now. Blow the couplings. I want the cargo deployed now and release the ballast. Do it manually if you have to. We must deliver the cargo.
Captain, I think we're getting a malfunction. The controls are not responding. I can't get anything to work.
What is the problem, Yeoman Saul?
I've got engine control, but no maneuvering capability. And I'm getting bizarre readings on sonar and sensors.
Depth is 15,000 feet and falling.
Deploy. Release all packages now. It must be done simultaneously, otherwise the ship will be pulled apart.
I'm trying, Captain. I'm gonna go to manual and activate the emergency charges on the coupling braces. It's going to damage the turbines, but I might get a release.
16,000 feet!
We're losing altitude. We're listing off to port, and our nose is dropping.
Blow those charges!
17,000 feet!
Status?
Ballast is away and floating up. I can't verify cargo status. I'm checking.
19,000 feet. We must still have the cargo attached. It hasn't been deployed.
All coupling braces are blown.
That can't be. We must still be connected to the cargo. It's dragging us into the abyss.
We're diving too deep. We've got to veer into the canyon walls to slow our descent.
Full upright vector on the turbines. Activate emergency ascent. If we are still connected to the cargo, maybe we can shake our way free.
21,000 feet. We're hitting crush depth.
Sir, the turbines are inactive. I can't get any of the controls to respond, Captain. The ship's high functions are stuck in some sort of diagnostic mode. I'm still getting crazy sensor readings. The water temperature is approaching boiling.
24,000 feet. I'm getting hull breaches in the engine and aft compartments.
Seal all hatches. And give me weapons control.
What is the status of our target, Mr. Banks?
Sir, they just dropped into the Mariana Trench. I'd say they're about 5,000 feet below us and descending fast, but we're gonna lose them as they drop deep into the trench. The tight canyon walls are giving us a lot of interference. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I can't tell if it's...
All right. I want a full active sonar on the target. I don't care if the whole Pacific Rim knows that we're here. We are not losing our target. I want to know what this thing is and what it's capable of.
Sir, getting active sonar readings. Confirmed subject is directly below us at Christ, 8,000 feet, falling fast.
Jesus, there's no way that thing, whatever it is, can dive so deep so fast. It's like it's being pulled down. We've got to find out all we can about it. Let's get an updated LiDAR reading and see if we can't get some sort of laser imaging on this phenomena.
Sir, I'm getting a huge change in the acoustic signature I'm reading.
What do you mean?
Well, at first I was reading this massive turbine sound, like an aircraft engine, but at a much higher pitch. Well now, as soon as our mountain ship, or whatever it is, reached the Mariana, its acoustic signature changed into a barely detectable induction sound similar to some of our experimental prototype engines.
Sir, that means whatever this thing is, it has multiple means of propulsion. It can go faster and deeper than we can, and somebody's controlling it.
Whatever it is, it's gone silent, sir. I'm having trouble getting any reading.
Banks, what do you make of this thing? You think it's manned or remote?
I don't know, Captain. I've never heard of anything this big underwater. was screaming, doing almost 40 miles an hour underwater, lighting up every sonar array from Hanoi to Hawaii. This thing was in a huge hurry to get somewhere, and that somewhere is deep.
I know. It's gotta be banned. We just got word from the farm that satellite imaging is showing no visible topside support. There's a brain inside this thing. I know it.
Sir, it just dropped below 10,000 feet.
I want imaging. What does this thing look like?
I'm getting something, sir. My God, look at the ship on the screen, Captain. I'm increasing the gain to hone this in.
What the hell are we looking at?
This is this image magnified looking straight down. It looks spherical or oval in nature. Jesus, it's enormous.
I've got 12,000 feet and falling, sir.
My God, it's like a skyscraper on its side. It's huge.
Wait, Captain, there's more. Look at these electromagnetic scans. It's almost like there are 3 completely different power systems down there. The first and the largest one seems mainly inert. The second, much smaller one below it seems to be concentrated but fluctuating. And this last one? Well, I can't make head or tails of it.
Beats the hell out of me, Matt.
15,000 feet, sir.
Mr. Kilo, make sure that...
Captain, I've got explosions. Could be some sort of depth charges. 5, no, 6 of them. They're coming from the vessel.
Quick, I want torpedo tubes 1 and 2 loaded with Mark 48s. I want depth charges in tubes 3 and 4 now. Lieutenant Kilo, what is our distance to target?
I'm showing its depth at 20,000 feet. No way, Captain, I'm not. I'm getting multiple readings. I can't...
Captain, we've got a bigger problem. Something huge is headed right for us. Something from below. I think the vessel could be trying to ram us.
What do you see?
The giant sphere, it's heading right towards us. It's shooting straight up.
Get us the hell out of here. I want all ballasts cleared, full throttle starboard. We're getting the hell out of the way. Move, people.
Captain, the controls are acting weird. They're sluggish. I'm not getting full power.
Target is closing. Now within 7,000 feet of us and accelerating.
That can't be. I'm still showing electromagnetic activity at 25,000 feet.
Target within 5,000 feet. It's growing larger, sir.
If that thing hits us, it's gonna knock us end over end.
Fire torpedoes 1 and 2. Launch all countermeasures.
Torpedo 1 has target acquired. So does Torpedo 2. They're both locked, sir.
Target within 2,000 feet, sir.
Brace for impact.
Target destroyed, sir.
Report, what is our damage?
Structural damage is negligible, sir. But most of our sensors are blacked out. That explosion has our ears ringing. I'm looking at a complete audio overload. We're gonna have to recalibrate and reboot our sensor array. Whatever that thing was like a thunderbolt shot off right next to our eardrums.
Come on, whatever you can give me. I want a full scan of the area, LiDAR, sonar, everything.
Captain, I've got nothing.
That's right, sir. I'm not showing any sensor readings on anything left operating. Whatever hit us, we're alone, sir.
Alone?
Langley, Virginia, 1 year later. The autumnal winds that blew through the CIA campus were growing colder as October faded away. Scarlet leaves speckled the rich green lawn that covered most of the modern grounds. 2 white stone arches filled with aquamarine glass flanked the long central entrance hall that all employees entered to begin the extensive identity verification protocols that were part of everyday life at the farm. On that Saturday, deep in the southern annex of the CIA headquarters, a 33-year-old man named Whit Roberts was walking down a sterile hallway that lay more than half a mile underground. He stood about 5'10", with straight brown hair that was side-parted and combed neatly over his ears. His eyes were a sharp hazel, and his medium build seemed to fill out the casual forest green polo shirt that he wore, with his Banana Republic jeans. Indeed, he had been told it was his perfectly nondescript looks that made him so perfectly suited for field work at the company. He wondered if that's why he received the call 12 months ago to come down to this hallway. A great deal had changed for Whit Roberts in the last 12 months. What made the hallway deep below the southern annex so unusual was that there were over 20 sets of jet black doors in perfect formation on both sides of the hallway. The floors of the hallway were nondescript, white linoleum that caused Whit's penny loafers to echo sharply against the glaring, glistening white walls of the hallway. None of the doors had any markings or any nomenclature of any kind. They were sterile, lifeless and black. The hallway was straight and perfectly rectangular, with a stainless steel elevator through which Whit had exited on one end, and a white wall on the far end. Whit had heard whispers about the mythical Black Door group, but never suspected that it actually existed. Certainly no one who worked in his area ever spoke of it, and it was rumored that not even those who worked behind one of the doors knew the nature of the operations conducted behind the other doors. Boxes within boxes, Whit thought. Never at any time when he visited the Black Door group did he ever see another soul. Never. He hadn't been asked to actually become a part of the Black Door group, but his boss's sector head had called Whit into his office for the first time after 9 years with the CIA to inform him that he should lend his assistance to a Mr. Jason Sterling when and if called upon. Any information and conversation would be given top secret security status and considered compartmentalized between the two of them. Any such assistance Whit provided was not intended to represent any sizable increase in his current workload, and Whit should speak up if it did in any way interfere with his current duties as a third world cryptographer and monitoring agent. Anything Jason Sterling asked for was to take the utmost precedence. It was, in short, the most unusual conversation that Whit had ever had in the CIA. His work for the mysterious Jason Sterling began with a phone call 12 months ago as a request for the name of the Egyptian telecommunication company used in the construction of the US Embassy in Cairo. This wasn't Whit's area of expertise, but he knew how to get the information. This person, this Jason Sterling, on the other end of the telephone line seemed curt, but very grateful and complimentary of his work, and then promptly disappeared for 3 months. In the weeks that followed, Whit received more unusual and seemingly unrelated information requests. These requests necessitated increasingly deeper levels of investigation into various intelligence databases throughout the government and civilian realms. Despite his increased level of activity with Sterling, his official job's workflow seemed to miraculously lighten, as if he was being silently time-managed. And much as conducting research for the Black Door group was flattering to Whit, he harbored no illusions that he was any member of a privileged circle. In fact, it made him feel even more isolated within the CIA, because his day job had stagnated quickly, and his night job, and all work associated with it, were kept secret from all others. Whit counted 12 doors on his right, and then found himself taking a deep breath before knocking twice.
Come in.
Hello, Jason.
Well, Mr. Whit Roberts, thank you for coming in on a Saturday.
Well, I knew if you were here, well, you're always here, Jason, that you'd want to know the results of some of my research as soon as possible.
I appreciate that, Whit. You know your work has been very important to the Black Door Group and this project. I know how hard you've been working on this, and I'm sure it has been taking time away from your other responsibilities.
I hope I've made it clear that I consider Black Door to be my highest priority.
You have. You have, and you are a loyal soldier, and I do appreciate it.
I try, sir.
But as you correctly assumed, I would like to know the results of your inquiries. I'm sure you don't want me to wait much longer.
No, of course not.
What did you find?
The Dakota.
What have you been able to discover?
Well, as you know, all the files regarding the Dakota's incident have been classified and sealed through the Navy's Wartime Secrecy Act. All of my inquiries as to why a routine patrol mission with no special forces on board would be wrapped into a Wartime Secrecy Act have met with a lot of unanswered emails and voicemails. Not many of the original crew are left.
Whit, I appreciate your thoroughness in this investigation, but I'm quite aware of the history of the SSN Dakota's documentation.
I realize that, Jason. But one of the crew members I was able to locate was a Lieutenant Kilo. I found him at a medical facility called St. Augustus outside of San Antonio.
Cancer?
No. Contrary to our speculation, very few of the crew developed any kind of cancer. In fact, the few that did represent a statistical minority compared to the general military population. They seem to be even healthier. In fact,
then what was the cause of hospitalization?
Voices. He was complaining of hearing voices inside his head. St. Augustus is best known for its neurological department. He hasn't been committed to the clinic, but he visits almost every day and meets with Dr. Conrad Lordovic, chief neurologist. Every so often he spends the night or odd weekend for observations, when his symptoms are particularly active.
What else do we know about our Lieutenant Kilo?
He likes tequila.
I'm listening.
Well, after calling upon the services of a private investigator that I've used in the past for matters like these, I was able to establish a pattern for Lieutenant Kilo's comings and goings. One of his weekly goings was a bar called the Blue Iguana on St. Hedwig Street. Wednesdays are his favorite night. So, after repackaging several bottles of Herradura Raspado, I explained to the owner that I was a sales rep for a new line of premium tequila from Guadalajara, and that I'd like to give free samples of our exciting new tequila to some of his esteemed patrons.
On Wednesday night?
On Wednesday night. After making sure that Lieutenant Kilo received the majority of my attention, he started opening up a bit more about his past. It also didn't hurt that his particular glass may have found a small bit of sodium amidol at the bottom. He told me that he used to be a sonar operator on a Virginia-class submarine called the Dakota. He had been a commissioned officer for over 8 years and missed it very much. He said he wasn't doing much these days anymore.
Whit, you are good. I'm sure you asked him why someone who liked his job so much decided to leave the military.
Naturally. He explained that after returning from his last tour, he was asked for his choice of assignment. The Dakota was going to be retrofitted with new sonar upgrades and would be assigned a new crew upon completion.
The Dakota was a state-of-the-art submarine. It left Groton less than 20 months before its Pacific tour.
Lieutenant Kilo thought it was unusual too, although not unheard of. Plenty of subs he served on went in for 2 to 3 week minor repairs and upgrade work while they resupply after a tour several months long.
And how long has the Dakota been in the shop?
Almost 12 months now. But here's the rub. I can't find any work orders in Pearl Harbor regarding the SSN Dakota. Its status is listed in repair with no completion date. It gets creepier. I use my CIA security clearance to log into Subnet to procure a shipment of first aid kits to be delivered to the Dakota. When I tried to process the order, the computer had no record of the Dakota residing in Pearl Harbor.
That's illegal to be hacking other branches of the military.
I had to know.
And just where does Subnet list the location of our mystery vessel?
Classified assignment. Location unavailable. My hacking skills seem to have reached their limit in scope.
Where do you think the SSN Dakota has been hiding?
I've got some theories.
Let's get back to our Lieutenant Kilo.
Well, he said he wanted to continue serving on the Dakota under Captain McCormick. His request was denied. He got offered tours on several Ohio-class subs. He turned them down because he wanted to get back on the Dakota. He thought if he waited for the repairs to be completed that he would get reassigned to her. Well, it seems he waited too long and got assigned to a supervisory desk job in San Diego. 3 months after he arrived, he started to hear the voices.
What were the voices saying?
Come home.
I beg your pardon?
He said the voices he hears aren't in a language he understands, but he can feel the meaning in the words. Actually, he says it's more song-like than words, but he seems sure that the meaning was come home.
So he quit the Navy to come back to his hometown of San Antonio?
Apparently.
Well, it's clear to me that Lieutenant Kilo has led a fascinating life, but how is this tying into the Dakota?
Well, I asked what was so special about the Dakota. He said that when you've been through real combat on a ship, you feel connected to it, that it looks out for you as you look out for it. I played dumb and I told him that I wasn't aware of any submarine combat that had occurred in the last few years. He told me I had no idea what went on below the surface of the sea, that once you're a few hundred feet underwater, you're isolated from the scrutiny of the rest of the world. Then he got really agitated and kept telling me, we don't even know what's down there, we can't go that deep, and on and on.
What did you say?
I poured more tequila. Again, I was trying to play Columbo, and I told him that I thought our submarines could go anywhere in the ocean. Then he just started laughing. He told me that the deepest publicly acknowledged depth of U.S. attack submarines was around 1,000 feet. But then he added that certain submarines could go much deeper. I said, like research subs? Then he started shaking his head no. He said on his last mission, he heard some things he couldn't believe. He says the Dakota was attacked by a submarine that was well below 10,000 feet. He thought it was using a highly advanced propulsion system that only us and the Chinese have been developing. They fired on us, and we fired on them. Then he said he heard the loudest explosion he'd ever heard. He says he lost over 70% of the hearing in his left ear as a result. The Dakota fired its torpedoes and annihilated whatever it hit. But whatever they hit was not the only thing in the water.
The official report indicated that the Chinese sub was destroyed.
It very well might have been, but not by the torpedo launched by the Dakota. Make no mistake, the Dakota hit something. Something huge. but for over 2 minutes after the explosion, the ship had a complete sensor blackout from the explosion. But when the Dakota was tracking its prey from the Palau to the Marianas Trench, it called back to Navy and CIA intelligence to verify whether or not there was any topside support for something that deep. An AWACS radar plane scrambled from Guam. It didn't show any surface ships in the area, which meant the Chinese sub was acting on its own.
Fine.
No, it's not fine. See, here's what doesn't add up. After both the Dakota's torpedoes made contact, after the explosion, the radar plane picked up a very faint signal. It's a repeating beacon at a very high frequency.
What are you saying?
I'm saying it shouldn't exist. Whatever this thing was, it was annihilated at point-blank range by 2 Mark 48 torpedoes. The payload on just one is enough to punch a hole through an aircraft carrier.
That could have been black box debris, an intact fragment of the communications array floating down.
That's a possibility, but take a look at this. This is an echogram of the signal that was sent out at the time of the explosion. The sonar profile looks pretty basic and repetitive.
A basic automated distress signal.
Exactly, which would support your idea that we're just listening to a piece of communications debris that survived the impact of the Dakota's torpedoes. But now, look at this. The Dakota fired its torpedo at 3:03 a.m. October 24th. At 3:04, the AWACS plane starts picking up this repetitive signal. The timestamp on this next page is 3:05 a.m.
This page is blank. Sonar profile is empty.
According to the official records, at 3:05, AWACS radar plane 425 experienced a momentary ion storm, probably related to a solar flare.
A solar flare? At 3:05 in the morning.
I was skeptical too, so I did a bit more digging.
Let me guess.
NASA. Cracking their systems was like hacking a cell phone. I dug into the main NASA database and got the log record of the Helios 4 Advanced Geosynchronous Satellite, which monitors all solar activity.
Let me guess. There was no ion storm.
No, there was. It just didn't come from our sun.
Explain.
The Helios 4 was hit with an unprecedented radiation surge, but there was no corresponding visual record or pickup in solar wind activity by any other satellite at that time. The radiation that hit the Helios came from somewhere else.
What kind of radiation?
That's the thing. If I had to guess, I would say gamma or cosmic radiation, but I'm not sure we've ever seen something like that before.
How so?
Well, look, radiation is just another form of light, right? Its waveform dictates how damaging it can be. The dangerous or ionizing radiation is usually UV or X-ray type exposure. But as the wavelength shortens, we start to get into the territory of cosmic and gamma rays, a much more intense form of radiation, usually associated with a nuclear detonation. But this is a much higher frequency than anything we've ever seen. For example, standard gamma radiation can penetrate maybe a foot or so through solid lead. Whatever this is, its frequency is so high it could probably go for a half mile or so.
But is it possible that it could be generated by a type of nuclear detonation on Earth? Some sort of test, perhaps?
I don't know, but look at this. It's the sonar echogram at 3:06 that morning.
It's the same transponder signal.
No, look what happens when we compare the signal before and after the radiation burst.
It shifted.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ, that's a hell of a callback.
What do you mean?
Nothing. That's excellent work, Whit. Let's pick this up on Monday.
Jason, what do you think happened down there?
Let's just say that I think we need to continue to monitor our Chinese counterparts' submarine activity and nuclear weapon development very closely from now on.
You think it's some sort of advanced weapons testing by the Chinese?
I think we will have to continue our vigilance.
Well, that's all the information I've been able to come up with after my all-night vigil. I'm gonna head back to my apartment now for some shut-eye.
I think that's a wise idea. This is really excellent work, Whit. Your training has exceeded my expectations.
Thank you, Jason. I'd better get going.
Oh, and Whit, I have some good news for you.
Oh? What's that?
I'm looking forward to you spending more time with the Black Door Group.
I'm not sure I follow.
When you return to your desk, as you log in, you'll find your security clearance has been raised to TS-SCI level. Your pay grade has been adjusted accordingly as well.
Top secret? Jason, that's almost White House level clearance.
I know. I just think it will be more helpful in your new role.
And what role is that?
Reporting to me directly from now on.
Wow, I don't know what to say.
Let me also be clear that I want you to continue your work in the cryptography department. You'll have the same routines and continue at the same job unless told otherwise. You will be spending more time in the field, and your absences will be explained by the request from senior officials that
You are conducting training seminars on the latest advancements in cryptography to our new recruits and other members of our intelligence community.
So this is a promotion?
Let's just consider it a formalization of your priorities. Your new security designation should give you clearance to a great deal more information than you're used to. It should add to your already considerable information retrieval skills, not to mention your ability in the field. Really, Whit, I've been very impressed with what you've been able to uncover.
Well, thank you. I'll do my best for you, sir.
Oh, I know you will.
Jason, I wasn't going to say anything and I don't want to overstep my bounds, but I have a crazy theory. I think I can find the location of the Dakota. Whatever happened down there, someone went to a lot of trouble to hide any evidence of it.
I appreciate your initiative, but I think we'll let the Dakota lie where it is right now. Wherever it is, it's clearly not going anywhere and seems to be safe from prying eyes for now. No, I've got a different field assignment for you. How do you feel about New York City?
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com. The Leviathan Chronicles, an audio adventure. Chapter 2. A Secret Unfolds. New York City, today. A slender young woman with auburn hair sprinted up a small campus hill towards Founders Hall at Rockefeller University on York Avenue. The M15 bus that McAllen Orsel typically took from her East Village apartment was delayed by construction around Bellevue Hospital and left her stressed, frazzled, and late. McAllen had a great affection for the unique institution of Rockefeller University. It was a bucolic oasis in the middle of Midtown Manhattan. It had its own gardens, tennis court, and overlooked the East River. But more importantly, it was one of the most advanced medical and scientific research institutions in the world. Founded by John D. Rockefeller in 1901, its mission has always been the advancement of theoretical and advanced research and experimentation. Rather than being a factory for producing orthopedic doctors and plastic surgeons, Rockefeller University functioned as a premier think tank for the best and brightest medical students in the country. It had also been the center of McAllen Orsel's life for the past 6 years. She gave a hurried wave to the security guard that stood post at the gated entrance on York and 64th Street. Once inside Founders Hall, she frantically pushed the elevator button to take her to the 5th floor, where the genetic research department was housed.
I know, don't say it.
Don't need to. Medical Provost Reiner wanted to see you in his office as soon as you get in. He's gonna bitch you out for being late a lot better than me teasing you.
Shit, seriously? He noticed I wasn't here?
No, I think he noticed your speech on primordial genetic mutation for his second years wasn't on his desk by the end of the day yesterday like you promised. I think that's what's got him looking for you.
Are you on his side or mine?
I'm on the side that keeps me employed and enjoying benefits of research grants. Lest you forget, we're not all independently wealthy like you.
I'm not wealthy. I'm quite broke, actually.
I'm sorry. Then we don't all come from rich families that don't share with us because we're bad daughters.
I'm a great daughter. I just come from a strong lineage of outcasts from the family fortune. Trust me, Jimmy. We're on the right path. We're going to make an evolutionary breakthrough in genetics, and we'll have every foundation in the world breaking down our doors, trying to offer us research laboratories and crazy supercomputers.
Dude, I'd settle for a place where we don't have to pay a vending machine for rat gut coffee every morning.
Stick with me, and I'll get you one of those fancy coffee makers with the pod cartridges.
And I'll be your sexy little caffeine whore.
I know you will. We'll put your coffee maker next to the waffle maker that you'll use every morning from me.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. Oh, God, Jesus, I don't want to go into Reiner's office. I could easily... Oh my God, wait, I forgot the sequencing modeling. Did you check it this morning?
I thought you'd never ask.
Don't gloat, just tell me, were we right?
Yes. Look here. The telomeres were lengthened in the flatworms by 600%. That would extend their lifetimes by at least 3.5 times. But McAllen, it wasn't a clean run. Cancerous cell activity also increased by over 300%, as well as other genetic mutations. In the simulation, we got our worms to live longer, but the extra time they got was riddled with sickness and complications. I wouldn't call it a success, but I think we have made some important steps.
Damn right we did. 600% increase in telomere regeneration activity? You have to rerun the simulation again, but this time input an iodine compound to track the free radical migration and isolate the decrepitude.
We can't do it, McAllen. The simulation you're talking about will take over 18 hours. If Reiner finds out, he'll napalm your grant, demote me, and probably sell our research to a Korean think tank to pay for his new Jaguar.
Come on, Jimmy. You know I'll make it worth your while.
Right. How late did you stay here last night working on the simulation?
Until about 3 hours ago.
No wonder you're late. Hello? She'll be right in. That was your other boyfriend. He'd like to see you in his office right away.
Great. That's all I need in my life, another cranky boyfriend.
Good morning, McAllen. Sit down.
Thank you, Dr. Reiner.
McAllen, please tell me what in the Holy Lord's name is wrong with you.
I'm sorry? What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean. You look exhausted. You've been neglecting your duties as a teaching assistant. I heard 2 weeks ago you didn't even show up to your Thursday morning class. The damn graduate students were playing broomball in the hallway waiting for you to show up.
Those students are so stupid.
No! You are so stupid for pissing away a prestigious grant on a pipe dream of science fiction instead of focusing on concrete research.
Sir, the Letterfield grant allows for funding in the field of the recipient's choosing as long as it furthers the advancement of cellular biology.
And using it for a genetic code-breaking exercise that's spitting out a bunch of gibberish that nobody understands.
I understand it. We've made progress, and cellular biology is directly correlated to the human genetic code.
Oh, please, don't give me this thigh bone is connected to knee bone horse shit. I could call in the grant, McAllen. I could do it. I've got a report on my desk that shows you've been logging in for unauthorized use on the mainframe, running huge simulations and draining resources from the other departments.
I did have authorization.
For 3 hours. You took 9. You're acting like you work at this university alone, using any resources you see fit, neglecting your duties, siphoning off distinguished research grants to serve your own purposes. It's pretty sad, McAllen. It's sad for 2 reasons. One, you seem to have forgotten that the primary mission of this institution is to give back and return the scientific knowledge that we've been privileged to learn for the benefit of society. And second, you're throwing away a lot of promise and a career that I had previously taken an interest in nurturing.
What greater good can we offer society than if we discovered the key to unlocking telomeres
McAllen!
Look! I don't need this! I don't need your lecturing!
Well, you clearly need something. Whatever's fueling your obsessions isn't...
Excuse me.
Excuse you?
Hello? Sedgwick? What is it? Yes, of course. What's wrong with her? Are the delusions returning? Yes, I'll be right over. No, right now.
Dr. Orsel, where are you going? McAllen!
I'm sorry, Dr. Reiner, I'm sorry, but I have to go.
McAllen Orsel hailed a cab on York Avenue outside Rockefeller University and gave the cab driver an extra 20 to step on it to get to 1076 Fifth Avenue, where her grandmother had resided for the past 20 years. The uniformed doorman gave McAllen a familiar nod, and another uniformed man operated the ornate elevator cabin that took her to the 15th floor. She exited the elevator.
McAllen, thank you for coming so quickly.
Please, Sedgwick, it's my grandmother we're talking about.
Of course, come in. I know she wants to see you right away. She's in a bit of a state, I fear.
McAllen entered the exquisitely marbled foyer of the classic Candela pre-war apartment. Although she moved to her grandmother's majestic apartment when she was 12, She always marveled at the enveloping richness of it. Large iron-paned windows overlooked Central Park, and the ceiling was bordered by deep Baroque moldings. It seemed like every corner of the expansive apartment was inhabited by delicate French antique tables draped in royal velvet. The apartment was, in short, regal, and Amelia Orsel, McCallan's nana, was its queen. McCallan always felt safe there, allowing the thick walls of the apartment to protect her from the turbulence of her life on the outside, and especially of what happened to her parents so many years ago. Her safety and comfort was also enhanced by the presence of Sedgwick, her nana's butler for as long as she could remember. McCallan came to live with her nana when she was 12. Both of her parents had been reported missing and later dead while on a marine archaeology expedition in the remote southern Pacific near Pitcairn Island. Living with her nana meant being subject to her strict regiment of academic excellence. McCallan was constantly reminded that she descended from a long line of scientists and that high expectations were reserved for her. However, much of the warmth in her life in Nana's apartment was provided by Sedgwick, the best friend a young girl or grande dame could ask for. He stood almost grotesquely tall, at almost 6'8", and his skin was the darkest brown could be without being black. And although he was painfully slender, McCallan was always amazed at his strength when he lifted furniture around the apartment to suit Nana's constantly changing tastes, or when he shook McCallan's hand. But when she looked at him, she mostly saw the wise gentleness of his Gujarati Indian descent. He always remembered that McCallan liked her salmon salad sandwiches with lettuce chopped within, and her breakfast bacon served slightly limp. He cared for her like his own child, but always remained appropriately distant, yet never cold. Hearing his voice and seeing him guide McCallan into the living room felt warm and familiar despite the sad circumstances of her visit. McCallan's grandmother had been deteriorating in health for almost a year. Her decline was particularly agonizing to watch because it was her mental capacity that seemed most affected. Her body seemed to be healthy, notwithstanding the usual minor infections or colds with which someone Nana's age would be afflicted. Some weeks were better than others, but for most of the past year, Amelia Orsel was bedridden and subject to intense hallucinations and delusions. On the way to the living room, McCallan passed her favorite painting in the apartment that hung in the foyer. This was quite a statement, considering the company that the painting was keeping, among a Monet, a Raphael, and 2 Panini. The oil painting, which was dated 1885, portrayed an older woman, perhaps in her late 60s, sitting beside a table strewn with heavy leather books, candles of different lengths, as well as several strange-looking flasks in colored bottles. The woman seemed more confident than most women depicted in that era. She was maternal, but seemed to carry an imperial demeanor over the items and accoutrements that lied before her. Her gaze seemed to convey a conspiratorial amazement. When McCallan saw it, she immediately thought that this must have been one hell of a woman. Over the years, McCallan's affection for the painting grew exponentially when she learned that it was the portrait of her great-great-grandmother, literally her Nana's grandmother.
I love looking at this painting. It always makes me smile, even when I'm sad.
You've always loved it.
I can't believe how much Nana looks like her grandmother. It's uncanny. Look at their eyes. It's like they were sisters.
I can see them in front of me now. You forget that you all share the same eyes. All Orsel women are blessed with emeralds to see from.
I see you haven't forgotten how to flatter a woman. How is she, Sedgwick?
She's been fading in and out, but I fear she's growing weaker. It's been rather downhill since the beginning of the week. In fact, she had a difficult time recognizing me these last few days.
Has she been taking her olanzapine? Did you make her take it?
Of course, but the beneficial effects of the medication seems to be lessening. I won't lie, it's been getting worse, McCallan. Today was the first time she actually lost consciousness.
How long?
About 3 hours.
You should have called me sooner.
But typically Madame Orsel despises being fussed over, despite the fact that her health is in danger. But this time, this was different. When she regained consciousness, she began repeating your name, almost like a mantra.
My name?
Well, mostly.
What do you mean?
Well, bear in mind that she was in the throes of delirium, but after repeating your name over and over, her voice would fall to a whisper and she would say the word Leviathan. Do you have any idea what she could have meant by that?
I have no idea, Sedgwick.
Come. She's in her bedroom.
Nana?
McCallan? Is it you, dear? I'm so glad you're here.
I am. I'm right here, Nana. Can you feel me squeezing your hand?
My hand?
Yes, Nana, your hand. Can you feel me?
It's hard. Yes, now I can feel you. Oh, McCallan, I've missed you. There's so much to tell you. I'm getting stronger, you know.
I know, Nana. You're going to be better soon.
Oh, not better, McCallan. Stronger. I can't quite see you. It's hazy, but I can feel you. I know you're with me. Oh, McCallan, I'm so glad you're here. I don't feel like there's as much time anymore.
You have plenty of time, Nana. Stop talking like that. You just said you're getting better. I mean, stronger. This is going to pass. We just need to change the medication that you're on.
McCallan, darling, you're so special. So special.
I think you're special, Nana. And we're going to get through this.
You need to understand how unique you are. I mean it, McCallan. You are so special. McCallan.
Stay with me, Nana. Don't lose yourself. Try to focus on my voice.
Yes, your voice. Your voice. There's no one like you. There's so much, McCallan. So much of it.
So much of what?
What?
You said that there's...
Oh, McCallan. How are you, my girl?
I'm fine, Nana. I'm fine.
How are things at the university?
They're fine. I mean, not fine. Difficult. But I don't want you to worry about that.
How is your research progressing? Have you isolated the telomere stem cell?
I'm seeing some progress. I'm not getting any help from the university, and I think they're going to cancel my grant. But I think I'm getting close to finding the aging gene. I know it would revolutionize treatment of so many conditions, including... Well, I could make you feel better, Nana. God, I feel like I'm so close.
I can't hold on much longer. You'll need to find the key, McCallan. Oh, my special McCallan. The key.
Nana, stop scaring me. You're going to be fine. Even if I can't find a cure or a key, you need to fight now.
Do you know if... have they... Oh, no. Stop. Where...
Nana, do you hear my voice? Can you understand me?
Yes, dear. I think I can. It's hard when there's so many of them.
So many of whom?
The voices.
Nana, what is Leviathan?
What did you say?
I said... What is Leviathan?
They couldn't have found you. I said you were special.
Nana, what are you saying? Who?
So dark. McCallan, it's so dark and so cold. No one knows how deep. So deep. So deep.
Stay with me, Nana.
But Amelia Orsel, McCallan's beloved Nana, did not stay with her. She closed her eyes to yield to unconsciousness. Her rapid breathing gave McCallan assurances that this would not be the night of her passing. She was still very much alive. But McCallan could also see by the degree of her delusions that the end was not far off. McCallan was shaken to see her Nana, a source of such great strength and resolve, an accomplished scientist in her own right, the one who taught her that anything was possible, now lay in her bed biding her time until passing. McCallan felt her throat begin to tighten, and she let go of her Nana's hand and walked to the living room.
It's so sad, Sedgwick.
I know how much seeing her like this must hurt you. May I prepare a pot of tea for you?
You're so kind, Sedgwick. Yes, please.
Jasmine or Darjeeling?
I think you should know the answer to that by now.
Jasmine, of course. I'll just put the pot on.
It struck McCallan for the first time that very soon her life would be without Nana in it. It was like the first time you glanced at your parents and noticed that they looked older and frailer. Nana had always seemed old physically. McCallan had her perpetually aged at 65 throughout her life. But her Nana's spirit had remained indomitable. McCallan relied on that strength when she lost her parents. Nana had taken her in, and the two of them lived together at the Fifth Avenue apartment with Sedgwick doting on them. Nana didn't offer the maternal warmth that her own mother had, but she gave McCallan something different, a security of sorts, not financial, although that was a comfort. Although Nana was extremely wealthy, she had been steadfast not to spoil McCallan. When McCallan attended an affluent private prep school in Manhattan, she felt confused watching her classmates of lesser means take cabs and even limousines to school in the morning while she was relegated to public transportation. McCallan had been raised frugally, but she was never left wanting for the important things in life. She attended the best schools and received a brand new Volvo station wagon when leaving for Wellesley. But the security that Nana offered was that she would always be there, to support McCallan, to tell her there was no reason a woman couldn't become the foremost genetic biologist in the world, and the security that another loved one in McCallan's life would not be taken away. McCallan spent the rest of the day at the Fifth Avenue apartment, drinking tea, crying, and squeezing Nana's hand in an effort to communicate to her that she would be there for her now. Sedgwick had been leaving the two of them alone, but finally re-entered the room.
It's getting late, McCallan, and you look exhausted.
I just haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately. One of my genetic simulations had me at Rockefeller most of the night. Now it seems like it's the most unimportant thing in the world. I'm so worried about Nana. Her blood pressure has been dropping as the day goes on. Which doctor has she been seeing for her heart?
Dr. Ackerman.
Could you give me his number? I think he still has her on the Coumadin, and I'm concerned that her medications might be causing her to have many strokes. When was her last CAT scan?
I'd have to check, but within the last year, I suspect.
Yeah, I'd like to know that too, and maybe have some of the people at the university take a look at it.
McCallan, why don't you spend the night here tonight?
Oh, I should go back to my own place.
It'd be nice to have you back, for old time's sake. And to be quite honest, I think I'd feel more comfortable with you here if Madame Orsel regains her lucidity. I'm sure you'd feel more comfortable being here as well.
Maybe I'll just sleep in the guest room. Nana would never let me go in those rooms because she said she wanted to keep them clean for her esteemed guests. I guess I get to be the lucky guest tonight.
It would be my pleasure to prepare it for you.
Amelia Orsel's enormous apartment was like a tiny estate unto itself. It contained 2 guest rooms, which made McCallan quietly laugh at the thought that her tiny Avenue B apartment barely had enough room for her snowboard. But she was always secretly proud of some of the visitors that have stayed with the Orsel clan in their guest rooms. McCallan could remember luminaries such as Dr. Craig Venter, Madeleine Albright, Jean-Michel Cousteau, and Albert and Tipper Gore, all spending the evenings with the 2 Orsel women, young and old. And even as a young child, she sensed the gravity that her Nana, Amelia Orsel, exuded. Even when she was too young to truly participate in the lively discussions that always erupted over port and the end of one of Sedgwick's notoriously delectable meals, McCallan knew there was something special about her Nana, that people of such importance sought out her company. A sly grin crept across McCallan's face as she entered the guest room, where she remembered Laurie Anderson had taught her to play the tambourine in a surprisingly suggestive manner. The room seemed overwhelmed by the presence of an enormous mahogany 4-poster bed with full canopy. It looked positively Edwardian in nature and possessed incredibly ornate carvings on each of the posts. The cloud-like mattress was stuffed tightly within the box spring and spilled out slightly around the edges. It resembled a loaf of white bread being baked in a beautiful wooden box. McCallan shut the door to the room and opened the dresser that sat to the right of the bed. Sedgwick had moved some of the clothes that she always kept at Nana's into the dresser. She laughed aloud when she found a calf-length pink silk nightgown that she hadn't worn in years. It always surprised her how something so light could keep her so warm, especially when her toned arms were bare. But the presence of the antique 4-poster bed seemed to impose a period feel in the room, and McCallan felt like a protected fairy princess, immune from the onslaughts of cell phones, Blackberries, and the impending cancellation of her grant. As she slid under the smooth duvet, McCallan became easily lost in her own thoughts.
Oh, man. This is nice. This mattress must have been made by Scandinavian wood elves. I think I can literally feel my spine straighten. I need to come home more often. How many hours has it been since I actually was in a bed? I fell asleep on the couch after running the simulation the day before yesterday, so about 40 hours. I don't want to think anymore. I just want Nana to get better. Why was she calling my name She knew I was there, and this episode shouldn't have come on so suddenly. Normally the signs of dementia, if that's what this is, have some warning signs. Oh, shit. Where did my earring go? Damn it! Did it go behind the mattress? I'll never be able to get this thing up. Cedric is probably already asleep by now. He can't help me. Maybe if I just... Maybe it's between one of those posts and the mattress. Man, this mattress is up against the frame so tightly. It couldn't have fallen between these posts. Are beautiful, but they're creepy. All those flowers carved into the post, Wait, those aren't flowers. They're tiny faces. All these years, I never noticed. Can't tell if they're happy or in pain. Definitely creepy. I wonder if this is the same bed that was always here. God, it feels weird. Like the post is loose. I think I can turn it or spin it. I just...
Macallan turned the bedpost counterclockwise until it clicked into place. She stepped away from the bed, suddenly as the thick mattress she was lying on shuddered intensely and started to rise upwards, guided by the 4 ornate bedposts. The mattress continued to rise upwards until it was completely contained within the ceiling of the bed. To Macallan's amazement, in place of the mattress that was just there, now lay a spiral staircase with a red velvet runner heading downwards. Wrought iron wall sconces suddenly illuminated and seemed to spiral down the staircase wall. Macallan instinctively looked to the bedroom door to see if someone would be bursting in to investigate the alien mechanical sounds coming from an antique bedroom. But no one did. The red velvet stairs spiraled downwards into the shadows cast by the flickering wall lamps. And then she saw it glittering. Her earring, waiting for her on the last step.
There you are. What the hell is this? There's a damn staircase hidden under my grandmother's bed.
Macallan tentatively walked down the velvet staircase, shivering slightly. It wrapped around twice, seemingly descending more than one story. The staircase ended abruptly at a tufted leather door with an oversized silver handle. The handle had 3 whales spiraled together and was so large that Macallan needed 2 hands to push it down. She entered the room and was utterly shocked by what she saw. The door opened into a single room with no windows and no other doors. The only object in the entire room was a 7-foot metallic sphere. The sphere was dark grey, but seemed to shimmer surprisingly brightly when Macallan moved towards it, allowing the lamplight of the staircase to reflect against it. There were no seams or cracks on any part of its surface. The only feature on its entire body was a small slot and a single word engraved above it.
Leviathan.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com. The Leviathan Chronicles, an audio adventure. Chapter 3.
Macallan.
Mistaken identity.
Macallan.
Shit! Macallan awoke with a start. She didn't remember what time she had finally dragged herself to bed. But right now, all she could think about was that she had found a hidden staircase underneath that bed. She rubbed her eyes and scooted to the foot of the bed to manipulate the right bedpost. She could tell it was loose, but feared manipulating it too much in case the mattress started elevating upwards with her on it.
How long has this been here? I wonder who else knows. Nana has to know, doesn't she? I can't remember who she bought the apartment from. I was so young. Sedgwick? He never betrays any emotions. It's too hard to tell. I wonder what he's seen. Does Nana know? But more importantly, what is the sphere? And what is Leviathan? It must have meaning. Hello?
Please tell me that you're just walking onto campus.
Oh my god, what time is it?
8:10? about 20 minutes before the comparative cellular radiology class that we were going to teach together.
Jesus, I'm totally on my way. But you're not going to believe what happened, what I found. It's incredible. I was walking...
Helen!
What?
Provost Reiner will be auditing class today.
Shit, really?
Really.
Damn it, why?
For some odd reason, he feels we've been shirking our responsibility to the rest of the campus community in pursuit of, and I quote, reckless experimentation and selfish utilization of campus resources. The guy has an axe hanging over our heads, McAllen.
No. This is all about the university supercomputer. He found out that we bumped the molecular geometry sim that was scheduled the night before last.
I made that look like a scheduling glitch in the calendar manifold.
Yeah, well, Reiner is smarter than we're giving him credit for.
He's smart enough to know that you're not going to show up on time to teach your class. Seriously, how close are you?
I'm still at my grandmother's, but I'm walking out the door right now, I swear.
You're totally lying to me, aren't you?
McAllen pulled her hair into a quick ponytail and threw on the jeans she had on last night and an Oxford shirt she found in the dresser drawers.
Good old Sedgwick.
She ran out of the guest room and towards the front door.
Bye, Sedge. Bye, Nana. I'll be back, but I'm super late for class.
McAllen didn't wait for a response.
Now, gotta get a cab.
McAllen's luck took a huge change for the better. She saw someone getting out of a cab right at the entrance to Nana's Fifth Avenue apartment building.
Rockefeller University, please, 64th and York. I'm in a huge hurry.
McAllen spoke her address and proceeded to get the best series of green lights she had ever encountered in over 3 decades of living in New York City. By 8:23 a.m., McAllen had arrived a block away from the campus entrance, in front of her favorite Starbucks.
I know I'm living dangerously, but I think 7 minutes till class gives me enough time for my caffeine fix.
Welcome to Starbucks. What can I get you?
Quad skim grande latte with extra foam.
1 quad skim grande latte with extra foam coming right up. That'll be $4.75.
Great.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is your name McAllen Orsel?
Yeah?
This is gonna seem kinda crazy, but can I speak to you for a moment?
Actually, I'm in a huge rush. I'm supposed to be teaching a class in about 5 minutes.
It's about your grandmother.
Nana?
Your grandmother is Amelia Orsel, right?
Yes?
It's my understanding that she's fallen ill recently.
That's actually none of your business.
No, please, I just want to help. If you'll just hear me out for a moment.
I'll give you a quick moment.
Great, thank you. Let's sit down.
The gentleman grabbed his and McAllen's coffee and led her to a pair of tattered fabric overchairs separated by a small table. He set the coffees down and stared at McAllen intently.
Okay. Who are you?
My name is Alex Gordon. I'm a psychiatrist. I specialize in schizophrenia and multiple personality disorders. Your grandmother came to see me several months ago regarding some difficulties she was having.
I'm kept fully informed of all the medical issues in my Nana's life. She's never mentioned any visits to your office or reported any psychological conditions that would warrant therapy.
Well, of course, you know your grandmother better than anyone. Unfortunately, mental illness is still considered a taboo subject in most circles, particularly the ones your grandmother travels in. Some people still ignorantly believe that there's some stigma associated with asking for help. I don't think Amelia Orsel would admit to anyone that she needed help, especially when it is her mind which she considers her most treasured asset. And you must also know how deeply she loves you and would rather suffer than show any weakness to you, her favorite and only granddaughter. She always wants to be the strong one for you, McAllen. She made it very clear in her conversations that you are her pride and joy. She therefore asked me to treat her sessions and the nature of her ailments with the utmost confidence.
Which you are clearly violating by talking to me.
That's quite true, but I do have an obligation to break such a confidence when I fear my patient is a danger to themselves or others.
I hardly believe my 65-year-old grandmother has been elevated to public enemy number 1.
Well, I'll be honest, McAllen, that's not entirely clear to me.
What are you talking about? You know what? You're crazy, and I'm leaving.
Is she still hearing the voices, McAllen?
What?
The voices. Do they still torment her?
How long has this been going on?
Like I said, she came to see me several months ago. As you can imagine, it took her a while to open up to me. I'm afraid I haven't seen very much of her recently. That's what has me so concerned.
These symptoms you're describing, these are conditions that are symptomatic of old age.
I don't think her condition has been brought about by old age.
What do you mean?
I believe her condition is the result of an attack.
What? Nana has no signs of physical trauma, no bruises, no lacerations.
I didn't say it was a physical attack.
Then I'm not sure I understand.
This isn't easy to explain, and I know this sounds hard to believe, but I believe your grandmother was exposed to a very unique form of radiation. A couple of years ago, a powerful pulse of radiation was released. something we've never seen before. Instead of dissipating, we think it might be reflecting off the Earth's ionosphere and bouncing back into our atmosphere, causing these conditions in certain people.
That doesn't make any sense. Radiation can move at the speed of light. Why hasn't it affected half the world at this point?
That's a very good question, and the short answer is we're not sure, but I have a theory. I think the radiation only affects individuals that are genetically predisposed to receiving the signal. You know, like dogs hearing high-pitched sounds that humans can't. I think this pulse that was released somehow activated this dormant gene that exists in certain people. I think that's what causes these psychological disorders.
Do you have any sort of empirical evidence to support this?
Not as much as I'd like, but I've witnessed this sort of affliction in several cases now. Usually it's standard procedure in our office to run a blood test before prescribing any sort of medication for dementia, hallucinations, that sort of thing. To ensure against any allergic reactions. In several cases we found something very unusual.
Allergic reactions that were new to the patient?
No, the opposite. We found no allergic reactions of any kind to any drug of any type. See, most people don't have allergic reactions to too many things, but if you throw enough drugs at your blood, it's going to be allergic to something. Case in point, one of the experimental drugs that my clinic has been approved to study is called Iaxor. It's a derivative of an Amazonian vine and leaf extract. It's wonderful stuff, cures depression, dementia, ADD, substance dependencies. But here's the problem. Iaxor is an intense drug with violent side effects that causes extreme vomiting and dysentery within hours of its ingestion. Only 2% of the general population enjoys a genetic profile that can tolerate and neutralize the drug's side effects.
Doesn't exactly sound like you've got yourself a miracle drug.
No, it isn't, but here's what's startling. I've diagnosed well over 30 patients that have the same symptoms as Amelia Orsel, your grandmother. And of those 30, we've tested their blood for compatibility with Iaxor. 28 of them showed compatibility or minimal side effects with the drug. In addition, we ran every other drug past their blood samples and we couldn't instigate any type of allergic reaction whatsoever. We thought the testing software might be bugged or broken, so we ran tests of every other psychiatric drug on the blood samples. We even introduced mild toxic extracts from snake venoms that we use for OCD. We got nothing. It was as if the platelets in their blood were supercharged and impenetrable to viral infection.
But I know for a fact that Nana is allergic to penicillin. What did her blood work show?
Well, that's the reason I'm here, McAllen. We never got her blood work. As I said before, your grandmother had been seeing me for several months for psychotherapy. However, over the last few weeks as we made this discovery, she stopped coming to my office. I've wanted to get her blood sample for over 2 weeks now, but I can't seem to reach her by phone or email. Please, McAllen, I'm just trying to help her. I think she could be very sick.
Her symptoms have worsened over the past week. She's been bedridden and isn't really fully conscious during most of the day. She murmurs and whispers and says certain words or phrases repeatedly for hours, like a litany of some sort.
What words?
I don't want to get into it.
McAllen, I know this is very hard, and I do appreciate you taking the time to speak with me. But what you're telling me about your grandmother is very disturbing.
Why?
Well, to finish the story, when we discovered this phenomenon with our patient's blood type, we also noticed an inverse relationship with their grasp on reality. The stronger their blood got, the more their mind started to deteriorate. Sometimes the process accelerated so quickly, we weren't able to stop it in time.
Stop what?
The suicides. We lost well over half the patients. That's why it's so urgent that I get to your grandmother. With your permission, I'd like to visit her now and get her blood sample. We may have a treatment that's possible for her, but we have to act quickly, McAllen.
So, what you're telling me is that you think you've identified a group of deranged people that hear voices and think they're talking to angels that also have invincible blood that's been intentionally mutated by a mysterious pulse of radiation, and yet despite their superior modified bodies, these superheroes decide to go and off themselves.
I know it sounds crazy.
Yeah, you know what? It does. And you know what else? I think you're crazy.
McAllen, it's about Leviathan.
What did you say?
It means something to you, doesn't it?
What is Leviathan?
All right, I'll tell you what I know, McAllen, but not here. It's not secure. Come on, my car is parked around the corner. We need to visit your grandmother.
McAllen hesitated for a moment.
McAllen, you just have to trust me. This is for Amelia.
McAllen and the doctor entered his Ford Taurus that was parked on the street. The doctor made a right on Park Avenue and ran several yellow and red lights and came to a stop on 72nd Street. McCallan noticed the doors in the car lock as they waited for the light to change.
You said you'd tell me about Leviathan. What is it? And what does it have to do with my grandmother?
I'll tell you as much as I know. I believe this radiation pulse may have originated with Leviathan.
I don't get it. Is it some sort of corporation?
No, it's not that at all. It's more like a very unusual, very dangerous group of individuals. Almost like...
As the tourists crossed 79th Street, a black Range Rover barreled across the red light at high speed, smashing into the driver's side of the car. The Rover continued to push the tourist down the intersection until it was pinned against a traffic light on McCallan's side. The sudden stop caused McCallan's head to smash against the side window, opening a 2-inch gash on her forehead. All of the airbags deployed, and for a split second, McCallan had thought she saw the doctor's nose explode in a violent gush of red. She struggled to remain conscious as she felt every bone in her body shift. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw a silver BMW hop the curb closest to her. 2 large men seemed to be rushing towards her. One stood in the middle of the intersection, while the other ripped McCallan's door open.
McCallan, are you alright? McCallan! Quickly, we have to get you out of here. McCallan, can you hear me? We have to get you out of the car.
Do you have her? Is she alright?
I've got her. She's breathing, but we've got to get out of here.
No police yet. I'm showing that an ambulance has been called. The scanner indicates we have another 30 seconds. We've got to get out of here. Let's move!
The largest of the 2 men carried McCallan into the back of the silver M5 BMW, buckled her in and sat beside her. As McCallan's head started to clear, she heard tires squealing as her head was painfully thrown back against the rear headrest.
You alright, McCallan? Can you hear me?
I think I am. My head hurts, though. My neck, too. Are we going to the hospital?
I'm afraid not, but you will receive the medical attention you need.
Who are you? Pull over!
We're friends, McCallan. My name is Othello, and this is Anton.
Hello.
Why aren't you taking me to the hospital? Why am I
We need
here?
to check her blood to see if she was compromised.
Who are you people?
McCallan, you need to focus. This is very important. Did you drink anything?
Why?
Did the person you were with give you anything to drink?
No, I don't think so.
Did you drink anything at all?
We were having coffee at Starbucks.
Who served your coffee?
I don't know.
You have to think, McCallan.
They just gave it to me. I can't remember. It's really hard to think. Who are you? Where are you taking me?
I'm sorry, McCallan, but we can't take chances with your safety. You're too important.
Othello reached into the seat back and produced a small syringe.
No, you can't,
It's all right, McCallan.
Oh.
She's passed out, Anton. I've got her blood sample. You need to hurry. You have to get her to Sutton Manor quickly. Drive as fast as you can.
I'm on it.
As McCallan regained consciousness, she saw her car turn on 58th Street and drive east, all the way to a cul-de-sac overlooking the East River. On her right side, she saw a row of exquisite townhouses. She counted at least 7 of them from the river to York Avenue. The townhouses continued around the corner of York Avenue and lined another block before wrapping around 57th Street, making at least 14 in total, forming a giant C. The open part of the C faced directly out onto the East River. BMW approached a Tudor-style townhouse toward the end of 58th Street and drove into its small garage. She was still very woozy from the impact of the car accident. Once inside the garage, McCallan was surprised to see it was larger than she would have thought. Othello got out of the back seat and walked around to open McCallan's door and unbuckle her. She gripped the handle tightly in fear.
It's all right. McCallan, I promise I won't hurt you. You'll be very safe here.
Safe from what?
We should get her checked out before she meets him.
Before I meet who?
Before you meet Sensu. He lives here, McCallan.
Othello guided her through a shiny silver door into a long marble hallway where they met a slim Asian woman wearing a white tunic. She spoke gently to McCallan.
Hello, McCallan. My name is Akuro. I am the Dame of Sutton Manor. I'm here to make sure you're all right. and to take you to see Senshin, the master of Sutton Manor. He's been waiting to see you. This way, McAllen.
Wait. Just wait a second. I've just been in a car crash with a stranger, after which someone kidnapped me, takes my blood against my will, and now you, the Grand Dame, are taking me to see the plantation manager? Do you really just expect me to come along quietly?
Please, McAllen. I know a lot has happened just now, but we are here to protect you. I promise the answers will arrive soon, but you must come with me first. Everything will make sense soon, but you must trust me now. Please.
Why should I trust you? Tell me where we're going first.
Just to a room where we can make sure you're okay.
Fine. Lead on. But if anyone approaches me with a needle, I'm knocking them out and heading towards the nearest door.
I understand. Please come this way.
The two women walked down the long central hallway for almost half a minute. This struck McAllen as odd, because the townhouse seemed only 30 feet wide at most. It seemed as though they had walked over 70 feet. 2/3 of the way down the central marble hallway, Ikoro opened a beautiful fabric-covered door on her left. The two of them entered, and McAllen saw what seemed to be an examining table, with a plate of medical instruments beside it. There was a raised round platform in the center of the room that seemed impossibly black.
If you would please step on the platform.
Why?
Because we need to make sure that you're all right. Your head is bruised, and we want to make sure that no other part of your body is harmed.
So it's like an X-ray?
Similar.
McAllen stood on the platform while Ikoro walked over to a computer terminal that was partially covered by a Chinese paper wall. Suddenly, the Chinese wall slid around the circumference of the computer terminal as if guided by an invisible rail on the floor. As soon as the wall surrounded the terminal, a flash of light enveloped McAllen as if someone had just shone a powerful flashlight in her eyes. Oddly, she wasn't blinded by it, but actually felt a bit better and less groggy. McAllen spied the medical table and saw a blue scalpel. The Chinese wall remained in place, and she could hear Ikoro typing on a keyboard. Quickly, McAllen jumped off the platform, grabbed the scalpel and placed it in the back pocket of her jeans. Just as it slid in, the Chinese wall spun fully back to reveal Ikoro finishing her typing at the terminal.
Well, the good news is that our scans show no evidence of a concussion.
I've never seen or heard of a scanner that could work that fast.
I believe there will be many things that you will learn today that will surprise you. Please, come with me, McAllen.
Ikoro graciously gestured to enter the central hallway that seemed to stretch on forever. As she followed Ikoro, she suddenly realized two things that shocked her. Firstly, she hadn't told anyone her name. Othello, Anton, and now Ikoro had all called her by her first name, but she had never met any of them. And come to think of it, the doctors she met at Starbucks seemed to know who she was as well. Could they be connected? Second, this hallway, this endless corridor, couldn't be contained in one townhouse. The row of townhouses outside must be connected. That seemed impossible, though. These townhouses were located in Sutton Place, one of the most expensive locations in Manhattan, and several had views of the East River. There had to be 10 or 15 in the complex, but these townhouses sold for astronomical prices, $20 to $30 million apiece easily. If someone went to the trouble and extraordinary expense of buying 15 townhouses in the most desirable location, why wouldn't they knock them down to create one single building? Why did it seem like 15 townhouses on the outside when they were all connected in their interior? McAllen had the sense that whomever she was meeting, this Senshin person, might have the answers.
Please come into Senshin's office. He's been waiting for you.
Who is Senshin?
But Ikoro had already closed the heavy wooden doors behind her. McAllen turned around to take in the room in which she had been placed. Never in all her travels up and down Fifth Avenue with her grandmother, or anywhere in the world, had she seen a room contain so much wealth. The 3-story room seemed to be padded with leather in every corner. There were plush velvet chairs that McAllen felt she would lose herself in if she fell into them. 4 enormous Persian rugs covered the distance between the doorway and the window overlooking the East River. 3-story walls paneled exclusively with showcase cabinetry that prominently displayed countless trophies and trinkets. A young, handsome man stood behind a thick silver desk in the shape of a half sphere. It seemed to envelop him, but when he stood up, McCallan could see that he was quite tall, at least 6'5". Behind the man, curved windows formed a half cylinder of glass that overlooked a lush green field that fell off into the East River. McCallum realized they must be sitting in the center of the giant sea-like structure that all of the townhouses formed. She had the distinct feeling that this room and the man standing behind the desk were its nerve center.
Hello, McCallan. My name is Senshin. I'm sorry our first meeting had to take place under such regrettable circumstances. I hope you're all right. I heard the car crash was quite an impact. We didn't expect you to be hurt.
What? You planned the accident?
We had to protect you.
From what? Getting psychoanalyzed by Dr. Gordon?
No, from possibly being killed, and Amelia as well. That was not Dr. Alex Gordon that you shared coffee and a short car ride with. The real Dr. Alex Gordon will be found dead in his Gramercy office from a fast-acting nerve toxin that he thought was his medication for migraine headaches. The man you met earlier was named Whit Roberts. He's a liar and an assassin. Poisons are his specialty, but he's not beneath more deliberate methods of achieving his means.
Is that why Othello kept asking me if I drank anything?
Precisely. He's part of an organization that would seek to infiltrate and possibly eradicate us. And now, unfortunately, that includes you as well.
What organization? Who are you?
My sense is you might know by now. Has Amelia ever mentioned the word Leviathan?
Not until very recently. Only during her episodes where she hallucinates and hears voices.
That's understandable. Leviathan has been a very well-kept secret for many, many generations. It has existed and thrived because of that secrecy, which is now being threatened by outside forces, like the one Whit Roberts is a part of.
I still don't understand what's so secret about it.
Well, for one, its location. Leviathan is the name of the headquarters that houses a very special group of scientists. It was designed to be nearly unreachable.
Well, then how do these scientists move in and out?
For the most part, they don't. Leviathan is very self-sufficient.
How long are the scientists stationed at Leviathan?
In some cases, for the entirety of their lives.
Leviathan sounds like a prison.
It could become one. That's exactly why we need your help.
My help?
Yes.
I'm not sure how I can be of help. It looks like you have all the resources in the world at your disposal.
And that's true, but we don't have everything. Leviathan is located in a very deep, very remote part of the ocean. It has existed there in secret for centuries.
Centuries?
We have been among you for almost a millennia. The inhabitants of Leviathan regard one another as family, a family which you are a part of.
Why have you brought me here?
You are here because we need your help. And more importantly, so does your grandmother.
What do you mean? How can I help?
Your grandmother's been delusional for months now. None of the doctors she has seen can find a cause or a cure, but I think I know how we can find one. Some of the citizens of Leviathan are suffering from a similar ailment. Some, in fact, are dying. A cure has been delivered to us, but we can't access it without a certain key. It's my belief that you might be the only person that can obtain this key.
Why me?
Because your blood is pure, and you're a female. This key is protected by a type of security system that will only recognize a very specific type of person. And only a citizen of Leviathan would have the ability.
But I'm not part of Leviathan.
But you are, McCallan. Everyone in my family is.
I wasn't aware we were related.
McCallan, this may come as a great shock to you, but I beg you to believe the words I'm about to tell you. I am your great-great-great-grandfather.
That's impossible. You couldn't be more than 40 years old. It's just not possible.
I know everything about you, McCallan. Your part as Portia in the 7th grade production of Julius Caesar. That Amelia sat you down by Belvedere Castle in Central Park when you were 12 years old to tell you that your parents weren't coming back from their Pacific expedition. Your admission to Wellesley and your crushing rejection from Princeton. I know about the time that you thought you might be pregnant during your sophomore year. That you order strong lattes in the winter and iced mochas in the summer. I know that you've been secretly having an affair with your research partner, James Salzer. I know of the Letterfeld grant and your groundbreaking work in telomere and genetic manipulation. I know you're looking for the answers to life extension. I can help you, McCallan, but you must trust me. We must find the key, and you must help us.
How do you know all those things about me?
I know because we are bonded. Bonded in a way that you might not yet understand. You should know how special you are, McCallan. Please, will you help us?
I'm willing to listen to what you want me to do.
We need you to conduct a search and recovery mission for us, to find and bring back the key.
I'll find your key, but you have to help my grandmother before anything else.
I think you're forgetting that Amelia is my far-removed granddaughter. Her well-being has always been my highest priority.
Then why haven't you tried to help her sooner?
We have been trying. You'll soon understand.
McCallum watched Senshin's face tighten in pain, as if someone had injected him with a long needle. His lips were moving when he saw McCallum staring intently at him. He turned around to face the giant glass window. McCallum looked down and saw all of the hairs upon her arms were standing up.
I'm sorry, McCallum, but there's not much time, so I'll explain quickly. The key that we're looking for lies deep in the belly of a shipwreck called the Cedar Elm. It lies a few hundred miles offshore in the Gulf of Alaska. It was discovered by a treasure hunting outfit called Historical Explorations out of Anchorage. It was searching for a Spanish galleon called the Orlando Cortez. They briefly thought they found it in a trench off Alta, but it turned out to be the Cedar Elm. It caused them a bit of embarrassment, but I think you'll be able to convince them to revisit their unlikely discovery.
And how exactly am I supposed to do that?
I can think of two ways. First of all, I don't believe I'm the first man to tell you how attractive you are. You've certainly grown to be your mother's daughter. Your hair is her exact shade of red. And second, and more importantly, you're McCallum Orsel, Citibank customer and checking account number 503-83864.
I don't follow.
I suggest you check your checking account shortly. You should find that your current balance has been increased by over $5 million. See the red folder on my desk? Take it. It contains all the information that you'll need for the next 10 days. Othello and Anton will pick you up at your apartment at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning to take you to Teterboro. The jet will be waiting to take you to Anchorage. But from that point on, you'll be on your own.
Why don't they come with me? I don't even know what I'm looking for.
Because if my suspicions are correct, there may be more than one party searching for this key. It has the potential for great power, McCallum. You must protect yourself from all others and trust no one. We are sending you on your own because I don't want to draw any more attention to the key's location. Anton and Othello are well known to far too many. As I said earlier, the Leviathan group has always thrived under secrecy.
I'm not sure how I can believe any of this. How can you be hundreds of years old? How—
McCallum, you must trust us. Money in the account will serve as proof for now. But if not, then for Amelia, your Nana. She needs a cure that only we can give her, but time is running out. Go now. I'll expect you back as soon as possible. Good luck, McCallum.
McCallum wasn't sure how, but somehow Okoro had silently approached behind her and was now gesturing towards the door. McCallum walked back down the long central corridor. She stopped at a door that led out to the street. Othello and Anton were standing inside the doorway, speaking urgently to each other. They stopped when McCallum approached and turned to her.
I'm sure Senshin explained some of what's going on. I know some of it may seem a bit incredible.
It's our job to look after you and ensure your safety. Senshin thinks it's too much of a security risk to have us both join you in Alaska. I mean, we both feel a lot better if we could join you.
Thanks.
This isn't something we should be doing, but we want you to have this. It's a communication device unlike any other.
It looks like a Sony Ericsson cell phone.
Well, it's supposed to, but what it also does is let you speak to Othello and myself from any point on Earth. It also allows us to get a fix on your location.
Thanks. I actually needed a new cell phone.
McCallum, be aware and be careful.
Let me ask the two of you something. How old are you supposed to be?
Old enough to know better.
As McCallum walked back out onto 58th Street, her mind reeled with the events of the day. She had allegedly shared a car with a killer, been in a car crash, been whisked away to a private fortress of townhouses, and now supposedly had been given $5 million on simple good faith. Yet, as absurd as all of this seemed, she felt something genuine when Othello and Anton gave her the cell phone. It was concern, but that didn't make sense. They hardly knew her.
Well, in any case, this should be pretty easy to prove out. There's a city bank on 1st Avenue and 57th Street. Let's see if this Senshin is willing to put his money where his mouth is. Enter my PIN. Let's go to display balance, checking account, and... oh my god, there is no way, there is no frickin' way!
But it was true. McCallum stared at the ATM screen that showed the balance in her checking account was $5,009,768. The outrageous sum of money in her checking account was real. The car crash she was in was real. The communicator to reach Othello and Anton was real. So that meant her mission, the key must be real too. This fact struck McAllen like a freight train. It was all real. It was hard to imagine someone several hundred years old sending her across the globe on a mission to save her grandmother, but it was all real. McAllen needed help digesting this avalanche of information. There was only one person that could help her with all of this.
Jimmy! Jesus, I haven't been able to call him. I've got to tell Jimmy what happened. Shoot. Provost Reiner was auditing our class this morning. Man, I really left Jimmy out to dry this time. If Reiner hasn't napalmed my fellowship by now, I'll be astonished.
Rockefeller University was approximately 10 blocks away. McAllen found herself running every other block. Her head was swimming. Should she just take the money and run away with Jimmy? They wouldn't need the Letterfield grant now. They could go to South Korea or to Edinburgh, where some of the most cutting-edge work was being done in stem cell and genetic research. No Reiner, no bureaucracy. They could run genetic simulations 24 hours a day. But what about Nana? What if they really could cure her? McAllen sprinted up the campus hill to Founders Hall and flew up the 5 flights of stairs. When she arrived on the 5th floor, she found it oddly quiet.
Jimmy, are you there? You're not gonna believe what happened to me today. Something totally unreal. Jimmy! Jimmy, are you in there? The stupid door is locked again by accident. Can you open it? Are you there? What did Jimmy say about the door? Move the handle back and up. Oh my God. Jimmy!
Jimmy Salsa was lying on one of the tables, hogtied with surgical tubing around his hands and feet.
Jimmy, can you hear me?
Blood was dripping over the sides of the table into large puddles on the floor.
Wake up, Jimmy!
His hands were blue from the lack of circulation,
Please wake
and
up.
his face was pulverized and unrecognizable. He was shirtless, 5 hypodermic needles still embedded in his spine.
No, this isn't happening. Please, Jimmy, please wake up. This isn't happening, Jimmy, please, please.
McAllen ripped the hypodermic needles from his back and checked his pulse. Nothing. She tried checking his pupils, but his eyes were so swollen she couldn't get his lids back. She leaped off the table in fear when his ice-cold hands brushed against her arm. Quickly remembering the scalpel in her back pocket, she cut away the surgical tubings that bound him. She was now herself covered in Jimmy's blood. She held his face in her hands and left bloody smudge marks on his cheeks.
Jimmy is dead. He was tortured. How could this happen? What was in those syringes? I have to check. Who did this to him? I'll kill whoever hurt him like this. Senshin said that man Whit Roberts was an assassin. Could he have done this? But Whit said the Leviathan group was dangerous. They smashed into his car and almost killed me. Then they kidnapped me and drew my blood almost immediately using a syringe. The Leviathan people could have easily done this too. But why? Why Jimmy?
Callan, darling, you're so special.
Oh my God. This has to do with me. Somehow I caused this. But nobody knew we were having an affair. But Senshin seemed to know a lot of things about me that I thought no one else did. This could be Leviathan's handiwork. Jesus, what in God's name am I caught in the middle of?
What is going on? What happened?
Oh my God, Provost Reiner, someone killed Jimmy! I found him here dead!
My God, woman, what did you do to him?
McAllen looked down at herself and realized she was still holding a bloody scalpel in her hand. Her hands and clothes were stained with Jimmy's blood.
Nothing! Oh my God, nothing! I found him like this! I just found his
Murderer. You're a murderer! Murderer!
Before McAllen could protest, the door to the laboratory slammed shut, and McAllen heard the tumblers in the locks tighten shut. She was trapped, now an accused murderer. She looked at Jimmy. Her fingerprints were all over his body, as well as the hypodermic needles. She was drenched in his blood. She'd even been holding a scalpel when Provost Reiner walked in. McAllen knew there was no love lost between Reiner and herself, but how could he think she was capable of murder? And would the police believe her? They'll want to know why $5 million suddenly appeared in her account the day that her secret lover was murdered. And what would happen to Nana? If everything Senshin said was true, then Nana didn't have much time left, and McAllen might be the only one that could save her. If the police could trace the $5 million back to Senshin or Leviathan, wouldn't that jeopardize Nana's chances as well? A cold realization hit McAllen. She was alone. She could trust no one. It was up to her, and her alone to solve this mystery and fight this war that she had now unwittingly been made a part of. And just as certainly, she knew that the ultimate answers lay within Leviathan, not Sutton Manor, its townhouse headquarters, but within Leviathan, deep under the ocean, hidden from all view. That's where her destiny was. You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com.
Hi, I'm Christoph Laputka, author and creator of the Leviathan Chronicles podcast, and I want to thank you for listening to Season 1. Leviathan is a vast story, and I'm happy to tell you that you've got a lot of listening ahead. Creating shows with an ambitious scope takes a great deal of work, people, and resources. That's why I'm proud to tell you about our new Kickstarter campaign. Please go to leviathanchronicles.com/Kickstarter to support us, or go to the link in our show notes. There, you'll find some awesome rewards, including the special edition episodes of Leviathan that you won't find in the podcast feed. These are standalone episodes over 90 minutes in length that delve into the backstories and adventures of some of your favorite Leviathan characters. Your support helps our studio grow and allows us to bring you future Leviathan seasons, as well as some other stories set outside the Leviathan universe. I hope you'll go to leviathanchronicles.com/Kickstarter to learn more and see what we have in store. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you guys real soon.
The Leviathan Chronicles. An audio adventure. Chapter 4. An Unknown Ally. New York City, today.
Jesus. I can't believe it. Jimmy's dead. God, I can't even look at him. Those needles are just sticking out of him. I've got to get out of here. Provost Reiner is calling the police right now. Can't have them find me here with Jimmy's body. They're gonna think that I was the one who killed him. They're gonna be here any second. There's got to be a way out of here. Damn it! Provost Reiner locked the lab door. I'm locked in. Think, McKellen, think. How do we get out of this room? Maybe the vent. Come on, that's so stupid. I'm never gonna fit into a vent. Look around. Think, McKellen, think.
But looking around was precisely what McCallan did not want to do. Not with Jimmy, lying across one of the lab tables, shirtless with blood dripping from his countless wounds. She wanted him to seem like a real person, a living person. But the stillness of his body reduced him to a mere heap of battered flesh, a grotesque science experiment with hypodermic needles growing out of him. Not her best friend. Not her research partner. Not the man who first kissed her by the window of the lab late one night.
The window. Of course. This building is almost 100 years old. It has to have some sort of fire escape or scaffolding on the outside. There must be some way to get down to the ground.
Rockefeller University was located on a large hill which towered directly over the FDR Drive that snaked along Manhattan's east side. McCallan grabbed her backpack and looked directly down to see an antiquated fire escape leading downwards. She couldn't tell if it was rusted, painted red, or just covered in dirt. The building was only 5 stories high, but the drop seemed much further looking all the way down to the FDR, which lay a few hundred feet below the campus. If she dropped, it was 50-50 whether she would hit the ground or fall all the way down to the highway by the East River. But, with time slipping away from her, she had little choice. She touched the ground and started to run towards the exit of Rockefeller University on York Avenue. But her heart suddenly sank. She was leaving Jimmy's body. Who would bury him? Who would tell of his last days? She should be there at the funeral to say goodbye, to comfort his parents, to tell them that—
Shit! The police! The police! I can't believe they got here this quickly! God damn you, Reiner! I can't get out through the main gate! How the hell am I supposed to get off this campus?
But she knew there was only one way out. And that way was down down further to the FDR drive. McAllen ducked back behind Founders Hall and ran a few feet to the edge of the cliff that descended precipitously to the highway. From the corner of her eye, she spied a utility ladder bolted to the side of the cliff. She peered over the edge and saw cars racing along the highway. McAllen heard the police sirens growing louder. She swallowed hard, and with one last thought of Jimmy, began climbing down the utility ladder against the face of the sheer cliff. McAllen descended down the ancient ladder until her luck ran out. More specifically, until the ladder ran out, which had broken off some 20 feet above the highway shoulder.
Shit! The drop looks like it could be 20 feet or more from the ground. All right, think. I'm 5'8". Maybe if I do a dead hang from the last rung, I can reduce the drop to about 14 or 15 feet. Not great, but nobody ever died from a 15-foot fall, right?
McAllen lowered herself down to hang from the last rung of the ladder. But before she could get her feet under her, the last rusted rung snapped off in her hands, sending McAllen tumbling down. McAllen fell hard and couldn't stay on her feet. She tumbled off to her side, off the highway shoulder, landing on her hands and knees directly in the southbound lane of the FDR. A blue Mazda in the right lane bore down on McAllen. She scrambled to get on her feet, but all she could hear was the squealing of the tires burning against the brake pads. It was coming too fast. The car had slowed significantly, but it still struck McAllen hard. She was shaken, but conscious. She tried to get to her feet, but a sharp burning pain in her right leg prevented it. A large bone bruise, the size of a golf ball, had started to grow on her upper shin.
I gotta get out of here. I can't stick around to fill out some stupid accident report. The police can't find me. I gotta move.
Where do I go? Where do I go?
McAllen ran away from the stopped cars as people on the highway yelled at her to come back. Her gait was painful and lopsided as she limped on her bruised right leg. She got off the FDR at 61st Street and continued to Lexington Avenue, where she promptly got on the 5 train heading downtown.
I'm safe on the subway, totally anonymous, constantly moving. God, my leg hurts. Probably fractured. Where am I supposed to go now? I should see Nana. Those Leviathan guys could be there. They know something about Nana. And so does that Wick Roberts guy and his group. I wonder which one killed Jimmy. Who am I supposed to trust now?
McAllen stayed on the 5 train for over an hour as tears ran down her cheeks. She didn't cry out, not wanting to draw attention to herself, but her face grew cold in its growing wetness. At first, she tried to hide her bloodied leg, but soon realized that it took more than a tear-stained injured woman to elicit any notice or sympathy from the jaded New York commuters. She closed her eyes hard as minutes swept by her. Finally, she took a deep breath, reached into her backpack to grab a napkin to wipe her nose and face. Her pain was real, and she would feel it for a long time to come. But now, it was time to open her eyes wide and to formulate her plan.
Alaska. All the answers to all of this are in Alaska. The file Senshin gave me talks about finding the key. I don't know what kind of key he's talking about. It lies in a wreck called the Cedar Elm. I could pay the captain of the ship that discovered it, but that's exactly what everyone would be expecting. The Leviathan group would know exactly where I am, and I don't trust them enough to do their bidding. If they know where I am, probably others do as well. I need to keep a low profile. For now, it's the only way I'll stay safe. I need to get lost. I could fly into Seattle and rent a car. Yeah.
I could probably make the drive to Anchorage in a day or two.
Yeah. No one can track me by car. Border crossing should be a breeze. Leviathan, Wick Roberts, they'll be looking for me in the wrong place. I need to get the key first without anybody knowing. It's the only way I can control the situation. I think I know how to do it. But first, before the police put out an APB on me, I've got to make a withdrawal from the bank. A big one.
Homer, Alaska, 4 days later. The temperature hovered around 25 degrees Fahrenheit as a steady stream of fishing boats returned home from the cold, turbulent ocean. The mood at the Homer Marina was dour. Earlier in the day, all of the fishing boats that left the harbor were being called back to port due to an incoming storm that was threatening to be the worst the city had seen in a decade. Heavy storms were rare this far north, and the vessels were ill-equipped to be out in such tempestuous weather. Most of the fishing boats hadn't made it fully out to the rich, deep waters to haul their lucrative catch. All they had done was waste valuable fuel. A boat that looked like it had been a fishing trawler in a previous life was berthed at the very end of the last pier at the Homer Marina. It had 2 large outriggers that were latched straight upwards, giving the boat the impression of having a set of horns. The bow of the boat was inundated with scientific equipment that was haphazardly strapped to the hull of the vessel. The body of the boat was fiberglass, deeply scratched and dented. The chrome railing that ran from stern to bow was heavily rusted in some parts and simply non-existent in others. Its available deck space was so crowded with dirty equipment that it provoked the image of a floating tech junkyard. It had, in short, seen much better days. In the stern of the boat, in faded green block letters, read the name Hail Mary. Just above the letters, nervously perched on the boat's edge, sat the ship's captain, Jeff Tully, shouting into his cell phone.
Yes. No, I hear you. It's just... I know, we just need more time. 3 weeks is all I'm asking for. Well, of course, we'll need additional funds, but not as much as last time. Just fuel and crew and... Come on, people have been looking for this wreck for 300 years, and you are breaking our balls over 6 months. Look, I apologize. No, you're not. Over my dead fucking body. Yeah, you just try it. You just fucking try it. Oh, shit.
What did he say?
He said they're gonna take the boat.
That's all he said.
He said they're gonna cut our hands and feet off, let us bleed to death. And then take the boat.
I liked it better the first time.
Me too.
You know, we never should have gotten involved with...
Hey, I know that. But this is where we are. He said we got 3 weeks. We can make something happen in 3 weeks, Obi. I know we can.
We've been looking for 6 months.
Hey, there's a lot of ocean out there. A lot. And we're the best, right?
Right. So, is he going to advance the funds for the fuel?
We sort of hung up on each other.
Oh, Tully. What the hell are we going to do for fuel? We owe the marina over $20,000. They may kill us before the Yakuza.
We'll think of something.
Like what?
I said I'll think of something.
Well, I already did. I got a call from a young woman earlier today. She said her name is McCallan Ursel. Said she's looking for a last-minute charter along the Aleutians.
Oh, come on. You've got to be kidding me. We got 3 weeks to save our asses, and you want me to be SS Minnow for some girl to take pictures of sea lions.
Tully, think about it. We could charge her enough to fill up on diesel, then use the fuel left over to take one last run at the Cortez. We could still find our treasure.
Did you tell her we've got a storm coming in, Obi? 15 to 20 footers, if you believe CNN. The current's running all wrong, too. We'll use twice as much fuel.
You better start thinking more positive.
Oh, yeah? How come?
Because she's going to be here in 20 minutes.
Aw, hell, Oberlin.
20 minutes. Try to stay sober.
Come in.
Hi. My name is McCallan Ursel. I called earlier and spoke to an Oberlin St. Clair about arranging a charter on the Hail Mary.
He mentioned you'd be coming by.
Oh, then you must be Jeffrey Tully. I'm sorry, Captain Jeffrey Tully.
Tully is just fine.
Fair enough. Is Oberlin here?
Nah, he's up at the dockmaster's office settling up our fuel tab. He should be back any minute.
I see. Well, he mentioned you might have some availability during the next few days for a private charter.
Well, I don't know about the next few days. I mean, have you seen what's out there? There's a serious low-pressure system coming in. Everything from Anchorage to Vancouver is heading back into port to ride this thing out.
Look, Captain Tully.
Tully.
Okay. Tully. I really need to get out on the water right away. There's a window of time involved here. I cannot explain it right now, but you've got to get us out of dock today.
Lady, you've got to find yourself another boat. There's no way.
Look, there's no other boat. I need this boat.
I don't get it. Why do you need...
Because you know exactly where the Cedar Elm lies.
What the hell do you know about the Cedar Elm?
I know that it was your work for historical explorations that found it. You left the company 8 months ago to start your own treasure hunting operation. You found it last time, and you can find it again.
Look, I wasn't trying to find the Cedar Elm. We just stumbled on it when I was plotting for the Orlando Cortez. It's not going to be that easy to find anymore. And in this weather, it's too dangerous.
Look, I'll be honest. I could go to historical explorations and have them take me there. But I think it's your wreck. You found it, so I came to your ship. Frankly, it looks like you could use the business. But if you want me to go to historical explorations, that's fine.
As long as you're on my ship, I don't want to hear any talk about historical explorations. They're a bunch of scumbags and thieves, and they couldn't find a damn shipwreck in dry dock.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that there was bad blood. But listen, I really need to get to that wreck, to the Cedar Elm, quickly. Can you get me there?
No.
I don't think you understand. I just flew across the country and have been driving non-stop for almost 4 days. Why the hell can't you get me there?
2 reasons. There's your first. The mother of storms is rolling in here. Gonna feel the full brunt of it in a few hours. I'm not taking the Hail Mary out into a storm with all of my surveillance equipment in active mode hanging off the side of the boat. One bad wave, I lose my mini-sub. Wind gust at 60 miles an hour, I lose my sonar array. But that's not even the point.
Then what is the point?
The Cedar Elm is about to get blown up.
What?
Yeah. Damn wreck has been moving around ever since we discovered it months ago. Currents keep kicking it around, I guess. First it was drifting south with the current, and then that son of a bitch started cutting east. Don't ask me why. And now it's drifted off into the fishing lanes. All the halibut and crab boats have been getting their lines all torn up. So the Longshoremen's Union petitioned the Navy to slate it for underwater demolition.
Wait, so is it still intact, or have they already blown it up?
Don't know. Don't care. There's no way this boat is leaving this dock under any circumstances in these conditions. No way.
Holly! We gotta get out of dock!
You! Off my boat now! And untie the stern and spring lines when you get off!
Move!
That one and that one!
I'll help, but I'm not leaving.
Holly! Get the damn lines off and start the engine!
I'm on the lines. You get up to the bridge and get the engines fired.
Are you giving me orders?
Move! There's no time. You really gotta get out of here now.
Oh my god, Holly! Those guys were trying to kill me! I started walking over to the office in the parking lot. All of a sudden, this car blows up next to me and throws me across the lot. Then this other guy gets out of a van and starts shouting orders. Must have been 6 or 8 guys jumping out of the van. Couldn't see their faces because
Get down!
Clear off all lines. Let's get the hell out of here.
I'm green on both engines. Hang on!
The Hail Mary roared out of its slip in the Homer Marina. A rooster tail of wake came flying off the boat's twin Caterpillar engines. The Hail Mary was now cruising at almost 35 miles per hour, causing sirens to blow and people to scream to try and get the charging boat to stop. Shots were still being fired from a great distance, only a few hitting their target. But clearly someone was trying to kill them. Suddenly, the window in front of McAllen's face shattered.
We gotta go faster!
What the hell are you still doing on my boat?
Who is she?
Obi, check the bilge pumps and make sure we're not taking on water. You, McAllen, keep your head low and check in the stern. But the davits holding the mini-sub are in the locked position. If you look all the way at the bottom for a lever, that should be stuck where you see red paint that says lock. Make sure it's in that position.
Got it.
Where are we going?
Doesn't matter, but we gotta get the hell out of here, fast.
The Hail Mary was almost through the inlet, which was covered by a narrow drawbridge, which, as luck would have it, was in the down position.
They're still shooting at us. They're trying to stop us. You've got to get us out of here faster, Tully.
I'm trying. The engines are at full bore.
We're almost at the inlet.
What the hell was that?
It must have hit one of the air tanks on the bow.
Jesus Christ.
Holly, cut hard to port before we pass that huge freighter. They won't be able to get a clean shot at us.
We're almost at the inlet. Hang on.
There's not enough room with the drawbridge down.
If they hit one of our air tanks again, we're history!
These other boats better make some room.
Oh, shit!
The bow of the Hail Mary just made it past the front of the freighter, but now it looked like the stern and the mini-sub were going to be crushed by the impending hull. At the last possible second, Tully yanked the wheel starboard, whipping the stern away from the edge of the freighter. The sudden motion caused the stern of the Hail Mary to tuck under and away from the freighter by mere inches.
Did we hit?
Didn't feel anything. Nice flying, Tully.
Thanks. We're almost through the inlet.
Where do we go now?
Where no one can follow us. Right into the belly of this storm.
Two hours later, Tokyo. Kazunori Tanaka, the CEO of Nankatsu Industries, swiveled in the chair of his 70th floor corner office. He wanted to take in the gleaming midnight lights of the Ginza shopping district. He loved the skyline of Tokyo at night, with its flashing lights and striking architecture. Its sights was always one of comfort for him. Unfortunately, this was the first time the stunning view did not achieve its intended effect. Tanaka's face remained furled in a deep and uneasy frown.
Yes?
Do you know who this is?
Yes.
Do you know why I'm calling?
Yes.
Then you know the cost of failure.
Our mission has not been a complete failure. We have been able to provide extensive information regarding...
I didn't risk calling you to listen to your excuses. You have been well compensated for your role in this operation. I have no tolerance for your lack of commitment.
My commitment has not wavered. I am sorry for my failure.
Luckily, for your son, I have a contingency plan in place.
I have no son.
Of course not. At least not with your wife. But what of your Ajin? Your mistress?
What? How did you...
Oh, Tanaka-san. You hid her so well. Almost as well as your ties to the Yakuza. You hid your mistress in the building next to your headquarters. Your company constructed its own tower at such great cost. I'll bet no one knows about the storage room in your secure telecommunications center on the 37th floor, and how the back of the closet opens into the next building. And while all of your employees believe their chief executive is conducting high-level video conference with leaders around the world, you were secretly visiting her. What of your child with her? Your little Toshi. We didn't have to use any secret doors. We found him alone playing Nintendo in the media room of the apartment you gave him and his mother. Your guards didn't do a very good job watching him. Of course, it's hard to pay attention when your cerebellum has been punctured by a hypodermic needle containing a lethal dose of a poisonous nicotine extract. Toshi didn't like stepping over their corpses when we...
You monster! How could you let him see that? He's just a child and has nothing to do with our affairs. I have always offered my resources to your discretion. I have fulfilled my obligations to you. You have no right...
Your obligations will be fulfilled when I say so. The arms deals you secured with Pakistan were facilitated by my group. The patents on your celebrated consumer electronics were the result of corporate espionage conducted by my group. When you wanted to leave the Yakuza, we were the only one to be able to give you a fully new identity. Without us, you'd be another mid-level gangster collecting money from prostitutes. I think you substantially underestimate your debt to my group. Your son will only be the beginning of your loss if you don't.
Please, let Toshi go. You cannot...
I can do whatever I need to do in order to complete our mission. When my objectives have been met, I'm willing to consider your son's release.
Consider?
Oh, I think he's beginning to like it here. He was a little cold at first. I mean that literally, of course. You know we have a special room here called the weather room. It's not very large, but it can do some remarkable things. It can simulate any weather condition on Earth. It can be as cold as the Arctic tundra or as hot and humid as the Brazilian rainforest. We can simulate wind conditions up to 200 miles per hour. It can even simulate the atmospheric conditions on Everest. In fact, right now, your Toshi is climbing Kilimanjaro. The winds aren't too bad, but it's amazing how much the temperature drops at night, almost down to 5 degrees. That's pretty cold for a little boy just wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants. But what really gets you is the oxygen deprivation. It gets pretty hard to breathe over 18,000.
Just stop. I'll do whatever you ask, whatever your plan is. Please, release my son.
Right now, it's time to initiate our backup plan. I'll initiate. You'll be doing cleanup duty.
Meanwhile, almost a full 24 hours later, Captain Jeff Tully came back into the warmth of the main cabin. He had been driving exposed on the flying bridge of the Hail Mary for over 4 hours. He was dripping wet and frigid with cold.
Oh, Jesus, it's still pretty bad up there, but I think it's lightening up. We must have already passed the worst of it. What do you show for our position, Obi?
About 500 miles due west of Homer. The storm is staying strong, but seems to be hugging the coast headed south.
Good. That'll keep people off our tail. I just popped the autopilot. That'll keep us on our heading for a while. I need some coffee.
How bad's the damage out there?
We've seen a lot worse. Luckily, the O2 tank that exploded was barely filled, so we pretty much just got hit with some shrapnel damage and minor hull fractures.
Sounds like we got off light.
I'm not done.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the ROV took some hard hits from the tank. A good chunk of shrapnel sliced through the cable spool like a chainsaw.
How much is still usable?
Well, if we do some splicing, we could probably get about 2,500 feet off it.
We had close to 10,000.
I know.
We could have sold it to raise money and get our Japanese friends off our backs.
Don't think I wasn't thinking about it.
Well, I'm running a sonar sweep in case we hit the trail again. Oh, how the hell are we going to find the Cortez with 2,500-foot tether for our probe?
I don't know. But we got bigger problems right now. Where's the girl?
Down below. She's asleep.
In this slop?
She said she's got sea legs. Something about her parents being marine archaeologists. Plus, she said she's been up for 3 days. I think she could have passed out on a roller coaster.
Well, when she gets up, let's have a chat with Ms. McAllen-Orsel and figure out what the hell she wants with our boat.
Good morning, sunshine.
What time is it?
About 7:30 in the morning, at least in Anchorage. We're actually pretty close to the next time zone.
I've been asleep for 20 hours? Aren't you guys exhausted?
We've been going in shifts.
We've got some coffee made. Can I get you a cup?
You'd be the greatest.
Well, with a little luck, we can get you over to Cold Bay before midnight. From there, you should be able to catch an air taxi back to Anchorage, Juneau, or wherever the hell you need to go.
What? I'm not going to Cold Bay Island. I need to get to the Cedar Elm.
It was supposed to be some sort of sightseeing charter.
I never said that.
Oberlin, you said she was a charter.
It sounded like a beautiful woman needing a boat for a few days. I didn't think she wanted to go fishing. Look, you always blame me.
All right. Let's not get into this.
I don't get it, McAllen. What's so special about that shipwreck to you? It's an old freighter from the 40s. It's got no treasure, no historical...
It has something I need. That's all you need to know.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Look, this isn't pretty, but there's a price on my head. To keep my operation afloat, I had to raise some money from some very questionable sources. And right now, the only way I'm getting out of this situation is to find the Orlando Cortez. It'll take another day just to get out to the spire near the fishing lanes where the Cedar Elm was last detected. It might not even be there anymore. Could be blown to shards or just drifting in the sand. God knows how long it'll take to find it. And then if we find it, we've got to prep for the dive. That'll be at least a day. The actual sub time could take up most of a day. And then we've got to get back in port. We'll be so far out that it'll take a few days for that. Look, there's just no way I have that kind of time. I'd like to help.
Then help.
I've got to find the Cortez. All I got left is this boat, some maps, some plans, and foul weather gear, and Oberlin, and he ain't worth spit.
No.
How much?
What?
Your bounty, the price on your head. How much are we talking about?
A lot.
I'm not going to ask you again.
$250,000 plus some interest, I think.
I think it compounds very quickly. I was reading
I'll pay it.
What?
I'll pay it. $250,000. I can help you and make it all go away, but you've got to help me.
Now. You've got to get me to my wreck, the Cedar Elm, and I need to get something off of it.
You're bluffing.
Oberlin, you look like a gentleman. Would you help a lady with her bags and grab the red duffel bag I brought on board? It's in my stateroom.
Aye, chivalry is not lost at sea.
Thank you.
McAllen, come here. Why do I feel like there's something you're not telling me?
It's because you're suspicious. And you've been dealing with suspicious people. And you've had a rough few years. And now you're down on your luck.
You don't know the half of it.
We could help each other, Tully.
As Lassie requested, 1 red duffel bag.
Thank you, Oberlin. Here, Tully. Catch. Go ahead. Open
it. How much is in there?
More than $250,000.
How did you get this money?
It's sort of a long story.
Well, we might have a bit of time on our hands.
Look, are you going to help me or not?
Tully, we need the help.
Let me ask you something. How did you say you got to Homer?
I told you, I drove.
What kind of car?
I don't know, it was a rental car. Silverish. I think it could have been a Volvo.
Obi, where were you when our friends back in Homer started shooting at us?
I was walking on my way to the marina office. There's a woman who works in the manager's office. Sometimes I try to teach her a little Celtic. Says her grandmother hails from the old country. I was going to try to convince her to redate our past due invoice and buy us a few days, Tully. But before I got to the office, I dropped my keys. They fell under a car and I got down on my hands and knees to grab them. And that's when the shooting happened. I started to run back to the boat, and I saw one of the men take out a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Blew the hell out of that car.
What kind of car was it?
I don't know.
What kind of car, Oberlin? What color was it?
It was grey. I don't remember.
Silver?
Yeah, maybe.
Was it a Volvo?
I think it was.
I parked right in front of the marina office. I don't see what the big deal is.
Those guys, they weren't shooting at us. They were shooting at you. They were trying to kill you, weren't they? Answer me.
I'm telling you, I don't know.
I have some pretty shady dealings with some unsavory characters, but even those lowlives wouldn't be lunatic enough to fire an RPG in a parking lot in broad daylight.
Tully, if she stole the money, then the person would want her alive. To tell them where their money is. But this was different. This was an extermination. I don't think our girl is a thief.
Well, it's pretty clear that someone wants one of us dead pretty badly.
Please, Tully. I need your help.
You know, I don't know. Thief or not, I got a lot of problems right now. Big problems. And I don't need to take your money to solve one set of issues just so I can throw myself into a whole nother new mess. I mean, how do I know? What was that?
Sonar alarm. Hold on, I'm checking. Well, Tully, I think fate is trying to tell you something.
What the hell are you talking about?
You're not going to believe this, but we just passed over the Cedar Elm.
What?
It's confirmed. Come, see for yourself.
That's totally impossible. We shouldn't be near the wreck site for another 20 hours. We've got to be 500 miles off this thing at least. There's no way that...
I'm telling you, it's the same wreck. Tully, look at the depth.
You found it, right? You did it, right? I knew you would. We found the Cedar Elm. We did it.
Whoa. Slow down. I've got some good news and some bad news for you.
Okay, I'll take the good news.
Well, based on what we're seeing on sonar, it looks like the wreck is intact. The Navy's detonation I told you about must not have occurred yet. That being said, I don't like the idea of diving around a ticking time bomb.
And the bad news?
You don't seem to get it. This wreck, it isn't supposed to be here. We're still 500 miles away from its last recorded sighting. And that was several months ago when it was clogging up the fishing lanes. Now, I've seen some wrecks move before due to current and underwater seismic activity. But never more than a mile or two at most. And never this far. It's totally impossible.
Hey, I understand that it's weird, but let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. This is good news. We found it, right?
Or it found us.
Callan, you're not getting the bad news. We're sitting over a pretty deep part of the ocean called the Kodiak Trench. It drops down almost 10,000 feet.
So, what does that mean? I don't get it.
McAllen, when we saw the Cedar Elm last, it was 500 miles away in much shallower water. It shouldn't be here, and certainly not this deep. That means we can't reach the wreck, McAllen. It's too deep for us to reach.
No. That can't be. I'll pay you whatever you want. You've got a mini sub on the back of the boat and that what do you call it, that drone thing?
ROV, remote operated vehicle.
Right. The ROV in the front with the 1,000,000 miles of cable. You've got tools and equipment. You found it before.
That was different. That was with Historical Exploration's research boat that was state-of-the-art and already outfitted for deep-sea reconnaissance and salvage. Don't forget, we were looking for the Orlando Cortez. We just stumbled on the Cedar Elm. And now, we're riddled with bullet holes, low on supplies before we even left.
You said you were still looking for the Orlando Cortez. You wanted to drop me off on some island so you could keep looking for it. You have to be geared up to look for something that deep. You must have
In case you don't remember, we kinda got run out of town. We weren't planning on leaving port for another 24 hours. We don't have enough mixed gas for a dive that deep.
How deep is the Cedar Elm?
Just under 10,000 feet.
You don't understand. For deeper surveillance, we use the ROV. It's capable of going far deeper, far longer than any manned submersible. But when our O2 tanks got nailed by that crossfire at the marina, the shrapnel cut through the umbilical cord of the ROV, essentially cutting its range by 75%. We had about 10,000 feet.
Now we have 2,500 feet, if we're lucky.
And the mini-sub is only good for 8,000 feet with the equipment that we have on board, and that's pushing it. So there's no way...
Daisy chain.
Excuse me?
What?
Daisy chain them. Combine the two together, don't you see?
Maybe not as clearly as you.
Okay, the ROV. Let's get it in the water and evaluate how much usable cable we have to work with. Oberlin, you think we have at least 2,000 feet of tether available, right?
At least.
We should spool that out until we get to the usable end. Then we can splice that to the mini-sub to extend our salvage range to at least 10,000 feet.
Wait, you think attaching an ROV umbilical tether to a submersible is as easy as snapping a couple of pieces of Lego together? That umbilical cord carries power, data, fiber optics to an interface that is completely custom designed for the Hail Mary. There's no way we could just...
Actually, that's not entirely true.
Oberlin.
Well, you are right, Tully. It's certainly not as easy as snapping two pieces of Lego together. But given the fact that the ROV would be within a half mile of the mini-sub, which doesn't have much damage on it, we could conceivably use a wireless interface to communicate with the ROV using radio waves. We could modify the ROV software to accept a directional signal as well. After all, this isn't a scientific mission, and outside of rigging up some sort of camera system, the data only needs to go one way, to the ROV. Power is another matter. We will need to do a bit of splicing in order to allow the ROV to tap into the sub's power supply. It should give us enough time to descend to the Cedar Elm as long as...
As long as what?
Well, I was just going to say, as long as you don't have any malfunctions.
How long is all of this going to take to reconfigure?
Actually, it wouldn't be that hard. The mini-sub has an AC jack that we use for recharging its batteries. I could probably splice the end on the ROV cable to fit into the recharging outlet and reverse the polarity that powers the ROV. Once we have established visuals, we could give it commands wirelessly using the radio frequency I'll program into my computer. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't think of this sooner.
That's fantastic.
Would you excuse us? Oberlin, may I speak to you down below, please? Are you out of your fucking mind? Why are you going all MacGyver to help this girl out? Do you seriously want to rip apart all of our equipment to chase some derelict wreck? We need to find the Orlando Cortez, not the Cedar Elm. Look, I don't know who was shooting at us back in Homer, and I don't know even if they were shooting at McAllen or us, but I do know that we still owe the Yakuza a lot of money. If we can find the Orlando Cortez, the records show that it contained over $300 million in silver bullion when it went down. That would get rid of all of our problems, get a decent boat, and put us on...
That's exactly what I'm saying. This woman has all the money we need to get the heat off our backs sitting in a suitcase right there. That's a sure thing. The Orlando Cortez is a crapshoot. People have been looking for this thing since it went down centuries ago. And you think you can find it in 3 weeks because of a map you stole? This has nothing to do with the money. This is about fame. This is about historical explorations. And this is about her.
That's not true. You can't say that.
Tully, we don't always have to take the hard way. Let's help this woman. Let's earn the money we need, fair and square. We've got no place left to run.
All right. You really think you can rig the mini-sub and the ROV together?
I haven't the slightest idea, but it would be fun to try.
Oberlin, a skipper never had a better first mate. McAllen, could you come down here, please?
So, has the tribe spoken?
Let's just say I hope you're good with a screwdriver, because we got a lot of work to do for your Operation Daisy Chain. Grab a pair of overalls in the cubby. We're going after the Cedar Realm.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com. The Leviathan Chronicles, an audio adventure. The story thus far. McAllen Orsel is a young genetic scientist who discovers she is descended from a wealthy and powerful group that calls themselves Leviathan, whose members claim to be several hundred years old. She is instructed by the group's leader, Senshin, to go to Homer, Alaska, to find the key to an affliction that has been killing members of the Leviathan group, including McAllen's grandmother. After finding her boyfriend killed, she is accused of murder and is now on the run from the authorities. She also knows she is being pursued by the mysterious Black Door Group and the agents of Leviathan. McAllen realizes that her only chance of gaining control in her life is to independently obtain the thing that everyone wants, the mysterious key. McAllen drives to the remote fishing town of Homer, Alaska, and charters a boat called the Hail Mary. The boat is captained by Jeffrey Tully and his first mate Oberlin St. Clair. Tully is a former crew member of Historical Explorations, the group McAllen was instructed to engage. He knows the location of the Cedar Elm, the shipwreck that supposedly obtained the key. However, he refuses to help McAllen for 3 reasons. 1, he has a price on his head due to money he borrowed from Japanese mafia. He desperately wants to find his own shipwreck called the Orlando Cortez that reportedly contains untold treasures. Secondly, a powerful storm is approaching Homer that is causing a recall of all boats in the area back to harbor. And thirdly, he explains that the Cedar Elm has drifted in fishing lanes and is scheduled for demolition. But before McAllen could convince him otherwise, gunfire and explosions erupt in the marina, and the Hail Mary is driven off its dock by a barrage of bullets from unknown assassins. The boat has no time for badly needed repairs and resupplies, but is forced to head out to sea into the mouth of a monster storm. After 24 hours of running, Captain Tully tries to evict McAllen from his boat so that he can pursue his own shipwreck, the Orlando Cortez. She refuses to go and instead offers to pay Tully's debt to the Yakuza Mafia. After unexpectedly stumbling on the Cedar Elm, Tully agrees to help McAllen. The team of Tully, Oberlin, and McAllen conducts an extensive reconfiguration of the Hail Mary's exploration equipment. Tully and McAllen are about to descend to 10,000 feet underwater in the Hail Mary's mini-sub to receive their first glimpse of the Cedar Elm. And now, Chapter 5, A Gift Horse.
You ready for this, Tully?
I'm ready.
The weather has let up a little bit, but I just checked satellite imaging and there's a strong low-pressure system that's hovering and watching us about 100 miles south. The storm that hit Homer might not be done with us yet. You've got to hurry.
I promise we'll make it quick.
I hope you don't find small spaces distasteful, Ms. McAllen.
When I'm with such distinguished company as Captain Tully, I find the experience to be positively delightful.
I think you're getting the bends before diving. Okay, listen. I've set you up for 6 hours of air. Normally, we'd have more if I could have hooked up the auxiliary manifold to the submersible, but we didn't have time to load it before we pushed off.
Yeah, but we should have at least 10 hours with the tanks we have on board.
Well, that would have been nice, but if you recall, one blew up on the deck.
Oh, yeah.
And as I started filling up the remaining tanks, I noticed bullet holes and shrapnel damage to several other tank valves. We're just not running with a full deck right now. This is the best we can do. So, with 6 hours of air and 2 hours of travel time each way, you've got less than 2 hours of bottom time, so no sightseeing while you're down there.
Understood.
Now, I've attached the ROV directly to the mini-sub's loading cleats, so you've got good structural integrity. I've hijacked power from the backup battery, so you've got about 2 hours of operating time on the ROV. But the bad news is that if you lose main power down below, you'll have no backup.
How much are you paying me for this crap?
Probably more than you're worth. Oberlin, how secure are the manipulators on the ROV?
Well, they are very versatile tools, but don't forget you are communicating with the ROV via radio waves, so there will be a certain degree of lag time to the controls, so be very deliberate in your motions. And they're constructed of aircraft quality titanium, so their security is impervious.
Oberlin.
Yes?
Great job. Pulling all of this together was unbelievable. You continue to amaze me all the time.
Yes, Oberlin, thank you. Without you, Tully here would have put me on a cargo plane for airdrop in the middle of Denali State Park.
Now you two kids have fun.
Will do.
Be careful.
We'll call you from the bottom of the ocean.
The hatch sealed shut above them. The davits on the Hail Mary slowly descended the mini-sub until McCallan felt the floor move suddenly under her. The sub was now released by the Hail Mary and was bobbing in the water as it prepared to descend into the sea below.
Whoa!
Careful. It's gonna be a little rocky until we get to about 40 feet. The seas are still a bit choppy.
Just a bit?
You need to move your...
Yeah, I know,
Just go... yeah, no.
Well, where do
not
I
there.
sit? There's no chair for me.
Yeah, I know it's pretty tight in here. We had to take out the co-pilot seat to make room for a Geiger counter array.
Sounds useful.
Not really. We never got the thing to work. Anyway, you should try to sit down on the floor and wedge yourself between the porthole and the CPU.
How cozy.
Just 6 more hours.
The Hail Mary's mini-sub began its descent into the abyss of the Kodiak Trench. McCallan stared out the porthole near her knees. Tully had almost 180 degrees of clear vision as the nose of the mini-sub was made of a translucent lucite. But McCallan didn't relish the idea of squeezing next to him and peering closely over his shoulder. Instead, she watched with fascination as the vessel seemed to descend in symphony with the declining slope of the seafloor. The seabed looked unlike any McCallan had seen before. Her parents had insisted that she become a certified scuba diver at a very young age. McCallan had dived all over the globe, but primarily in tropic or semi-tropic waters, nothing as cold as Alaska. Instead of the azure blue she was used to seeing permeate her underwater environment, everything was a shade of green. Olive green and forest green and Kelly greens. The seafloor seemed so desolate and dusty without the usual complements of coral, sponges, and vividly colored sea life. The ocean seemed darker, as light green faded to dark, and soon the black of the shadows seemed to overcome almost everything McCallan could see.
Top, this is bottom. We've just passed 3,000 feet and entering the aphotic zone.
What's that?
It means we've just descended below the level that sunlight can penetrate. This layer of the ocean remains in perpetual darkness. As we get lower, the oxygen level in the water begins to drop off as well due to the lack of plant life. The only light that we'll see outside of our own is from bioluminescent sea life. The creatures that live below this point have adapted to live in complete darkness.
And cold?
Yeah, I know it is cold. I'm only running the heater on half strength to preserve battery power.
Good idea, considering we lost our backup battery to the ROV. Have we checked to see if it's working?
Nope. Obi said he double-checked it back on the surface. That's usually good enough for me. I don't want to waste the battery time to fire it up. We'll activate the ROV when we hit our maximum operating depth, or MOD.
That's not terribly comforting. What if the ROV, I don't know, fizzles out or blows a fuse or something?
Then I hope you've enjoyed your ride on Disney World's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Tully, come on, be serious. There's a lot at stake. I have to find what I'm looking for on the Cedar Elm.
What exactly are you looking for on this wreck? I don't think you've explained it to me very well.
I told you, it's sort of hard to explain.
Well, I've got news for you. We've got some time on our hands. We're 3,000 feet underwater, got more than an hour to go to reach MOD, and I forgot my deck of cards. Seriously, I've got all my eggs in one basket. Your basket. I think I have a right to know what it is you want to do at 10,000 feet under the ocean.
I'm trying to find the key.
The key to what?
I really don't know.
Oh, lady, you've got a lot more explaining to do. And please don't tell me that it's hard to explain or that I won't believe you, because very soon you could have much bigger problems with me than just being implausible.
Okay, but I just don't know where to start.
Let's start with the money. Tell me the truth. I think I deserve it. Where did you get that money?
My great-great-great-grandfather gave it to me.
So it's some sort of inheritance or trust fund?
No, it's not that. This all started less than a week ago. God, that seems like a lifetime ago. Anyway, I was on my way to teach my morning class at the university that I work for in New York. A doctor stops me and introduces himself as someone who has been treating my grandmother.
What's wrong with your grandmother?
Well, she's always been one of the strongest, smartest women I've known. A bit of a tough old bird. She raised me after my parents died when I was 10. I love her to death, but I think she's suffering from some form of Alzheimer's disease, only it's different. She's experiencing more pain than patients typically exhibit in its early stages, and the onset was so fast, I feel like something is killing her, but I can't figure out what. So back to the doctor. He picks me up, and we start driving over to my grandmother's house, and we get T-boned by two guys that grab me and throw me into the car with them. They stick me with something. I pass out. When I wake up, I've been taken back to this mansion where a man introduced himself to me as my great-great-great-grandfather. But Tully, the guy doesn't look a day over 40.
That's crazy.
Of course, it's crazy, but here's the really weird part. He starts rattling off all these events in my life. Intimate events, Tully. Things that no one else knows. It's like he's known me or been watching me my whole life. He said I was part of a group or a clan called Leviathan that was based somewhere very deep under the ocean. Many members of this group are falling ill and dying like my grandmother. This man, Senshin was his name, he gives me $5 million to help find the key, which is the missing piece to finding the cure.
If this Senshin needs the key so bad, why doesn't he find it himself?
He said that others might be looking for it and he didn't want them to learn of its location. He didn't think that I'd attract any attention retrieving it.
Well, it's pretty clear to me, based on the bullet holes in my boat, that you did attract someone's attention.
No, I couldn't have. I specifically drove to Alaska instead of flying so that no one could have any records of my traveling. Instead of chartering historic explorations to find the Cedar Elm, I found out that you used to work for them and you might know where the Cedar Elm is. Nobody is supposed to be looking for me here.
You must have made some mistake somewhere. People don't shoot rocket launchers at strangers.
Hey, you don't know it was related to me. You admitted yourself that you've made some pretty shady friends. How do you know those guys weren't trying to collect the price on your head? Oberlin thought they were after you.
Nah, I don't think it was them. They were supposed to give me more time. I told them I needed another 3 weeks to find the Orlando Cortez, the motherlode.
You haven't exactly explained who them is. I think you've got some explaining to do on your own.
I guess that's fair enough. As you know, I used to be on a treasure hunting operation called Historical Explorations. We've been hunting for this 17th century galleon called the Orlando Cortez. I guess you could say I had a falling out with the captain, so I left to do my own thing. It's always been my dream to become a treasure hunter, scoping out possibilities, the gambling and hoping for the big score.
What plans?
What?
Back on the Hail Mary, you said all you had left was this boat, some gear, and some plans. What plans?
Oh, that's nothing. I didn't mean anything.
Come on, tough guy. You've been getting me to bare my soul. What plans do you have for yourself?
Well, they're for a boat.
The Hail Mary?
What, that piece of crap? No, definitely not. No, these plans are for a very, very advanced boat. Something nobody's really built yet. It's kind of a fantasy for Oberlin and I.
What do you mean?
Well, Oberlin's experiences in marine engineering. He spent most of his youth as a mechanic with Jacques Cousteau on the Calypso before it was decommissioned. He knows the ins and outs of boats and marine mechanics like I have never seen. About 10 years ago, he got an offer to be the chief engineer on the largest North Sea offshore rig for Total Oil.
Why didn't he take it?
Because he loves the chase, the hunt. Treasure hunting is something that gets in your blood. Since I was a boy, I loved reading Sherlock Holmes and the Hardy Boys. Anyway, about 15 years ago, I'm trying to make some money being a boat captain for people a lot richer than me. My boss, the boat owner, is a guy named Ron Bernstock. He was a metallurgic genius that got rich inventing some new material to house satellites in space or something. Anyway, I get invited to work on a project to design a new boat for him, something really unusual. You see, this billionaire I worked for considered himself a real Indiana Jones and wanted to create the ultimate marine research platform. I mean, other guys were trying to build see-through jacuzzi tubs on their yachts, and my guy wanted to build underwater sonar arrays, hyperbaric chambers, ROV bays, the works. Really, it was a dream job to design the ultimate adventure boat, and money is no object. My specialty has always been the sea and science of recovery. I'm not a shipbuilder, and I'm a pretty lousy mechanic. Well, in walks Oberlin with his perfect Irish accent, and he says to my guy, "We will build a boat the Cousteau never dreamed of." Well, this gets Bernstock going. He flies the two of us to South Korea, to Ulfson's shipyard, the largest in the world, and he pretty much locks Oberlin and I into an office with a monster staff and all the resources we could dream of. And after about 9 months and a few $1 million later, we created the Invenos.
Invenos? What's that?
It means to find and explore in Latin. It was the ultimate marine research vessel, over 200 feet long, state-of-the-art. It could do things no one had ever dreamt of. Just a dreamboat.
So, what happened? Where is it?
Nowhere. It never got built. Ron Bernstock was killed when he went down over the Aegean Sea. He was a great man and a great boss, and his dreams died with him. Maybe some of mine did too. The streets aren't exactly lined up with people looking to shell out $500 million to build a science fiction dreamboat.
So, what about these plans?
Oh, right, the plans. Well, they represent a few $1 million in research, pretty much theoretical, of course. But still, there's been a lot of nights where Obi and I haven't felt too great about ourselves. But then we roll out these plans, the beautiful blueprints and schematics, and just open a bottle of tequila and pour over them. Not literally, of course. We could look at them for hours. I think it's a combination of both the best work we've ever done with our lives and remembering the best times of our lives.
So, when times get tough, you and Obi bond over marine porn?
I guess you're right. Yeah, it does sound pretty sad when you put it that way.
No, it doesn't sound sad at all. To be honest, I think it's pretty amazing. Not many people can hold their dreams in their hands. At least you know where you're heading.
Yeah, deep.
Meanwhile, back in Manhattan, Senshin, Othello, and Anton have gathered in Senshin's office at Sutton Manor. The mood in the room was dour and tense. Senshin stood behind his semi-sphere desk, pacing, while Othello and Anton sat in a tufted Chesterfield sofa.
God damn it, how could this happen? How could you just let her slip through your fingers? Do you realize what she represents?
Of course we do. We've been searching high and low for McAllen. She never went back to her apartment or to Amelia's apartment after the incident.
We had the jet waiting, but she never showed up. There's been no sign of her.
Haven't you been able to attune with her?
There's been far too much interference with this damned curse bouncing through our atmosphere. Every time it strikes, I can feel myself weakening and my abilities lessening. I had a very clear read on her while she was in the room with me, but I lost her shortly after that. Once she left Sutton Manor, I sensed a great deal of surprise in her, but...
But what?
I feel like her sense of surprise came in two bursts, and they were not entirely positive emotions.
Maybe she was just happy to see $5 million in her checking account. And then when she thought about all of it, she realized that the money served as evidence that you were telling her the truth about Leviathan, and that a great deal was being asked of her. On the other hand, maybe she just took the money and ran. She was never trained for this, Senshin.
She was bred for it, Anton.
But she doesn't know that.
She knows it now. Or at least, she certainly will, if she somehow made it to Alaska.
I've checked every flight to every airport in the state. She hasn't made it there.
Our reports on the ground show that historical exploration does not lift the harbor in Anchorage either.
That's not a good sign. Could they have gotten to her first? Did either of you sense any indication that she was compromised?
Ikora did a full scan. She reported no anomalies.
How do you know our enemies haven't captured McAllen?
Amelia has cloaked her existence for too long. They couldn't have known of her existence.
And the Black Door Group?
Othello, I can honestly say that the Black Door Group is the least of our concerns right now.
Back on the mini-sub, deep under the Gulf of Alaska.
Top, this is Bottom. We're approaching our MOD. I'm gonna activate hover mode and try to stabilize our position. I'm activating the ROV and sending it to the Cedar Elm coordinates. I'm getting a little bit of current though. I'm trying to compensate.
The mini-sub came to hover at 7,500 feet. The ROV began its descent further downwards, like a long tendril-like appendage of the mini-sub. The power cable connecting the ROV to the mini-sub was anchored to the reserve battery located directly under the cramped cockpit. From the view out of the front porthole, the cord seemed to extend downwards into nothingness.
What the hell was that?
Just metal fatigue. The bolts are settling and adjusting. It's nothing unusual.
It sounds like we're gonna break apart.
Nah, this tin can ought to hold together.
Has the sub ever been this deep?
Once or twice.
Any leaks?
Our depth is 7,500 feet under the ocean. The pressure on the hull of this vessel at this depth is truly monstrous. If we did have a leak, the stream of water shooting out would be at high enough pressure to cut through steel. So if it makes you feel any better, no, we've never had a leak.
That didn't make me feel better.
Well, maybe this will.
Tully, what are you doing?
Darkness fell over the entire vessel. A thick, pitch-black, inky darkness that McCallan had never experienced. There was no light anywhere, and she felt suddenly disconnected from her body, as if she had no eyes or limbs.
Tully!
Don't worry, it's okay. I just shut down all the internal and exterior lights.
Why?
Because I want to show you something.
It's freezing, Tully.
Here, come closer. There's a heat vent on the floor here. I want you to look out the main porthole with me.
I think you just want me to sit next to you.
I've been guilty of worse.
Ow! I just cracked my head!
Here, take my hand.
Thanks, I can't see a thing.
That's the whole point. Not a photon of sunlight can penetrate this deep. I think that's incredible.
So what do you want to show me?
Just wait.
McCallan continued to look forward to the clear spherical nose of the sub. She could still see absolutely nothing, not a speck of light. She waited in silence and blackness, peering out into nothing. And then suddenly, her eyes began to play tricks on her. She imagined she saw a firefly streaking across the bow of the sub. And then another, and another. McCallan realized that her eyes were not playing tricks on her and that she was witnessing one of nature's most bizarre symphonies. Here at 7,500 feet below the sea, with crushing pressure and the most extreme of cold, creatures were alive and thriving, flashing all colors of the rainbow at one another. Mating flashes, warning lights, pulses and streaks of red and blue and green enveloped them.
My God, it's beautiful. It looks like starlight. It's just astonishing.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. We've turned off everything so they don't get scared, but once they settle down, it's a pretty awesome light show.
Wow.
That's the ROV.
Ugh, lights!
It's arrived at the Cedar Elm. It must be closer than we thought. Let me see if we can get some visual imaging. McCallan, can you boot up that screen on your left?
Still nothing.
Got it.
I'm honing in on the image. I don't see anything yet. Still nothing.
Remember, there's a lag. Give it a sec.
Oh my God. It's huge.
McCallan, Orsel, may I please present to you the Cedar Elm?
The ship was enormous and could not be seen end to end. Its hull was covered in large barnacles and urchins the size of basketballs. The ROV glided by block letters that spelled out Cedar Elm. The letters were so large that each one filled the monitor even though the ROV hovered 30 feet away from the port deck. Despite the intensity of the floodlights, only 30 feet of visibility could be gained through the dark green sea. An occasional eel darted for cover as the ROV began its sweep of the ship.
Damn, it's lying on its side. That's bad. It's going to make penetrating the wreck more difficult. Some of the hatch entries could be blocked. The interior will seem disorienting as well. We have to be careful. There's probably a lot of debris hanging off the interior walls and ceilings that could tangle up the ROV.
That would be bad.
No, that would be catastrophic. The ROV is fastened to the mini-sub by our loading cleats. That means we're tied at the hip with no means to break free. If it gets tangled, we're stuck here.
So be careful, Tully.
That's why you pay me the big bucks. So this is your show, McAllen. Where do you want to look for your lost key?
The ship is huge. I don't know where to begin.
That's it, McAllen. We gotta wrap it up.
But we haven't found the key yet. We haven't even searched the front of the boat.
McAllen, if we don't get out of here soon, we won't have the power to ascend. Remember, we don't have backup battery.
I know. But Senshin said, what did he say? He said I'd know it when I'd see it.
Well, we haven't seen squat outside of hogfish, rust, and sand, and I'll tell you...
Wait, Tully, wait! Stop the ROV.
What?
No, Tully, just listen to me. Stop the ROV. Put it in hover mode.
Okay.
Now turn off all the external lights on the ROV, just like you did before on the mini-sub.
Why?
Just do it, Tully. Drive the damn bus.
I'll drive your bus straight into... Okay, you got it, McAllen. Enter darkness.
Wow, I can't see a thing, not even the ship.
What did you expect?
Just wait, Tully, wait. Turn the ROV 180 degrees to the left.
Okay, but I don't know what...
Look, there. There's something glowing. It's at the front of the ship.
That's weird.
Look how bright it is, Tully.
It could just be some squid or something.
Come on, Tully, let's check it out.
Okay, I'm moving the ROV to the bow.
The glow. It's getting brighter. Is it me or is it pulsing?
Maybe. It's really weird. Okay, it looks like it's coming from the cargo bay.
Can we fit the ROV inside?
It's a little tight, but I think a steady hand can get it through.
You can do it, baby.
Baby? Alright, we're inside. It looks like a cargo bay. It's too small to be the main one.
That looks like some cargo containers off to the right.
Yeah, but that glow is coming from the left. Jesus, it's getting bright. I'm gonna dim down the screen.
The glow seems alive.
There! See all those fish? There's a swarm of them.
Eels?
No, they're called rat tails. They can grow up to 6 feet. My God, I've never seen so many of them. They normally don't give off this much light, but there must be hundreds of them. This is crazy. Maybe it's some sort of mating ritual.
Tully, are all of the lights still off?
Yeah, I even turned off the small blinking nav lights and it looks like daylight in there.
Tully, hit the floodlights. Oh my...
Holy
God.
shit!
A woman's face illuminated the video screen that McAllen and Tully were watching. The face seemed deeply carved into some sort of silver-grey metal. Her mouth was open and her lips were peeled back slightly to reveal the outlines of teeth. Despite being carved in metal, the woman's portrait seemed frighteningly lifelike. It was unclear whether she was shouting in joy or in pain. The rat tails that were swarming inside the cargo bay instantly scattered from the floodlights and raced out of the cargo hatch. The carved woman stared back at Tully and McAllen.
Tully?
Yeah?
I've seen this face before.
Yeah? Me too.
Where?
McAllen. She looks just like you.
The ROV panned backwards and revealed the entirety of the object. It was an oval slab of metal with a flat base. The face of the slab was adorned in carvings and protrusions. The carvings were abstract towards the bottom, but as one looked towards the head of the slab, the random markings seemed to converge into a clear outline of a young woman. The carvings protruded outward, as if the woman's neck and head were leaping out of the slab. The woman's facial expression seemed agitated and ran a chill up the spine of McAllen and Tully.
What the hell is this thing?
Back up a little bit. It's a sarcophagus.
A what?
It's a coffin, although a highly decorated one. Like the one King Tut was buried in, the one you always see pictures of. It was considered a layer of protection for the royalty that were buried inside.
Well, we're not spending any more time in this creep show. We're behind schedule on our battery time. I'm pulling out the ROV and we're going topside.
Tully, don't you see? This is the key. This is it. There must be something inside, something that the Leviathan group needs. This is what we've been looking for.
McAllen, I gotta be honest, this doesn't look like any kind of key.
You're thinking too literally. It doesn't have to be an actual physical key to unlock a box. It could be the solution to a problem, a cure to whatever has been killing my people.
Your people?
Oh man, that was really weird. I didn't mean to say that. They're obviously not my people. I mean, I'm related, sort of.
Some wacko told you that he was your grandfather. That doesn't mean...
Okay, I know. It was just a slip of the tongue.
Fine. Just don't get sucked into any delusions of grandeur. You've got a bill to pay when we get topside.
You'll get your money, Tully, but not unless you figure out how to drag this thing back into the Hail Mary.
Okay, let's take a look at this thing. It seems to have some protrusions on the back. Maybe we can utilize. What are those? Those moldings?
Yeah, I see that. They look decorative but pretty solid. Maybe we could use those for the loading points.
We can try. Let's try to get the ROV in position. It's a little bit narrow for the articulators, but I think I can...
Almost.
Got it. I think I've got a firm grip. I'm tightening the clamps on the left and the right side to make sure it won't slip.
Do you have it?
Yeah. We've got this. We've got a solid grab.
Can you drag it out of that cargo bay?
I'm vectoring all the propellers upwards, but it doesn't seem to budge much.
Could it be caught on something?
I don't think so. I'm not seeing anything around.
The radio.
What?
Don't you get it? The whole secret to this daisy chain configuration was radio waves, right? There's the emergency signal on the ROV if we ever lost contact with it that activates its lift bags. That's the one we use to give it navigation instructions, right?
Yeah, so?
So, let's use its original purpose to activate the ROV lift bags while it's holding onto the key. That way, it will be lighter and easier to move. We should be able to get it out of the cargo bay.
God damn, you're a smart girl. We always use lift bags when we're hauling treasures.
Never thought of it with the ROV.
4 large balloon-like bags began to inflate on each of the top 4 corners of the rectangular ROV. The inflation continued until each of the bags began to crowd into the other. The sarcophagus key began to rock slightly as it pulled against the ROV, before it lifted off the shipwreck floor, leaving a faint trail of sediment behind it.
We got it.
Yes, we can start floating this thing out. I can't wait to see it. It's an incredible find, whatever it is.
Well, let's just do it quickly. We passed any reasonable turnaround time for our batteries. We have less than a quarter tank left and half the journey.
Tully's palms sweated over the ROV controls. The sharp, rusty edges of the ship could have caused a puncture in one of the lift bags, which would ruin the chances of the key's recovery. With a collective sigh of relief inside the mini-sub, the ROV, with its powerful lift bags inflated, gingerly maneuvered out of the cargo bay of the Cedar Elm. From the video screen, McCallan and Tully could see the broad side of the Cedar Elm stretching out of visibility. The hundreds of barnacle clusters made the ship look cancerous and death-like. Tully didn't want to look at the wreck for another second. But then, something caught his eye, a red dot flashing. At first, Tully thought it could be another small glowfish, flashing its belly in hopes of attracting a mate. But then he saw another, and another, until most of the visible surface of the Cedar Elm was covered in the little red dots.
McCallan.
I see it, Tully. What the hell are those?
I've got a very bad feeling about this.
Why are you taking the ROV closer? You said that we have to get out of here.
Glowing red dots aren't moving. Fish would be scared of the ROV and all the lights. Those dots aren't moving, McCallan. Oh my god, holy shit.
What is it?
Those aren't barnacles, those are depth charges. This thing is about to blow up.
Tully, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here.
The Cedar Elm exploded. You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com. The Leviathan Chronicles, an audio adventure. The story thus far. McCallan Orsel has secretly arrived in Homer, Alaska, to charter a boat called the Hail Mary. She has been instructed by Senshin, the leader of the Leviathan group, to find the mysterious key that lies within a deep shipwreck called the Cedar Elm. The crew of the Hail Mary, Captain Jeffrey Tully and First Mate Oberlin St. Clair, discovered the Cedar Elm several months ago. Tully and Oberlin have debts to the Yakuza that loom over their heads, and they do not want to take the time to find the Cedar Elm for McCallan. When a van pulled up at the Homer Marina and started shooting bullets and grenades at the Hail Mary, the ship was driven out to sea in the midst of a turbulent storm. After stumbling on the Cedar Elm in an unexpected location, Tully and Oberlin agreed to help McCallan recover the key from the shipwreck. The Hail Mary's scientific and recovery equipment is badly damaged from the attack. Using his engineering background, Oberlin is able to jerry-rig a shaky connection between the Hail Mary's mini-sub and its tethered ROV drone. McAllen and Tully descend down, thousands of feet, to the shipwreck of the Cedar Elm. After unsuccessfully exploring the wreck, the two discover a strange glow emanating from one of the smaller cargo holds deep within the ship. After directing the ROV to investigate, McAllen and Tully discover a strange sarcophagus, the top of which has a woman's head jutting outwards, a woman that resembles McAllen. Running out of power, McAllen and Tully quickly grab the sarcophagus and attempt a hasty retreat to the surface. But before they can get far, the Cedar Elm, which has been slated for demolition by the US Navy, explodes. And now, Chapter 6, a return to the surface.
Oh, what the hell happened? My head! Jesus, what a pounding! Where in God's name am I?
Oberlin regained consciousness and found himself secured to a cold iron chair. His arms and legs were tied to the chair with metal wires that dug into his skin when he struggled. The room seemed damp, and Oberlin could smell the brine of the sea air.
Hello? Where am I? Hello?
What is your name?
Who are you?
What is your name?
Look, I'm not saying shit until someone tells me where the hell I am. Why am I being restrained?
What is your name?
I'm not playing around. Someone better...
What is your name? What is your name? What is your name? What is your name?
All right. My name is Oberlin St. Clair. Now, do you mind telling me who the fuck you are? The lights!
What is your mission?
What mission? I don't have a mission.
What is your mission?
I told you, I don't have a mission.
What is your mission? What is your mission? What is your mission?
That noise! Just stop it! I don't have a mission. I work on a boat as an engineer. I'm a treasure hunter. That's all.
What is your objective?
We're trying to find a galleon called the Orlando Cortez.
What is your objective?
I don't know what objective you're talking about. I don't have an objective.
You are lying.
I'm telling you the truth. We were looking for the Orlando Cortez. We just stumbled on this other wreck, the Cedar Elm. We were just gonna stop briefly to take this woman on a tour.
What is the name of the woman?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What is the name of the woman? What is the name of the woman? What is the name of the woman?
Her name is McAllen Orsel. Look, you're not going to break me like this. Who the hell are you? You won't show me your face, and you won't even let me hear your real voice. That means you're afraid of something. That means you're afraid of me. And that means I don't have to be afraid of you. I'm not talking anymore until you show me your face. Shout at me all you want.
You know, it's very interesting, Oberlin St. Clair, that someone in your position can be so right and so wrong at the same time. You are correct. I am afraid of something, but it certainly isn't you. You are afraid of me, or at least of that voice you just heard. Does your left arm hurt a bit at the elbow joint? That's where you were injected with a chemical concoction of my own devise. It makes you highly suggestible and very sensitive to noises at a specific pitch, like the voice you just heard. So let me kindly correct you, Oberlin, that, chemically speaking, you are afraid of me.
Who are you?
It doesn't really matter because you will never remember any of this ever happened.
What do you want?
I want to know where exactly is McAllen Orsel.
What's it to you? Where the fuck am I?
You need to understand the situation really doesn't matter. What does matter is you giving me the information I need quickly. Once again, chemically speaking, you will tell me everything I want to know. You see this syringe? It contains something very different than what's in your bloodstream now. See, that first injection just stimulates your fear response to a specific auditory signal. It'll be digested by your body in a few hours. This little baby here is something very different. This stimulates your pain receptors as I ransack your short-term memory. Like I said, you are going to tell me what I want to know. The only question is, how much damage are we going to do in the meantime?
Meanwhile, deep under the Gulf of Alaska, the mini-sub inhabited by McCallan Orsel and Jeffrey Tully lies lifeless, pinned against an underwater cliff.
Tully! Tully, wake up! Are you okay? Tully! Tully!
Jesus Christ.
Tully, what happened?
Fucking shit blew up on us.
Well, obviously. My leg! Tully, I can't see you. Why is it pitch black in here?
We must have lost main power.
So let's go to backup.
We don't have that option. Gave the backup battery to the ROV. A damn explosion must have knocked us end over end. Are you okay? How bad is your leg?
I think I'm okay. I can move it, but it's definitely fractured. My head is sore from getting banged against the wall 10 times, but I'm not bleeding. How about you?
I'm not sure, but I think I am bleeding. Something feels wet. That or we got a leak in here, which means bleeding is the least of my problems. I'm sorry, our problems.
Thanks.
Well, we might be able to get some light in here if I can just get this... Oh, got it.
Lights! You got the main battery back up. You restored main power.
I wish. These are chemical lights, completely independent of the power supply of the mini-sub. That's why they have that reddish glow.
Tully, look at the cabin. We're upside down.
That would explain why my head feels like someone drilled a hole in it.
Oh my god, Tully.
What?
Your face. You've got a huge laceration, a good 2 inches from your left eye to your ear, and you've got a pretty massive lump on your head.
No worries, just don't touch it.
I'm very worried, especially about your shirt.
We've got a complete power failure and you're worried about my shirt?
No, I'm worried about you. Look at your shirt. It's caked in dried blood. That means you lost a lot of it. And I need you to stay conscious. We're lying thousands of feet under freezing cold water, and you're the only one that can get us out of here. The body can start to develop symptoms of hypothermia in less than 20 minutes, faster when the subject is wet.
Yeah, it's gonna start getting really cold in here. The outside water temperature is just above freezing.
Is there any way to figure out how long we've been down here?
Looking at my watch, shit, like 45 minutes.
Tully, how much air does that leave us?
Not much. We gotta figure something out.
Does the mini-sub have the same lift bag mechanism as the ROV?
Yes, that's a great idea. Except...
Except what?
We have no power, or at least whatever power we do have can't make a complete circuit to the relays.
Maybe we could reset the fuses. Is there a manual override?
There is a manual override, but it...
Oh, Tully!
Sorry, I got dizzy for a second.
You're getting hypothermic. Here, take my sweater.
I'm not...
Tully, I'm not arguing with you. You're taking my sweater.
But women get colder than men when...
Yeah, keep reading Cosmo, tough guy. You're still wet with blood, and I'm not. That means I'll stay warmer longer than you will. Now, Tully, look at these power relays. I need you to focus. Is this an alternating circuit?
No.
Okay. Is this first array tied to operations or life support?
Life support.
I'm gonna disconnect it from the primary manifold and splice it to operations.
What? Disconnect life support?
A human at rest can survive on a square meter of oxygen for at least an hour. We've got probably 3 or 4 square meters in here. That should give us a few hours to complete our ascent to the surface.
But we've already been lying here for a while.
Then you'll have to stop panting like a German shepherd and start conserving air.
Where'd you learn so much about electrical engineering?
Rockets.
Rockets?
Estes solid fuel model rockets. When I was really little, my dad and I used to build rockets, and I got to help build the electrical launch fuses. And in college, I wired my own personal sex robot.
What?
Tully, you can't go to sleep. You're hypothermic, have endured substantial blood loss, and certainly a concussion. Now think. Is this the master relay switch?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you get ready at the cockpit. I'm going to blip the relay and maybe get a small boost of power that will activate the lift bags.
Okay.
Ready?
Ready.
Now.
Nothing.
Shit!
We're stuck.
And I disconnected life support.
That's not so bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because I'm gonna die in a pink fuzzy sweater.
It's coral, and nobody's gonna die. You said there was a manual override to the lift bags.
There is, but look at us. We're upside down.
So?
So, which way do bubbles travel?
Up, obviously.
Right, so the lift bags are located on the top deck.
Which is now the bottom deck. Got it. Well, I don't know. Let's try it anyway. Maybe we can get a little bit of air in the lift bags so they can turn the mini-sub right side up, you know? What do you say?
Okay, just let me take a second.
No,
to rest.
Tully. No. You're with me on this, right? Try to stand a bit, lean on me. Where in the shoe closet is the manual activation of the lift bags? I bet it's connected directly to the air tanks on the roof, which would now be the floor.
Under the seat.
Under the seat, right.
McCallan lifted Tully aside and gently set him down towards the aft of the mini-sub's small compartment. She reached upwards and pulled the captain's chair directly backwards. The release mechanism snapped open, and the chair hung limply from the ceiling. Its base now revealed a small panel with a turn handle. McCallan opened it, tossed the panel on the floor, and saw a small metal spigot inside. She twisted it with all of her might.
I thought men were supposed to open pickle jars. Tully, you've got to get up. Tully, I know it's hard, but I need you to try to turn the release mechanism. I know you feel weak, but you're stronger than I am. Come on, I'll help you up. That's it, right there. Okay, it's lefty-loosey, right?
That's how I remember it. Just hold me up straight. It's turning. It's no use. The air tanks are wide open, but the weight of the mini-sub on top of the lift bags is too much. We're not going to be going anywhere.
Well, what else? What else can we try?
I don't know. I'm sort of running out of ideas here.
Come on, there has to be something. We could rock back and forth and try to flip the sub upright.
The mini-sub weighs over 3,500 pounds. I wouldn't be a gentleman if I asked you how much you weighed. I think it's going to be pretty tough to move.
Very funny, but at least it's something. We've got to do something, Tully. Come on. Get up with me. Maybe we can just get the sub on an edge. I'm going to try to get as high as I can. You can just sit on the railing there. That'll put more weight on it.
I think we're barking up the wrong tree here.
Well, I'm going to try.
I don't think it's...
Yeah, I know. It's not working. Maybe there's a different angle that we can hit this thing at. I'm going to push back and forth on both walls, and maybe we can try to build up some momentum.
Desperation set in as McCallan began to violently slam herself into the narrow walls of the submarine. She hit harder and harder, but nothing moved. The mini-sub remained stubbornly immobile, and the thought began to creep into McCallan's mind that this was no longer a submarine, but might end up becoming a tomb. McCallan's rhythmic pounding and grunting was lulling Tully's eyes to close, and this time McCallan didn't stop him.
I can't move it. It won't even... Wait. Tully, did you feel something? Tully!
I think I hear...
Keep rocking. Help me. I think we're getting it loose. Maybe some air is getting forced into the lift bags and they're riding the sub.
Help me out.
Okay. Keep pushing.
I'm trying.
Okay, with me. 1, 2, 3. Oh, now back again. 1, 2, 3. We did it! Oh my god, we did it, Tully! I hear the airbags inflating, but we're right side up. I can feel us ascending. We're gonna be okay.
But Tully couldn't hear her. Exhausted, he had slid down the walls of the submarine and was now slumped on the floor. He had stopped shivering since McCallan made him put on her pink sweater, but his left eye had swelled almost completely shut, and his right eye seemed to be losing focus. Darkness began to surround him. McCallan looked at him and felt her throat tighten. Tears started to roll down her cheeks, and she remembered.
Jimmy.
McCallan ran down beside him and put her hands on his face.
Tully, you've got to stay with me. I'm not letting you fade out. You cracked your head hard, so you can't go to sleep. It's too dangerous with a concussive injury, and I'm not losing you when we're so close. Do you feel us rising, Tully? We'll be back on the Hail Mary in no time.
McCallan, it's not...
Whoa. We're definitely off the shelf now. Can you feel it, Tully? Stay with me. The ship just feels funny because we're floating in open water. We don't have power, so the stabilizers are out. Pretty soon, the lift bags will take us to the surface and we'll be okay. We're
McCallan, you can't...
What? This thing is like riding a bull. Jeez, the depth gauge shows us at 5,000 feet already. That's great, Tully. This thing will be up in no time, isn't
McCallan.
it? Whoa!
It was as if the mini-sub gave McCallan a hip check and threw her across the tight compartment, landing on top of Tully's lap.
I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Can
McCallan.
What?
We can't ascend this fast. The ship it's gonna break apart.
What?
The metal in the sealants can't compensate for the sudden drop in pressure. It would come apart.
What's gonna come apart?
The ship.
What?
We've gotta slow our rate.
Okay, how? How do we do that? Can I release some of the air in the lift bags? Wouldn't that slow our ascent rate?
Yes.
Okay. Show me where the controls are for the lift bag operations. How do I release some of the air to slow us down?
Well, I didn't say it was possible. I just said it would.
What? You said I
Just slow down. You're talking too fast. You asked if we could vent some of the air in the lift bag.
Tully, this is no time for semantics. How do I slow the fucking sub down?
Beats the hell out of me, Mac.
Jesus, if you can't tell me how to do it,
A sudden crack that resembled a lightning bolt raced across the clear plexiglass nose of the mini-sub. A narrow, deadly stream of seawater found its way inside and launched itself like a needle across the cabin. Only Jeff Tully's leg stood in its way.
Don't
Tully,
touch
your
it.
leg.
Don't touch it. It'll slice right through
Tully,
your
you're
finger.
bleeding. We've got to get up.
Access panel. Get the access paddle.
McCallan leapt towards the abandoned access panel that was lying on the floor. She took it in her left hand and shoved it into the deadly stream of water that was cutting into Tully's leg. The panel almost flew off in her hand, but Tully put up his right hand to help her steady the panel.
Keep it steady.
I'm trying.
The two of them managed to hold the heavy access panel between the stream of water and Tully's badly wounded leg for just long enough for him to move out of its path. After Tully painfully dragged himself aside, the panel flew out of both of their hands. The stream continued unabated, hitting on one of the welds in the floor of the submarine.
Is that stream of water going to break through our hull?
The hull of the ship is its thickest component. It'll take way more than an hour to break through the hull.
How long until we get to the surface?
Hopefully less than an hour.
What the hell was that?
Shit. I think I know.
Well, do you mind filling in the rest of the group?
McCallan!
Yeah!
When you activated the lift bags, did you ever shut off the airflow?
What do you mean?
When you turned the air on, did you ever bother to turn it off?
No.
You're still pumping more air into the balloons until they explode.
Tully, I'm gonna turn the lift bags off right now.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Well, what about the rest of the lift bags? What if they burst too? Is that going to send us back down into the abyss? Will we start sinking?
No, I don't think it works that way. All of the lift bags are on a circuit. By blowing the circuit.
Tully!
I'm sorry, I'm feeling a bit woozy.
The circuit!
Right, the airbags are on a circuit, which means that if one lift bag is blown, the excess pressure should be vented to the absent lift valve.
How bad is that?
Well, given their size, 3 fully inflated lift bags ought to lift the tractor trailer, so I don't think we're gonna go negative at what's our depth now?
Just over 2,000 feet.
We're gonna start rising faster and faster as we reach the surface. It's gonna become a pretty rocky ride.
What about the leak? Will it stop?
Hard to tell. The pressure is still pretty deadly, but it's starting to back off.
But Tully, the cabin is starting to fill with water. It's going to drastically reduce our body temperatures. Hypothermia can begin.
Callan.
Yeah.
I know it's cold.
What are we going to do?
Just hold tight and...
What's going on?
We're getting shallower. The outside pressure is decreasing exponentially.
Whoa.
Hang on.
Why does it feel like we're breaking up?
Just don't think about it.
Tully.
Another crack, the longest yet, shot across the plexiglass nose of the mini-sub. No water came shooting out, but McCallan could see bits of moisture bubbling and hissing along the crack. And just then, she saw something. Something outside the sub that struck her as beautiful.
Tully, look.
I know. I see the crack.
No! Beyond the crack. Look outside, the water. It's turning blue. It's blue, Tully.
Feels like we're back on Earth again. What's our depth?
500 feet.
Shit. McCallan, come here. Hold on to something tightly. You've got to brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
What will?
Breaching!
The mini-sub was now bobbing on the surface of the ocean, and almost all of the clear but cracked nose of the ship rested above the waterline.
Tully, we did it! We're alive! Oh, God. I thought we were going to die down there. But we did it, Tully. Tully, how you doing, baby?
Pretty rough. Keep getting the salt water splashed into that puncture wound on my leg. Stings like high holy hell.
Look at this water. It's been splashing around in here. It's filthy. It's picked up all the dirt and dust behind your monitors.
The sub really did need a good detailing inside.
Very funny. The wound is probably infected. We need to get you on antibiotics as soon as we can. How's your head?
Hurts. A lot.
Can you stand up? I think you could use some fresh air.
One way to find out. If you could press that hatch release mechanism over there, I'll poke my head outside to say hi to Oberlin.
Got it.
What the hell?
Tully, get down!
McCallan grabbed Tully's belt and pulled him down from the hatch. The current pushed the mini-sub to the left. And then, out the front porthole, they saw it. A 40-foot-long gunboat staring right back at them. It looked like a cigarette-style speedboat, but wider, and with a small second deck. 2 swivel-mounted 50-caliber machine guns were installed side by side on the tip of the ship's bow, resembling the horns of an angry bull. On the port and starboard side of the boat hung 2 modified Stinger rocket launchers. Below them, an unusual railing wrapped around the boat just above its waterline. Tully could see nothing inside, as all of the windows were tinted jet black. Suddenly, an explosion of fire and smoke erupted from the starboard side. A rocket fired towards the mini-sub, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. It exploded 30 feet in front of the sub.
What the hell is going on?
Probably more friends of yours.
Friends of mine? I thought we'd been through this already. You've had your own shady dealings.
Yeah, but my dealings were never punctuated by rocket fire before I met you.
Well, meet your new friends.
Captain Jeffrey Tully, I believe you have picked up something we want. You'll give it to us immediately or I'll sink your craft. Any attempt to dive and I'll obliterate any trace of your existence from the Pacific.
Who the hell are you?
I will not ask again. Give us what you have.
What the hell is going on? What do they want?
Are you kidding? You know what they want. It's that stupid coffin thing hanging off our boat. Thing's probably worth a fortune.
That can't be right. These must be the same guys that attacked us back at the Homer Marina. They wanted to kill us before we ever uncovered the key. These aren't pirates or treasure hunters.
What are you saying?
I think they want me.
What?
Tully, everything I've been telling you is the truth. I'm in danger, and I don't know why. I don't even know who these people are. I just want this thing to stop.
Hey, stop that. We're gonna get out of this jam. We just gotta...
Gotta what? Gotta what? You can't even think straight. Your head is bleeding. My leg is banged up. The sub has no power. We don't have any weapons to defend ourselves
We just need to think of a plan.
What plan? They're about to open fire on us if we even...
McCallan?
What?
Why is that light blinking on the control console?
How should I know? It's your stupid boat.
No, you're not following me. I said, why is that light on?
What?
You just said we didn't have any power left. If we're dead, then why is that light blinking? All systems should be dead.
So what does any
That's
of this...
the low battery light. It starts blinking when our primary power supply is below 10%, but it shouldn't be blinking at all.
How much power do we have left?
Very little. Less than 5%, but that doesn't make any sense. We didn't have any power left after we tried to inflate the lift bags.
Maybe it picked up some residual power from the ROV.
No, the current only flows one way. McCallan, is the laptop still working?
One way to find out. Do we have enough power to go for a dive?
Not even close. Especially not with partially inflated lift bags hanging off our deck. Besides, even if we could make a run for it, these guys would be too quick. See what I mean?
Captain Tully, that was your last chance to comply with us. Either give us what we want and live, or we will take what we want and you will die.
I've got the laptop up.
Check on the status of the ROV. It should still have a little bit of power. I'll be right back.
Where the hell do you think you're going?
To buy us some time. All right, you win. I surrender. I'll give you whatever you want. I'm gonna come over on your starboard side and tie up. You can board and take whatever it is you want. Just please don't kill me. Okay, I bought us a minute. Maybe 2. McCallan, laptop, ROV, what do we got?
It's just coming online. I click here for video, right?
Right.
All right, let's see what we got. Well, the good news is that you were right about the power conservation. We've got about 25% power left on the ROV.
Good.
Okay, video is up. What are we looking for? I just see water.
Click there for the alternate camera angle. We can pan and look straight down. I want to make sure we still have the key. Son of a bitch, it's still there. We held on to it. The little ROV has a hell of a grip.
That's great. Wait, Tully. There's a black thing blocking part of the camera.
Just hold on. Keep it still.
I don't know what...
McCallan, nervous and annoyed, didn't like being shushed, but she sat silently beside Tully, looking at the laptop monitor that was connected to the ROV's camera array. She was about to say something along the lines of, "We're about to be blown out of the water unless we do something," or "Please tell me you're not really going to give me up to these assassins just to save your own skin." But then she saw it. Tully saw it too. On the laptop, looking at the mysterious piece of spiny metal blocking part of the camera lens on the ROV, a small red light blinked 3 times.
We just found our way out of here.
If you don't fire up those engines and start heading toward the gunboat this instant, they're gonna know you're up to something and open fire.
I know, I'm just gonna spin the thrusters a few times and make some splashes. I want them to think we've got engine problems and are trying to make our way over.
In case you forgot, you actually do have engine problems.
I didn't forget.
So what's your big plan? I don't get it.
The ROV. You sure it's got some juice left?
Yeah, like I said, a little less than 25% maybe.
Good, we've got about 5% left in the mini-sub, which should be enough.
Enough for what?
Did you see that thing hanging onto the ROV? Did you see the red light blink?
Yeah.
One of the depth charges that was on the Cedar L must have gotten lodged onto the ROV.
And that makes you feel good. Why?
Because if the ROV still has power, then we can place that bomb exactly wherever the hell we want it.
How do we get it off the ROV?
Well, we're gonna need a little bit of luck. But my sense is that those charges that blew up the Cedar Elm attached themselves magnetically. The gunboat might have a hell of a lot more metal on it than us. If we can secretly maneuver the ROV to the stern of their ship...
Then we just have to detonate.
Again, a little more luck and prayer, but I'm still showing that we've got a trickle of power left in the mini-sub.
So?
Well, my thought was that we go fishing. Now, your job is to pilot the ROV over to the stern of their ship. I'm gonna go topside so they don't suspect anything. Do you know how to...
Yeah, I got it. Oberlin showed me how to... Wait, fishing?
I'm trying to fix the stern thrusters. Just give me a sec.
Tully stood on top of the mini-sub as ice water washed over his feet with the surge of every wave. He walked a few steps to the stern of the mini-sub and pretended to examine the rear thrusters. He pulled on a few latches and stuck his hand into the water as if to clear an obstruction that had tangled the mini-sub's thrusters. During this charade, the only thing that moved on the gunboat was the turrets of the machine guns, which Tully could swear had followed him from the hatch to the stern. He knew he was running out of time.
I think I got it. It must have been a bunch of seaweed that was clogging up the screws. I'm gonna check the other side just to make sure that we didn't... Go!
Tully leapt back into the open hatch, tumbling below.
Are you okay? Did you get hit?
No, I think I'm okay.
Your head is bleeding again.
Doesn't matter. How close are you with the ROV?
I'm within 100 feet.
I'll take over here. You get our hatch closed and locked.
Done.
Good. Now sit in the cockpit and look for a button that says Fish Stun.
Has the ROV reached the gunboat yet?
Almost.
I found the fish stun button. Does that do what I think it does?
You got it. Zap. Okay, now hold down the button until the light above it turns green. Don't let go of the button. We'll only get one shot at this.
That wasn't aimed towards us. The ROV. Did they hit it?
I think they were trying to take it out, but they missed. There, that's the hull of the gunboat. I've got to just get it close enough.
If those bullets hit the plexiglass on the nose...
Almost there.
Hurry!
Got it. Driving the ROV away. How's that light coming, McCallum?
Still red. Tully, what if there isn't... What if there isn't enough charge and...
Green light. Let go of the button, McCallum.
We did it! We did it!
Yeah!
The stern of the gunboat erupted into a violent ball of flame. It listed hard to port and seemed like it would roll over on its side. As the boat tilted, the hungry flames stretched further starboard and engulfed the Stinger rocket array. In a split second, 4 other massive explosions encompassed the body of the gunboat. McCallum was battered and her right leg felt like someone had taken a mallet to it. She picked herself off the floor and limped to the clear nose of the mini-sub and peered through the spaces of plexiglass that had not been blackened by the flame. There was no sign of the gunboat. None.
Tully! Tully, get up. We did it. Tully, get up. The gunboat is gone. We're safe. We're okay. Here, let me help you up.
Jesus, that was quite a hit.
Are you okay?
Well, I'm not getting any better.
Neither of us are.
Come on, let's both get topside and see if our friends brought any company with them. Hand me those binoculars over there.
My God. For the first time, I understand what they mean when they describe the open ocean as a desert. There's nothing as far as the eye can see. I can't tell north or south. Can you, Tully? Do you see anything?
No, I don't. That's what worries me.
What are you talking about? You want another gunboat to play with?
No, but I would like to know where the hell my boat is. Did you forget about the Hail Mary? If Oberlin is alive, he would have seen that explosion 5 miles away.
He'd be on his way here or giving us some sort of signal by now.
What do you mean alive? You don't think they...
Whoever was driving that boat wanted something pretty bad. That boat was firing Stinger rockets. Pretty hard to come by for the average thug. It wasn't exactly your standard pirate skiff either. Looked a lot more like a custom-modified special forces craft of some sort. Somebody's got a lot of money and resources and they're looking for a piece of us badly.
So Oberlin
was sitting in the first place they probably looked. A broken-down boat in the middle of the open ocean with no guns. Pretty easy pickings. If they didn't like whatever he had to say, well, I'm sure he didn't stand much of a chance.
Don't think that way. Oberlin is resourceful. The Hail Mary may not have had any weapons, but you guys had radar and detection equipment up the wazoo. Am I wrong? Oberlin could have seen that gunboat coming from miles and miles away. He probably got the hell out of here. He's probably trying to figure out where the hell we are.
Well, that could be.
We gotta think positive.
Not the easiest task in the world when our mini-sub has a small leak and that fish stun pulse ate up the last of our power supply, for real this time. We're floating dead in the water, which I might add is just a few degrees above freezing, which is good news considering the fact that the air around us is going to be well below zero as soon as night falls. And given the look of your leg and my head, you can't even tell me that at least we have our health.
I was going to say sense of humor. After all, you do look pretty cute in my fuzzy pink sweater.
Yeah, well, it's hard to get blood all over it.
Just make sure you dry clean it before you give it back.
I will.
Well, maybe we don't have our health, but at least we're alive. Given everything that's happened in the last 48 hours, you have to admit that that's an accomplishment.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, if something did happen to Oberlin and we're all alone out here, then we might not be alive much longer.
Think positive. Life is gonna get better.
You know, actually, my life has gotten pretty fucked up since you walked into it.
Aw, come on, Tully. We both know your life was pretty fucked up already.
You're a real piece of work, McCallum.
Back at you, Tully. But to prove that I'm something other than a liability to your life and limb, I think I know how to get us out of this jam.
Oh, really? How?
With this.
A cell phone? Darling, I hate to disappoint you, but I think we're just a little bit outside your service range.
Oh, don't worry. I've got a good provider.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com. The Leviathan Chronicles, an audio adventure. The story thus far. After escaping an attack in Homer, coordinated by the Black Door Group, McCallan and Tully stumbled onto the Cedar Elm lying in deep water in the Gulf of Alaska. The Hail Mary's mini-sub and ROV were jerry-rigged together in order to launch a recovery mission for the mysterious key that McCallan had been searching for. When they reached the wreck, McCallan and Tully discover that the key is actually a sarcophagus, and the female face that adorns it bears a striking resemblance to McCallan. As the pair pull away from the wreck, they discover that the Cedar Elm was covered with depth charges that suddenly detonated. Back on the surface, Oberlin is kidnapped by Whit Roberts and is questioned and tortured in an abandoned offshore oil rig. His current whereabouts are unknown. The explosion of the Cedar Elm left McCallan and Tully injured. After manually inflating their lift bags, McCallan and Tully began a rocky and perilous journey to the surface, where upon breaching, they found a strangely modified gunboat bearing down on them. Using one of the depth charges from the Cedar Elm that was lodged in the ROV, Tully secretly maneuvered under the hull of the gunboat and activated the charge. With the threat of the gunboat eliminated, the gravity of their situation strikes McCallan and Tully. They are floating dead in the frigid Alaskan water. With no options left, McCallan uses the communication device given to her by Anton and Othello, thus alerting them, and potentially others, to her location. And now, Chapter 7, The Key Within.
So let me guess, your cell phone ran out of juice.
I turned it on, pressed the call button, and then a series of numbers and symbols flashed on the screen, and then nothing. But it did seem like it had power for a second.
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone is going to hear us out here. We're sort of in a dead zone. No pun intended.
Seriously, Tully, you must have something on board. A flare gun, a hand-cranked radio, a Snickers bar.
We ate my last power bar about 6 hours ago.
Are you much of a fisherman?
Yes, the lady will have the pan-seared monkfish, and I'll have the shrimp scampi.
I'd settle for a hot cup of coffee.
Me too. I think we should head down below. This wind chill is starting to get serious.
What if a boat passes by?
It'll be dark soon, and we're only a few inches off the waterline. Nobody's gonna see us unless they're right on top of us. I mean, not until morning. Someone will see us in the morning.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Everything I touch is so cold. I can't feel my fingers and toes.
Start shaking them and keep flexing your toes. It'll help a little bit.
I'm trying. I'm getting so...
What do you think it's worth?
What? What are you talking about?
The key. That sarcophagus that's hanging off the sub.
What do you mean?
Well, if that thing is Egyptian, a museum might pay $20-30 million for that thing. You remember when they found King Tut's tomb?
It's not for sale.
Everything is for sale at some price.
Not this. Oh, don't you get it? This isn't a treasure hunt. This isn't about money. We're trying to save lives. Our own lives. People are trying to kill us. This thing, this key, is the only bargaining chip we have.
So let's give them what they want. Let's give this key up to whoever keeps chasing us, and let's walk away from this thing.
In case you forgot, they were trying to kill us before we got the key. Stop thinking with your damn wallet.
Look, I've still got a debt that I gotta...
Shut up!
Don't tell me to shut up.
No, shut up. Listen, do you hear something?
What? Some thunder, maybe?
That's not thunder. It's something else.
It's getting louder.
Quick, let's go outside. Maybe it's a boat.
A narrow triangle-shaped aircraft was falling flat out of the sky. It was a deep cobalt blue and seemed to be spinning tightly on its own axis like the minute hand of a clock quickly spinning backwards. Tully saw it, then lost it again. The long, sleek craft was descending at breakneck pace, but it did not seem to be in freefall. It was locked in a furious flat spin, but somehow it seemed to be controlled and orderly. The wings of the aircraft stretched along the entire length of the narrow fuselage. The very tips of the wings then slanted backwards to meet at the very back of the aircraft. The aircraft seemed to be slowing slightly in its plunge out of the sky. This was a relief to both McAllen and Tully, because both were getting the distinct impression that this aircraft was about to crash right on top of them. As the plane fell closer, McAllen saw 3 circular vents uncover themselves on the underside of the craft, one under each of the wings, and the third located directly under the nose. When the plane was about 200 feet from the surface of the ocean, the interior of the circles began to spin violently, releasing a massive gust of force that sent seawater spraying everywhere. The hover fans underneath the ship slowed the aircraft's descent and rotation, and brought it to a complete stop mere inches above the surface of the water. With an abrupt surge of the engines, the plane gave the briefest of shudders and collapsed into the ocean, floating peacefully, giving it the impression of a floating island of deep blue sapphire. In the center of the plane, a long, rounded half-cylinder ran the length of the aircraft, tapering off at the plane's tail. Even though it now lay only 20 feet from the mini-sub, neither McAllen nor Tully could discern any welds, rivets, or openings. Then, about midway down the spine of the aircraft, a hatch did appear. It slid to the left, into the body of the aircraft, and 2 tall figures in white flight suits emerged from within the aircraft. They walked out onto the wings of the floating plane as shallow waves of water washed onto their feet. The 2 men quickly surveyed the situation around and above them. When satisfied, the pair began an urgent walk towards McAllen and Tully as they removed their flight helmets.
Anton? Othello?
You rang?
Meanwhile, several miles above the Earth, a small white blimp hovered deep within the bowels of a cumulus cloud. The cloud itself was not like the other clouds around it, but rather was comprised of a specially designed gas that hid the blimp for all sensors that sought to find it. The blimp was called the Yggdrasil, and was the most cherished place of its sole occupant. After checking on several test tubes in the laboratory, Whit Roberts entered a room filled with monitors, consoles, and keyboards. The room was a symphony of technology, and Whit was its conductor, orchestrating several calculations and algorithms simultaneously. A blinking icon on his left screen caused Whit to establish an encrypted communications channel. A familiar face filled one of his screens.
Whit, this is Jason. Tanaka failed in his apprehension maneuver. I fear we've lost our target. I was hoping you might have picked something up from your monitoring position. Some idea where they're heading?
I haven't detected anything. The only thing I got was a strong carrier wave burst that contained multiple frequencies within the same bandwidth.
Locator beacon.
Exactly.
Please tell me you're able to isolate the signal and triangulate the location.
No, not even close. I could only detect it for a few seconds. The best I could determine was that it originated somewhere in the northern hemisphere.
But that can only mean one thing.
What's that?
Leviathan is on the move.
If they're using that damn ship of theirs, they could be anywhere in the world by now.
You're right. We've had no luck in trying to detect their aircraft on even our most sophisticated satellite sensors. We get it for a quick second and then it's gone. Vanished.
We'll have access to all their technology soon enough.
Not if we can't eliminate the threat that McAllen also represents. Whit, run usual global sweep searches. Keep monitoring all activity near the Marianas Trench. Our friends there might know more than they're letting on. In the meantime, I'll work with our mold to see if I can't uncover some more information. We're in a race against time now, Whit. If McAllen finds out the truth, our job will have just become a whole lot harder.
Back in the Gulf of Alaska.
Oh my God, Anton! Othello, you found us! I can't believe you found us!
It would have been difficult without the locator device that we gave you. We would have expected to find you about 1,000 miles south of here. What the hell are you doing floating in the middle of the Gulf?
I think an introduction might be in order.
Tully, this is Anton and Othello. Anton Othello, this is Jeffrey Tully, captain of the Hail Mary.
Just Tully is fine.
That locator beacon you gave me, I only had it on for a minute. How did you find us?
To be honest, we didn't get a very precise fix on your location. But we sent a polarized carrier wave back over the frequency repeater to initiate a recalibration of your triangulation software.
What?
We told your cell phone to shut off because we didn't want anyone else to discover your location. That's why Senshon didn't want us to give it to you in the first place. Too many people are looking for you, McAllen.
The gunboat.
They never said they wanted the key.
The key? You obtained it.
You bet we did. What is it worth to you?
Who is this man in the fuzzy pink sweater?
He's with me. Don't worry, he's cool. He just doesn't know when to quit sometimes.
We got the key. It's hanging off the side of the sub. The ROV has it in its clamps.
Well, we shouldn't waste much time. Let's get you two and the key on board as fast as possible. Half the world could come down at us at any time. That's why we went into glide mode and entered freefall over your location. We had to reduce our exhaust signature to diminish our heat profile.
Yeah, it looked like you guys were gonna crash right into the water.
We were in complete control of our aircraft at all times. We executed a complex aeronautical maneuver that I highly doubt you...
Hey, take it easy. I'm just admiring your ride.
Well, we need to move the Admiration inside. We want to get out of sight as soon as possible.
Out of whose sight? We haven't seen another soul, except for the gunboat that tried to blow us to Kingdom Come.
What sort of crew was on the gunboat? What did they look like?
I'm not sure. I didn't see any.
It doesn't matter right now. Othello, you get the key on board and I'll reset our photo cloak.
Your what?
You'll see.
Othello ran along the floating wing and jumped about 25 feet to land aboard the mini-sub. He got down on his hands and knees and peered over the side to get some bearing of where the ROV was hanging. After his inspection, he let deftly off the mini-sub and landed back on the wing of the aircraft.
I'll bring this ship closer for you to board.
Hell of a pair of friends you got. Did you see him jump?
I can't believe they found us.
Hey, don't get too grateful. A few hours ago, you were telling me that these guys stuck you with needles.
I know I said that, but my gut tells me they were trying to protect me. Look at our situation, Tully. It's freezing. Our only protection from the elements is to climb down into the sub, probably before we slowly starve to death.
We weren't gonna die, McAllen. We were just in a little bit of a jam.
I like your optimism, but just the same, I'd rather go where they're going.
Doesn't look like we have much of a choice. Oh my God! Look at the plane!
The dark, rich blue that covered the plane suddenly shimmered brightly in silver light. McAllen and Tully squinted their eyes and then watched the silver light slowly fade into a dark shade of green.
Okay, I've never seen anything like that before. The whole plane just changed colors.
It's like camouflage. That is amazing.
Come on, Tully. Stick with me. You'll find surprises are pretty par for the course when it comes to Leviathan.
After you.
Inside the Condor, McCallan, Tully, Anton, and Othello had gathered around the sarcophagus in the cargo bay. Much to McCallan's surprise, Anton and Othello did not seem pleased.
This is all there was? Did you check the entire wreck?
This is not possible.
In case you weren't aware, it sort of blew up on us.
This has to be it. There was this greenish light all around it. I mean, what else could it be?
It's not the key.
How do you know? Senshin didn't tell me what I should be looking for. Do you even know what the key looks like?
No, I don't. But I do know that that's not it.
Why do you say that? If it's not the key, then what is it?
It is a keyhole.
Othello's right.
What exactly is a keyhole?
It is a means of transportation over great distances.
How?
Keyholes are spatial portals. They can link different locations regardless of distance. They open and one walks within them, and then in a matter of seconds will walk out of a matching keyhole in a different location. But there's only one problem.
What's that?
They haven't worked for over 70 years. Every keyhole we've encountered has been dead. It's like the system has been shut down. The key was supposed to be something different. Something, pure.
Anton, we have to get out of here. If we stay longer, we could be picked up by a satellite.
You're right. Let's get to the cockpit.
All hatches secure. We have the keyhole secure in the cargo hold. Initiating hydro-scram mode.
Engines are online and all power systems are nominal.
So, how does this thing take off from the water? Do we hover up or take off fast like a seaplane?
Pojemny человек.
What did he say?
Let's just say he was questioning your underlying assumptions.
What do you mean?
Captain Tully, we're not going up. We're going down.
What?
Oh my god. We're sinking.
McCallan felt the floor drop beneath her. Water began to pour over the cockpit window as the plane began to sink into the sea. Within seconds, the plane was completely underwater and descending rapidly before coming to a stop about 50 feet underwater. Looking upwards from the cockpit window, she could see the bottom of the mini-sub floating on the surface, as well as the long umbilical cord of the ROV in front of them. A school of sablefish swam by and looked on distractedly at this unusual intrusion into their domain before darting away.
What kind of plane is this?
It's called the Condor. It's a very unique aircraft that was built for the Leviathan group. It flies at over Mach 4 and also has some amphibious qualities, as you can see.
I can't believe we're underwater. How deep can we go?
Not very. This really isn't a submarine in the traditional sense. At least, not in our sense. But it does enable us to maintain a stealth profile, being discovered as a constant threat to us, and one that's becoming more difficult to deal with every day. As mankind becomes more technologically sophisticated, the Leviathan group has had to continually adapt to keep our existence secret.
When we had an approximate fix on your location, we immediately scrambled to reach you before anyone could intercept the signal. We were supersonic at great altitude over the ocean directly above you. One of the features that makes the Condor unique is its braking system. We were able to go from Mach 4 to a complete stop in less than 30 seconds.
The explosions we heard.
A very advanced form of air brakes.
And then, by maintaining a powerless glide spin directly over you, we would remain invisible to any heat-tracking radar systems.
Pretty amazing, but what about non-heat tracking radar?
They certainly won't find us underwater. Not only have we literally cooled our jets, but we can cruise at close to 90 miles per hour as long as we stay above 100 feet underwater. Our plan is to put some distance between us and the location of the Cedar Elm before we become airborne.
Won't satellites pick up something this big moving underwater?
Our photocloak system is highly adept at camouflaging our profile. The surface of the ship changes its molecular texture to reflect different parts of the light spectrum. By changing colors to blend with our surroundings, the Condor is very difficult to detect by even the most sophisticated man-made satellites.
I didn't know there was another kind. Listen, what should we do about my mini-sub? Can we put some sort of tracking beacon on it so it can be retrieved later? I really don't want to leave it just floating out here.
Of course not. I almost forgot.
Othello reached over and pushed a button on the cockpit.
Jesus Christ, what the hell did you just do? That was my mini-sub. You fucking blew up my mini-sub.
It was for security purposes. Anyone scanning the ocean floor near the Cedar Elm would find the wreckage of your mini-sub giving the impression that you died in the explosion.
Security, my ass! That cost over $500,000, you son of a bitch!
Captain Tully, if your mini-sub were to be found, a great deal of information regarding the Cedar Elm, its contents, and your location would be ascertained. We'd rather that not happen.
Well, fuck you. I'd rather have my mini-sub back. I can't exactly afford to replace that. I ought to kick your ass
I'm not afraid of little pink sweater man.
Look, Captain Tully, I am sorry, but it is necessary. Whomever is looking for McCallum will not stop until you are both captured or dead. This will lead them to think that you have died due to explosion damage on the mini-sub, or perhaps due to your encounter with that gunboat.
How? The hull is going to be resting at 10,000 feet deep. Who exactly is going to find out?
You'd be surprised.
I am surprised. Who the hell do you two thugs think you are?
The one saving your lives. Now get in the back, Pinky.
Hey, screw...
I assure you that you will be made whole for the costs that you have incurred, Captain Tully. Now, if you would please, I need to complete the Condor's prep for hydroscram.
What's that?
Just as McCallan spoke, she felt the ground beneath her begin to shift backwards. Then she realized it wasn't the floor, but the entire cockpit was sliding backwards into the Condor. A metal sheath slid down over the cockpit windows, causing the room to go completely black for a split second. Automated cabin lighting responded quickly, bathing the cockpit in soft blue light. In place of where the cockpit windows were, video screens suddenly illuminated and gave a full outside view of the craft underwater. Depth, temperature, headings, as well as several other electronic gauges that McCallan couldn't identify crowded the periphery of her view of the outside.
Hydroscram is the ability of the Condor to descend to a relatively shallow depth underwater and then propel itself at high speed in a manner very similar to flight in the air. It's not something we care to utilize often because it's inherent risks, but we want to get out of this area quickly in case anybody picked up your locator beacon, or if the gunboat was able to relay your status or location. We're going to put about 200 miles between us and this location in the next 2 hours. There's not much time, so if you would please...
Please what?
Get into the back by the cargo hold and fasten yourselves in. We are about to begin acceleration, and the water can often produce more turbulence than the air. We must leave this location quickly before anyone has a chance to find us. McCallan, please, go back there. I promise it will be alright.
I trust you, but be nicer to Tully. He's been a good friend so far. Come on, Tully. Let's go in the back and strap in.
Outside the Condor, 90 feet underwater, one of the bravest sablefish cautiously approached the giant aircraft in hope of scavenging a small meal of algae off its wings. But before it could get close, the giant ship streaked away in a violent surge of water that left the fish spinning and disoriented. It had never seen another fish move that fast underwater.
Tully. Hey, Tully. I'm so sorry about what Anton and Othello did to your mini-sub. They seem like they don't care, but they really...
They don't care.
They do care. That's why they wanted to fake our deaths. Look, I don't know how much one of those mini-subs costs, but I know that I can help you out.
This isn't about the mini-sub.
What do you mean?
They don't care about Oberlin. At the end of the day, I really couldn't give a rat's ass about the mini-sub or the Hail Mary if my best friend isn't around. I mean, we don't know where he is, if he's alive or whatever. We should be looking for him, or at least scanning for wreckage of the Hail Mary. This thing has got so many gizmos, it could probably...
They said the Condor wasn't a submarine. They're trying to get us out of here as quickly as they can before we get discovered. I know if there was anything they could do, Anton and Othello would do it.
They would have mentioned if they saw the Hail Mary on radar. They'd probably try to get rid of me and drop me off on it. And that must mean, wherever it is, it's not floating. Callan, why are you trusting them so much? Weren't these the guys that jabbed you with a needle after a car crash that they instigated?
That's true, but they also gave me that communicator that saved us. Senshin told them not to because it would be too dangerous, too easily picked up by someone else. They did it anyway. Look, I've never seen an aircraft like the Condor, but it's clear that they're using this to pick us up and get us out of here quickly because other people are looking for us and seem to want to kill us. We're in the middle of something dangerous.
You are in the middle of something.
No, we are in the middle of something. I'm trying to save my Nana, as well as my own neck. And you're part of this too. Until we find Oberlin, until we find out what happened to him and who's responsible, you are in this too. I need you, Tully, because I know I can trust you.
You barely know me. Why do you...
Because you're the only one who didn't come looking for me. I dragged you into this, not the other way around. That's how I know I can trust you.
Yeah, well, I don't... Well, thanks, McCallan. Not many people have been thinking much of me these days.
Aw. They just haven't seen you in that hot pink sweater.
You know, I really gotta get rid of this thing. There's gotta be something else around here that I could put on.
Here, I'll help you. Let's try to find something. I think I saw some storage containers over there by the main hatch. You check those and I'll search the metal crates under the seat.
Finding anything?
Nothing, just medical supplies.
I don't get it. They said this thing is it's a keyhole?
Tully, you saw that thing glowing down there. Glowing in the pitch black water.
I know, I saw it too. But look, maybe the rat tail fish were just mating or something. We don't know if...
Oh, come on, Tully. Look at this thing. It was calling us. We went up and down the whole wreck of the Cedar-Elm, and we didn't see anything else.
We didn't survey the whole wreck.
But we didn't see anything else like this. Senshin said I'd know when I saw it, and I'm saying this has to be it.
Do you have any sense of what these carvings say? They look like some sort of hieroglyphics. They might not even be words.
I'm not sure.
McCallan approached the sarcophagus tentatively. Her resemblance to the face was striking. Its lips were her lips. Its eyes were her eyes. She placed her hands on the face of the sarcophagus. Suddenly, the metallic eyes opened and stared.
Oh my. Tully, did you see that? The eyes opened. They're open now, Tully. It's made of metal. How can it move like that?
Yeah, I saw that. Jesus, it's like that statue is alive or something.
Without warning, a seam made itself visible by running along the side of the sarcophagus. The seam began to widen, and then as if breaking away, the entire front of the sarcophagus swung open to reveal an inner chamber inside. It was odd because Tully could detect no hinge, and it seemed like the metal was bending itself open. Within the chamber, a compartment in the outline of a human body was clearly evident.
I'm not an Egyptologist, but this doesn't seem like it was meant for burial.
Why do you say that?
Well, sarcophagi in Egypt were used as the burial vessels for the pharaohs in the noble class. They were often filled with treasure and gold that the elite would use in the afterlife.
Can't take it with you.
Yeah, well, that's not what they thought. Anyway, look at this. There's only room for one body.
I don't follow.
I mean, there's no room for any kind of treasure or riches. Plus, there's no body in it, Tully. This can't be Egyptian. Maybe Anton was right. Maybe this is one of the keyholes.
Who else was creating these sarcophaguses?
Sarcophagi.
Whatever.
Really? Not sure.
Hey, don't get too close to that thing.
It's okay, I just want to see something.
McCallan.
I just want to see if there's room for... Yes. Oh my god.
What is it?
Breasts.
Come again?
Breasts. Tully, look at the carve-out of the front part of the keyhole. It has an outline for women's breasts. That doesn't make any sense.
Why?
Because breasts are comprised of soft tissue that would decompose quickly. This is meant for a woman who is alive.
No, McCallan.
Tully, we've got to see what this thing is all about. We've got to see.
Stay away from...
Just keep an eye on me, Tully.
Before he could stop her, McCallan entered the sarcophagus and placed herself in the cavity within. As soon as her skin made contact with the surface of the mysterious vessel, the front violently swung shut, locking McCallan inside. She could hear no sound, feel nothing, and utter darkness surrounded her, until a light. A single point of light began to illuminate in front of her, then another, and another, until slowly there was a slight illuminating glow from within the tight confines of the cavity within. McCallan had little room to move her arms or legs. It felt like a few inches, but no more than that. It was as if this sarcophagus was custom-made for exactly her body. She could see that each point of light that had illuminated the space within seemed to have dimension. It was hard to make out and confusing, and as McCallan looked downwards at each of the countless points of light, she saw that they were not mere illuminations. They were needles that were growing out of the surface of the inside of the sarcophagus. McCallan struggled. She shook violently from side to side, but the sarcophagus gave her no room to move or breathe. She was trapped, the needles growing longer, until finally they shot out, into her, inside of her. And then, darkness. Jason Sterling placed the telephone back on the large receiver that sat on his desk. He stared at the black door to his office and seemed to be lost in thought. His finger fumbled on the underside of his desk until he found a small button that protruded just to the right of his knee. After pressing it, he heard several tumblers within his door snap shut, as well as a hiss like an airlock depressurizing. He swiveled his chair to the computer screen on his left side and began to type the URL of a very special website, www.babydollgirls.com, a website featuring young women in various states of undress, wearing lingerie tumbling off their bare shoulders loaded on his screen. He clicked on the link for webcam shows, and after a bit of loading, a beautiful young blonde woman clad in only a pale pink bra and thong was lounging on the bed. She was writhing gently on the bed and feigned surprise at the virtual visitor knocking on her cyber door.
Hey there, hottie. You caught me being a naughty girl. I was just having a little fun by myself until you came. Do you want to watch me finish the job?
This is Central Authority, Black Door Code 54, Charlie, Tango, Zebra, 93268. Activate secure link, patch through encrypted link 7 with Research Station Asgard. Initiate Communication Security Protocol 10.
Copy. Verification confirmed. Security Protocol 10 is now in effect. Initiating Secure Link 7, Black Door to Asgard. Intermediary I-69 disengaging and logging off.
The image of a shapely young girl vanished and was replaced by an image of a tired-looking office with an empty metal chair in it. Jason could hear slow footsteps getting louder. Finally, an elderly man in his late 60s walked into the camera's field of vision and sat down in the chair. He looked back through the camera at Jason and sighed.
Jason, I hope you understand that these interruptions only serve to prolong the development time of our specimens.
My specimens.
Your specimens. Evolution does not simply react to the whims that the Black Door Group so dictate. We are doing everything we can.
I have reasons for inquiring about your viability studies. What is the current status of the lab rats?
They continue to surprise us.
How so?
Jason, I can't even begin to describe it. I'm sure you've read my report. They have surpassed even our most ambitious predictions. But their bodies are still not stable. They still maintain the half-life of...
How long?
Jason, it's too
I
early.
asked, how long?
Approximately 3 hours outside of the incubator.
I need 12 hours.
We're nowhere close to that.
Then you need to get close. We believe Leviathan has obtained their precious key.
I thought it was a myth. The key exists.
We believe so. The rebels have achieved the first step to their independence, which could mean the downfall of everything we stand for. How they did it is not important right now. What is important is that you give me a working prototype that will last 12 hours with full transference.
Jason, full transference is still unstable. We can't control
We will use a booster signal with relays that I will put in place. My supplier of this technology has delivered what they have promised.
If the signal is compromised, anyone could learn the nature of our experiments and expose the Black Door Group. Any leak could be
Catastrophic, so I've been told. That risk is mine to take. You need to give me 12 hours, by any means necessary.
We might be able to try a more powerful combination of radiation suppressants.
Any means necessary.
I will make every effort. What about your little henchman? How much does he know?
You mean Whit Roberts? At this point, he's not fully aware of the scope of the operation. I've kept his role compartmentalized within the realm of information retrieval. However, he has proven to be exceptionally loyal and is very, very good in the field. When I know that your work's goals have been achieved, then I will reveal the full scope of the Black Door Group's activities to Whit.
Jason, there are other doors.
None of which concern us.
As you wish. Jason, I won't lie. 12 hours of stability could be difficult to achieve. In order to understand the exact combination of exposure and suppressants, we will need more supplies.
We've spoken about this.
There is no way around it. I will need more supplies. At least 20.
20?
At least, Jason. In order for you to have a fully functional prototype with the specifications you desire, I will have to attempt a radically different approach to the construction and cultivation. There is no other way.
This isn't easy, Peter. You can expect a supply rendezvous in 48 hours.
Understood.
Peter.
Yes?
A war is about to erupt, and we need the tools to win it.
Nobody can find us.
Then I guess we're lucky that we have the Dakota.
Back on the Condor.
McAllen, are you okay?
Oh, Tully.
Are you okay, McAllen?
Yeah, I think so. I just feel so different. Oh my god, Tully, all these needles came out and stabbed me and went into me.
Where?
All over. There had to be hundreds of them.
McAllen, I can't find a mark on you.
There's no blood anywhere.
There have to be marks everywhere. I just got mauled and maybe injected with something. How could
McAllen, you're taller.
No way. I'm not taller. You're just crazy.
McAllen, how tall are you?
5'8".
I'm 6'2", and you're not far below meeting me eye to eye.
That's impossible. I couldn't have just grown 4 inches. You're wrong.
I'm afraid Captain Tully is quite right.
McAllen and Tully turned around to see Anton and Othello staring back at them with intense gazes.
Shouldn't one of you two guys be driving the bus?
Pinky Sweater, the Condor has a sophisticated AI autopilot. Until we break out from the ocean, no manual input will be needed.
But we needed to make sure we didn't have an intruder on board.
An intruder?
We're talking about McAllen. She's been somehow modified.
Modified? How? What the hell has been done to me?
It would appear that you are now one of us. You are now immortal, McAllen.
My god, Othello. Ascension was right about her. She must be the one.
We don't know that yet. I can't believe that transformation device was disguised as a keyhole.
What? Immortal?
I'm not exactly sure how this has occurred, but I'm afraid it's true. You are one of us now. Whatever occurred within the keyhole permanently altered your DNA. My suspicion is that device, that keyhole, was designed specifically for you.
How the hell do you know that? You didn't even see me enter the sarcophagus. You weren't even in the room.
McAllen, anyone who is part of Leviathan, any immortal, has the ability to attune. It's a sort of telepathy that allows every Leviathan member to communicate over great distances with any other.
You can read each other's thoughts?
It doesn't quite work like that. Attuning works more like mental bulletin board, where the thoughts and emotions of one individual can be shared with many. When one attunes, they can sift through the thoughts of thousands to find and communicate with that one person.
You're very special, McAllen. You already had some of the mental properties of a Leviathan member, but it would appear that this keyhole has modified and amplified your latent abilities.
How do you know that
Because you spoke to us.
What?
You screened out. We both heard you in the cockpit. We first thought another Leviathan member had somehow infiltrated the Condor. It was as if someone other than you and the Pinky Sweater were in the aft of the ship.
And now, here we are, able to attune with you, McAllen.
But I don't know how to attune. I don't...
Yes, you do, McAllen. You can hear me now, can't you?
Yes. Yes, I hear you, but our lips aren't moving.
Imagine a thought, or an image. Now throw it at me like a football, using only your mind.
I'm trying.
That's what you're thinking about? You haven't washed your hair in a week and are wondering if there's a shower on board the Condor.
Well, if what you're saying is true, I wouldn't want to spend the rest of eternity with greasy hair.
You're going to have a lot more to worry about than your hair. You are very special, McAllen.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Keep saying what? What's going on?
You are special because it is believed that you can lead us to a cure to the disease that has been affecting us.
But there are some people, including Senshin and ourselves, who believe that there are forces at work that may not want us to be cured. You, McAllen, represent the best chance at stopping them. That's why you are being hunted. That's why some people want you dead.
But we will never let that happen, McAllen. You are safe with us.
Wait, just wait. What exactly am I supposed to do? And what kind of...
Quick, Anton, we need to get back to the cockpit. We've reached the breakout point.
What the hell is the breakout point?
It's where the Condor breaks out of the ocean and resumes normal flight in the air. Please strap yourselves back in.
Wait a minute, you haven't even told us where the hell we're going.
Tully's right, Anton. If I'm really immortal, and one of you now, you've got to start telling me everything that's going on.
We're taking you to someone who can explain everything to you and answer all of your questions.
And where exactly does that person live?
India.
Othello tugged on Anton's flight suit and nudged him towards the cockpit. Outside on the Gulf of Alaska, the surface of water seemed placid and smooth, but suddenly a mound moving more than 100 miles per hour began to grow. Water was being pushed violently upwards from the streaking Condor. It approached the surface of the ocean and sent waves of water furiously streaking aside. The Condor erupted out of the ocean and streaked upwards towards the setting sun. Inside, McAllen felt as if something long slumbering inside of her had been awoken. She knew this transformation was part of her destiny being fulfilled, but what role did she play in this deadly cat-and-mouse game between Leviathan and its enemies? The answers, she hoped, would come soon.
India. India.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Krzysztof Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com. The Leviathan Chronicles. An audio adventure. The story thus far. After escaping an attack in Homer, coordinated by the Black Door Group, McAllen and Tully stumbled onto the Cedar Elm lying in deep water in the Gulf of Alaska. The Hail Mary's mini-sub and ROV were jerry-rigged together in order to launch a recovery mission for the mysterious key that McAllen had been searching for. When they reached the wreck at almost 10,000 feet underwater, McAllen and Tully discover that the key is actually a sarcophagus, and the female face that adorns it bears a striking resemblance to McAllen. As the pair pull away from the wreck, with the key in hand, they discover that the Cedar Elm was covered with depth charges that suddenly detonated, sending the mini-sub reeling in the explosion. Meanwhile, back on the surface, Oberlin is kidnapped by Whit Roberts and is questioned and tortured in an abandoned offshore oil rig. His current whereabouts are unknown. The explosion of the Cedar Elm left McAllen and Tully injured, but Tully was far worse for wear. After manually inflating their lift bags, McAllen and Tully began a rocky and perilous journey to the surface, where upon breaching, they found a strangely modified gunboat bearing down on them. Using one of the depth charges from the Cedar Elm that was lodged in the ROV, Tully secretly maneuvered it under the hull of the gunboat and activated the charge, instantly incinerating the gunboat. With the threat of the gunboat eliminated, the gravity of their situation strikes McAllen and Tully. They are floating dead in the frigid Alaskan water, with no heat, no power or food. With no options left, McAllen uses the communication device given to her by Anton and Othello, thus alerting them, and potentially others, to her location. Anton and Othello pick up McAllen and Tully in the Condor, an advanced aircraft capable of supersonic speed in the air, as well as high-speed underwater maneuvers. Once inside, McAllen examines the key, which opens to reveal a hollow chamber inside. As soon as McAllen enters, the door swings shut and multiple needles enter her skin as the key alters her DNA. She emerges from the sarcophagus several inches taller and is told that she has somehow become immortal. She is able to sense Anton and Othello's thoughts and feels strangely energized. Both she and Tully demand more answers about their predicament. Anton and Othello oblige by informing them that they are being taken to someone who can provide all of the answers they are seeking. And now, Chapter 8, In the Beginning. The Condor streaked across a blood-red sky, rapidly approaching the Indian subcontinent. It was still several hundred miles away, but at their altitude of 120,000 feet, it appeared to be directly below them.
It's almost dark. Let's recalibrate the SATCOM and initiate a gradual descent pattern before we enter glide spin. We'll be in Mumbai by nightfall.
All frequencies are clear. Looks like we're all set for a nice, quiet descent. In for a change.
The Condor began its descent over the Indian city of Mumbai, formerly known as Bombay. Mumbai was the financial and entertainment capital of India. McAllen had learned the general maneuvering ritual that the Condor adopted when it approached its landing zone. It didn't land gradually like a commercial airliner. The wind shear and turbine noise prevented that, given the Condor's extreme stealth profile. Rather, it reached its destination high in the atmosphere and entered into a radical descent pattern called glide spin, similar to a high-speed VTOL landing. The Condor set down in some mangroves near Mahim Creek, by the edge of a settlement of some sort. McAllen saw thousands of lights, but noted that the lights were different from those that colored the city. These lights were flickering flashes of yellow and orange, not like the steady fluorescence and neon of the city lights.
Fires. They're all fires and lanterns. Othello, what's that over there?
Hopefully answers for all of us.
A motorized rickshaw puttered to the edge of the Mahim Creek. Anton, McAllen, and Tully climbed in the back as the taxi driver began navigating the labyrinth of twisting streets through Dharavi. As they entered the slum, Small children darted out frantically to see the white visitors who so rarely penetrated this deeply into the slums. Out of the corner of McAllen's eye, she spied Tully staring off into space, looking forlorn.
I'd love to know what's on your mind.
In the past 24 hours, I've lost my boat, my mini-sub, my best friend, probably my mind.
Tully, we don't know what happened to Oberlin.
You saw the armament on that gunboat. You saw them shooting at us. There's a blood hunt out for you, or this key, or whatever. Oberlin never stood a chance. These guys don't care who gets hurt in their little crusade.
You blame me for Oberlin? You do, don't you?
I don't mean to eavesdrop, but we've almost reached our destination. Ujama Laile. McAllen, when we get inside, stay very close to me and move quickly. Captain Tully, I am sorry for your material loss. I can only assure you that you will be more than compensated for the full value of your loss, in addition to your time and considerable effort. And in terms of your first mate's whereabouts, I'm afraid we don't have any concrete answers yet. However, to be completely candid with you, Captain, I do have the distinct feeling that he is still alive and none of us should be giving up hope.
I never did.
Well, you have my absolute word that McAllen, Othello, and myself will do everything in our power to find and rescue your friend Oberlin. If there's anything we can...
Whoa. What do you mean, you and McAllen? I'm not going anywhere. I want to find out what happened to my best friend and...
Captain Tully, I'm afraid this is where we part ways. A rickshaw will pick you up and take you...
I don't think you understand. I'm not going anywhere. You can just go straight to hell if
Hey, Tully, please. Anton, he's right. You know, this is all my fault. You and Senshin wanted me to hire historical explorations and go after the key. It was my bright idea to hire Tully, and I was the one who dragged him into this. And despite that, he stepped up for me and risked his life to protect me. Oberlin, too. Tully deserves to be a part of this. It's personal for him, too.
McAllen, I don't...
Anton, everyone keeps telling me how special I am. Well, I think it's high time you started treating me that way. Tully stays with me, period. And so help me God, if we don't help him, I won't cooperate with you or Leviathan in any way whatsoever.
Very well, McAllen. Although I suspect Captain Tully may be asking to leave of his own accord very shortly. As you will. However, I must insist that you remain outside, Captain Tully. You'll be safe here. She and I have business inside. McAllen, we're about to go inside this workshop. Listen to me carefully. I want you to stay very close to me and move quickly.
The rickshaw stopped in front of a cinder block home with a corrugated tin roof from which McAllen could smell smoke emanating. Dark-skinned women were kneeling outside the small vestibule in front of the house, with stacks of beautiful, intricate pottery laid out in front of them. They had entered the Kumbar section of Dharavi, who are one of the oldest and predominant castes within the Dharavi slum. The Kumbar descended from a clan of potters and have been in residence in Dharavi for over 150 years. Each family shared a communal kiln from which they would create their own distinct pottery. Their artistry was as legendary as their tendency to remain reclusive and associate only with those within their own sect.
The pottery is beautiful.
I think it's time that you meet the master potter. Follow me inside.
The two of them walked inside the house and were instantly faced by 6 Gujarati bodyguards holding Kalashnikov rifles at attention.
It's all right. I brought the one. I told them it's all right, McAllen.
McAllen didn't feel comfortable making direct eye contact with so many people, and instead tried to take in the details of the darkly lit room. The room was dominated by a large brick kiln that harbored a blazing fire within. It stood about 7 feet tall, and there was an open door through which potters could fuel the fire with logs and coal that was stacked by its side. A chimney led upwards, but even in the relative darkness of the room, McAllen could see black smoke leaking out of the kiln into the room. The walls were covered in soot, and the room seemed utterly filthy. Stacks of pottery, large and small, were piled up in primitive shelves. McAllen wiped her brow that was now covered in sweat, as heat seemed to be pouring out of every crevice in the room.
My God, it's like an oven in here. I'm dying.
Well, actually, it is an oven. Here, drink this. It will help you cool down.
McAllen hesitated for a split second, and then eagerly drank down the cool, milky drink that was offered to her. It tasted nutty and mildly sweet, and McAllen realized how long it had been since she enjoyed a proper meal.
It's time, McAllen.
Time for what?
For a split second, McAllen wondered if her instincts about Anton had been wrong all of this time. Had he really brought her all this way, just to kill her now that the Leviathan group had obtained their special key, or whatever it was they were looking for? Was this why he wanted Tully to wait outside of the house? Anton took a step towards McAllen, and she stepped backwards instinctively. The 6 guards tightened their position by the front door, prohibiting any type of escape.
You know what they say, out of the frying pan and into the fire.
And with a quick step, Anton ducked his head into the door of the giant kiln and walked into the searing flames inside.
Anton!
The guards by the door nodded their heads forward, gesturing for McAllen to follow Anton's lead.
I'm supposed to walk into a burning oven? No way.
But then, McAllen heard something unusual. The faint buzzing of mechanical equipment from within the oven. The kiln itself looked to be more than 100 years old and seemed utterly devoid of moving parts or any type of technology. But then she remembered Anton's words to her in the rickshaw earlier.
McAllen, listen to me carefully. I want you to stay very close to me and move quickly.
McAllen took a deep breath and walked forward towards the kiln, feeling the heat rise as she got closer. Just as she was about to touch the searing hot bricks of the kiln, mere inches from her skin, she felt the temperature drop precipitously.
Huh?
McAllen ducked her head to enter the doorway of the kiln and was amazed to see the flames within have no effect whatsoever on her skin. She felt neither hot nor any pain. 2 steps inside the fire, she was able to see a very steep set of narrow stairs that descended down about 10 feet. The steps led to a small landing where Anton stood outside an open elevator door.
Well, you certainly took your own sweet time. What the hell kept you?
What the hell just happened? You walked into a burning oven. I walked into a burning oven. How come we're both fine? Why hasn't my flesh been burnt off? Is it because we're both immortal? Because we're part of Leviathan?
My God, no. I said we were immortal, not invulnerable. Leviathan members have some enhanced human abilities, like superior strength and speed, and some telepathic capacity, but we can be killed and injured just like anyone else.
But then why weren't you burnt to a crisp? Why aren't you...
Because there was no flame there. It was a holographic projection.
Oh, but I felt the heat.
Floorboards. Well, we installed the floorboards and walls within the room upstairs to conduct radiant heat so as to give the impression of a working kiln. The kiln itself has been inactive and has been for over 75 years. But the Kumbar Potters of Doravia are a highly secretive sect and have been stewards and confidants of Leviathan for a long time. There are people that know how to keep secrets, McAllen. That house above represents a hidden entrance to one of our most important secrets.
And what secret is that?
Come see for yourself.
The elevator doors opened to a giant room filled with computer monitors and sophisticated electronic equipment that was being operated by hundreds of Indian workers. The room resembled one of the giant financial trading floors that McAllen always saw on the news. People seemed to be very busy and not paying her much attention. Everything seemed very clean and very modern. But as McAllen looked closer, something struck her as odd. There was no IBM, Dell, HPs, or even Apple computers. The computers that were manned by the workers looked rounder, more organic. And the keyboards before them seemed to be constantly changing. At first they would resemble standard keyboards with letters and numbers, but then levers, dials, and strange buttons would suddenly morph in front of their fingers for the workers to manipulate.
Oh my God.
Interactive holography. The interfaces that our workers are manipulating are very complicated. The interface can constantly change depending on what the workers are trying to accomplish, whether it's typing an email to a senator or conducting a computer simulation of the effect of ambient nuclear radiation of greenhouse gas buildup.
Who are these people?
Well, they all work for the Leviathan group, at least one branch of it. Primarily they are members of the Kumbar sect, and this place is one of our primary research and operational nerve centers.
They look like operators at mission control.
Well, that's a good analogy. These operators, as you call them, are conducting a wide range of activities for Leviathan around the world. That person there is analyzing high-resolution satellite photos for geological anomalies in Mongolia. That other person there is executing stock purchases through one of our Swiss bank accounts. And this person closest to us is piloting an underwater robotic drone that we are using to determine the effectiveness of the Chinese sonar defense system that surrounds their naval borders.
What? How can that be? We're underneath a slum in India. How do these people have the skills and the technology?
This is one of the many secrets that you will learn. The Kumbar sect, the Potter class of Mumbai, has been something of a ruse. Their people are well known for their astonishingly intricate pottery, but also for the secrecy with which they hand their craft down through the generations, from parents to children and onward. But their pottery secrets are not the only ones they keep. While their pottery craft is highly skilled, it remains a ruse for their real calling. The Leviathan group adopted the Kumbar sect over 500 years ago in exchange for the complete fidelity of the individuals you see before the workstations. Leviathan pledges to support their family in perpetuity, to watch over their children and children's children. They know of our immortality, of our power, of our riches, and have kept our work hidden. Their secretive nature and disassociation with others make them the perfect allies in our war.
War against whom?
Come, I'm going to leave that for someone else to explain to you. Someone you might be relieved to see.
On the other end of the gigantic operations center sat two enormous wooden French doors. Primitive handles that resembled small logs adorned each side. McCallan thought to herself that a baby giant might reside inside. The thought was no crazier than finding a futuristic command center located beneath Asia's poorest and largest slum, stationed by a secretive sect of potters. But as she got closer, Anton made a gesture to the two Kumbar guards that were standing by each door. They each grabbed a single handle and pulled with all of their might. The doors opened with a low groan and revealed a plush interior office that contrasted sharply with the stark modern operations center outside of it. McCallan and Anton walked inside to find a room that would have been only appropriate within one of the finest palaces in India. Two sets of vaulted stone arches seemed to support the exquisitely detailed ceiling that was engraved with lapis and jasper stones in a royal paisley design. On the thick marble shelves located on the sides of the room sat dusty pottery that looked to be hundreds of years old, next to the jeweled chalices encrusted with rubies and sapphires. A Persian rug that was larger than any McCallan had ever seen stretched from the entranceway to the massive semi-sphere desk that sat at the far end of the room.
I've seen that desk before. I saw one just like it in Senshin's office.
Familiarity creates affection, but not wisdom.
Sedgwick! Oh my god! What are you doing here? Did Leviathan capture you?
No. I'm afraid I'm the one who's captured you. Or should I say rescued, based on Anton and Othello's report. You see, McCallan, I'm a part of Leviathan. I've always been a part of Leviathan.
You? Sedgwick? Are you telling me that you're immortal?
Yes. Just as you are now.
What? How long have you... I'm so confused. How
long have I been immortal? Over 600 years now.
Why did you never tell me about yourself or Leviathan or...
To protect you. Because you are special. I have lived close to you and watched over you your entire life.
Please, Sedgwick, just explain it to me. Why does everyone keep calling me special?
You have a right to know, McCallan. And it is time I told you the truth about who you are. But in order for you to understand yourself, you must understand where you came from. Where we all came from.
What do you mean?
Immortality. You need to understand how it was gifted to us, and what we now face. You have an important role in all of it now, McCallan. We need you.
I still don't understand.
You soon will. To explain all of it to you, I must take you back almost 1,000 years from today. All of this started in southern Norway, in the coastal town of Somnertok in the year 1043. Christianity had begun to take hold in Scandinavia,
and the First Crusade was only 30 years away. Many of the major Viking tribes had made incursions into Scotland, Ireland, and part of England. Regional power was constantly shifting, and local conflict often superseded any sense of national identity. It was a bitterly cold day in September, and a chilling wind had gathered force on the North Sea that was now being released upon Somnertok. Villagers were hurrying on the streets to bring in firewood and anything else that might burn to keep them warm from the damp cold that was quickly settling in. The heavy frost wasn't expected for several weeks, and as a result caught almost all the villagers unprepared. A tall woman with long ruby-like hair marched angrily down the center street within town. She carried herself with great authority and grace, but her furious expression left no question that she was not to be trifled with today. Evangeline Leifric was the leader and high priestess of the ancient Valkyrie tribe of Nords that lived high in the interior fjords. The tribe became allies with a British exploration party that stumbled upon them several years before. The British were amazed at the technology of the Valkyrie. Their ship construction was vastly superior, as well as their knowledge of medicine and science. When the tribe decided to relocate much deeper in the interior, Evangeline elected to stay behind with the leader of the exploratory group, Peter Scarleton. The two had become passionate lovers, but on this day in Somnatok, she felt little love in her heart for anyone. She approached the home she shared with Peter Scarleton and ripped open the front door and slammed it shut with all of her force.
I cannot stand the imbeciles of the town council. They've assembled themselves a group of ignorant hypocrites.
My God, Evangeline, control yourself. What happened, darling? Talk to me.
We will all die if we don't leave soon. The idiots on the town council will see to that soon enough.
Evangeline, tell me what happened.
I told you that I approached the council for my request for 40 barrels of saffron. I was told their decision will be made today. When I entered the council chamber, I was met by that sniveling worm Kriegerson, who told me that the council will not have time to meet with me today, but that my request had been both considered and denied.
Oh, darling, I am so sorry. But we both knew the chances of...
The chances of us all being alive in 6 months are even slimmer. Peter, I needed those supplies to create a cure, even a vaccine for the Skaradoth exiles on Elkanor Island. They lie less than 10 miles off our coast. Their infection will become our infection soon. Have you seen how they die, Peter? They become so racked with pain that they can't move out of their beds. Their eyes turn as red as my hair as they slowly lose the ability to see the world around them. They become lost in horrible visions and nightmares that torment them until they die, screaming themselves so hoarse that blood trickles from the mouths of their corpses. Last month, I found an infected family whose ears had withered away into mere nubs.
Enough, Evangeline. You're lucky you haven't contracted the satanic disease yourself when you visited them.
I have enough medicine to cure myself, and you if need be, but not a city of thousands. Somnatok has grown into a substantial port city, almost as large as Mundal. If we...
For God's sake, be reasonable. The inhabitants of Elkanor Island were banished there by the British and Viking armies. They refused to abandon their pagan religion and accept Christianity as their path to salvation. The church's law on this matter was resolute, and they were lucky not to be executed. It was only by my intervention that they were able to spare their lives and merely banish them.
To a barren rock island with barely enough food to feed the children, let alone the adults.
The church believes that these people are cursed, Evangeline. They believe that the disease is God's punishment and that their fate was brought upon by themselves.
God has nothing to do with it, and you know it. Those people, whatever stupid religion they choose to believe, are still human beings and deserve to be treated as such. I can cure them, Peter. I've studied the ancient text of my people. You know I come from a long lineage of medicine women, leaders of our villages, female shaman that were respected for their wisdom and healing power. I've read their text and have found records of a disease similar to this one over 200 years ago. It was cured using a complex potion containing concentrated amounts of saffron. I know if we can obtain enough, we can wipe out this disease before it jumps on the mainland. On to Somnatok. I don't yet know how it spreads, but a week ago, when I was walking through the forest collecting my herbs, I found a nest of dead eaglets, all with blood-red eyes. This horrible disease will spread, Peter. First killing your people on the coast, then my people deep in the mountains, and from there, who knows how far it will spread. Maybe as far as Britain if the birds contract it. Isn't there anything you can do? You're still commandant of the regional naval forces. You still carry a great deal of authority.
On military matters, yes. Not on local matters. That is now the church's domain. Times have changed, Evangeline, and we must be careful not to arouse suspicion.
In my village, the leaders were chosen by their wisdom, not by some patriarchal, monotheistic lie of a religion.
Your leaders were always women, as part of the Valkyrie tradition. That fact alone disqualifies your opinion from any serious consideration at the council level, at least as long as the council members are handpicked by the bishop.
And do you believe a woman should have no voice as well?
My dear, I find your voice, your reason, and your beauty to be one of the most compelling things that I have ever encountered in all of my travels around the globe. That is why I am so hopelessly in love with you. Your counsel and advice have guided me for several years and given me the happiest times I have ever known. You are my partner and equal, and shall always be my Valkyrie goddess.
Piter had met Evangeline 7 years earlier as the British explored Scandinavia on the behalf of the Church of England. The Crusades were beginning their process in earnest, and the British had successfully launched a campaign that combined missionary zeal with their considerable military forces. Commandant Piter Scarleton had successfully orchestrated several high-profile naval missions in the North and Celtic seas. His loyalty to the crown had little to do with religion, as he was secretly an atheist. Seeing many of his closest friends and his father killed on the high seas had assured that. However, he did believe in the civilizing forces of British colonization, to bring medicine, schooling, and rule of law to otherwise savage nations. To bring justice to a world still largely ruled by barbarians was, in his mind, a noble vocation. Out of that loyalty to both crown and sword, he acquiesced to one final mission in Scandinavia. The Viking nations of Scandinavia long stood as a thorn in the side of the British government. Their savagery stood in painful contrast to the orderly rigidness of England's stratified society. But one could also not deny the strength of the Viking army that had colonized much of Scotland and Ireland. It was exactly this savageness that had long held off any invaders and kept the Scandinavian countries firmly independent. But in 1036, British intelligence noted a substantial regional war had erupted between two pagan factions on the southwest Norwegian coast, the Valkyrie and the Skaradoth. Little was known about either group, but it was known that the Skaradoth were a wild and violent people and were rooted in their Wiccan worship of nature gods. The Valkyrie, on the other hand, considered themselves too evolved to embrace organized religion and focused their efforts on the pursuit of gaining insight into the natural environment around them. This conflict had been underway for many years. The Valkyrie were able to hold off the Skaradoth despite their greater numbers by applying the Valkyrie's superior knowledge of science, and could reportedly produce a potion capable of bestowing their supernatural strength to their own warriors who were feared throughout Norway. Furthermore, it was said that all the various Valkyrie villages were ruled by holy medicine women who each alone possessed the secret to the revered potion. Piter began his exploratory campaign by conducting a reconnaissance mission through the Valkyrie Highland. Upon crossing their borders, he found himself swiftly captured by a group of Valkyrie soldiers that had approached him in complete stealth. Rather than killing him, the Valkyrie soldiers took him to see their village chief, a beautiful woman with long red hair that stood as tall as Piter. The chief introduced herself as Evangeline Leifric, and went on to explain that her village and the neighboring Valkyrie villages were peaceful in nature, but under attack from the vast hordes of Skaradoth barbarians. She described the Skaradoth worship techniques that involved cannibalism and human sacrifice to their elemental gods, and that they ruled themselves by passion, not reason. Piter instantly recognized and respected the restraint and courtesy that this village chief accorded him. Over the course of several meals, Evangeline questioned Piter about his homeland and his intentions in Norway, whether it was the fact that he knew he was in a vulnerable position, or that he was quickly becoming smitten with his captor. Piter decided to tell Evangeline the truth about the British intentions of converting her homeland into Christians. Evangeline respected his honesty, and could see that before her was a man of principle, not religion. She admired his courage to be honest with her, and she too found herself nurturing a growing affection for this handsome Englishman. Together they devised a plan that served both of their needs. Piter would return to England and tell of the savagery of the Skaradoth people, and that he had identified a sympathetic local tribe that would serve as guides and healers for their incoming British forces. Evangeline would be able to utilize the force of the incoming army to crush her Skaradoth enemies and afford safety for her people. Piter gave his word that his knowledge of the location of the Valkyrie villages would remain secret, thus ensuring that Crusades would never find their way to Evangeline's people. During the ensuing battle, Evangeline became Piter's confidant and advisor. Their love for one another grew, until finally, upon the completion of the campaign and the banishment of the Skaradoth, Piter invited Evangeline to live with him in the port city of Somnatok, where he was granted a substantial plot of land just off the city centre. Evangeline cherished her time at his side, as they regarded each other as equals. She would question him incessantly about his travels across the globe for the British Navy, and he would listen for hours as she would recite the medicinal properties of herbs and her experimentation with imported ingredients. Together, the scientist and the explorer had a contented life for almost 7 years. Their idyllic life together took a turn for the worse 18 months ago, when word came from Canterbury that the democratically elected town council would be dissolved, and new council members would be dispatched from England to ensure that the standards of colonial society were being met. It took no time to realise the new council was a puppet government for the Church of England that had now taken its bloody war of religious conversion as far as Finland. Both Peiter and Evangeline were disgusted by the onslaught of new laws that the council ordained in the name of Christian authority, and Evangeline felt her hatred for the Church grow. Something had to be done, and Evangeline had come up with a very radical idea.
This plague, if not contained, could be the death of us all. It is utterly deadly and will spread like pollen. It will make its way to the mainland here, and could very well make its way to your jolly old England if an epidemic breaks out. There must be something you can do, Peiter.
Not without arousing suspicion, Eva. You know that. If it appears that I am being sympathetic to the local population, then I'll be cut out of the British command structure and all hope of our plans will be lost. We must think of the greater good. I've been waiting for word from the good Dr. Stephen Parker, my closest friend I've told you about in London, to confirm his commitment to our project. I'd expected to get word days ago, but perhaps this damn cold front has delayed his post. Weather can confound the best laid plans, can't it?
After a month of waiting for his message from London to be delivered, Peiter Scarleton decided that the only thing that had arrived was winter. In a few more weeks, the port harbour would be too frozen for the larger ships to make their way in.
Can I make you some tea, dear?
I'd make it myself if the kitchen wasn't so damned far away.
I wish we could cure this bout of illness for you. It's not like you to be sick for over a week. How is your leg?
Still quite numb, I'm afraid. But I think that I can...
You'll do nothing but sit there and rest. I'll prepare some tea for you with the licorice root you like so much.
A kinder soul I have never known. Evangeline!
Rest, I have it, dear. Oh, Mr. Kriegerson. To what do my Peiter and I owe this unexpected pleasure?
Ah, Mrs. Scarleton. The pleasure is... Oh, my. You must excuse my manners. I always assume that you and the Commandant are betrothed, given the length of time that the two of you have cohabitated.
Our living arrangements are none of your concern.
No, most certainly not.
The Commandant is not well today, Mr. Kriegerson. I ask you again to please state your business.
Of course. First, let me express my sympathies to the Commandant for falling ill to this lamentably early winter weather. It seems it could fall to
Mr.
the best...
Kriegerson, please state your business.
Of course, Commandant. Please forgive my exuberance, but it is not often that Somnatok gets to see its favorite hero. You've become a bit of a recluse, and are very missed at the council meetings as well as church services.
Mr. Kriegerson.
But I bring joyous news, Commandant. At least joyous to a naval man such as yourself. I bring news that the bishop himself has personally requested your reinstatement to full, active duty to command one of the newest and finest war vessels in the British arsenal, an experimental craft that was designed for long-term sustainability as well as maximum firepower. It was built using a Norse design, but with hardwoods found only in parts of Spain. It uses multiple masts and a unique steering mechanism that will make it the most maneuverable ship in the water. 30 crossbow stations are fixed on both the port and starboard sides. The ship is large enough to hold provisions for a crew of 30 for weeks on end. We call it the Chalice.
Incredible. I've never heard of such a ship. Multiple masts, just remarkable. But what, pray tell, does the British Crown intend to do with its newest jewel? And more importantly, What does it have to do with me?
It would seem that Bulgaria is still nurturing pagan elements that are hostile to the Holy Roman Empire and the shining path of salvation that Christianity represents. These heathens have taken to piracy in the Aegean Sea and Western Mediterranean, and have cut off shipping lanes from the Roman ports to Constantinople. This matter has taken on a great degree of urgency, as several of the ship's cargo contained vital historical artifacts to be presented to His Holiness, the Pope.
Oh, pardon me while I straighten up in the kitchen.
Nordic influence has overcome most of England. There are some who believe that our faith is being tested. A Christian empire will have the strength to overcome its Viking oppressors and reach its grasp out across Europe and beyond. I don't need to tell you how important Jerusalem would be to the empire. By placating the Pope, England could rise again.
Mr. Kriegerson, as you can see, I am not well, and sadly have my strongest days behind me. Surely there is another sea captain who could...
The Commandant is so very modest, but I assure you that the Bishop has requested your leadership in this matter personally and specifically. You see, the Holy Papacy and the Vatican have been unsuccessful in recovering many of these treasured artifacts. The Vatican feels that it is the rightful owner of these artifacts and that they should reside safely in the Vatican.
So you want me to be a mercenary, a hired gun of the Crown, so that it and the Church can get their cut of a looted bounty that belongs to someone else?
I'm very sorry that the Commandant chooses to view this matter so unfortunately. There are other ways for the Crown to generate the wealth needed to launch its ongoing missionary campaigns. In fact, it has come to my attention that there is a report circulating at High Command in London describing a reported existence of vast deposits of silver ore located deep in the interior, very close to where some of the natives still reside, I believe. I'm sure they could be helpful in the location of such a rich deposit, as well as its extraction. As slaves,
I think that you can tell the Bishop that I would be more than honored to conduct one last campaign on behalf of the Crown.
Peter, what are you...
Evangeline!
I'm so glad that you can see both the reason and honor behind this vital mission. The Bishop will be very pleased that you've not forgotten your loyalty to Church and Crown. With the naval arsenal under your command, I'm sure we can all count on a victorious as well as profitable outcome. We expect you to begin your journey back to London to pick up your command in 1 week's time.
Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Kriegerson. I appreciate your coming all this way on such a frigid day to deliver this joyous news. But before you go, I do have a small request. Evangeline had approached the council some time ago regarding a request for a substantial quantity of saffron. I was dismayed to find that the council denied her request, without even granting her audience with the deciders to even plead her case.
Cooking a casserole for the entire town, are we?
No, nothing of that sort. The truth is that Evangeline might have a cure for the affliction that is killing the population of Elsinore Island.
You mean the exiles?
Yes, the exiles. But our fear is that the affliction could spread or be somehow carried to the mainland to us. By offering them a cure, we could be protecting our own health and population.
Those wretched souls have been cursed by God. Salvation through Christ the Redeemer is the only cure they will need. It is their own pagan religion that brought their affliction on themselves. Sumnertalk is a pious settlement, free of any Viking or pagan filth, and as such, we have nothing to fear from any of God's punishments. Any attempt to interfere with the will of God through potions or sorcery would be viewed as witchcraft.
Mr. Kriegerson, it would not be in your best interest to have the Bishop know that you have accused the Commandant's fiancée of witchcraft.
Fiancée? I had no idea that...
Evangeline and I have arranged to be married in a few months' time. I've asked for her hand in marriage, and she has accepted. So I sincerely hope that you will accord her the full respect befitting the wife of a respected naval officer, and, as you said, the hero of Sumnertalk. especially given the financial benefits that can be expected from a victorious battle with the Bulgarians.
Forgive me, Commandant. I meant no disrespect. I was merely concerned about the public opinion.
Your concern is noted. It is the Council's concern that I would like refocused on my wife's request. Do I make myself clear, Mr. Kriegerson?
Very clear, Commandant. I shall make your fiancé's request the highest priority. And congratulations on your engagement.
I shall tell the Bishop and Naval Command how helpful you have been.
Thank you, Commandant. I shall take my leave and allow you to prepare for your campaign. May God grant your safe passage over such dangerous waters. Oh, and I almost forgot. There was a post addressed to you that was delivered some time ago to the council hall. The post these days has a way of getting lost as our little city grows so quickly. I believe it might have been opened by mistake, but I thought I might be kind enough to bring it with me. Ever so sorry you had to wait so long to receive it. I'll just leave it on the table on my way out. I bid you and Evangeline farewell.
Farewell, Mr. Kriegerson.
Mr. Kriegerson sneered a lurid smile and turned to walk out of the door into the freezing air of Somnatok. He left a tattered scroll on the wooden table that was nearest to the door. As soon as the door closed, Piter's eyes turned to meet Evangeline's that were now blazing hot with fury.
Have you completely lost your mind? How dare you allow that filthy little worm into our home to volunteer to become a pirate in the name of some religious farce? And on top of all this, now we're getting married!
Evangeline, please.
What am I supposed to do with you gone on a mission for how long? 6 months? 9 months? Leaving as winter is approaching. You know how the people of this village treat me. They don't like strong women here. The more the church tightens its grip, the more the old Nords are viewed as pagans unless they kneel under the bishop's authority.
For heaven's sake, Evangeline, be reasonable. I couldn't risk them launching some campaign in the Highlands, finding the Valkyrie tribes and enslaving your people to mine silver for the benefit of the crown.
We held off the Skaradoth for years. We can do the same with the British forces.
You only achieved victory over the Skaradoth when you formed an alliance with the British naval forces. Your tribe has the finest and bravest warriors I have ever seen, but you would be no match for the sheer numbers of an invading force, not to mention superior weaponry.
It's not fair. They can't treat us like the Skaradoth. We have no religion that guides us. Each person in our village is free to believe whatever the spirits tell them. It is not for a church or chief to tell a subject what to believe. I don't believe in any sort of singular god at all, Piter, and...
I know that, Evangeline. And unfortunately so does the council and many others in town, which is exactly why they fear you. Look, we can discuss this further, but please hand me the post from Kriegerson that he brought over. This could be the news we're waiting for, Evangeline.
The Eden Initiative?
Yes. Here, now let me read what it says. Yes. It's from Dr. Stephen Parker. This is the news we've been waiting for.
Commandant Scarleton, I hope this letter finds you well. As you know, the weather in London continues to disappoint. However, I am hopeful for bright breaks in the weather ahead. Furthermore, I hope you will treat me to some of the extraordinary Nordic wine that I've heard so much about. Please make sure that Evangeline gets the message. Yours most sincerely, Dr. Stephen Parker.
The hell is this drivel? This doesn't make any sense. Evangeline, can you believe this? We convey one of the most radical ideas in civilized history to this man, and an idea that would probably have us both arrested and executed, and he responds with some bloody diatribe of travel.
My dear, may I please see the letter?
Well, I just read it to you. I don't see...
Thank you, Piter. I think your friend Parker has a better sense of humor than you give him credit for.
What do you mean? What are you doing with that bottle of wine? I don't understand. How did...
Baking soda. He used a baking soda solution as invisible ink that can be revealed by utilizing the acid in grape juice or wine. It's actually an old Viking trick used when commanders were relaying vital information. Your comrade knows his history.
I'll be damned. Well, go on. What does the letter say?
My dearest friend Piter, It is rare that in one's life the embrace of genius is given so easily and selflessly. I am deeply honored that you have included and confided in me
Your plan to create a remote and isolated utopian society. To think, what better way to determine and promote the essence of humanity than to collate its finest members into a community free from want, need, hunger, or greed? I cannot wait to finally meet Evangeline and thank her for her leadership on this design of populating the group exclusively with the best of each intellectual field. The best scholars in every field of science, biologists, physicists, doctors, philosophers, teachers, and engineers. Men and women on fully equal footing socially, as well as freedom from religious doctrine. Reason shall rule. Science will rule. Progressive thought shall rule. Progress will be our God, and spiritual dogma shall be banished to memory. I fully understand my role to identify and recruit the 300 scholars needed to take part in this. What did you call it? The Eden Initiative. You have bravely volunteered to provide the naval vessels required for such a long journey, as well as the considerable wealth that will be needed to trade with local and international parties and keep our members free from want. No idea in history has ever been this well funded. By your actions, each member shall have the wealth equivalent of any count or countess in Europe. By making each member so wealthy, you are freeing them from the demands of material pursuits and allowing them to devote all of their energies to practical and theoretical research for the betterment of society as a whole. As you requested, I have discreetly researched your question regarding our initiative's secession, and it is with great regret that I must inform you that our actions will be considered legal grounds for treason and religious treachery under the Church and Crown law. Once you have obtained the ships and the gold, there will literally be no turning back. This may be a moot point because of your actions commandeering the naval vessels as well as the treasury boats will be considered acts of mutiny and piracy regardless. In closing, I am humbled by the audacity and brilliance of your plan. The Eden Initiative will launch a new era in human development and advance societal evolution to an enlightened state of being. I thank you and will meet you, along with the other 300 members of the group, at the prearranged rendezvous point on April 8th, 1044. Your job is not an easy one, and all of us will be eternally in your debt. I wish you and Evangeline the best of fortune in your crucial phase of the Eden Initiative. Yours sincerely, Dr. Stephen Parker.
My God, Evangeline, did you hear that? Parker is in. He's going to do it. Your idea will happen. The Eden Initiative will become a reality.
Peter, this news is wonderful, but did you forget something? You have been drafted by the Crown to reclaim the Vatican treasure near Bulgaria. You'll never have enough time to orchestrate your plan of commandeering the treasury boats.
Don't you see, Evangeline? This could be even better. I'll be able to cover our tracks more efficiently. I'll be able to take the best ship in the British fleet to Bulgaria, steal back as much stolen treasure as possible from the Bulgarians, and then have the reports that our ship went down in a fierce battle circulate throughout the Mediterranean. We'll have the swiftest ship and the greatest amount of riches to fund our dream with nobody looking for us.
Your plan is a bold one, but lest you forget that you will still have to do battle with Bulgarian pirates, and that you will still have a ship full of crew that will not abandon ship on a mere whim. What will you do with them?
This is my mission. I will be granted the latitude to crew my ship with those I see fit. I will choose only the officers I know for certain will be sympathetic to the Eden Initiative's goals. Frankly, I've been thinking that we need more members with military experience in case we are somehow discovered or encounter hostility wherever we land. The rest of the crew, however, will have to be removed.
Removed? How?
Evangeline.
Removed how?
There will be a battle and men die in battles.
I will not condone murder to promote an initiative of peace. That is against everything I believe in.
Look around us, Eva. The world isn't changing. Yes, there is a new sweep of holy fervor taking hold of Europe, but the violence is the same, just the leaders are different. Whether we kill in the name of God, the king, or for riches, or some imaginary line on a map, killing comes too easily and too often to mankind. And the ones who profit from it always stay in power. Don't you see? That's why your idea is so radical and beautiful of the Eden Initiative is vital and so threatening to the status quo. An egalitarian society of peace and plenty that operates as one for the sole purpose of scientific and artistic advancement. If word escaped that we prospered with no king, no god, and without money to divide us, it would shake the foundation of the world around us. Which is exactly why we need to take the resources necessary to fund and create the initiative as soon as possible. Will never be given to us, and we won't have enough time to wait for the world to change. Time will always be the enemy of those with greater vision than those around them. We cannot escape the inevitable truth. There is never enough time. If some lives are lost, it will be nothing compared to the members of the Eden Initiative that will be executed if our plans are ever discovered, or the lives we will save with the advancements that the initiative will create. Thinking in the larger scale has always been your greatest gift, Evangeline. I implore you to apply it to the task at hand and realize that for the sake of our dream, your dream, decisive action must be taken.
I agree, and will trust your judgment in these matters. But I wish there was another way.
I too, my dear. I too.
Evangeline spent the next few days trying to occupy herself with seemingly endless tasks of getting Piter ready for his impending military campaign. She busied herself every second of the day to avoid listening to the two voices inside of her that seemed to be screaming at one another.
How can a society be utopian when it is built on blood spilled or money stolen? How will the society not degenerate into a pirate's haven? Who will know the secrets as to how the funds were obtained? An egalitarian society of unregulated free-thinking cannot be founded on top of lies and secrets. How will people continue to strive to create, to invent, and to cure when they shall have all their material needs placated? Will the scientists we bring on become lazy and count their gold all day? Will our doctors become lazy and view the sick with resentment for taking them away from their material pleasures? Will our artists grow uninspired? Will the progress that our world so desperately needs be pushed forward, or will we fall back into the trap of being intoxicated by our own glory, being half dead and half alive in... Of course! Piter!
Outside, my dear.
Piter!
My goodness, love. What has possessed you?
I have the answer. I know how you can isolate yourself and the officers loyal to you from the rest of the crew.
Yes, tell me.
Every year, in December, close to your Christmas time, the Valkyrie communities come together to celebrate the winter solstice. It is a holy ritual conducted in a secret location deep in the fjords. The most gifted priestesses from each of the 5 major tribes undergoes a ceremony in which she has to ingest the Deisterdrum, a potion that allows the priestesses to leave their body, purify themselves, and communicate with the darkest spirits of the night to plead for peace and prosperity for the following year. During their visions, their bodies lie in a near-death state for close to 24 hours.
I see.
You could find a way to give the potion to the crew, and then leave them on an island or someplace they can be found while they are in their unconscious state. You'll need to find a way to make them believe that they were thrown from the ship.
My God, Evangeline, you amaze me with your inventiveness. I know now why all the women in your family have been leaders in their community.
Your praise is appreciated, but comes too quickly. The Deisterdrum is an incredibly difficult potion to create. I will need ingredients that grow only in a single field about 2 days' journey from here.
It doesn't leave us much time. I leave at the end of the week. I'll be at sea for a long time, and tonight I want the pleasures of your affections to encompass me and last me until dawn.
You have me, my love, both tonight and until time ends.
As the sun set over Somnatok, Piter watched the burning red of the sky meld with his lover's hair. She was simply the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes upon. He was overcome with urgent love for his warrior princess, and placed his hands on her face and kissed her passionately, as if it would be their last. Early dawn light crept through a small opening in the heavy velvet curtains in the Scarleton house bedroom. A hot, errant ray of light settled on Piter's eyes, and he awoke with a squint. Before he could sit up, though, a burning in his throat overtook him, and he began to cough violently. Secretly, he knew that his illness was more serious than he was letting on, but Evangeline had enough to concern herself with now. He coughed again, but desperately tried to quiet himself so as not to awake his beloved Evangeline. But as his hand explored the bed, he realized it was empty. Evangeline had left more than 2 hours ago. Evangeline was pushing her horse, Aldsvadir, to continue north as fast as he could carry her. She was traveling with no more than a large satchel strapped to her back, despite the frigid cold of the morning air. She was a skilled woman of the Norse woods, and had little fear in her ability to provide food, shelter, and warmth for herself. After all, these were her woods, where she was raised, where she ruled, until she fell so desperately in love with Piter. Her only concern now was with time. Piter's words echoed in her head.
There is never enough time.
Evangeline rode her loyal horse until he could run no more. She made a camp upon a high cliff that overlooked the Fenstrauden River. A small rock outcropping provided protection for both her and the fire she built. She gathered some edible roots and captured a small rabbit for dinner, and allowed her eyes to close, both dreaming and worrying about the future ahead.
Everything could be gained or everything lost. Either the Eden Initiative will become a reality and the best minds in the world will come together in the name of peace and science, or I will lose my beloved.
Evangeline's mind finally gave in to sleep, and she dreamed of a settlement. She felt the presence of water everywhere, some sort of connection. The Eden Initiative was real. It existed, but something was missing. There was a stone room full of people, elders, members of the initiative. They were all gathered, waiting for something. Someone. There was fear. Intense, strong fear. Someone was coming. Someone that...
Aldsvadir? What is it? Why do you fret, boy? Easy now, it's okay.
But it was clear that everything was not okay. Aldsvadir, her brave horse for 15 years, was shaking in fear, and Evangeline could feel the cold night air vibrating at an odd pitch. Something was coming. Something unnatural was coming closer. Something was almost upon them. There was pressure building around her. Suddenly, the sky exploded in an eruption of fierce colors. A circle of light hovered in the night sky directly above Evangeline, pulsing and shimmering. Flashes of red, blue, and green light shot outward like bolts of lightning. A sphere of flame shot out of the circle and blazed across the sky like a comet. It screamed through the night air, but then turned sharply right and sped inland to the dense Norse forest. The sphere must have been at least a mile above Evangeline's head, but she could feel some of the hairs on her arm had been singed by heat. The streak of flame continued inland past the fords into the wood. Treetops were aflame in the straight line heading northeast. Suddenly, the ground beneath her shook violently as Evangeline realized that whatever the heavens had so viciously ejected had now crashed into the earth. Evangeline quickly jumped upon her terrified horse that bucked and bayed, but ultimately obeyed her commands. She raced off following the burning trees, trying to imagine what awaited her beyond the woods. The tops of the trees were no longer burning, but were now broken and bent aside as if a giant were clearing a path for itself. A long trench that left smoldering tree stumps in its wake led off into a clearing ahead. At the beginning of the trench, Evangeline dismounted Aldsvadir and secured him to one of the few trees left standing.
It's okay, brave one, I won't be long.
In her trembling heart, she hoped her words were truthful. She walked down the length of the trench, which now had widened into a large crater. The earth underneath her feet was warm and smoking in places. The crater accumulated in a steep drop-off that descended down about 15 feet. As she peered over the side, a flash of pain pierced Evangeline's mind.
Ah!
She looked over the side and saw a large silver sphere that was split in half at its diameter, resembling a broken egg. Evangeline felt passionately drawn to the strange object that now held some sort of hold, some sort of connection with her mind. Evangeline scrambled down the steep incline, slipping and almost losing her balance in parts. The heat was growing stronger, making her squint her eyes. But then she saw them, there. 2 human-like figures lay within the cradle of one of the half-spheres. They both appeared to be moving, but from their body language, Evangeline knew immediately that they were in great pain.
Hello? Can you hear me? My name is Evangeline. I am a healer. Are you all right? I'm going to come down to help you.
Evangeline climbed down to the center of the crater and was now mere feet from the broken sphere. The heat seemed to lessen slightly, and she could see the bodies inside clearer now. The 2 bodies inside had dark blue skin, with small bumps on them like the skin of an orange. Yellow and orange liquid seemed to be leaking from various points on their bodies. A powerful smell like vinegar permeated the air. Their eyes were a bright yellow set unnaturally wide on their faces, with no pupils that she could discern, and she did not find any evidence of mouths. And then she realized these beings before her were quite clearly not human, and they were not of this earth. Simultaneously, the 2 creatures both turned to face Evangeline and set their eyes blazing at her.
Help us. Please help us.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com. The Leviathan Chronicles. An audio adventure. The story thus far. McAllen and Tully have been taken to the Indian city of Mumbai, where McAllen is told she will receive answers as to why the mysterious key has altered her DNA, granting her the powers and lifespan of an immortal. She is taken to the Dravi district of Mumbai, the largest slum in Asia, where she discovers Leviathan has been maintaining a secret base of complex operations deep underneath the slum. There, she is amazed to find Sedgwick, her grandmother's butler, serving as the leader of this hidden base. It is revealed that the Kumbar Potters of Dravi have maintained a secret alliance with members of Leviathan for hundreds of years and carry out many of the clandestine operations for the group. Sedgwick explains to McAllen that in order to understand who she now is, she must also understand where she came from. He proceeds to tell her the story of Evangeline Leifric, a female shaman that lived in Norway in the 11th century. Evangeline was a powerful healer and the leader of her village. Upon discovering a British scouting expedition, she falls in love with Commandant Peiter Scarleton, a naval war hero. Evangeline leaves her native village to live with Peiter in the coastal town of Somnatok. Peiter maintains a strong loyalty as a soldier to the British Navy, but has increasing reservations over the growing role of the Catholic Church in world affairs. He devises a plan called the Eden Initiative, a wealthy separatist movement based on scientific research and religious freedom. Despite his ailing health, Peiter is recruited to command a lengthy naval mission to recover Catholic artifacts from pirates in the Mediterranean. Shortly before Peiter is due to leave, Evangeline leaves to go deep into the Nordic interior to recover special herbs used to create a potion that sends its drinker into a trance-like state. Peiter intends to use the potion to conduct a mutiny and escape with the pirated treasure and an advanced British warship to facilitate the Eden Initiative. While in the forest, an explosion, the likes of which she has never seen, erupted in the sky and a strange object shot towards the earth. Against her better judgment, Evangeline raced towards the object and discovered 2 alien beings, injured and begging for help. And now, Chapter 9, The Gift.
Help us. Please help us.
Who? What are you?
We are
explorers,
finders.
lookers.
We are not from your
Not
world.
from your place.
Not of Earth.
Where are you from? What happened to you?
Confused.
Don't understand. Why are you here? You crashed somehow. Something must have gone wrong to bring you here.
Yes. This was not meant to occurred.
What are your names? Do you have names?
Names?
What do you call each other?
No name.
Just identity.
We just exist.
Goddess, what was that?
Anger.
Wait, I'll be right back. I won't leave you. I have to see.
Evangeline climbed back to the top of the crater. The plummeted spacecraft had devastated a wide swath of forest. Burning embers were littered everywhere. To her left, Evangeline heard a sound that made her heart sink. She ran over to the sound of something wounded, crying out. A massive tree had collapsed a few feet from an outgrowth of rock.
Spirits!
A black bear cub lay crushed by one of the branches of the fallen tree. Its brother laid by its side, mewing and crying for its lost sibling. It took almost no notice of Evangeline, but it didn't matter. Evangeline knew instantly that she and the two aliens were in grave danger.
The mother is nearby. We must find protection. Bears will kill without mercy for their cubs. And now one of her younglings has been killed. This disturbance and the fires must already have the animals confused and scared. We must get to safety. This bear will destroy us if it finds us.
But Evangeline's spirits dropped even further when she looked down and saw that her feet displayed some of the orange blood of the aliens.
That smell! The vinegar smell from their blood. A blind person could find us with that stench. We must move quickly and protect ourselves.
Evangeline sprinted back to the crater where she saw the aliens. They had moved out of the ruins of their spacecraft and were lying on the ground holding each other. Their orange blood seemed everywhere.
We are in great danger. We must move out of here quickly and go someplace protected. There are dangerous animals nearby that will kill us if we are found.
Kill? How do we die? Help us.
Stop it! You're hurting my mind. Your thoughts are confusing me. We must get to safety. The fjord cliffs are not far from here. We might be able to find safety within one of them. I can carry one of you, but not both. Which one of you should I take first?
And for the first time, Evangeline heard only one of the voices speaking to her in her mind.
Take her, make her safe. She needs help.
Evangeline looked over and saw one of the aliens turning his head toward the other alien, who was now not moving. His hands were wrapped around her, but he gently released her and turned to stare at Evangeline with his unblinking yellow eyes.
Take her.
I will, but I'll be back as fast as I can. If you hear sounds that aren't human, that do not sound like me, you must go back into your craft to hide. Do you understand me?
I understand. Protect her.
Evangeline nodded and grabbed the alien that had now become unconscious. She reached down and placed the limp alien body over her shoulder and was surprised at how light it was. The fjord was at least a quarter-mile off to the west, and Evangeline knew she would need several minutes, if not longer, to find a suitable cave in the cliffs.
At least 2 minutes to get there, 2 minutes back, maybe 10 minutes to get in and out of the cave. Can the other alien survive for 15 minutes? How long could even a Viking last against a raging bear?
Evangeline sprinted as fast as she could towards the fjords. After running full speed for over 2 minutes, she could see a clearing ahead. Straight ahead of her, a cliff dropped almost perfectly straight down over 3,000 feet. Heights had never unnerved Evangeline, and in her childhood she remembered sitting on the edges with her mother as they took in the dramatic landscape of their homeland. But with her heart racing, Evangeline knew the dangers of the smallest missteps. Off to the side, a path was chiseled downwards into the side of the mountain. It was wide enough for 2 or 3 men to walk down, but the lack of anything to hold on to and the additional weight of an extra body on her shoulders made the sheer drop loom ever closer to each step Evangeline took.
Relax your heart. Know no fear. Breathe slowly and with strength.
Evangeline used her training as a shaman to calm her racing heart and give her sure footing on the rocky path. She had hoped to find one of the numerous narrow caves that littered the fjords, but her hopes were dashed when she reached the end of the trail and found only a 10-foot indentation in the side of the mountain.
It'll have to do. I don't have time to find a better space for us. I don't know if you can hear me, but I have to go back to get your companion. He's in danger right now, but I promise I'll be back as quickly as I can. Stay as close to the rock as you can and lie still.
Evangeline bolted back up the path and raced through the woods to the wreck of the spacecraft where she had left the other injured alien. She knew her time had almost run out. The furious mother bear was desperately searching to find her cub's killer. The sporadic fires would only make the bear more nervous, confused, and dangerous. Evangeline knew it was only seconds before she would find the alien leaking its odorous orange blood. She ran as fast as she could through the woods without concern for the whipping branches cutting her face. She was almost there, almost at the spacecraft, when suddenly the alien was terrified and had retreated into the ruins of its spherical spacecraft. The monstrous brown bear stood nearly 10 feet tall on its rear legs and was roaring over the wounded alien. It took giant swipes at the wreckage of the spacecraft, trying to get access to the alien hiding inside. Bit by bit, pieces of the spacecraft were knocked away, diminishing the refuge it offered. Finally, in one swift stroke, the bear knocked away the last vestige of protection from the fuselage. The alien lay still, having accepted death as a certainty. The bear's teeth were bared as it moved in to exact revenge. It stood up once more before going in for the final kill.
Here, get away! I call you, get away!
The bear turned to see Evangeline waving her arms wildly. She took a large rock in her hands and threw it violently at the bear's head. The rock hit its mark, striking the bear's right eye. It bore off the alien instead directly at Evangeline, growling in anger. For a split second, Evangeline marveled at how wide the bear was. She walked back slowly, wondering if she could take refuge behind some of the burning trees, that maybe the small forest fires would provide protection from the vicious bear. But now the bushfires seemed smaller, and there was more smoke around than actual fires. She had to think fast. The bear was stalking her, coming right at her, knowing she had nowhere to run. She would be the kill tonight now. As Evangeline walked backwards, facing the bear, she touched the ground with her left hand, searching for something she might use as a weapon. Time was running out for her. Suddenly, her foot almost caught on something hard and long beneath her. She didn't dare break eye contact with the approaching bear, trying to delay its inevitable rush as long as she could. Evangeline reached down and picked up what felt like a thick branch on her left side.
There is no other way. I will die gloriously without fear as a Valkyrie. May Mother protect me this night.
Evangeline rushed towards the bear, holding the branch out like a spear in front of her. The bear attacked, lunging for Evangeline's throat, sinking its teeth into her shoulder. The bear began to swing Evangeline to the right, but she was still able to push forward with her feet, driving the branch into the bear's side. Suddenly, the branch was ripped out of her hands as Evangeline realized it was now stuck through the bear and between two large rocks behind her. The bear's grip on her loosened, and Evangeline dropped to the ground and looked up. The bear was effectively crucified against a series of large rocks, screaming in agony.
I can't feel my arm. I must get up before the beast frees herself. I have to hurry.
She got up to run away, and then looked over to see the alien collapsed by the side of its spacecraft. Without thinking, she dashed towards the alien and placed its body on her good shoulder. As she stood up, the world began to spin.
I must stay conscious. Focus on your heart. Focus on your breathing. I choose to live tonight. I choose to live.
The world came back into focus, and Evangeline ran towards the fjords where she had placed the other alien. The urge to fall asleep and lose consciousness called out to her, but she pressed on, knowing that 3 lives were at stake if she failed. When she reached the cliff, she looked down at the rocky path that led along the side of the massive fjord. Now, with her head throbbing, the path looked much more narrow and precarious to Evangeline. Summoning all of her concentration, she placed one foot in front of the other and descended downwards to the small recessed pitch where the other lay. When she arrived, she saw the alien sitting upwards with her eyes open. She was sitting inwards, as far away from the edge as possible, like she was told.
I think we're safe now. The bear was pinned against.
Evangeline, you must stay conscious. Stay with us in the present. Do not fall asleep, Evangeline.
I'm sorry, I'm just so tired. I should examine your wounds. I don't know exactly what you are, but your injuries look quite serious.
Thank you. Thank you, Evangeline, for your courage and your kindness. Without you, we would have surely died. You saved us.
Well, I'm not sure that we're... the bear found us!
It's angry. It wants death. It wants death.
We have to push deeper back.
There's nowhere to go, Evangeline.
The great bear had carefully negotiated the narrow path. It was swiping desperately at the trio trapped within the small recession in the face of the fjord. It swiped again, and the tips of its claws caught Evangeline's left arm, tearing open her flesh. Evangeline could see that the only thing stopping the bear from coming in and goring them was that the stick, still embedded in its side, was scraping against the side of the cliff.
It won't take long before it pushes through the pain and reaches us.
The bear continued to scream in fury against the three. There was nowhere left to run. The bear would have its revenge. It would soon be...
Old Spider, you can speak to animals. My horse, he's not far from here. Can you tell him to come immediately? Tell him we're in danger.
I'm trying. Yes, I can sense a being very concerned about you. He's coming. He wants to help us.
He must hurry. Tell him that...
The bear swiped again and struck Evangeline's leg. The claws sank into her soft flesh and stuck. It was dragging her out. It was pulling. She couldn't stay within the pitch. Her hands were dragging against the rock. It was no use. It had her. Alsvadir, Evangeline's faithful horse, reared up on its hind legs and kicked frantically at the bear. The bear tried to stand up, but as it rose, its head met one of Alsvadir's powerful hooves. It stunned the massive bear, rendering it motionless for a split second. Evangeline seized the chance and ran with all of her might against the giant. The bear reeled from the push. The edge of the rock under the bear's feet crumbled, and the bear fell backwards, falling thousands of feet below to its death.
Good horse. Good horse, my old friend.
You are very brave, Evangeline.
We owe you our lives.
That's very kind of you, but before you say that, let's take a look at your wounds.
One day later.
Well, I've gathered up all the medicinal roots I can. The lily root that I placed on your wounds seemed to have stopped the bleeding.
We thank you.
You have been very kind to us.
We will not forget you when we leave.
That brings me to my next question. I want to know who and what you are. Do you even have names?
Not the way you think of them.
We use our mental identities to distinguish ourselves.
We would like you to give us names.
That's rather an honor. There's an old Norse fairy tale about a brother and sister that were lost in the deep woods during winter. They were freezing to death and they prayed to Odin for salvation. And because the brother and sister were true of heart, Odin set them down a star to warm them through the night. The names of the brother and sister, if it suits you, were Elga and Karana.
We are pleased with our names.
I'm glad. But you still haven't told me where you are from and what happened to you in the sky.
We are from a planet called Sorax that is located close to the center of this galaxy that we share. Our mission is that of exploration. We were...
Some of your smaller wounds seem to be healing, but the larger ones don't appear to be faring as well. Is it normal for your kind to lose consciousness as much as you have been?
No, we are very weak.
Well, I can gather some food for you to eat while I'm gone.
We don't consume sustenance the way a human would. Instead, we absorb energy.
From what?
A starstone.
What is a starstone? How can I find one?
A starstone is a very dense form of energy that has been transmuted into a solid form that is designed to be absorbed and utilized by sentient beings. It is constructed from materials found only within the deep center of the galaxy. Our people use them for virtually all of our energy needs. For nutrition, propulsion, fuel for our spacecraft, energy for our cities, everything.
It sounds like the perfect form of energy, but I'm afraid we don't have anything like that here.
There was a starstone contained within the core of our ship. It must have been scattered as our ship broke up when we fell out of light space.
Then it could be anywhere, deep in the woods or somewhere underneath the Fens-Jordan River. How will we ever find it?
We know how to find it.
What? How?
We can sense its presence, its energy field. It lies about 100 miles south of here.
That's very bad news. You realize that would mean that your starstone is lying at the bottom of the North Sea. It must be underwater. There's no way we can...
It does not lie underwater.
How do you know?
Because someone is using it.
What do you mean someone else is using it? How is that possible? Is there more of your kind here?
There are no others like us here.
A starstone is a very powerful source of energy. It creates its own energy field, one which we have the ability to sense. regrettably, we sense it growing much weaker.
But if there are not any other beings like yourselves, then how is that possible?
Other beings, humans like yourself, can partially benefit from its energy by being in very close proximity to it. While they cannot wield its power the way that a Syraxian might, a starstone can still infuse the sentient beings around it with a luminosity.
A what?
We don't know exactly what the effects will be on humans, but most creatures' bodies are energized by its presence. Our starstone must have fallen somewhere where there are many humans.
That can't be if it's under the ocean where... My goodness, of course. Elkanor Island. The only body of land in that part of the sea is Elkanor
We
Island.
must go there quickly.
No, it's not possible.
Why?
Because travel to Elkanor Island is forbidden. There is a race of people who live there, the Skardoth. They are our enemies.
If we don't get access to the Starstone soon, we will die.
I understand that, but there is nothing I can do.
Evangeline, if...
I said there's nothing I can do. Boat travel back and forth from the island is highly regulated. There's just no way.
Is there no other boat that you can take?
No. The other villages would report any activity that... Wait. There is one ship leaving shortly that will be passing directly by Elkanor Island.
Which boat?
My fiancé's. I'm going to hide you at an abandoned hunting lodge just outside the town of Sumnatalk. A newer one has been built, so no one ever uses the old one anymore.
Evangeline had been riding hard for hours. She left the fjords at daybreak, knowing that neither she nor the aliens were in any condition for a long day of horse travel. Time, as always, was against her. She had limited time to make it back to Somnatok to deliver the precious Dystodrum to Piter before he left. She must reach Piter in time. The extra weight of carrying the two aliens, light as they were, was not lost on Alsvadir. His pace was slowing, and Evangeline knew there was no point in pushing him further. The aliens had little time as well. Just before nightfall, she had reached the abandoned hunting lodge and placed the aliens on some old blankets she found there. She showed them where the entrance to the cellar was in case they heard anyone coming. She noted that their eyes were no longer yellow, but closer to orange. They moved very slowly, and did not move at all after Evangeline had set them down.
Evangeline, you have been our savior, and we owe you a massive debt. But we have little time left. You must find the Starstone quickly and bring it back to us.
How will I know how to find the Starstone? What does it look like?
A Starstone, in its unformatted state, is a form of energy that can be manipulated to many ends. When it is solidified in form, it can take the guise of virtually any shape that its director would dictate.
If it could look like anything, how will I know how to find it?
It will be a round gray object, about the size of your fist.
Elgar, Elkanor Island is several square miles large. How will I ever be able to find an object so small? You're asking me to do the impossible with practically no time.
You must know that you will sense the Starstone's power in your body and mind. To locate it, you must surround yourself with oblivion. Imagine yourself surrounded by the thickest darkness through which neither light nor sound could penetrate. Stay in that dark place for a moment, and you will become aware of a light, a beacon that will seem to call out to you. That light is the Starstone. I know you will be able to find it. You must believe Evangeline. Please hurry.
Evangeline said nothing as she returned the intense stare of the aliens and quickly walked out of the lodge. But in her mind, she knew that imagining such darkness would not be difficult. She could already feel its grasp tightening around her with every minute that passed.
Piter, where are you? You won't believe the news I have. Something incredible, something utterly incredible has happened.
Do tell, Miss Leafrick.
Mr. Kriegerson? May I ask what you're doing in my house?
You mean the Commandant's house. You will have to forgive me, but I seem to have left my cane here the last time I had the pleasure of visiting you and Commandant Scarleton. But I was also hoping to have a word with you as well.
And exactly where is the Commandant?
Somewhere in the North Sea, I should hope.
What?
I suppose you might not have heard, but the good Lord has graced us with a divine sign. A burst of light erupted from the sky a few nights ago, filled the heavens with His Holiness's glory. Colors and fire spilled across the stars in a display of the Lord's magnificence. All of the church leaders were in full agreement that this was an irrefutable confirmation of the righteousness of your fiancé's mission. It was therefore decided that his mission should go ahead quicker than originally planned.
I don't understand.
Commandant Scarleton began his campaign against the Bulgarian piracy epidemic over 24 hours ago. Your fiancé was scheduled to rendezvous with the Chalice shortly thereafter. Soon, every nation on the Mediterranean will fear any retaliation against the Vatican and the forces of Christianity. Commandant Scarleton will be the tip of the sword that will be used to convert the pagan elements of the Middle East and Europe that refuse to acknowledge the Lord's...
Mr. Kriegerson!
I'm sorry, madam. You seem displeased. Does the glory of your future husband's mission not inspire you?
I would have preferred to say goodbye to my fiancé.
It's just that your presence would have been welcomed when the Lord gave us such an exultant sign regarding our military ambitions, especially when you yourself have had such a large role in their creation.
I don't recall my opinion being solicited in any military matters.
But your report on the Skaradoth was most compelling. The Council was particularly interested in the plague that afflicts them, and the substantial risk you expressed it could represent to the peaceful and God-fearing inhabitants of Somnatok.
Does this mean my request for vital ingredients for a cure is being reconsidered?
Sadly, no.
Then I'm afraid you've lost me. How exactly will we help the Skaradoth?
By exterminating them. A war party of our finest knights will descend upon the forsaken island of Elkanor in 48 hours from now, and wipe clean the blemish that this Skaradoth filth represents on the immaculate world of God.
What?
Oh yes. You were quite detailed in your description of the potential for widespread contamination of this disease that these wretched pagans carry about with them. We can't have the catastrophe of that disease making its way to our mainland, especially when the supplies needed for a cure are in such limited supply.
You manipulated my report for your own crusade. You forced the Council's hand when the Commandant wasn't here to stop you.
My dear, were the Skaradoth not the enemies of the Valkyrie?
The Valkyrie were not butchers. We were never the aggressors. Because we believe a day will come when all men will become allies and set aside their differences and embrace what makes us all human. But besides, there are innocent children on Elkanor that have done no wrong to anyone. This disease can be cured in a more humane, a more Christian way.
Christianity has many enemies across the world that will be dealt with harshly. The holy vocation of spreading the word of the Lord and converting the wayward faiths that have been allowed to propagate gives us the moral imperative to use whatever force is necessary.
I find your methods repulsive. You have no appreciation for the sanctity of human life. If Commandant Scarleton were here, he would have done everything in his power to stop you, and so would I.
Then I can't help but ask where exactly you were. You know, Miss Johnson saw you leaving by horseback early the morning before last. She seemed to think you were in quite a hurry.
I was on a personal affair.
It must have been quite important to leave your fiancé so soon before his departure for several months.
Mr. Kriegerson.
I only meant to say...
This is none of your business, Mr. Kriegerson.
No, but I hope for your sake that your fiancé, the Commandant, is successful in his mission. Tensions between Britain and Scandinavia have heightened recently, and you might not find everyone in this town sympathetic to your Viking ancestry. I don't need to tell you what the punishment for witchcraft would be.
How dare you, you repugnant little snake!
No need for hysterics, my dear. I will take my leave now, but in the spirit of the evening's candor, let me give you this warning. I would sooner see more blood spilled than just Skaradoth before you become the apple of our garden. Many closed eyes have now been opened. With that, I bid you good night.
Evangeline slammed the door inches from Kriegerson's back as he left through her doorway. She stood in her empty, silent house and felt unnerved by the solitude it brought.
That disgusting, ignorant little worm! How dare he accuse me of witchcraft? I should have taken a kitchen knife and... Oh, my Piter is gone. How could he leave so quickly after I'd left? Could he have been forced? He couldn't have believed that the aliens were a sign from God. I'm the only one that knows the truth, but if anyone knew of their existence, well, witchcraft would be the least of the accusations levied against me. I don't understand. Piter needed the Dystodrum to fulfill his mission. How will he create the Eden Initiative without it? Does he have another plan? Why wouldn't he have told me?
Evangeline's heart sank as she felt more distant from her lover than the miles that stood between them. She felt alone in this house and alone in this foreign town. Her people had abandoned her when she chose to stay with Piter. Could he have abandoned her too? None of it made sense. But sense or not, time once again was squeezing her. Now, not only was the aliens' time running out, but so was the Scaradoth's. She had no allegiance towards them, and many had killed her tribesmen in battles past. But now their numbers were thinned, and nowhere in her teachings did she ever feel a genocide was warranted. She had to act quickly. Lives were at stake. She waited until 2 a.m. when she was sure that even the busiest of bodies were fast asleep in Somnatok. Evangeline crept out of the back entrance of her house that led out to the path to the shoreline. The journey to Elkanor Island filled her with more dread than the obvious danger of being seen by anyone, British or Scaradoth. It was also that her skills on the water paled to those in the woods. She could swim well enough, but the operation of boats and sails had never been taught to her. The frigid night chilled the ocean waters to skin-numbing temperatures. She didn't allow her mind the luxury of fixating on all the possible scenarios of her death at sea. Rather, she still had a boat to find to make the 10-mile journey to Elkanor Island. Somnatok was by no means a large community, but its population was extensive enough to sustain the usual cast of characters one expected to find in any sizable settlement. The town drunk, in this case, happened to be one of the local fishermen. She took his boat and dragged it along the shoreline for almost half a mile so as to not set off in view of Somnatok. The moon was half full and she cursed the light that it shone upon her. Evangeline rowed hard and felt her luck take a long-awaited turn for the better as she noticed the tide taking her out to sea.
With the tide going on, I might make better time than I thought. I must reach Elkanor Island before the sun rises. It will be far too risky during daylight hours.
I would sooner see more blood spilled than just Scaradoth before you become the apple of our garden.
What did that imbecile Kriegerson mean by being the apple in the garden? Did he mean the Garden of Eden? Could he possibly know about the Eden Initiative? Is Piter in danger? Could we all be doomed?
The boat made its way closer to Elkanor Island. Every so often, a cold splash of sea spray would jolt Evangeline as to the seriousness of her mission and the risks she was undertaking. The seas were still calm, but she knew full well that the weather near Somnatok could change in an instant. After 2 hours of rowing, Evangeline felt her boat hit sand on the northern shore of Elkanor Island. Utterly exhausted, she wearily climbed onto the shore and attempted to drag the boat off the beach to avoid detection. But her wounds from the bear attack and lack of sleep did not allow her the strength for such stealth.
I must move quickly. Speed will be my only defense given my condition.
The Scaradoth had settled mainly on the western coast of the island. Evangeline thought that by moving down the eastern coastline, she would put as much distance as possible between them and her.
When I visited the island last, I came as a healer, but some of the older Scaradoth, rightly so, still view me as a Valkyrie witch or even worse, a British sympathizer. I don't know who I'll find creeping around these island woods at this time of night, but I don't care to find out.
The thought that Evangeline refused to acknowledge was that she also feared catching the plague that afflicted the Scaradoth. She might be able to heal herself, but the intolerant inhabitants of Somnatok would view her as being struck down by God and would sooner see her dead than cured. She made her way about 2 miles down the beach and saw no sign of anything unusual.
How the hell am I supposed to find something the size of my fist on a wild island full of hostiles at night with no torch and short notice? This is utter madness.
Evangeline collapsed to her knees and started to sob quietly. Her lover was gone. All had turned against her. She was tired and injured. Her life was in danger. She could not save the lives of those she cared about. Hopelessness was the only companion she knew, and she could not bring herself to rise to her feet. And then, just for an instant, she felt hope. It was like trying to remember the details of a dream that slips the fingers of your mind, and then it flashed again. Hope. But it wasn't folly, rather something real. Yes, there was hope somewhere on the island, somewhere inside, somewhere.
The Starstone. That must be it. Elgar and Karana said I can only find it in the midst of darkness. I must quiet my mind and surround myself in it. I must relax.
Evangeline's mind quieted, and her body stopped shaking from cold and despair. She imagined a cloak of darkness shrouding her. Her breathing slowed, and she could no longer hear the ocean crashing on the shoreline. With eyes closed, she saw nothing, felt nothing, and heard nothing. She was floating in a space of utter blackness. And then, light shone towards her, pulling at her. She had to concentrate to stay in the darkness, but as she did, the light beckoned her. The more she imagined the darkness, the brighter the light shone. It was the Starstone. She knew it. She could feel its power, its light. She could tell that it was not terribly far off, maybe 1.5 miles directly west. It resonated like a tuning fork, a certain pitch that she could access now that she knew its frequency. Evangeline was amazed. How could such a thing exist? But her elation was short-lived.
1.5 miles west will bring me dangerously close to the Skardoth village. I must move as quietly as I can. I don't have the time for any protracted interactions.
Evangeline quickly leapt to her feet and began rushing into the woods, heading due west across the middle of the island. She was breathing hard again, but she could feel the Starstone pulling at her, drawing her closer. Branches whipped by her and her footing seemed surer than she expected. None of the roots beneath her tripped her feet. She ducked and jumped deftly, making quick time to her destination. After 15 minutes of running, she felt something pulse strongly in her head. She was close now, very close to the Starstone.
I can feel it. It's so close. It must be somewhere on the ground, somewhere right beside me. It's calling to me. It's...
Evangeline bent down and saw a grey sphere with strange markings on it. It was almost entirely embedded with the thick root of an evergreen tree. But there it was, a Starstone. She had found it. Her heart kept skipping beats with excitement as she tried to pull the Starstone out of its prison. It was difficult as she could not get a solid grip on it, but as she clenched her fingers together tightly, she gained just enough purchase to pull it out. The evergreen root released the Starstone and sent Evangeline reeling into a mess of elderbrush. She almost laughed as she held it in her hand.
It's quite smaller than my fist, actually. Looks to be closer to a small crabapple. It feels heavier than lead. I wonder what these markings could mean. Fascinating. Just fascinating.
Evangeline stopped and fell silent. She placed the Starstone deep into one of the pocket folds in her dress and clutched it tightly. Something in the woods was moving, watching her. She stayed low and tried to slowly move backwards. The damned elderbrush rustled with each attempt at movement, so she stood still and waited.
Ah, the Valkyrie Witch. We've been expecting you.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com. The Leviathan Chronicles. An audio adventure. The story thus far. McAllen and Tully have been taken to the Indian city of Mumbai by Anton and Othello, where McAllen is told she will receive answers as to why the mysterious key has altered her DNA, granting her the powers and lifespan of an immortal. Cedric is telling her the story of Evangeline Leifric, a Valkyrie medicine woman living in medieval Norway. Evangeline has made contact with 2 aliens, Elgar and Kirana, from the planet Sorax that have crash-landed on Earth. Their injuries are very severe, and Evangeline does her best to treat their wounds, but the severity of their condition requires something literally unearthly: a starstone. The aliens explain to Evangeline that a starstone is a powerful, highly condensed source of galactic energy that can be transformed into a myriad of uses. The starstone they seek was located within their spacecraft and was flung from the wreckage and landed on Elkanor Island. Elkanor Island is populated by a savage tribe known as the Skaradoth, who used to live on the mainland but were banished to Elkanor by British and Valkyrie forces. Evangeline secretly infiltrates Elkanor Island and finds the elusive Starstone, but before she can escape, she is discovered and attacked by a band of Skaradoth guards. And now, Chapter 10, The Gift, Part 2.
She saved her medicine. Kind
Murderer.
She should die.
She killed my daughter.
Dangerous. We should kill her.
Kill her. Huh? Oh, my head. What happened? Where am I?
You're safe now, Valkyrie. You were unjustly attacked by one of my men. Some of us have not fully recovered from the illness that has swept our island. Our warriors are still too quick to anger. Argator will be punished for his transgression, you may be assured. Your presence here is both welcome and unexpected.
My head feels like it's on fire.
Do you recognize me, Valkyrie?
Yes, of course. You are Vordok. You are the newly appointed leader of the Skaradoth.
Very good. I see Argator's blow has not dulled your mind. Here, drink this. It will help revive you.
The large man covered in leather and furs handed Evangeline a large clay mug filled with steaming tea. The acrid brew tasted bitter, but the fog in Evangeline's head slowly began to clear. She took in her surroundings and found herself in a large mud hut, illuminated by torches stuck into the ground. 10 people stood in the back of the room and stared intently at her. Only Vordok remained in close proximity.
I'm captured, but I must escape quickly. They had the advantage of numbers, so none of them would be carrying a weapon. Could I use violence? But I can't see the exit to this hut. It must be through the crowd at the other end of the room. If they wanted me dead, why am I not restrained? What is it they want from me? Thank you for the tea, Vordok. You'll forgive me if I'm not familiar with the latest greeting ritual of the Skaradoth.
Evangeline rubbed the bump on her head, while Vordok revealed a small smile that faded quickly.
Argator should not have struck you. You're an honored guest, then you bless us with your presence.
Perhaps I have been struck a bit too hard, but I'm having difficulty distinguishing the difference between sarcasm and sincerity. The Valkyrie and Skaradoth have been enemies for many years. Do you not blame me for your exile?
Our violent ways are as much to blame for our exile as yours. The way forward for our people is through alliances and cooperation, not domination. You have shown your compassion by gifting us with your healing medicine during your prior visit, but not all of us have been cured completely from the scourge of the Red Plague. We thought Argator was well enough to stand guard, but his mind is still not his own. He acted rashly and foolishly, and for that he will receive 30 punishment lashes at high sun tomorrow. Our food is scarce, and he will go without for 2 days. Too often, our people have acted with their passions and not their minds. Fear has guided us down a dangerous path, which we are still retreating from. Forgive us, priestess. Though I must admit, tensions are high at our camp, Valkyrie.
Why is that?
We have seen new boats circling the island that are unfamiliar to us. The flow of boats from the south have increased in great numbers as well. We sense danger to our people. You are a wise woman, Valkyrie. What do you know of this?
I think Argator will need his strength over the next few days.
We have no time for riddles, Valkyrie.
You are more right than you know.
Explain.
Do I have the trust of your people?
Evangeline looked directly at the crowd, mulling the rear of the hut. Many eyes met hers. Others avoided it by focusing on the floor.
Some, but you have gained many admirers by healing so many of us.
Do not toy with me, Vordok. You know I did everything I could by bringing enough medicine to heal a few of your sickest children. I promised to try to obtain more to heal the hundreds of others that remain afflicted.
I think it is you who toys with me now. Our village is clean now, thanks to you.
What? What do you mean?
Your medicine, of course. We had so many to heal. that we had no choice but to dilute the medicine you gave us with spring water. The results were small at first, but soon many of the afflicted made full recoveries. Just last night, Sordus, our sickest man, was able to rise from the bed and walk to the shores of the beach, something he had been unable to do for months. The Red Plague no longer affects us, Valkyrie. Our freedom is owed to the compassion you have showed our people.
There's no way that can be true. They had enough dosage for 8, maybe 9 children, not hundreds. Chief Vordok, when did the last of your sick become cured?
As recently as last night.
The Starstone.
It was as though the medicine you gave us needed to stay in our bodies before reaching its full strength.
It does indeed, Vordok.
Is that what has brought you back here, Valkyrie? To see the results of your blessed medicine?
Sadly, no. I have come to give you a warning.
Evangeline felt the energy in the room shift distinctly. Fear had been heightened and the crowd stared at her more intently. Vordok seemed to eye her warily.
And what warning is this?
The tension you spoke of earlier? I'm here to tell you it is justified. The boats that you saw entering Sumnatok are reinforcement soldiers. Arms have been delivered to the garrisons in order to fulfill a holy mission.
And what is this mission?
Your extermination.
Silence! Of what madness do you speak? The Skardoth are now a people with few means. We represent no threat and have garnered no hostility towards any people since our exile. The British and the Valkyrie have vanquished us and we have accepted the conditions of our surrender. Why would forces be sent to eliminate us?
It makes no sense to me either, Vordok, but I have no ties to the British anymore. That is why I'm here, betraying them to help you. Listen carefully to my words, Vordok. You must gather up your people onto all the fishing boats you have and escape to the southwest quickly. The patrol craft that keep you exiled here have all been recalled to prepare for the invasion of Elkanor Island. You have a small window of time in which you must flee.
She should be killed. She's a spy.
Silence!
Why would I come here? The presence of any citizen of Sumnatok on Elkanor Island without a military guard is forbidden. I risk extreme punishment by even being here. You have no forces, everyone knows that. And what spy would give you instructions to flee? I know full well that yours and my people have had a history of despise. But a slaughter is coming and I cannot stand for it. I have helped heal your people in the past. I demand your trust.
And you have it, Valkyrie. My heart tells me you speak the truth.
Then your heart is wise.
I will assemble my people and flee for safety. Perhaps this is a blessing. This barren spit of soil has offered us little sustenance and much misery and disease. Perhaps this has been our penance for the sins of our past. A new chapter may await my people in a new land.
Your people are fortunate to have a wise leader.
Here, take this. It is a small token that my father gave me once when I reached manhood in our tribe. It is a symbol of recognition.
Vordok removed a small pendant from his neck. It was a simple string of leather, but from it hung a small grey charm. He placed it in Evangeline's hand, and when she could examine it closer, she saw it was a metal carving of a wolf, with tiny red stones for eyes. She could feel the importance this pendant held for Vordok.
You honor me, Chief.
No, you honor all of us by saving our lives a second time. Wherever our people may land, I will make sure that they learn from the mistakes of our past and embrace the path of compassion you have shown us. But you must leave here soon before your presence is discovered by the British. I know you have risked much to give us this vital information.
That I have, Vordok. Have your people assist me. I must return to Sumnatok immediately.
Evangeline reached the mainland as the sun went down the following day. The Skaradoth had given her what meager provisions they could spare, but it did little to assuage her exhaustion from recent events. She was forced to ditch the boat several miles north of Sumnatok to avoid any detection as she returned to the port city. Her thoughts drifted to Elgar and Karana, the two dying aliens she carefully hid outside of Sumnatok. They were depending on her, and she found her fingers kept unconsciously drifting to the starstone she carried with her in her dress. Touching it comforted her, and soon she would be able to save them before it was too late.
But what of Paita? What is your fate now, my love? What of the Eden Initiative? How can I help you?
Evangeline tiredly walked back to her house in Somnatok. She unlocked the door and collapsed on the couch. Her hand was still tightly clutching the starstone in her pocket. Indeed, she couldn't remember not having her hand in her pocket for the entire walk back from the boat. Her body was exhausted, but her mind was racing.
How could the Skaradoth be cured of the Red Plague? There couldn't have been enough medicine. Their population should be halved by now. Could it have anything to do with this starstone? The other Welders were right. It doesn't feel of this earth. It feels heavy and hot. I have to deliver it to Elgar and Karana quickly. I mustn't fall asleep. Be strong, Evangeline. I can't fall asleep. Oh, goddess, where is my Piter?
But sleep did overtake Evangeline, and as her eyes closed shut, her mind was filled with terrible images of her fiancé. A dream of a tribunal. Piter stood in a circular room, alone in its center. A stern group of clerics and judges outlined its perimeter. There were accusations, shouting, a traitor. Piter was pleading for something, her name. She heard her name, and then flames were everywhere, and Evangeline could no longer see Piter. The flames soon died and were replaced by a blue mist that surrounded Evangeline and passed through her as if she was no longer composed of solid matter. She tumbled through it endlessly while the blueness began to stick to her and cling to her skin. Small pulses of light emanated from various points around her, but she was too far lost to focus on them. It was the last thing she could remember.
Huh? Oh, damn it, I must have...
Got you, you traitorous witch. You will be damned when the Lord has you in his clutches. Now, seize her!
Kriegerson sprung from behind Evangeline and held a knife at her throat, pinning her to the couch. 4 men rushed through the door with ropes and bound her hands and legs tightly.
How dare you! Unhand me immediately! I've committed no crime! I demand to know...
You are in a position to demand nothing. We have evidence of your treason against the crown. We have evidence of your blasphemy against our holy lord. Your witchcraft will no longer pollute our settlement. You will be burned until your unholy flesh no longer defiles this earth.
You cannot do this. I have befriended the British. I have healed your sick. I have been your ally in battle. I taught you how to cultivate a foreign land. Why do you accuse me of such crimes?
Any act of cooperation you offered was either self-serving or a ruse to disguise your own wicked agenda. We know of your Eden initiative. We know of your plan to steal treasures from the crown and church to fund a godless community of heathens dedicated to exploring witchcraft and sorcery. We know of your secret alliance with the Skaradoth.
The Skaradoth? I have
Any more lies and I'll have your tongue cut out. You were seen returning from Elkanor Island late last night. Our fishing boats have given reports of Skaradoth braving open seas to flee the exile that has been imposed on them. Surprising that they should cultivate such seafaring ambitions so close to the time of our invasion, an invasion that you had knowledge of. Because of your treason, they almost got away.
Almost?
Oh, my dear. Unless you've used your witchcraft to grant them gills, I'm afraid their new home will be the bottom of the North Sea.
They were defenseless, you butcher! How could you?
Enough! Take her to the pyre to meet her infernal fate. It will be a nice introduction for where you'll be spending the rest of eternity.
The crowd of men grabbed Evangeline and hoisted her high above their heads and exited through the front door of the house. Kriegerson marched out in front of them, proudly displaying their prisoner to the congregation that had assembled outside her home, like she was some recently killed animal. Long shadows were cast over their faces, and the sky was burnt in fiery crimson. The sun had set over Somnatok, and Evangeline realized she had slept for over 12 hours.
My God, it's already twilight. Elgar and Karana, how I failed you, as well as Piter.
She strained her head to look upright and saw that a crowd of over 100 had gathered outside her home. Each person stared back at her malevolently, as if they were looking at a demon. Every single person held a 2-foot wooden cross in their hands and brandished it like a sword.
Silence! Silence! This is not a joyous day. This is a sad day of reckoning. This is the day that the enemies of our church and the Lord Almighty reveal themselves to us. Certain members of our community have betrayed us and their country. We take no pleasure in enforcing the Lord's will. This witch before you may be one of the first, but she shall not be the last. We will not tolerate dissent among our people. Wickedness does not have refuge in Somnatok. Let this be warning to those in our community and beyond that a cleansing is coming. A crusade. one that will reward the righteous and punish those that do not accept the Bible and our Lord. Take this unholy witch to her fate.
The mob that held Evangeline lifted her even higher above their heads and marched through the town square and each of the residents' homes. The crowd jeered and spat at her as she was paraded through the town, and people threw garbage at her from their windows.
These disgusting people. These were my neighbors.
After the center of town, the mob carried her into the council courtyard. Anger and betrayal filled Evangeline. The treachery she felt was so unbelievable that it made the entire experience seem unreal, as if it couldn't really be happening. But deep inside, she knew this was really happening, as her worst fears about the British were confirmed, and the trust she harbored in the inherent good in all men was annihilated. She never believed she could feel emotion this strongly, this utter hatred for the ungrateful savages that now sought to ignorantly execute her. But then, something else replaced her anger. Something stronger. Terror. In the center of the council courtyard was a tall, thick post surrounded by hundreds of long, kindling branches. Just within her strained view, she could see several people holding lit torches.
Goddess.
Evangeline was tightly bound to the post that was surrounded by long, sharp branches that would ignite as soon as they were touched by flame. The post was held by a raised platform upon which she stood as the branches were pushed tighter underneath her. Her anger and terror was so profound that it was hard to stay present and not lapse out of her body. She stared at the rat's nest of branches.
They cut these from the forest. They actually went into the forest to get ready for this execution. Preparations were made. Forethought was required. How long have they known? They smiled at me when they knew they would kill me. Such treachery. All in the name of their holy lord.
It was hard for Evangeline to move her head because one of her captors tied a coarse rope around her neck, choking her. But she was able to see Mr. Kriegerson climb up on the platform to stand inches away from her face. The sight of him disgusted her, but she wanted him to look her in the eyes and see the hatred she felt for him.
Do you have any words of penance you'd like to say before your judgment is carried out?
Paito will kill you in the most horrible way imaginable when he returns. Your days are sorely numbered.
Once again, your arrogance betrays you. Your husband is meeting your same fate in England right now. The two of you have been found guilty as co-conspirators. You should know that during his trial, he repeatedly tried to convince the council that the Eden Initiative was your idea, and that he knew nothing of it. He told them that you were indeed a Nordic witch, and were in treasonous league with the Skaradoth. He offered to deliver you to the authorities himself. However, his crimes were as clearly evident as yours. Owing to the severities of the crimes, no mercy or bargain was offered to him. Peter Scarleton is now a dead man. The only comfort I can give you is that you'll soon be reunited with your precious fiancé in hell.
Mr. Kriegerson turned away from Evangeline to face the crowd.
Citizens of Somnatalk, today let us witness that justice is being served to the wicked. This criminal repents no crime and offers no remorse for her crimes of treason, larceny, witchcraft, and blasphemy against the Holy Lord. Therefore, we grant this witch no mercy and sentence her to death by fire. Let the execution begin.
Mr. Kriegerson hastily jumped off the wooden platform surrounded by branches and directed the torchbearers to ignite the pyre. Evangeline could tilt her head down just slightly. She saw the smaller branches starting to burn and wondered how long it would be before their heat reached her. Despite being raised more than 15 feet above the angry crowd, Evangeline thought they seemed even further away, smaller, distant. Suddenly, she felt something shift beneath her, and Evangeline realized that now the larger branches were igniting. She could just barely feel any heat, but the smoke was starting to invade her eyes and lungs. The smoke was getting thicker, and Evangeline could no longer see the crowd, but now she felt something burning hot against her. Not at her feet where she expected, but on her thigh, a hot pinprick of heat bouncing against her.
The Starstone!
The last set of branches collapsed on the fire, fueling it higher now, overtaking the platform on which Evangeline stood. The heat was searing and the sound of burning wood enveloped her. A roaring inferno singed her hair and face.
I will not die here. I will have revenge. I will break free. They will pay. They will pay!
Something inside Evangeline shifted. Her terror was now anger, and the anger was building in intensity. It had a power of its own that was protecting Evangeline, shielding her from the flame. She no longer felt the heat or heard the roar of the fire that surrounded her. The only heat she felt was the starstone in her pocket. She reached to touch it, and the ropes binding her snapped like thread. With a quick jerk of her neck, she freed her head and kicked her legs off the wooden post that restrained her. She looked down and was mesmerized by what she saw. Amid the yellow and red flames, the starstone in her pocket glowed intensely. A bright blue beacon that was feeding Evangeline power and more power. She felt it infuse her and surround her like the flames. Her anger merged with it and built to a single point of explosion. She couldn't take it. She wouldn't die. They would pay. They would! Evangeline reached over her head and grabbed the giant post and swung it over her head like a broomstick. The crowd screamed in fear as an explosion of fire erupted from the middle of the courtyard. Evangeline stood in the middle of the fire, which was now reduced to a maelstrom of burning branches and logs. Still holding the giant post, she swung it across her body, spinning round and round and round. The world became a blur, and all of the burning wood was violently flung outward at the terrified crowd that was now desperately trying to run out of the courtyard.
If a witch is what you want to see, then a witch you shall have!
The remains of the burning wood were flung across Somnatok, much of it landing on the thatched roofs of the villagers, igniting the straw that lay beneath them. Villagers were running to escape the courtyard through the narrow archway, but to Evangeline it seemed like they were running in slow motion. She grabbed 2 long flaming branches from the remains of the giant bonfire. She ran through the crowd, throwing the villagers to the ground violently as if they were made of paper. Time had slowed for Evangeline, and her body was infused with a power no human had ever been granted. She headed off most of the crowd at the archway, and then turned quickly to violently thrust the flaming branches into the crowd. At least 3 villagers were instantly impaled, and several others caught fire. She could see hands trying to grab her, but she swatted them away as if they were mere flies. She moved around each villager as if they were standing still and stabbed each one viciously with the flaming branches. When one of the branches broke, she flashed back to the burning pile and fetched more. Villagers cried and begged for mercy, but they could barely see the blurred images of Evangeline racing at inhuman speed around them, striking each one of them down. She picked up what remained of the long, thick post like a farming sickle, swung it around what remained of the standing mob. Limbs and heads were ripped off and bodies were thrown across the air violently to meet the walls of the courtyard. Evangeline grabbed the torches of her would-be executioner and raced to the center of Somnatok. At least half of the buildings were now burning intensely. In the blink of an eye, she dashed to each house and stuck a torch into the roofs and baseboards, setting the entire village ablaze. The few villagers that had escaped through the courtyard and were now running for their lives were rounded up like sheep and slaughtered as Evangeline violently thrust her hands inside them.
They will pay. They each will pay!
Evangeline flew through the village, repeatedly assuring herself that every structure burned fully, and everybody, every man, woman, and child, lay motionless on the ground. Satisfied, but still seething with fury and power, she sped back into the council courtyard where they had tried to execute her. Corpses and their various components lay strewn like discarded children's toys, eerie and motionless, except for one thin body in the corner of the courtyard that was limply crawling towards an escape door. Evangeline smiled cruelly and streaked to the figure which she brutally slammed against the courtyard wall, holding him up by his arms.
Kriegerson.
You. I knew you were a witch. A demon. You are a demon spawned from hell's darkest depths.
You ignorant, pathetic fool. I am no more a demon than you are with an ounce of integrity. You don't believe in crown or church, just power. Just your own perverted quest for power.
The congregation. You killed my congregation.
Let me help you join them, much as you would have me join my fiancé, Peiter.
Evangeline grabbed him by the neck and dragged him out into the town square. Fires were erupting everywhere now. Every tree, every house, every body. In one terrified instant of lucidity, Kriegerson realized that this is what hell would look like. She threw him on the ground and found one last flaming branch about 6 feet in length. She stood over Kriegerson, who looked back at her with absolute terror.
Tell me your last words, Mr. Kriegerson. Do you feel you deserve mercy? Whisper to me all the remorse you must feel. Confess your sins, you maggot.
Please! Mercy! I beg you! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
You can do nothing except betray those whose hearts are purer than yours. If you care so much about your precious villagers whose alliance you won so easily, then spend your dying minutes with them.
Evangeline thrust the flaming branch through Kriegerson's stomach, pinning him to the ground. She then took all the headless and burning bodies around her and impaled them on top of Kriegerson, so that 5 bodies lay pressed on top, covering him in their dripping blood, while lurid flames danced around him.
It's not Piter, but you that I'll see in hell. Elgar? Kirana? Can you hear me? Please tell me I haven't failed you.
Evangeline entered the abandoned hunting lodge where she had hidden the 2 aliens. She found them lying on the same blankets she had laid out for them days ago. She looked at them lying so still and had to fight the urge to break down and cry. Her hands and face were still smeared with blood of the slaughtered villagers.
Maybe I am a demon, cursed and wretched. Everything that gets close to me dies. My temper is cause for murder, and I cannot protect life, which I was trained to do.
She removed the starstone from her pocket and stared at it. It seemed so innocuous now. Just a silvery grey ball, not glowing, not hot. And if not for the blood that covered her, she might have wondered if the horror at Somnatok had ever occurred. But it did. And images of the villagers shouting at her still triggered sparks of rage, and when she thought of her own actions, she felt disgust. She forced herself to quiet her mind of any thoughts and tried to sense Kirana's or Elgar's presence, but she could feel nothing, just emptiness. Evangeline placed the starstone on the floor between Elgar and Kirana and stepped back into the furthest corner of the room. She slumped into a tiny ball and sobbed. Evangeline had collapsed into exhaustion and fallen unconscious. An odd pulsing sound had awoken her. She opened her eyes to see the starstone flickering rapidly in pulses of soft blue light. Ethereal tendrils sprouted from the starstone and were connected to several points on both Elgar's and Kirana's bodies. Evangeline watched this scene intensely for over 2 days, rising only to eat and stretch her legs. Finally, on the 2nd day, she began to sense the presence of the aliens in her mind. They were talking to each other, which struck Evangeline as odd, considering the bodies had been motionless for days now. But her heart leapt at the thought that she would be able to speak to them again. She desperately wanted to make sense of what had occurred in Somnatok. She wanted to understand how she was given supernatural powers and why they had been taken away. She needed to speak to someone not bound by the morals and scriptures of life on Earth.
I don't feel connected to the Earth anymore. I have betrayed my own spirit by murdering crowds and children. I need to look beyond myself, beyond this world to gain new understanding. I need you, Elgar. I need your guidance to help me regain my sanity. I can't stay trapped in this identity anymore. I beg you to awake.
Evangeline, we are here.
Kirana! Elgar, you are awake?
I am. We are both still very weak. We are alive. Thank you for everything you have done for us.
You have sacrificed a great deal for us, and have realized great loss.
My humanity, perhaps?
Evangeline, your face and hands are covered with blood. Were you attacked?
Elgar slowly rose to his feet. He stared at the starstone, and then at Evangeline.
Evangeline, what have you done?
1 day later, Evangeline stood on her favorite cliff that overlooked the cold North Sea. She stared out into the distant horizon and wondered how far she would have to travel for redemption. The wind that blew through her scarlet hair contained a strong chill, but Evangeline could not feel it. In fact, she could find almost no feeling left in her body. The only thing she could feel was Elgar's and Kirana's presence approaching behind her.
You're leaving soon.
Yes.
We will never forget you, Evangeline.
Elgar, help me make sense of what happened in Sumnatalk. What happened to me there? What did the Starstone do?
Evangeline, the Starstone you recovered was designed as a life support system. When it senses a life force weakening, it automatically infuses that body with the energy needed to heal itself.
The Scaradoth. That is why you sense the Starstone being used. The Starstone's presence on Elkanor Island is what healed them of the Red Plague. It was being used because it was cleansing them of their illness.
A logical assumption.
But then, why did it have such a different effect on me? I had the strength of 20 men. I had the speed of a falcon. I stood in the center of a bonfire without
It
any...
had not been calibrated for a human, and that is why you were imparted with such tremendous strength and speed. It reacted to the anger and fury that you felt. When it sensed your life was in danger, it instantly reverted into a healing mode and delivered as much energy as was possible without killing you. You should know that your physiology has been severely stressed by your ordeal. Let us heal you.
I don't want to be healed. I don't deserve it. I'm no better than the ignorant savages that would have killed me in the name of Scripture. I feel so distant from the consciousness of mankind. I feel alone.
You will never be alone.
Let us heal you.
Mankind will change. You must have hope and trust us. We have seen countless species evolve, and enlightenment is inevitable.
If it doesn't, does it cannibalize or self-destruct itself first?
I won't lie to you, Evangeline. There is truth to what you say. Many races have collapsed under the weight of their own ignorance or predilection for violence. However, those that survive can reach amazing heights of tolerance, technology, and compassion.
I'm afraid I will never live to witness such enlightenment during my lifetime.
Perhaps not as it stands.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Evangeline, you have risked so much to save us. We know of your sacrifices. You must allow us to repay you.
How can you repay me for what I have lost?
Let me ask you a question, Evangeline. If you had one wish, what would it be?
I can't even imagine anything that I...
Think, Evangeline.
Time will always be the enemy of those with greater vision than those around them. There is never enough time.
I want to live forever.
We can help you, Evangeline. Altering your body is a simple affair for us, but the larger question is to what end will you apply your immortality? Forever will give you tremendous opportunity, wisdom, power, knowledge, but it could also become a prison to contain guilt and sorrow and hopelessness. Think carefully, Evangeline. Is this truly what you want?
Evangeline looked out to the ocean and reveled in its vastness. She wondered what lay beyond the horizons. She turned over her head and could see the last vestiges of Somnatok smouldering in the far distance. The landscape seemed dead to her.
Elgar and Karana, I ask that you let me be immortal. I want to complete the Eden Initiative, but with my immortality must come safety, and I will need your help. I want to go someplace that no one will ever find me. I want to be hidden from the rest of the world. I don't feel connected anymore to mankind. I want to go someplace separate. The Eden Initiative will never prosper if mankind is allowed to meddle with pursuit of enlightenment. I must build a sanctuary for truth, a fortress where the cultivation of knowledge will be safe. I want to build a place that no one will ever find us.
You know your planet better than we. Where do you think you could find such a fortress?
I think I know a place.
McAllen sat dumbfounded in Sedgwick's office, deep under the city of Mumbai. He had just finished the story of Evangeline, the world's first immortal, and her head was swimming with questions.
Wait, Sedgwick, what happened to Evangeline? Did she live forever? What did the aliens do?
The aliens, having been indebted to Evangeline, made the offer to heal her ravaged body. The severe stress that the Starstone caused when it imparted Evangeline with supernatural abilities had left acute damage upon her body. The aliens used the remaining power in the Starstone to alter Evangeline's DNA, and in doing so, granted her immortality.
How? I want to know exactly how. This is what I've been working on. How did they stop cellular decrepitude? How did they make her live forever?
Well, I think you're jumping to some conclusions. The aliens did not make Evangeline immortal in the traditional sense. What they did was make her body receptive to storing and utilizing the energy within the Starstone. The energy renews the body for a period of time by re-energizing cells and repairing cellular damage due to aging.
I don't understand.
Think of an average person. How long do they live?
Well, obviously it depends on their country or environment or if the person is male or female, but let's say about 80 years old.
How long would a human live without oxygen?
Well, not long, obviously, 10 or 15 minutes at most.
Ah, so by introducing a temporary infusion of oxygen, let's say every 10 seconds, you can extend the human lifespan by 1,000,000-fold.
Okay, but I'm not sure I see the point.
Well, what if there was something far more powerful, far more rejuvenating than oxygen? That a human could be modified to absorb that would have the same mathematical effects.
A starstone?
Exactly. In healing Evangeline, Elgar and Kirana altered her DNA and changed her basic physiology so that she could safely absorb the healing energy within a starstone, thus giving her the opportunity to extend her lifespan in perpetuity.
What do you mean by opportunity? Doesn't she just tap into a starstone whenever she feels like she's getting a little weaker?
I'm afraid it's not quite so simple. A starstone is a very powerful form of energy, but not limitless. When Evangeline taps into it, the starstone's power is quickly depleted.
And then what happens?
She must await the delivery of a new starstone.
Cedric, what happened to Elgar and Kirana?
After Evangeline had been altered and restored, little energy was left in the starstone they had. There was just enough energy for Elgar and Kirana to send a message to their home world of Sorax to be rescued from Earth. When a ship arrived to take them home, they promised Evangeline a periodic delivery of starstones to continue her lifespan. This would be their perpetual gift to her for saving their lives. But to ensure that the power of a starstone would not fall into unwelcome hands, the aliens protected each starstone with the most complex security code imaginable.
What code?
Evangeline's DNA. After they had altered her genetic sequence, it was recorded and coded as an activation sequence to format each starstone that arrived to Earth. Without Evangeline making contact with it, the starstone remains unformatted and dormant.
Wait. If Evangeline was given the power to effectively become immortal, then how did you, and Senshin, and Anton, and Othello all get the power as well? Do you guys get your own delivery of starstones as well?
Regrettably not. Evangeline is the only immortal that has the power to alter a human. She is also the only one that can unlock a starstone so that the rest of us are completely dependent upon her to receive the energy we need to extend our lifespans. It means we are subject to her rule. Until now, that is.
What do you mean?
I mean you, McCallum. You are so very special.
Look, I'm tired of hearing that. I'm sorry, Cedric. I'm sorry, but I really don't understand what's so special about me.
As I said before, to understand who you are, you must understand where you've come from. There is an element of the Leviathan population, a rebel faction, that has been seeking to find another way to commune with a starstone. A way that does not involve Evangeline. Your parents were prominent members of this rebel group. They were damn good scientists as well. Your existence is a result of a secret genetic breeding program that has been a century in the making. And there have been many bloodlines and experimentations to produce someone as special as you. Someone that has what you have.
Which is what?
A genetic profile almost identical to Evangeline's. Close enough that it is believed that you may have the ability to format and unlock a starstone. Don't you see, McAllen? Senshin told you to go to Alaska to find the key? But McAllen, you are the key. You are our Messiah. You have always been. Your potential has just needed to be unlocked.
Then what was that thing I stepped inside that turned me into an immortal, the sarcophagus with all those needles? I thought you said only Evangeline could make an immortal.
I said only Evangeline has the power to transform a human. But you've always been something quite different. Your Leviathan genes have lain dormant within you your entire life as a security precaution. Anytime a new individual is introduced into the Leviathan Collective, he or she would be instantly sensed by the collective consciousness we call attuning. Your existence has been hidden and masked for most of your life by keeping your full genetic potential dormant. But now that your Leviathan genes have been activated, I'm afraid far too many know of your existence. They may even understand your potential.
And what potential is that?
Don't you see? If you have the power to transmute a starstone, then Evangeline's hold on the Leviathan group, on all immortals, will be broken. Understand that a civil war has been building within the Leviathan Collective. There are the Edeners, the ones faithful to Evangeline's vision and obey her orders without question. And then there is us, the rebels who believe we should be free and not under the dictatorship of a mad woman. Senshun has been our leader. True freedom from Evangeline has always meant death. Until now, that is. You are our new hope. You are also an enormous threat to Evangeline, which means your life is in grave danger.
But Sedgwick, I've never met this woman Evangeline. Why would she want to kill me? I don't want to be a part of any war.
Want it or not, you are part of it now. Evangeline will seek you out and be relentless until she has you. But besides that, there is also a more pressing need for your cooperation.
And what's that?
Have you forgotten about Amelia, your grandmother? For reasons we do not yet understand, there is a deadly signal, a virus, that is traveling around the earth, infecting and killing immortals. It has almost claimed the life of Amelia. And it pains me to say this, McCullen, but it is only a matter of time before it affects you as well. We are not certain, but we believe the signal originates from a starstone that has somehow malfunctioned. As if someone has plugged in a massive stereo at full volume and neglected to ever turn it down. The signal is so strong that it eventually overloads our immortal physiology and we die.
Well, how did that happen? Why doesn't Evangeline just shut it off?
I am afraid those are answers we do not have yet. McCallan, you are the daughter I never had. I love you and have always cared for you, and I've done everything to fight putting you in harm's way. But war is upon us now, and you must rise to fulfill your destiny. The fate of every immortal rests with you. We are under siege from an unseen enemy. You must find the rogue starstone and neutralize it. That is your mission. But before you set out, you will need this.
What is it?
It appears to be a simple ring, but it does something very special. When you wear it, it eliminates the ability for other immortals to attune with you, and you with them. It surrounds you with an energy field that will protect you from others attempting to read your thoughts. You have not been trained yet as to how to properly control access to your mind. I think it is a vital security precaution.
Thank you.
For now, you'll be safe here in Dharavi. The Kumbar will see to it. The Condor is being refueled, and I think you need some rest, and I dare say some medical attention. I saw you limping on the way in, but we will need to get a move on soon. This rogue starstone must be found and properly initialized before it kills all immortals. There are some of us who believe that this may be Evangeline's intention, and that is why she has not chosen to intervene.
But then wouldn't she die as well?
As I said, we are dealing with a mad woman. But for now, you need to rest. I know how much you've been through. I cannot tell you how proud I am of you.
Thank you, Sedgwick.
We will do everything in our power to keep you safe.
Sedgwick, I think we both know my days of safety are behind me.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Christoph Laputka, author and creator of the Leviathan Chronicles. I want to start by thanking everybody so much for tuning in and checking out the Chronicles. We just finished listening to Chapter 10, The Gift Part 2, and that concludes the trilogy that is the origins of immortality on Earth, how Leviathan and the immortality strain started on Earth, and now we're going to start seeing how that gets played out. And I think you guys are going to like some of the chapters that are coming up. But before we get into that, I want to start with some numbers. 8,100 episodes of the Leviathan Chronicles have been downloaded from the website. 8,100 episodes. That is awesome. Here's another number. 350 members on the website. That is even more awesome. I could not be more psyched, more pumped. That is terrific. But there's a couple ways that you can help Leviathan grow even further. There's a lot of people that are listening to the podcast that haven't registered yet on the website. If you can take a second and do that, it really helps me in two ways. Number one, by registering as a member, you're helping me know how big my audience is. And two, that helps me promote Leviathan to some of the other powers that be that I'm talking to about growing Leviathan in other directions. It's a really important tool and it helps me a lot, and it should just take a second. Registering on the website as a member is a great way to help Leviathan. The second way is by logging onto iTunes and posting a review. If you go into iTunes and search under Leviathan Chronicles, if you can leave just a quick review, that really helps us move up the iTunes popularity food chain. My goal is to break the top 10 list for podcasts on iTunes, and that is a huge reach. It is probably a pipe dream, but that is not stopping me from trying. Reviews equal more listeners. So I've been hinting in some of the newsletters that I've got some big news coming, and I think I'm ready to finally announce it. And that is that I've recently signed a licensing agreement with Audible.com. The way that the agreement works is that when we finish Season 1 of the Leviathan Chronicles, and that's episodes 1 through 25, they are going to be combined into one massive audiobook that is going to be available for sale on the iTunes Music Store. And what I'm hoping to do with it is to incorporate some of the comments and some of the feedback that I've been getting from you guys, from the listeners, from the fans, and really make it a bit more of a director's cut where I can clean up some of the things that you guys don't like, enhance some of the things that you guys do like, and also play with some storylines that I really wasn't able to put in to the podcast for interest of time. We try and keep the episodes down to somewhere between 45 to 50 minutes, but the open format of an audiobook allows us to explore a lot more. So that's going to be something happening towards the end of the year, but I'm really excited about it because being on iTunes was always a dream, and Audible's given us a venue for it. So a lot more about that to come, but it's exciting news, and I couldn't wait to share it with you guys. So one of the things I wanted to talk about was the inspiration for Leviathan. And one of the questions that somebody asked me was, what was the impetus behind Leviathan? What was the inspiration? What created it? And I talk a little bit about this in an interview that I gave on GeekCred. And if you haven't checked that out, just check out the podcast in general, geekcred.net. There's some really awesome podcasts out there. So one of the things you should know about me is that in addition to being a huge travel junkie, I am also a huge adrenaline junkie. And I enjoy a lot of crazy sports like paragliding, skydiving, but especially scuba diving. A friend and I took a trip down to the Cayman Islands a few years ago, and we hooked up with a very crazy French dive master who, after several beers, agreed to take us to one of his secret dive sites. And it was a cave dive that started at about 150 feet, which is a little deeper than one would normally go, but he assured us that it was going to be one of the most beautiful dives that we'd ever been on. One of the things that's really unique about the Cayman Islands is just a few hundred feet offshore, there is a giant underwater cliff where the depth of the water goes from 60 feet to 4,000 feet. So you are swimming over this cliff where all of a sudden the bottom drops off and you feel like you're flying and you're just staring out into the abyss. So the three of us descend to 150 feet where we see the entrance to this cave. And as we swim in, what was so beautiful about the cave was there was just enough cracks within the cave that light was able to penetrate and illuminate these unbelievable chambers that we were in. And all I could think about was, nobody knows we're down here. that no one in the world could find us if we ever bite it or if we run out of air. This is it. And that got me thinking to how many other spots there were underneath the ocean that were completely hidden away from the rest of mankind. We don't know what goes on below the surface. What kind of life, what kind of monsters, what kind of aliens, what kind of hidden secrets there are that lie within these tucked away chambers that are inaccessible. This was 150 feet. We could dive it. What lies at 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 feet? And that kind of got my adrenaline going. A, because I was at 150 feet and I was in a cave. But secondly, just thinking about all the possibilities that existed. And I've always been a science fiction fan, and I just saw this being a great platform to launch a story that I'd been thinking about for a long time. So that was really how the underwater theme of Leviathan started. And in future episodes of the Soapbox, I'll talk a little bit about how some of the travels that I took last year kind of inspired some of the other settings that you're going to see in Leviathan. One of the things that I think makes Leviathan unique and that I love about creating the storyline are the settings in which the story takes place, the different cities, the different locales, and that really comes from my love of travel. And I'll be talking about that in some future episodes, but before we get into that, I want to talk a little bit about another podcast that I think you guys are going to really enjoy. One of the truly, truly great podcasters out there is a gentleman named J.C. Hutchins, and he has a trilogy called Seventh Son, and it is a terrific podcast. I can't recommend it enough. The premise of Seventh Son is 6 clones that have had radically different lives, but yet share the same childhood, are brought together. So you have a minister, you have a musician, you have people from all walks of life that all share a common origin and a common genetic code that are brought together for a purpose. And they don't realize that they're clones until they get together. And they are the result of a government breeding experiment, sort of exploring the idea of nature versus nurture. If we take 6 identical clones and raise them in different environments, how will they grow up? How will they be different? But they're brought together for a purpose because the parent clone, the alpha clone, so to speak, has just murdered the president. And the 6 clones are brought together because they're the only ones that know how the killer thinks. And this whole premise of cloning is stretched out over his novels. It is terrific. The writing is fantastic. I've really enjoyed his work. And you can go to his website at www.jchutchins.net. And we're going to play a promo right now to Seventh Son. I hope you guys enjoy it.
The President of the United States is dead. He was murdered in the morning sunlight by a 4-year-old boy. Those are the opening words of Seventh Son, Book 1, Descent, the podcast novel written by J.C. Hutchins, and it doesn't let up from there. Join the legion of Seventh Son fans who are already following the story of 7 human clones, John, Father Thomas, Kilroy 2.0, and the others, as they hunt down the man behind the president's murder, the man they were cloned from, codenamed John Alpha. David Moldauer, critic for thedragonpage.com, hails Seventh Son as a taut, tense sci-fi thriller. Gary P. Dilly Leland says, I definitely recommend it to anybody out there who's a sci-fi lover. Even Scott Sigler, author of Earthcore and Infection, says, Seventh Son's opening episode is the shock and awe of audiobooks. The first 5 minutes will have you hooked. So subscribe to the audiobook everyone's talking about. Join the descent. Find Seventh Son at jchutchins.net and at audiobooks.com.
All right, that was J.C. Hutchins' Seventh Son podcast. Again, that's a trilogy, so there's a lot of content there for you guys to explore. I really hope you enjoy it. And last week, we played a little bit of music at the end of the Soapbox. We had a song by ATW, which is the band that plays our intro and outro. We're not able to have a song from them this week. I think we will in one of the following weeks. So I want to keep this section of the Soapbox open to showcasing new music that's out there. And if you're in a band or you know someone that's in a band and you think their music is in the vein of Leviathan, feel free to send me a sample. I'd love to showcase their music if they're interested in being a part of the podcast. We'd love to have them, love to hear it, and that's what's cool about this section. We can kind of showcase new podcasts, new music. I think we can make this really cool, and I'm excited about it. So that invitation is out there to any music fans or any band members that are out there that want to use this section. So before I go, I want to give a shout out to all the listeners in Australia. You guys are awesome. I love being able to say that I am huge in Australia. I know the internet is a global phenomenon, but the coolest thing happened the other night. I came home from the day job, was working, doing some writing late on the computer, and I wrote on my Facebook page, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, I said, Christoph is ready to throw in the towel. And I started getting all of these Facebook chats from people in Australia, where of course it was only noontime, and just gave me a great shout out and a great lift. You guys rock. I am at one with Australian life and culture. I am so thrilled that you guys are enjoying the story. Australia rocks. Thank you guys so much for listening. That's all I've got for this week. Thanks again. I will see you guys in 10.
The Leviathan Chronicles, an audio adventure. The story thus far. After being rescued from the frigid waters of Alaska, Macallan and Tully are brought to the city of Mumbai by Anton and Othello. During their trip, Macallan enters the strange sarcophagus she found in the Cedar Elm shipwreck, which activates her dormant Leviathan genes that now make her an immortal. She is taken to a secret base deep under the city slums that is run by Sedgwick, her grandmother's butler, who reveals that he too is an immortal. Sedgwick tells Macallan the story of Evangeline Leafrick, the Earth's first immortal. He explains that all immortals are dependent upon Evangeline to renew their lifespan periodically. Evangeline uses this power to blackmail the immortals to conduct her evil bidding. A group of rebel immortals led by Senshin has separated from the Leviathan Collective and now seeks to overthrow Evangeline. Macallan learns that she is the result of a genetic breeding experiment to create a being with DNA so similar to Evangeline's that it would retain her ability to renew the lifespans in other immortals. Sedgwick explains that because she represents a threat to Evangeline's monopoly of power, Macallan's life is in great danger. A war is now underway between the rebel group led by Senshin and the Edeners, who are still loyal to Evangeline. Macallan is caught in the middle. Tully remains in Mumbai and hopes to gain some clue as to the fate of his best friend Oberlin St. Clair, whose whereabouts are still unknown. Meanwhile, because Kazunori Tanaka failed to accomplish the assassination strike on Macallan back in Alaska, Jason Sterling kidnapped his illegitimate but only son Toshi. He now holds Toshi captive in his secret laboratory called Acheron. A plot, long in the works by Jason Sterling, is about to unfold. And now, Chapter 11, Butterfly Rising. Jason Sterling walked down the brightly lit corridor of Acheron. The demanding schedule of Operation Butterfly had kept him awake for the past 48 hours, but he still looked as alert and cleanly pressed as if he'd just stepped out of a suit fitting at Barney's. The possibility of the mission's success fueled his alertness. Sterling felt the seductive lure of delivering a crushing blow to a nemesis, one that had eluded him for far too long. Acheron was always a special place for Jason Sterling. Lying deep under Baker Island in the Pacific, he reveled in the unparalleled security it offered. No way to be seen, no way to be touched. It was originally devised as a skunkworks lab exclusively for the use of the Black Door Group. It was their own special laboratory far from the prying eyes of their own government. Normally, the leaders of the Black Door Group operated independently of one another, but Acheron was one place they could commune as a group to test and implement the most controversial technology devised by humans. That was until the incident that had made Acheron the sole purveyor of Jason Sterling. He smiled when he thought of it all and felt the uncharacteristic urge to reminisce. But more pressing issues forced him to suppress this urge. Operation Butterfly was now about to go live. But first, he wanted to make a quick stop by a very special part of Acheron called the Weather Room. He wanted to speak to one of his very special guests.
Hello, Toshi. Do you know who I am?
You are the bad man.
Now, why would you say that? I brought you some fresh clothes to wear, and we'll have some dinner brought to you shortly. Teriyaki salmon with some mochi for dessert. I've heard you like sweets, don't you?
You are the bad man.
How mistaken you are for such a wise little boy.
I want to see my parents.
Well, I can understand that, but your father lacks the proper motivation. And your mother, she's too important to me where she is right now. But I have a different idea, Toshi. How would you like to help me?
Why?
What if I told you there were people that had a secret plan to conquer the world with their own species and replace all the humans?
I don't understand.
Incoming message for Jason Sterling, source, Asgard Station.
I have to go now, Toshi. I want you to go to sleep after your dinner and get some rest like a good boy. I'll be back to check on you soon.
Jason Sterling turned on his heel and left the weather room. He approached a thickly ribbed metal door and punched a 10-digit code into the keypad on the right. A retinal scanner activated, and Sterling placed his right eye into the beam of red light that emanated from it. He entered a large room that he affectionately called the Icarus Room. The room resembled a giant V, with 2 long corridors 100 feet in length veering out from the center. The corridors were filled with mainframes and other cabinet-sized technology. A large command console sat at the center. It was comprised of a single chair in front of 8 large flat-screen monitors. Above the chair hung a horrifying device. The device resembled a demonic spider constructed of gleaming stainless steel, with sharp iron-like protrusions resembling 8 legs hanging limply from its body. It was suspended by a dense web of wires and cables that ran from the body of the device up to the ceiling. Jason sat in the center chair and pressed the green message light that was blinking on his console.
Are we ready to commence the operation?
I wouldn't have contacted you if we weren't.
And the enforcers are ready for delivery.
They are. But the real question is, are you ready? You'll be controlling 2 minds simultaneously. The human brain is not designed to accommodate multiple sets of consciousness. You know that you are risking insanity.
I'm well aware of the risk, but I do find it ironic that the source of such advice is a doctor who has been condemned by every major medical ethics board in the free world and is wanted for murder and forms of sadistic torture in 5 countries.
Those charges were never—
For God's sake, you were combining human and animal DNA. I heard you created a man with hooves and fur and face so disgusting that it died banging its head into a concrete wall.
They were for the good of all humans.
You created monsters.
You want monsters.
That may be true, but at least the enforcers won't know what they are, what they've become. You've seen to that, haven't you?
As I have said, the human mind is not a hard drive that can be erased with a single keystroke. But yes, when Operation Butterfly commences, you will have full transference. What is left of their minds will be linked to yours. You will be able to control them as if you were controlling your own body. They will be, in short, your proxies in violence and hell. Have you been doing the mental exercises I prescribed for you?
I have, and I ingested the last dose of the Xanatasium exactly 1 hour ago.
Very well then. I will expose the enforcers to their final dose of radiation. This will bring them to maximum power, but will begin the countdown of their lifespan. Jason, you are aware they cannot survive long at this energy threshold.
As long as they survive long enough to accomplish the mission, then I have no further use for them.
Of course.
The grotesque metal spider hanging above the control console descended until it hovered inches above Sterling's head. The sharp metal legs suddenly sprang to life and shot outward, and then, as if calming itself, it lowered 1 final inch and gently closed its legs until all 8 protrusions were resting against Jason Sterling's skull.
All right then, Doctor. Commence the final radiation burst. As soon as night falls and their consciousness is fully transferred, I'll have a modified B2 available for rendezvous. Let's see if McCallan Orsel is afraid of butterflies.
Back in Mumbai, Tully was sitting on the stoop of a dilapidated building, located on a dirty cul-de-sac. McCallum rounded a corner and ran towards him.
Tully, where have you been?
What the hell are you talking about, where have I been? I've been holed up in this guest house they shoved me into after you disappeared into that pottery shop.
That was no pottery house, Tully. You're not going to believe this, but it's a front for the Leviathan group, or at least a small portion of them. They have a fortress hidden deep beneath the slum with enough high-tech gear to launch a space shuttle.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. Walk with me. I'm starving.
McCallan gave a quick nod to the 2 men that were obviously standing guard outside the guest house. To the casual observer, the 2 might have seemed like 2 peasants playing a dice game in the dirt. But by now, McCallan was starting to recognize the physicality of the Kumbar Potters that had sworn their allegiance to the Leviathan rebels over 400 years ago. The two men stared back at McCallan as if they knew her, and gave her an almost imperceptible nod in return.
I must remember that nothing is what it seems on the surface. My survival may depend on it.
What did they say about Oberlin? Do you think there's a chance he may still be alive?
McCallan's heart sank. She realized that she was so overwhelmed by the revelation that she was now an immortal that she had forgotten to inquire about Tully's best friend, Oberlin Sinclair. She bit her lip and regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth.
They said there's a good chance he's still alive and they're working on trying to locate him.
That's great! That's great news! How long until...
Tully! Watch where you're stepping. You almost knocked over somebody's water for the whole day.
I'm sorry, I just... These goddamn streets are so crowded. And everything is just so out there. Look at that guy. He's in the middle of the street in a dentist chair. Looks like he's getting a tooth pulled. That guy there, he's just taking a shower out of a bucket in front of everybody. It's just...
McCallan and Tully continued their walk through the slum of Dravi. The smells and sounds of so many people was an assault to their senses. Corrugated tin structures lined the dirt streets. Wires and cables crisscrossed like a spider's web under the hazy sky. Stacks of cooking oil tins were piled high as a woman in a blue sari fastidiously cleaned and prepared them to be sold for recycling. Sounds of metal being pounded, cut, scrapped, as well as shouts of anger and laughter enveloped McCallan. Young children pulled at her shirt tails, begging for candy, money, anything. Some of the children smiled at her pleadingly, but others shouted angrily. But at least the children could walk. Some adults couldn't. They lay on the dirty street, some missing limbs. Others looked too weak to do anything but hold up a plate with a few coins on it as McCallan passed. But her thoughts were interrupted by the sight of an elderly white couple. They stood in the middle of the frenetic, crowded street and stared intently at McCallan. They looked truly ancient, pale and clearly out of place in Dravi. She wondered why the children and beggars weren't soliciting the couple, but more importantly, why weren't the couple doing anything to help those in need around them?
Man, it's really tough seeing all this. I may have lost my boat and all my money, but I'm starting to realize that I'm not so bad off. I'm feeling pretty grateful for the things I have right about now. I mean, look at the poverty here. How do you even begin to make a dent in it?
I don't know the answer. Maybe just tackling it one person at a time.
There's probably 1 million people in this slum. You sure you got the time to have one-on-one sessions with every tin scrubber and crate loader in this whole city?
As a matter of fact, yes. Yes, I do have the time.
What are you talking about?
Tully, what's happening to us is real. I can feel it.
So what's your point?
My point is, I have time. Even if a problem takes a lifetime to solve, I have many lifetimes at my disposal.
Whoa, you're starting to make my head spin, and I think you're getting way ahead of yourself.
What do you mean?
Isn't there supposed to be some killer radiation signal bouncing around the Earth, killing all of you immortals?
Yes. Sedgwick said each blast supercharges the immortal cells until you literally overload and die. That's why my grandmother was hearing voices. Her ability to telepathically commune with the other immortals was overloaded, so she had...
By the time they had reached Mahim Crossing, McCallan had recapped the events since entering the kiln and retold the story of Evangeline Leifric and the origins of the immortals to Tully.
I'm still finding it a little hard to comprehend.
I did too, but it's starting to sink in.
What is?
The fact that, oh, Tully, how about this place? Let's eat in here.
I don't know. It looks kind of dirty.
Come on, Tully, the place is packed. I'm sure all these people aren't eating here and getting sick.
Yeah? Well, I've got kind of a glass stomach.
Then I'll be here to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, all right, I guess. I'm so hungry I could eat a cow.
Not in India, tough guy.
Meanwhile, 30 miles off the coast of Mumbai, a B-2 stealth bomber lowered its altitude to just 400 feet over the Indian Ocean.
Does someone mind telling me what the hell this mission is about?
Charlie 1, this is Camelot Shadow. Permission is now granted to activate package sequence. Maintain altitude and proceed to coordinates 19.30 by 72.52, where you will release the cargo.
Wait a second, that's directly over Mumbai. What the hell is this cargo anyway?
You will follow instructions, Charlie 1. Priority Black Door 34 Omega. All information from this point is considered classified, Spectre level. Information is strictly on a need-to-know basis. You will follow your given orders and proceed to the coordinates, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. Now approaching new coordinates. What are your instructions?
Open the bomb bay doors.
But sir, no ordinance has been loaded. Just some cargo.
Any further questioning of your directors will be considered treasonous and subject to court-martial. I remind you, for the last time, Lieutenant, this mission is classified. Priority Black Door 34 Omega. You will follow your orders, Lieutenant.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Inside the cargo bay of the specially modified B-2 plane, the cabin was empty, except for an enormous wooden crate that measured 20 feet on each side. Suddenly, the wood on the front side of the crate exploded into splinters as two 12-foot behemoths burst out of the container. They resembled human men, only slightly. They had 2 arms and 2 legs, but each of their limbs was more than 1 meter thick, making them almost as wide as they were tall. Inhuman muscles rippled from every inch of their bodies, and their skin was almost entirely blood red. Their entire bodies pulsed ferociously with aggression. Their lips, nails, and knuckles were covered in a sharp, bone-like crust. As the 2 gigantic monsters took a single stride to stand at the edge of the open bay, the entire plane shuddered with their massive steps.
Whoa, something came loose in the cargo bay. I can feel something moving. I have to increase altitude.
Maintain your heading, Lieutenant. Deployment is about to commence.
Each of the enforcers stared straight down at the ground 400 feet below them. Skyscrapers passed just underneath as the plane entered the airspace over Mumbai. After quickly maneuvering around the city center, the plane came above the mangroves of the Dravi district of Mumbai. In perfect unison, the enforcers each took 1 step forward. The enforcers fell over 400 feet and created small craters where they landed. But in an instant, they pulled themselves out of the ground and started running towards the center of the Dravi slum. Each step was again in perfect unison, as one enforcer was the mirror image of the other. The 2 shimmered with unearthly power, as their master knew that their prey was near. Nothing would stand in their way.
So let me just get this straight. Evangeline Leifrick was a woman in the early Middle Ages who nursed 2 stranded aliens back to health. In exchange, they altered her DNA so that she can absorb the energy in these starstones, thus re-energizing her body and making her immortal. And because she's the only one that can unlock a starstone and harness its powers, every other immortal on the planet has to depend upon her for their energy feeding once every couple decades, otherwise they die too.
That's right.
But Evangeline has gone nutso and is blackmailing her immortals into only doing whatever she wants. Something having to do with her fulfilling the Eden Initiative.
Cedric said she's done horrible things, Tully. The immortals have to commit murder, treason, give up their children, and give billions of dollars a year to her. Although, I have to admit, it doesn't seem like these immortals are hurting for money.
Yeah, that stands to reason. Think about it, if you could stick a few $1,000s into a savings account and let it compound interest for a few hundred years, you'd be a billionaire too.
My God, Tully, you're right. And Evangeline didn't start with a few $1,000s. The whole idea behind her immortality was to start the Eden Initiative, which was supposed to take a fortune back 1,000 years ago.
I don't know where all that money is or who's controlling it, but by now that money is probably in the hundreds of trillions.
That's why Senshin can afford a string of townhouses in Manhattan. Not to mention my grandmother. That's how the rebels could pay for a secret fortress under Mumbai and buy everyone in the slum off for their silence.
I don't know. I'm looking around here, and it doesn't look like anybody got bought off.
No, Tully. Cedric said only the Kumbar Potters are, and they don't get any payment. The rebels have agreed to take care of the Potters' children in perpetuity, paying for college, housing. Think of it. What if you could give your life to a cause knowing that all your descendants would be provided for? Amazing.
I think you're asking the wrong question. What if you could have untold riches and live forever to enjoy it, but you had to be a slave and beholden to a madwoman? That's the question I'd like answered.
Tully, do you realize how much money the Leviathan Group must control? It must be close to 5 to 10% of the world economy. Maybe more. That must be why the Black Door Group wants to eliminate the Immortals.
Black Door. Those are the guys who Cedric thinks captured Oberlin.
Before McAllen could answer, a waiter approached the table.
Good afternoon. What can I bring for you today?
I'll have the chicken tikka. Oh wait, you have masala dosa, that's my favorite. I'll have that and a Diet Coke and some basmati rice.
And you, sir?
Yeah, can I get like a turkey sandwich? Like on toast or something?
Turkey? This I do not think we have, sir. Maybe you have a lamb korma.
Whoa, that's not spicy, right? Because if I get too much curry, my ass is gonna...
What was that?
I don't know, sounded like some demolition.
I think it's pretty late in the day for that.
This place is remarkable. I've never seen people work so hard for so little. Every hour of the day, someone is... Shit, that's getting louder.
Tully, I can feel the ground shaking.
It can't be an earthquake, can it?
Tully, what the hell is going on?
Maybe it is an earthquake.
Possible, but not likely in this part of the world. Maybe it's a terrorist attack.
In a poverty-stricken slum?
I don't know.
Either way, we gotta get the hell out of here. Let's hurry. This building isn't going to stand up for long.
The entire back wall of the diner shattered through. Two hulking 12-foot giants ripped the corrugated tin off the roof. Their red bodies and faces turned towards McAllen. In perfect unison, they both lunged for her, but Tully yanked her arm hard, getting her out of the way just in time before their giant fists pulverized the wooden table they sat at seconds ago.
What the hell are those things?
Come on, we gotta move. Now! Move!
Tully pulled McAllen out of the diner onto Mahim Crossing. Chaos had erupted on the streets and terrified people were running everywhere. McAllen looked south down the road and saw a trail of rubble a mile long where houses stood only minutes ago.
Don't let go of my hand.
I can't believe that
The enforcers smashed a load-bearing beam, causing the entire diner to collapse in a heap of rubble and ash. The two enforcers leapt out of the ruins with smoke and dust trailing behind them. They rapidly began scanning the crowded streets for any signs of their prey.
They can't find us if we hide in the crowd. Duck your head down. You're a foot taller than everyone here. We gotta try to blend.
Tully!
It only took the enforcers seconds to find McAllen and Tully. The two ducking Caucasians trying to conceal themselves in a mob of Indians were easily spotted. But as the diner had collapsed, a telephone pole had been uprooted and fell downwards right as the enforcers were about to pounce on McAllen and Tully. The thick pole impeded their massive legs just enough for them to stumble for a brief instant. Tully could see by their speed that there was no hope of outrunning these demons on foot. A young man on a Honda 125 Wave motorcycle was racing by Tully, trying to get away from the horrific carnage that was ensuing around him. He just got by Tully's right side when an elbow was brought up sharply, breaking the cartilage in the man's nose and knocking him to the ground. Tully felt horrible about striking the man down, but he needed the bike.
Come on, get on quick!
Where are we gonna go?
We're gonna get the hell out of here, that's for sure. Just get on the back now.
Tully picked up the Honda and McAllen jumped on the back. She almost fell off when Tully gunned the throttle, launching the bike into the frantic crowd of people that were running for cover.
Okay, Ms. Immortal, do you mind telling me what in the holy name of God are those fucking things trying to kill us?
I have no fucking idea, Tully.
McAllen looked over Tully's shoulder and could see the speedometer showing almost 50 kilometers per hour. The rear tire of the bike started popping off the ground, and McAllen realized the massive footsteps of the enforcers were shaking the ground beneath them.
They're getting closer, Tully!
Hang on!
Tully yanked the handlebars left, sending the rear tire skidding out violently as they slid onto Jakara Street. The pursuing enforcers had too much momentum to turn 90 degrees so sharply they tripped over each other trying to catch the fleeing motorcycle. Quickly recovering, the enforcers leapt to their feet and resumed their pursuit. The perfect symmetry they had displayed earlier was still maintained.
We can't shake them!
Forget shaking them! How do we kill them?
Look out!
A small pickup truck moved across the oncoming intersection. The bike's brakes locked up. He nailed the throttle, unlocking the rear wheel and juked the bike hard right and then yanked it back left, narrowly missing the pickup truck.
Tully!
The brief application of brakes allowed the enforcers to gain significantly on McAllen and Tully. The tips of their shoulders and arms scraped against the sides of the shantytown buildings, collapsing some and severely damaging others. McAllen could feel the ground vibrating again as their powerful strides grew closer. Suddenly, in one swift jump, each enforcer leapt violently at the speeding motorcycle. The first enforcer crashed into the ground in an eruption of mud and dirt, smothering two people. The second reached out just far enough for three of his fingers to dig into the spokes of the rear wheel. The Honda instantly jackknifed, hurling McAllen and Tully through the air. McAllen landed against a wheelbarrow that had been abandoned while Tully hit the ground hard on his side and slid over 30 feet.
Are you okay?
No, it's my leg. I think I really broke it.
Tully tried to rush to her side, only to realize he couldn't breathe.
My ribs. I must have cracked a bunch on my right side.
Tully painfully forced himself up to his feet and stumbled over to McAllen.
Here, take my hand.
I can't.
Yes, you can. You want to die here? You want these fucking things to rip you apart? Then get on your goddamn feet.
Okay, I'm trying.
I know it hurts, sweetheart, but if you can stand on it, it's not broken.
It hurts so much.
I know, but we gotta keep moving.
Tully, look!
The enforcers were both rising. McAllen noticed they were not moving in perfect unison anymore. Could this be the first sign of weakness?
Quick, down the alley.
McAllen threw her arm over Tully's shoulder and the two of them ran with all their strength. McAllen didn't need to look around to be able to feel the enforcers approaching.
These things won't stop. These things just won't stop.
The two ran down the darkened alley, their bodies aching. They desperately looked for some doorway to hide and escape their killers.
It's a dead end, Tully.
It's a dead end.
I know. Maybe there's a way.
But it was too late. The light in the alleyway dimmed as the enforcers slowly rounded the corner off the main street and walked towards them. They stared malevolently at McAllen and Tully. There was no need to hurry because there was nowhere left to run. The two giants walked in unison again, and Tully began to walk backwards with McAllen. McAllen lost her footing with her bad leg and was sprawled on the filthy pavement. Tully was at the end of the alleyway, which was sectioned off by a chain-link fence. The enforcers flexed their stone-like hands, ready to envelop and crush them.
Open fire!
Anton and Othello, flanked by 6 other Kumbar soldiers, opened fire at the enforcers. They each had M134 miniguns, while the 3 soldiers on each side carried AK-47 assault rifles.
Aim high. Don't hit McAllen.
The entire entranceway to the alley was blistering with fire as thousands of rounds were shot off at the enforcers. Tully dragged McAllen closer to him at the very end of the alley and covered her head with his chest. The enforcers' faces had gone completely slack, as if in shock that anything could wound them. Once again, in unison, they each fell to their knees. Bits of flesh and bone popped off near their shoulders and liquid was pooling at their feet. Swiftly, in a flash of movement, the enforcers whipped their giant bodies around and launched themselves at their attackers. They flew through the air with their arms crossed in front of them and then violently snapped them outward. Othello took the hardest blows, thrown in the air 150 feet away, landing on one of the roofs. Anton fell back just in time to avoid the enforcer's massive fist that rained down on him. The outer Kumbar guards managed to jump aside and return the blows, but the other guards were not as lucky. The enforcers rose high again and punched down with such force that the skulls of the guards exploded in a wet gush before their heads were ripped from their bodies. The last 2 guards were thrown against the building walls like limp dolls.
This is our chance. We gotta get up. There's a fire escape on the left. If we climb up the fence, we can probably reach it.
McAllen and Tully sprinted to the top of one of the shantytown roofs. Fear, like McAllen had never felt before, fueled her body as she ignored her injured leg. As soon as they both climbed to the roof, they realized that stealth would no longer be a part of their escape. The metal roofs banged loudly with each footstep they took. They ran from rooftop to rooftop, carefully jumping wherever they could.
Wait, Tully, wait!
No, we gotta keep moving, McAllen. If we...
No, I mean, I've got an idea. We gotta head east from here.
That'll take us towards the outskirts of Dharavi. No, we gotta stay where it's populated. Maybe we can find some sort of structure that we can hide in. We'll never stand a chance on foot against those guys, especially with your leg.
I agree. That's why I've got a plan. Trust me, Tully. Trust me.
Your plan better be good, because here they come.
The enforcers heard McAllen and Tully's footsteps banging on the rooftops. They leapt in the air and grabbed the edge of a rooftop. The metal ripped off from the strain of the 1,400-pound weight placed upon it. McAllen and Tully were light enough to dance on the rooftops, but the enforcers were too heavy to be supported by the roofs of the shantytown. They continued to smash through the flimsy structures and would jump as high as they could to see which way McAllen and Tully were heading. By staying out of the enforcers' constant eyesight, the two were picking up crucial distance that McAllen needed if her plan was to work. As the building density became sparse towards Dharavi's outskirts, they came upon a leather tannery where giant thick pools were filled with noxious liquid to impart color to the raw hides. The two leapt down from the roof and landed on top of a large pile of skins.
God, this place is disgusting. The smell! It's like formaldehyde and feces mixed together.
Just breathe through your mouth. I need your strength to make this work.
Make what work?
Less than 2 minutes later, McAllen and Tully were screaming at the top of their lungs.
Help!
Hey!
Somebody help
Over
us!
here!
Help! Hey!
Hey! Okay, Miss McAllen, now what?
Now, we wait.
McAllen and Tully stood nervously in the empty tannery, but needed no warning. As they approached the trapped pair, the enforcers' powerful steps reverberated through the ground, causing ripples to form in the pools of dye.
Try to look scared.
Hello? Are you method acting?
100 meters stood between the enforcers and McCallan and Tully. McCallan ran hard to her right to duck behind another pile of raw animal hides. Tully ran left to hide behind a thick post that supported a tarp. The enforcers began running over to each of them to knock away any obstacle that concealed them. Now! McCallan and Tully sprinted out in an X pattern, running past each other where over 100 animal hides had been placed out to dry. The enforcers leapt furiously at McCallan and Tully. In an instant, they reached the point where the pair had crossed. But instead of taking their final steps to capture their prey, the two enforcers plunged downward into a murky brown pool of dye as the animal hides they stepped on gave way underneath their massive feet. The tiger trap that McCallan and Tully constructed had completely submerged the giant enforcers for over 5 seconds before they came up gurgling in fury. The monsters screamed in agony, clutching their eyes. Quickly, their reflexes became uncoordinated. They staggered back and forth, crashing into everything they walked into as they tried to rub the poisonous acidic dye out of their ruined eyes.
This way! They can't follow us!
McCallan and Tully ran to a wooden gate that led back out onto the main street. They opened the gate and were about to run through it when they both crashed into the body of a 6'6" Gujarati man.
Step aside! No!
Sedgwick stormed into the courtyard brandishing an MP5 machine gun. He was flanked by 4 other Kumbal guards. Each of the guards unloaded the arsenal they carried. Rockets streaked across the courtyard, striking the enforcers.
Now, Anton.
The Condor swooped in low directly over the tannery and sprayed a yellow gel across the courtyard. The gel instantly ignited when it made contact with the air. Everything inside the courtyard, including the 2 wounded enforcers, became a horrid inferno. Sedgwick and his team just made it back to the entrance gate before the flames overtook where they stood. It was difficult to make out through the fire, but McCallan could see the enforcers groan with agony as their bodies became human torches. Suddenly, their bodies shuddered uncontrollably, and the powerful enforcers began to liquefy until a small pool of bubbling residue remained where they had stood.
What was that, napalm?
In one of the most densely populated areas of India? Hardly, Mr. Tully. We are not savages and have been capable of far more sophisticated tools than a crude weapon used by the Americans 40 years ago. Both threats have been neutralized, Anton. You can initiate the extinguishment sequence.
The Condor flew back overhead and entered hover mode directly over the remains of the burning tannery. A small silverish globe descended about a foot or so from the belly of the Condor. A bright flash of blue light radiated from the sphere. McCallan could see streaks of lightning permeating through the light, and she felt all the hair on her arms stand up. Instantly, the flames were extinguished, and only smoke trails and a putrid smell that would stay in McCallan's nose for days remained.
Well, before I prepare dinner, McCallan, will you have any other surprise guests joining us?
Jason Sterling was furious. He ripped the steel helmet from his head and flung it across the room, ripping it out of the ceiling sockets. There were 8 small burn marks on his skull where the spiny contacts of the helmet had rested against his skin. He stood up. His head was spinning with confusion and fury. He stumbled to the small lavatory on the side and vomited forcefully into the toilet. He collapsed on the floor and lay there for over 30 minutes. When he finally used the sink to pull himself up, he was shocked by what he saw in the mirror. His eyes were completely blood red. There was a thick brown crust in the corners of his mouth that ran down to his chin. He tried to identify it as blood, but his eyes were having extreme difficulty focusing on anything. He stumbled back to the command chair and tried to push several buttons, but he couldn't make them out. The light in the room seemed unbelievably harsh. He had to get up again painfully and staggered to the light switch to dim the room down to near darkness. He returned to the computer console and found it blurry but more legible. He punched in the command sequence to contact Asgard Station.
This is Arcane. Jason, what happened? Did you get McCallan also? Is the rebellion neutralized?
You...
Jason, I can barely see you. Can you turn up the resolution? It's very dark.
No, I can't, thanks to you. What the hell did you do to me?
What are you talking about?
This is what?
My God, Jason. What the hell happened to you?
I was hoping you could tell me that.
Was there an attack on your station?
Of course not, you imbecile. I'm 400 feet below Baker Island in the South Pacific, in the most secure facility on the planet.
Jason, what happened to the enforcers?
The assassination attack was unsuccessful. The deployment went smoothly enough. The homing signal Wit placed within McAllen's coffee was still transmitting a tiny bit of signal. She was quick. A chase ensued. I was attacked with conventional weapons by the rebellion's forces, but I dispatched them before they could inflict any significant damage. When I found McAllen and that Tully person again, they were hiding in some Indian tannery. They splashed this paint in my eyes.
My God, of course. We made the enforcers' bodies invulnerable, but the soft tissue was still human. They couldn't be easily hurt, but they could be blinded.
Damn it, I'm blinded!
The mental transference. You had complete control of their consciousness, but they must have died in so traumatic a way that the transference became two-way. They were intended to be the perfect proxy soldiers, allowing you to inflict the most harm while controlling them thousands of miles away, but
you failed, plain and simple.
Jason, this technology had never been tested. We bombarded their human bodies with so much radiation that the new cell growth was impossible to...
Just know this. Your days may be as numbered as the immortals. I hope for your sake that when our day of reckoning comes, you will have found a way to make yourself useful.
Jason, I...
Computer, find me Wit Roberts. I think it's time to change our method of influence.
Meanwhile, back in Mumbai, McAllen and Tully sat in Cedric's office deep under the Dravi slum. They were battered and filthy. Cold spring water had been brought to them while they waited for Cedric to return. The mood was somber, and even the sight of Tully still wearing McAllen's pink sweater, now torn and filthy, failed to bring a smile to her lips. After another 5 minutes, Cedric quickly strode into the room without greeting McAllen or Tully. He made a direct line to his computer and punched a sequence into the keyboard. Senshin's face appeared on a monitor on the far wall.
Report.
The attack was devastating, Senshin. Worse than you've heard. Frankly, we've never seen anything like this. Over 60 dead. Hundreds have been injured.
Make sure you control the press. I want witnesses planted and make sure that we tend to all the wounded. The local government needs to be kept out of this. Bribe or call in whatever favor you need to. Assure them that all the citizens of Dharavi will be more than cared for.
I understand. The authorities and media have already been informed that a microburst, a highly concentrated tornado, struck the Dharavi section earlier this evening, causing severe but localized damage.
Good. Now the more important issue, which is who the hell launched this attack on us? They knew about our base in Mumbai, and they knew about McAllen.
The Mumbai base is running on reserve power as all of our generating equipment was destroyed as those creatures charged through Dharavi. I am very concerned that our operation here could become compromised by a cyber attack if we do not regain operational capacity soon. If this is Black Door's work, then we've substantially underestimated their resources. Only one thing could have created such powerful creatures.
A starstone, I know.
There's very little to go on, but we've identified traces of some sort of mutated starstone signal that was mingled with a type of gamma radiation.
What kind, specifically?
The cellular residue we found contained traces of radiation trauma, consistent with exposure to an enriched uranium-zirconium alloy. But that nuclear fuel is only found within the reactors utilized on Virginia-class submarines.
How does a starstone fit in?
Obviously, we can only speculate. But it would appear that the nuclear reactor fuel somehow was exposed to a significant burst of starstone energy, some of which it absorbed. As a result, a perverted energy field would be created that would kill and mutate a human's genetic code, creating a sickening array of damage. But as the radiation from nuclear exposure would ravage the human's body and mind, the starstone energy would rush in and heal. It would be like being constantly killed and reborn simultaneously. I imagine it would be like a broken bone growing back stronger. The exact recipe of radiation must be virtually impossible to calculate, given the complexity of the variables. How could they possibly generate the number of volunteers necessary
to... If this is Black Door's work, then my sense is they don't typically ask for volunteers. Was there anything else you could find?
Only this.
What is that?
We believe it's a tooth filling.
You're kidding.
The curious thing is that it's constructed of an obsidian ceramic alloy that is virtually unknown. Of course, we've known about it for years, but almost no human process has been able to duplicate it. Only one company in the world has been known to have the technology to craft such a material.
And which would that be?
Nankatsu Industries in Tokyo.
Sounds like we might have our first clue.
Yes. Yes, I see. Of course, I'll inform the others. That was the medical bay. Unfortunately, their efforts to save Othello have failed due to the severity of his injuries. The impact shattered most of his internal organs. He died on the surgery table 5 minutes ago.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Christoph, author and creator of the Leviathan Chronicles, and you've just listened to Chapter 11. And I gotta tell you, Chapter 11 is by far my favorite episode of the Leviathan Chronicles yet. It has taken us probably about 4 to 5 months to complete that episode because of the density of the sound effects and the music and the acting, and I could not be more proud. I feel like this is our showcase episode. If you're going to recommend Leviathan to a friend of yours, I want them to listen to Chapter 11 because in addition to being a great sounding episode, it's also an episode that we took the most chances with in terms of what an audio drama, what a podcast could be. I wanted to have a balls to the wall action episode, one that really imitated a lot of the action scenes you would see in a movie. And a lot of people were saying, well, that's not going to work. You're not going to be able to translate action into a podcast, into an audio drama. And it was just a lot of people thought that it might be too hectic, too dense, too confusing to have all of these different sound elements going on at the same time. But I was really hopeful that we could do it. I think we have. I'd love to hear your feedback. If you like it, if you'd like to see more episodes like this, I think it's really fun. And we want to take chances with the genre. That's what makes Leviathan Chronicles, I think, very special in that while we're inspired by a lot of the audio dramas that were created in the 40s, I'm not trying to imitate them. I'm trying to reinvent the genre for the 21st century a little bit more and go in some different directions than necessarily War of the Worlds, which is phenomenal and genius, but I'm not trying to imitate that. I'm trying to really create something new and something different. If you want to send out some good karma, I got to mention somebody in this, Robin Shore, who is the main sound engineer working on Leviathan at Silver Sound. Send him a shout out. His email is robin@silversound.us. He has done an amazing job on all the episodes, but he's really killed himself on Chapter 11. Go send that dude an email. Tell him he rocks and tell him how much you've enjoyed what he's done. This is really his work, his masterpiece, and what he's been able to create. So this past week has been a really fun one for Leviathan. And a lot of that is due to one person, Meghna Hazarika, who is a cousin of a very good friend of mine. And Meghna helped us out in Chapter 11. She adds some Hindi voices to the background. And if you speak any Hindi, there's a little hint of kind of what's to come in future episodes. But not only was she helpful in lending her voice in Chapter 11, but Meghna's also part of an international marketing program that has classes in several cities around the world, and she's doing a program now in New York. And the leader of that group is a gentleman named James Cooper, who works at an advertising company called Another Anomaly. And their class project is called Celebrity Ping Pong. And their idea was to create an online magazine dedicated to celebrity ping pong. Now, I don't know what drugs they're smoking, but apparently they think that I'm worthy of celebritydom. And I left work last week, I think it was on a Wednesday, and go down to this wicked cool loft down in Soho where they had set up this giant ping pong table. And I got to meet with some other members of Meghna's class who were all absolutely terrific and were really curious and enthusiastic about Leviathan, about our recording process, about how the website came about, and really gave me some great feedback. And then, of course, I tried to stall as long as I could because I was there to play ping pong. Not to make nice, to play cutthroat ping pong. And James and I were going to play each other, and James was going to interview me while playing me in ping pong. So the idea being that while you're focused on getting your shots in, serving correctly, you were going to give more off the cuff, more honest answers. And I got to tell you, I was sweating like a pig trying to get a point off of James. And the story would be so awesome if I could say I came, I saw, I conquered, and I kicked James' ass. Unfortunately, the score was, I think, either 9-15. may have even been a little worse than that. May have been 8-15. I'm not sure. But the point is, I didn't win. And I wish the story had a better ending. I wish. But James did beat me. But we really had a great chance to talk about the direction of science fiction, to talk about the inspiration behind Leviathan and kind of where we hope to take the project. So it was really a great experience. So much fun to be playing ping pong. They had a film crew there. I'm going to give you that website when the magazine goes live. It's not quite finished yet, but it was so much fun to be sitting there in Soho playing ping pong and being asked about Leviathan. Total pig heaven for me. So we always try and talk about some of the other cool podcasts that I'm listening to and that I think you guys might enjoy. And one that has really knocked my socks off is a podcast called Playing for Keeps by Mur Lafferty. Playing for Keeps is a superhero story, which at first blush sounds like a little campy or a little corny. It is completely not that. And it really took me by surprise. The way that I listen to podcasts is usually on my walk to work. I live right by the United Nations in New York. My office is in Midtown, so I've got about a 20-minute walk. And I use that time to listen to other cool podcasts, listen to other authors I'm interested in. And within about 5-10 minutes of Mur's story, Playing for Keeps, I was really hooked and impressed by her ability to take a science fiction genre like superheroes and drill it down into reality. And it's a story about a fictional city called Seventh City where they have heroes, they have villains, but there's also a subclass of heroes that have superpowers but aren't quite good enough to be heroes. And it explores a lot of the social tension that would realistically exist if heroes and superheroes and villains really, really did exist. And in a lot of ways, I think she's tapping into what's been a very common theme in science fiction, at least recently, which is this draw towards near future, realistic science fiction. And we see that happening with Batman: The Dark Knight, breaking box office records. Batman is kind of a great hero because it's not that he's necessarily a superhero. It's not that there's aliens. He is just a dude with enough money and enough time and enough resources to give him the equipment and the training necessary to be Batman. And while it is incredibly unlikely, it is yet plausible in the world we live in to create a Batman superhero. And I think she draws on a lot of that, on that realism and the way that she portrays her characters, and that superheroes sometimes have a class structure, and there can be such a thing as a second-rate superhero. And they go to bars, they drink, they've got problems, they've got their personal lives, and I really like that aspect to it. In a lot of ways, it's what we're trying to do with Leviathan in the same way. Where Leviathan is focused on immortality, we're trying to also make it a very realistic portrayal of what immortality would be like. So I'd like to play a promo to Mur's podcast, Playing for Keeps. And what's really special about her podcast is that the podcast is being turned into a hard copy book that's going to be for sale on Amazon.com. It gets released August 25th. And what Mur's asking everyone to do, and what I'm asking everyone to do, is buy her book if you like her podcast on August 25th. Not the 24th, not the 26th, but on the 25th, because this is a technique used by a lot of other podcasters that are kind of making that transition into the print world, where a concentrated buying effort in a short period of time, like on one day, really shoots the author up the ranking charts. So by getting all of your buyers to buy on one day, all of a sudden you can break the top 10 list in Amazon for a given genre. And I want to give Mur all the support we can. Her work is awesome. She's a fantastic writer. So without any further ado, this is the promo for Playing for Keeps.
In a world where evil supervillains run amok and corrupt superheroes care more about their hair than justice, one woman is caught in a web of manipulation. Keepsy Branson just wants to run her bar. She doesn't want to think about her old dreams of being a superhero or her tired ambitions to save the world. But the facts remain that Keepsy and her friends have powers too, and they will soon be needed as Seventh City falls into chaos, and no one knows who are the good guys and who are the bad. Playing for Keeps is a free audiobook from Mur Lafferty, available at playingforkeepsnovel.com.
All right, that was a promo for Playing for Keeps, and you can find that podcast on iTunes or you can go to Mur Lafferty's website at Murverse, MURVERSE.com, and check out Playing for Keeps, as well as some other podcasts that she's written. Her work is really great. I really recommend you guys check it out. So in other Leviathan news, I got a terrific surprise last week through the form of Twitter. Now, as with most things in life, I'm very late to the game, and calling me a tectard is a lot like calling Britney Spears' parenting skills inconsistent, an understatement at best. So I just got into Twitter as I got my new iPhone, which I totally love, highly recommend. And another prominent podcaster had sent a Twitter out to his Twitter community praising Leviathan. And all of a sudden, I got like 100 hits on the website just generated from that tweet. So what I'm asking everyone to do, if you are involved in Twitter, is to send people in your Twitter group a plug on Leviathan. Ask people to check out the site. And if you want to tweet me, boy, does that sound perverted. If you want to Twitter with me, my tag is CLaputka, CLAPUTKA. I'd love to make you part of my group. I'm new to Twitter. I don't have any Twitter friends. I want to be the most popular kid on the block, so definitely hook me up with Twitter. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about, a little bit off the subject, but something much close to my heart, is the USS Oriskany. What the hell is that? The USS Oriskany is now the largest boat ever intentionally sank for the purpose of creating an artificial reef. And there was a New York Times article about it that I'm going to put on the show notes on the website, where it is 44,000 tons. That's almost 900 feet long. And before the Oriskany, the largest boat that had been sunk by the Navy was called the Spiegel Grove. It was an LDS, a landing dock ship, which was sunk off the coast of Key Largo that I got the chance to dive about 3 years ago. And that dive was a lot of the inspiration behind the scene with the Cedar Elm, where McCallan and Tully take the submersible down and are able to look at this enormous ship. And to give you a sense, the Spiegel Grove is 500 feet long, starts at about 60 feet, ends at about 150, 160. And I did the dive in the stern of the ship, which is really the staging area for the amphibious vehicles that they would launch out. So you're diving down into this giant loading bay with cranes and vehicles, and you can swim through the wheelhouse, and it's just incredible. And the size is just so breathtaking. You look down the side of the boat, and it looks like the boat's going on forever. And that was really what inspired some of the descriptions, where it's almost like you had a flashlight and you were looking at just a small portion of the boat. I think I've heard people say it takes them 10, 20 dives to see all of the Spiegel Grove. Well, the USS Oriskany is 900 feet long. It's 44,000 tons. It is just enormous. Imagine an aircraft carrier underwater. I've heard the top of the con tower is about 70 feet, and it goes down to about 200, 215 feet down at the keel. I can't wait to dive this thing. I'm going to try and dive it towards the end of the year. If I do, I'm going to get lots of photos, blog about it. You guys will be the first to know and share it with you. If anybody else has done the dive already, I know it's been sunk for about a year now. I'd love to hear your dive experiences, any advice, any thoughts you might have on it. If I do end up diving it, I'll give everybody a lot of notice. I'd love to organize a Leviathan dive trip. If you guys all want to go, I'd love to dive with you. We'll create a Leviathan dive gang. I think it'd be awesome. That is all for this week. Thank you guys so much for listening to Chapter 11. This is really an episode that I'm so incredibly proud of. Thank you guys for listening. I will see you all in 10.
The Leviathan Chronicles, an audio adventure. The story thus far. A dark shadow has fallen over the rebellion. After being rescued in Alaska, McCallan and Tully remained in India after being briefed by Sedgwick as to the origins of immortality on Earth. He tells them the story of Evangeline Leifric and how she befriended 2 injured aliens from the planet Sorax 1,000 years ago, who used their advanced technology to alter Evangeline's DNA and grant her the powers of an immortal. But while McAllen and Tully believed they had found refuge in Mumbai under the protection of Sedgwick and the rebellion, a brutal attack was launched by the Black Door group against them. Jason Sterling and deranged scientist Dr. Peter Markane created mutated superbeings by combining nuclear and starstone radiation contained within the lost US Navy submarine Dakota. These beings, these enforcers, stood almost 12 feet tall and possessed supernatural strength. Jason Sterling was able to link his mind to theirs and control them like robotic soldiers. But McAllen and Tully were able to blind the enforcers for long enough for the rebellion to launch a counterstrike to destroy them. The enforcer's death was vicious enough that it caused a feedback signal to shoot directly to Jason Sterling, thus disfiguring and maiming him. But the victory was not without cost. The rebellion's secret base in Mumbai has been discovered and must now be dismantled. Tully is growing despondent over the lack of progress in finding his best friend, Oberlin St. Clair, and both McAllen and Tully were badly injured in the enforcer attack. Worst of all, the brave Othello was killed while trying to save McAllen from one of the enforcers. But a glimmer of hope remains for the rebellion. A tooth filling from when the enforcers were still human was discovered in the remains. Curiously, the filling is constructed of an advanced obsidian ceramic alloy. The only place that someone could produce the alloy other than an immortal is at Nankatsu Industries in Japan. And now, Chapter 12, The Devil You Know. At the bottom of the Marianas Trench, at over 35,000 feet under the ocean, a small clear globe protruded halfway out of the side of the canyon wall and glowed with soft yellow light. Inside the small globe, a tall woman with auburn hair stood motionless, peering outward. A slightly shorter man covered in a white robe and white hood that obscured his face approached silently behind her.
You know you shouldn't have the signal shield open.
I'll take the risk.
I'm sure you will, but you could also be allowing the rogue Starstone signal to enter the confines of Leviathan and kill us all. Is that a risk you would take as well?
There's something I want to see.
And what would that be? We are 35,000 feet underwater in the darkest and most remote place on Earth. I'm afraid there's nothing to see, Evangeline.
Then I want to see the emptiness.
Ah, that would be the two chief engineers that have recalibrated the signal shield. They said you asked them for a status report.
Send them in.
A middle-aged man and woman entered the room wearing Kelly green overalls and carrying equipment satchels. They approached Evangeline reverently. However, upon glancing at the man in the white hood, the two stepped slightly away from him. The man in overalls spoke first.
My lady, we've just replaced the used Daxonite with the fresh rods from our storage supply.
Good. Have you recalibrated your readings?
Yes, Mom. Since we've installed the new rods, the Daxonite has absorbed all of the ambient radiation from the rogue Starstone. I can't find any detection of its damaging signal within the confines of Leviathan City. We're safe for now, Mom.
For now?
Yes, Viceroy. This recent installation represents the last of our Daxonite supplies.
How has your research progressed?
Regrettably, I have no good news to report. Based on our findings, Daxonite seems to be the only substance on Earth capable of absorbing a Starstone signal. When these new Daxonite rods are exhausted, we will be defenseless and open to the deadly effects of the malfunctioning Starstone.
We will find another supply.
Perhaps we could manufacture another supply of Daxonite. We've used the power of our Starstones to produce astonishing materials, strong enough to withstand the pressure even here at the bottom of the...
Perhaps you forget, Bennu. The reason we are in this predicament is because the power supply in our existing Starstones is almost depleted. We requested another Starstone from Sorax. That is the one that is currently malfunctioning.
Of course, my lady. Forgive me.
Ma'am, some of the other citizens, well, friends of mine, are worried. We've been isolated here in Leviathan for quite some time. We love our work, and we revere the Eden Initiative, but this incident with the Starstone malfunction has us worried.
Of course it does. And steps are already being taken to correct the situation. Be assured of that. Your work is very important to Leviathan, and you can't let yourself be distracted from the tasks at hand. I need you to continue to monitor the Daxonite and make sure that no radiation from the outside is allowed to penetrate in the confines of Leviathan. This place is our haven, our safety from the rest of the world, and it will remain so, I promise you.
The woman smiled and seemed to take comfort from Evangeline's assurances. She and her counterpart turned and left the room.
Promising a bit more than we can deliver, aren't we?
These walls have protected us for 1,000 years. We have nothing to fear.
The Chinese must have had some sort of accident that occurred in their handling of the Starstone. They must have...
Unless, of course, the Starstone malfunction was not an accident.
Oh, come now. This is the first Starstone malfunction in over 1,000 years. If the possibility of intentionally manipulating a Starstone existed, I think we would have known about it by now. I hardly believe it could be used as a weapon.
I merely suggest that we examine all the possibilities.
I think you're paranoid. Still, something very dangerous is lying out there in the darkness. Something our enemies are controlling.
Which ones?
Fair point. But even you must admit that there could be some advantages to the crisis we face.
As always, your wisdom is lost on me. Please enlighten me as to what benefits have been manifested by our existence being threatened.
The gift of information, of course. We'll see what Senshin has up his sleeve. I have a feeling his hand will be forced before ours.
Back in Mumbai, spirits were low in the rebel base. People rushed about hurriedly, dismantling equipment and carrying boxes out of the base. Tully had been given proper quarters where he could shower and finally change out of the fuzzy pink sweater that McCallan had given him days ago. Despite the frenzy in the compound, nobody had seen Anton leave his room for 48 hours. He was devastated by the loss of his best friend, Othello, and had sequestered himself from all other distractions. McCallan, too, stood in Cedric's private quarters, watching him cook.
It helps with the immortality, you know. The cooking. It provides a ritual which gives meaning to the passing of time.
How long did you know him?
Othello? About 200 years. He was one of the first to join us. To join the rebellion that Senjun started. I'll admit, I had my doubts at first. It seems hard to believe, but Evangeline is powerfully charismatic and very compelling in her logic. She firmly believes that the Eden Initiative is the path to salvation for mankind, and that, as immortals, it was our destiny to save humanity. I was pursuing chemistry at the time, and was surrounded by the best minds on the planet. We wanted for nothing. Back then, I thought that Leviathan would be the most pleasant place to spend eternity. But as always, things change. And soon more and more of my research was being directed towards creating concoctions to be used for truth serums and untraceable poisons. Evangeline started using a small military strike force to influence events on the surface. Many in the Leviathan community knew that Evangeline was using some of the power that came with immortality for less than honorable means. But for many, they had been away from mankind so long that mortality governing their affairs seemed distant. I remember Othello telling me that being immortal was dangerous, that we would cling too closely to the idea of living forever, that the fear of dying would consume us, so that our lives would become solely the pursuit of preserving our precious lifespan.
I'm worried about Anton. No one's seen him for days. He's just holed up in his room.
You would be too if you lost your brother.
Brother?
Well, of sorts. It all began in 1854 during the beginning of the Crimean War. Anton's father, Lord Becquerel, had been dispatched to serve as a lieutenant major under the Earl of Cardigan. He met with the village chief, Escobar Antonovich, to convince him to use his connections with the Russian army to spy and relay information. Lord Becquerel gave Escobar medical supplies and easily tradable goods so that they would not have to rely on the opium trade. Escobar proved an adept spy and lived the dangerous life of a double agent for over 2 years. But the Russians soon grew suspicious. The Tsar unleashed his dreaded Black Mongol regiment of barbarians upon Escobar's village. The only survivor was Escobar's youngest son, Othello. Lord Becquerel took the orphaned Othello with him when he returned to England and raised him as his own son. Soon his bride bore him his own son, that he named Anton. He raised Anton and Othello as brothers, and they looked after each other their entire lives. They were as close as true brothers could ever hope to be. I can feel that part of Anton's soul has died. Othello used to say that immortality only gave us the illusion of permanence.
They knew each other and were family for over 150 years. It's hard for me to get my head around that. I mean, I've had some friendships from high school that are 15 years old, and I've known you and Anna for 30 years, but 150 years. I can't imagine how painful this must be for you and Anton.
I hope you will never have to feel it, McAllen. That is why it is so important that we win this war and you fulfill your destiny to reset the Starstone.
I love you, Sedgwick.
I love you too, McAllen. And although I am not your father, I have always thought of you as my daughter, a daughter of whom I could not be more proud.
Sedgwick, about my father, how did he...
Attention team, this is Senshin. Please assemble in the conference room right away.
Come. I'm anxious to see what Senshin has been able to find.
McAllen and Sedgwick walked down a corridor where they met Anton. His face was pale and wet, and he looked weak on his feet.
Anton, are you...
I'm fine.
McAllen, Anton, Sedgwick and Tully shuffled into a conference room where the far side of the wall was dominated by a large video monitor. Senshin stepped into view.
Good morning. Let me start by saying how sorry I am that we couldn't save Othello. He was a soldier, a visionary, and a very good friend. He believed in our cause and he gave his life to defend it. Anton, I know how deeply this loss affects you.
Anton said nothing and stared blankly ahead, stone-faced.
But this war doesn't give us the luxury of a mourning period. Black Door sent those monsters to kill McAllen. We've learned that they have somehow obtained access to a Starstone, or at least something that behaves very much like it. We need to understand how that's possible, and more importantly, what they intend to do with it. The only clue that we've managed to obtain is a tooth filling that we've tied to Nankatsu Industries, one of the most advanced techno-industrial conglomerates on Earth right now. Those monsters that killed Othello appear to have been human once, before they were mutated. My guess is that before their gene sequence was altered, they must have spent some period of time in one of Nankatsu's advanced materials laboratories, perhaps as employees or test subjects. Whatever work is being conducted there must link to the Black Door Group's activities and their attacks on the Immortals.
Where exactly are these facilities? How do we know which one is linked to the Enforcers?
We don't. Nankatsu is headquartered in Tokyo, but they often utilize remote satellite branches for research and development. They usually choose locations that are governed by magistrates that are easily bought or intimidated. This allows them to conduct experiments that might be considered environmentally or morally unsound. Very little is known about the exact operations conducted within these facilities. Their security and precautions have been among the most advanced that we've seen from any government, military, or otherwise. However, we do know the locations of 3 of the secret laboratories that Nankatsu operates for their research in advanced materials. One is in Chimbote, deep in the Peruvian side of the Amazon rainforest. The second is in the Gobi Desert, near Ulaanbaatar. Now the last one might be our target. Nankatsu Industries has been running a skunk works lab on the remote island of Nishino-shima. It's a small island that lies 1,000 kilometers south of mainland Japan. Its isolated location is perfectly suited for Nankatsu's need for secrecy.
But the other laboratories sound pretty remote as well. I mean, why Nishino-shima over the other laboratories?
The tooth filling we found was comprised of an unusual composite containing obsidian. If manipulated at the atomic level, it can act as a very powerful bonding agent for other harder minerals, thus creating an alloy that is virtually impenetrable.
Well, the total is worth more than the sum of its parts.
Precisely. Obsidian is a rare substance and typically only found in areas of geological instability, like fault lines. Nishino-shima lies in an isolated chain of volcanic islands near Japan.
We need to launch an infiltration mission. If we can get inside the laboratory, we could access their mainframe and search the databanks to determine what Black Door is doing. If they have any connection to this deadly signal that's been killing our people, we have to make them pay.
I share your anger, Anton. But revenge is an indulgence we cannot allow ourselves. I do agree that we should launch a strike team to infiltrate their labs. This could be the best lead we have received yet.
Oberlin mentioned that one of the guys shooting at us back in Homer was speaking Japanese. Maybe these guys have information on where they're holding Oberlin.
If he's still alive.
He is alive.
Gentlemen, we're all on the same team, but I think we're ignoring the obvious. Infiltrating Nankatsu Industries won't be as simple as knocking over a liquor store. We're talking about one of the most sophisticated technology companies on the planet, and this is one of their most secure facilities. Their defenses will be considerable.
Our technology is superior to say nothing of our training.
But look at where we are. The Darabi facility you're sitting in is no longer operational. Our computer systems are down. We can't provide tactical support for a mission of this complexity, and Sutton Manor isn't set up to administrate a covert strike either.
Then we'll need to outsource the assistance we require. We'll need someone who has experience in infiltration and can extract a protected target. Someone for whom breaking and entering are not...
No, I won't do it, Senshin. I won't work with him. When Othello died, I became Chief of Tactical Operations. This is my call, and I'm telling you that he isn't capable or trustworthy, and will betray us to Evangeline and the Eden as if the right price is offered to him. I won't.
I think you're letting your emotions get in the way. A mercenary to the highest bidder he is, but even you must give respect to his capabilities. He's proven himself to be an asset to our rebellion on many occasions.
And he's been an enemy too. He switches sides whenever the mood or price strikes his fancy. He was back on Evangeline's payroll in the early 1900s. He has no loyalty or honor.
Can somebody please tell me who the hell we're talking about?
A very dangerous immortal. He's a mercenary, a hacker, a traitor, a cat burglar, an assassin, a spy, as well as a thief.
He is a man with many skills that offers his services to the highest bidder. Unfortunately, he does have a reputation for often playing both sides of a conflict when it serves his purposes.
Does this elusive man of mystery have a name?
Of course he does. Harlequin.
Three days later, after intense planning, McCallan, Tully and Anton left Mumbai for London to meet the infamous Harlequin. Anton seemed slightly more animated now that a mission was at hand, but he was quick to anger when McCallan again insisted that Tully join them in London. Anton relented after grumbling that Tully had been privy to too much classified information already to be allowed to go free. A chauffeured black and silver Maybach 62S pulled up to the curb at Gatwick Airport to meet McCallan, Tully and Anton. The two men bumped into each other while they each reached to open the door for McCallan.
Thanks, boys. But I'm a big girl, and I can open my own doors.
But when she pulled on the handle, she noticed the door felt much heavier and opened much slower than she expected.
Must be an armored limousine. Are we really in that much danger? Is this the life of an immortal? Always protected, always hiding.
Once inside, the rich Connolly leather seemed to envelop her when she sat in one of the large bench seats that faced each other. 2 LCD screens displayed BBC News and CNBC, while a third offered internet access. Anton climbed inside next, followed by Tully. A chilled bottle of Cru Grand Cuvée Brut champagne sat in a burled wood container within one of the armrests. McCallan was tempted to indulge in a glass, but ultimately dissuaded herself when she remembered that it was 9 a.m. here in London and that someone was trying to kill her.
I still don't understand. Who exactly is this Harlequin?
Harlequin is the only immortal in existence to have broken free of Evangeline's grip and not align himself with our rebellion. He operates as an independent mercenary, offering his prodigious services to the highest bidder, no matter whom that might be. He defiantly broke away from Leviathan several centuries ago to indulge himself in a more hedonistic lifestyle. Evangeline tried to have him killed, and when she failed, she promptly spread rumors that he had died of natural causes. But eventually news filtered down from the surface that not only was he still alive but thriving, using his wealth to obtain tools and training to provide a myriad of dark services to whomever could afford him. His professional record is littered with assassinations, spy work, sabotage, and of course high-level theft. He's incredibly rich, even by immortal standards, and has developed quite a penchant for the finer things in life. He's adapted remarkably well to modern times, and now specializes in stealing information through hacking computer systems and invasive surveillance. Last I'd heard, he'd been indulging himself in cat burglary and art theft out of boredom between assignments.
So, I don't get it. Is he part of the rebellion or one of the Edeners?
Neither. He's provided services for both sides in the past. And as loath as I am to admit it, he has been a valuable resource in our journey for independence. Of course, he's also been a liability as well and has reported sensitive information about our operation to Evangeline. He plays us both against each other, and we all know it.
Then how does he survive? If he's broken free of Evangeline, then how does he get his reinfusion of Starstone energy to perpetuate his immortality?
By threatening to leak information that she has entrusted to him against her. He does a great deal of work for the Edeners as well as us. Having such a capable agent on the surface while Evangeline and the rest of the Edeners lie hidden from the world within Leviathan can have its advantages. He's more used to her alive than dead, and Harlequin knows that.
Wait a second. Isn't that what your rebellion is all about? This guy has the answers. Don't you guys want to be free from Evangeline too? Maybe you should...
Not for the price he was willing to pay. Look, it seems we've almost arrived.
The Maybach pulled up to the Sanderson Hotel on Berners Street in Soho, and several doormen hurried to unload the baggage in the trunk.
I have some business to attend to this afternoon, so I'll have the car pick you up at 7:30 this evening. I suggest you use the time to get some rest and get yourselves properly ready for this evening. If suspicions are correct, we'll be meeting Harlequin this evening at the Tate Modern annual breast cancer benefit. The dress is black tie. In case you're unaware, Mr. Tully, that requires you wear a tuxedo with a white shirt that tucks into your trousers.
Piss off. I've worn a tux before.
He lied.
And McAllen, after you've had a chance to freshen up, have the hotel car take you to Bond Street in Knightsbridge.
Why?
You'll need to buy a dress, of course.
The plan was to intercept Harlequin at the annual breast cancer benefit at the Tate Modern, one of London's poshest museums. All of the luminaries in British film and society would be in attendance, and given Harlequin's predilection for the finer things in life, Anton was betting that he would be there as well. Giant floodlights illuminated the sides of the enormous building, while dancing high beams were reflected off the cloudy sky above. Once the Maybach crossed Blackfriars Bridge, traffic came to a halt as the endless procession of other limousines continued as they discharged their privileged passengers into this exhibition of celebrity and wealth. Once they had finally approached the entrance to the gala, McAllen swung one leg outside the limousine and felt her Stella McCartney dress slide dangerously up her thigh. She could see the flashbulbs of the paparazzi exploding along the entranceway to the Tate Modern Museum, spilling onto the red carpet. The camera flashes were blinding, but before she knew it, Anton was standing next to her, holding her arm gently. He looked dashing, and standing next to him, she realized for the first time how tall he was.
He must be at least 6'4". Must be some sort of immortal trait. Total hottie in that tux. Speaking of tux, I wonder where...
Tully adjusted the cuffs on his newly purchased Xenia tuxedo, which McAllen had generously purchased for him earlier in the day.
Excuse me. Would you please... Yes, I have a ticket. I said I'm with them. Just let me through. Get your man paws off me, Sasquatch.
He was about to take McAllen's right arm, but was thwarted by Anton grabbing it first. Tully stared back at Anton defiantly, and without taking his eyes off him, stepped around Anton and gently locked arms on McAllen's left side.
I believe the lady deserves 2 men to escort her through the door. Wouldn't you agree, Anton?
I guess that depends on your definition.
And there McAllen stood, at the foot of the red carpet, with 100 photographers eagerly snapping photos of the tall, slender woman with auburn hair, accompanied by 2 attractive men that stood by her side. She felt beautiful and better about herself than she had in weeks. She was immortal. The 3 walked down the red carpet and entered Turbine Hall, the main lobby within the Tate Modern. Tully kept blinking his eyes hard to get the burn of the flashbulbs to dissolve from them. The hall was packed with beautiful people. Women in alluring evening gowns clinked champagne flutes with men in tuxedos, while a DJ group spun the latest trance music from Amsterdam.
Anton, there must be 1,000 people here. Do you know what Harlequin looks like? How are you going to be able to find him?
I can already sense him.
The 3 of them walked over to the section highlighting the museum's latest acquisitions. A handsome young man with tousled black hair stood admiring a painting by Louise Bourgeois.
You know why I'm here, Harlequin. This needn't be a long discussion.
The man remained motionless. Only the women on his arm moved as if they were swaying to an unheard rhythm. And then, as if responding to a mental cue, the women quickly left his side and busied themselves by the bar.
Of course I know why you're here. The question is, how did you know where to find me?
Oh, that wasn't too hard. Maybe I knew that you couldn't resist looking at a painting you stole from the Museum of Modern Art in New York 20 years ago. Or maybe I'm in the market to hire someone to perform a computer hack into a database containing the location of every immortal that is part of the rebellion against Evangeline and the Edeners, so that they can be assassinated in their sleep. Or maybe...
As usual, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Well, it seems that lately jewel heists and stolen art haven't been holding your interest, have they, Harlequin? It's information that seems to be the focus of your purvey, isn't it? Tell me, is treachery more palatable from behind a keyboard than on the front line?
The man called Harlequin finally turned to face Anton and then glanced at McAllen.
Ah, Anton. Charming till the last. And you brought a pet with you. How enchanting.
I'm no one's pet, and I have a name.
Of course you do. It's McAllen Orsell, isn't it? You are supposed to be our key, aren't you? The key that has been rumored all around Leviathan. A key to unlock Starstone should Evangeline ever fall ill.
This isn't one of your games, Quinn. It gives me no pleasure to say this, but we need your help. It's an infiltration and reconnaissance job. High security, heavy technology. One of the toughest we've ever seen. We both know that thievery, for lack of a more elegant term, is your speciality. In fact, you're the best in the world. This time the prize is information. We believe Black Door may have knowledge of the rogue Starstone that's been killing us. We have to break into this laboratory and find out everything they know about Starstone technology and Leviathan.
Forgive me, Anton, but I really don't feel I have the inclination.
He started to walk away, but Anton grabbed his arm.
Harlequin, you don't seem to understand what's at stake. If you don't help us find it, you'll die too.
Do you really think I care?
Harlequin yanked his arm back from Anton's grip.
I care. You may not, but I really do. I don't want to die, and I certainly don't want my friends to die.
Your friends? Is that what you think they are? Friends? The rebellion? My dear, they are merely using you to save their own lives and accomplish their own political goals. What have they ever done for you? Oh, let me guess. They gave you a large sum of money.
Harlequin.
A large sum of money seemingly from nowhere for doing nothing. Millions, I'm sure. Who was your generous patron, McCallan? Was it Sainshun or perhaps Sedgwick? I hope you realize, my dear, that the giving of money comes as easy as breathing to an immortal. The one thing you learn during the course of eternity is that human loyalties are notoriously cheap.
I'm no longer human.
No. No, of course you're not. You're the Messiah, aren't you? The youngest immortal on the planet. The rook to topple over Queen Evangeline, aren't you? Or is pawn the correct piece? I forget.
I'm not a messiah. I'm just...
Make no mistake. Greatness will be thrust upon you whether you wish it or not. And what about you, Anton? Do you want to die, or is immortality treating you too nicely? You like the clothes, the cars, and the mansions, that money...
I see you like your own share of comforts.
Yes. Hedonism does suit me rather well. I hear Senshin has you flying the Condor now. Isn't that a nice piece of stolen loot?
You guys stole the Condor?
Long story.
And where is Senshin hiding these days?
You know I won't tell you that.
The mythical Sutton Manor?
I won't tell you.
Hidden somewhere in New York, I've come to understand.
Have you felt the signal strike? Does your mind want to explode? I'll bet you have felt it, Harlequin. How much time do you imagine you have?
Longer than you, Anton.
Hey, guys. We're here to do a mission. Harlequin, we need you to help us find the broken Starstone. We believe the key to finding it is in a laboratory on a remote island off of Japan's coast. We need help infiltrating the facility. We've got to find the rogue Starstone.
Of course you do, but you're not asking the right question.
And what is that?
Who lost the Starstone in the first place?
Harlequin smiled coyly at McCallan and then stared back at Anton. The two sensual women that were by Harlequin's side earlier returned, bringing him a glass of his favourite Paul Roger champagne. He leisurely finished the glass, occasionally holding it up to the light, staring intently at it as if the decision of whether or not to aid the rebellion was contained within its bubbles. Frustrated, Anton knew this game, and he had to stand there submissively while Harlequin held the empty glass high above his head and allowed the last few drops to fall into his open mouth.
I'll let you know tomorrow. In the meantime, please do be a good man and get lost. I intend to enjoy the remainder of my evening without the distraction of solicitation.
Anton stared back intently at Harlequin, about to challenge him, but then promptly turned on his heel and stormed out of the museum. Tully couldn't help but smile as they followed him out the door.
What are you smiling about, Tully? If Harlequin doesn't help us, we're literally dead in the water.
Are you kidding me? I love this guy. Him helping us is in the bag.
Oh yeah? And what makes you so sure?
Because our Harlequin likes pissing off Anton even more than I do.
The next day, Tully, McCallan and Anton awoke in their suites at the Sanderson and found invitations, engraved by hand, lying on their beds. The invitations read,
"The presence of your company will be kindly tolerated at the personal residence of the one and only Harlequin at high noon today. Please be on time."
Fucking arsehole.
High noon?
What a guy.
The Maybach limousine dropped McCallan, Tully and Anton off at an exquisite mansionette located in Hyde Park Gardens.
Pretty sweet pad.
One of his many cherished residences.
Good afternoon. Mr. Harlequin is expecting you in the study.
The three of them followed a portly butler through a marble foyer that housed a wide, winding staircase that led up over 5 stories. Harlequin's study was on the 3rd floor. When they entered it, McCallan's eye was immediately drawn to the windows, which overlooked Hyde Park. But Anton had no patience for indulgent architecture and walked straight over to Harlequin, who was stationed behind a large, polished oak campaign desk with several computer monitors recessed into the wood.
What's your answer, Harlequin?
Harlequin gestured towards the sofa by the window, but Anton firmly stood his ground.
Please, Harlequin. We're trying to save lives. Not just our own, but others. My Nana. Amelia Orsel. I'm sure you know her. If I can save her...
Save lives? Are you sure you've allied yourself with the right cause, McCallan? Have you asked Anton how many lives they've saved versus how many they've killed? Have they told you
This is no time for a subjective history lesson. Just yes or no.
Tully spoke for the first time since entering the room with McAllen and Anton.
Actually, I would like to hear about it, if that's okay.
Ah, Mr. Tully, is it? I assume you're a companion of Miss Orsel? Anton wouldn't lower himself to associate with mere mortals. You see, Mr. Tully, the world began to change 70 years ago. Like little termites, mankind began to stick his fingers into even the most remote areas of the Earth. We immortals had enjoyed a reasonably separate existence from the rest of mankind for hundreds of years. Years that were well spent pursuing accomplishments of science you could only dream of. We are left alone, peacefully to pursue our own visions of enlightenment without the constant interruptions of the politics of man and the endless squabbles over money or a few miles of precious land or whose god is a better god. It was a renaissance. But 70 years ago, the world started to become a smaller place. Information was being shared at a global level, and the glorious fragmentation of man's society began to meld itself together, so that communication was becoming more coordinated across the globe. The transfer of knowledge was becoming more seamless, and world's borders began to quietly dissolve. We were, in short, running out of hiding places.
That's what I don't understand. Why do you guys need to hide so badly?
Because of the endless fascination and jealousy of mankind, nobody wants to die, Mr. Tully. And to have wealthy individuals among them that are exempt from the sacred rules of nature and death would inflame mankind to the point of our extermination, or worse, our examination. Today, progress is racing ahead exponentially. The human genome has been decoded. What if someone were able to unlock the secret that lay within the Leviathan genes? What would happen to the world? Think of it. The population stands at 6.6 billion currently. Without death, that number would double with 50 years, and then even faster as man would never be able to resist the call of reproduction. Always room for just one more, as long as it's my child. The planet would be exhausted of resources in under 300 years, which, I understand, may seem like a lot to you. But for my immortal brethren, it's just a long summer.
So what exactly happened 70 years ago?
Didn't you tell them, Anton? No, I suppose some chapters of history are better left buried, aren't they? You see, McAllen, for the better part of the last 1,000 years, Evangeline's dream of the Eden Initiative was being fulfilled. One of the first applications of the Starstone power that was gifted to her by her alien benefactors was the ability to create advanced materials that were stronger and lighter, possessing properties that mankind had never dreamed of. This has always been the core of our immortal technology. So Evangeline created a fortress. Deep, so very deep under the ocean where no one on Earth could find her. Well, her and her loyal subjects, the Edeners. We were all Edeners at one time, you see. Evangeline collected us, like butterflies in a jar. The best painters, soldiers, the most brilliant engineers and scientists. She seduced us all with the promise of wealth and freedom and a community of like-minded geniuses. We would go to a place where our every desire would be met and every resource needed to advance our field of study would be procured. The ultimate patronage. And in fairness to Evangeline, she delivered what she promised. We were given extraordinary wealth to distribute to our friends and family, as well as pad our own accounts. Shortly thereafter, we were whisked away to this underwater fortress called Leviathan to conduct the greatest science the world has ever known. But as the centuries passed, the fortress became a community, a small city of several thousand. Of course, once you became a member of Leviathan, contact with the surface world became infrequent. All travel through the Keyhole network was governed by Evangeline, and Leviathan citizens found their access to children and loved ones being increasingly restricted. Security was the reason most often given, and there was obviously some truth to that, as mankind became more sophisticated in its detection methods. Quite soon, it was not lost upon the inhabitants of Leviathan that fewer of the new members were scholars or artisans, but rather soldiers and assassins. Evangeline's relationship with mortal affairs on the surface became more caustic, and her methods more severe. As political parties grew that were in opposition to her tenets of the Eden Initiative, Evangeline found it too cumbersome to deploy the usual methods of bribery and trade to effect her desires. Rather, she soon found herself resorting to murder and intimidation. Leviathan members were asked to work on projects that were blatantly nefarious. Our hidden tribe of pacifists were being asked to kill in order to preserve that peace. Then one day, an impetuous young immortal named Senshin, maybe only 200 years old, explains to Evangeline that he no longer believes in the tenets of the Eden Initiative. He believes that the benefits of our incredible knowledge and advances in medicine should be shared with mankind, not hoarded away deep under the ocean. Evangeline insisted that her path was the only path, that science and enlightenment was allowed to continue to grow unfettered from the contamination that mankind's ambitious hunger radiated. She did not believe mankind to be ready to accept the gifts that she had spent her lifetime and the lifetime of the other Edeners accumulating. Mankind was still too primitive, too warlike. It wasn't ready for the pearls of immortal wisdom to be bestowed upon them. After lobbying Evangeline for decades to allow more freedom for the members of Leviathan to travel to the surface and to have more say in the government of Leviathan, Senshin secretly recruited a few hundred of the Edeners to form a rebellion to overthrow Evangeline. Without the ability to convert a starstone into the cellular energy needed to maintain our immortality, Evangeline would lose all of her power. So Senshin, along with other scientists within the rebellion, created a powerful retrovirus, one that was genetically engineered to deactivate Evangeline's genes and transform her back into a mere mortal. Of course, this would mean a death sentence for every immortal, but Senshin was always an extremist. Better to die free than live as a slave to Evangeline. Not that he gave anyone else much choice in the matter. But Evangeline, through her spies, learned of this plot, and so she created a device. A transformative device that would reawaken her Leviathan genes if they were forced into dormancy by Senshin's virus. This device was powered by a tiny bit of starstone energy that could have been detected by the rebellion. So she hid the device within one of the keyholes that we use to travel through normal space to different points on Earth. She had this device constructed back on the surface so that nobody within Leviathan could find and destroy this new defense mechanism Evangeline had created for herself. When the device was completed, it was loaded onto a shipping vessel called the Cedar Elm. But the other secret was that a new substance had been discovered, called Daxonite, that was the only substance known that could block the powerful radiation of a starstone. And it just so happened that the Cedar Elm was carrying a large supply of Daxonite to trade with in Hawaii. 2 days after heading out of Vancouver, Evangeline ordered the ship destroyed so that it, along with her precious safety device, lay safely at the bottom of the ocean, surrounded by Daxonite to hide it.
That's why the Cedar Realm shipwreck kept moving around. Evangeline must have been moving the shipwreck underwater so that nobody would ever find it. She couldn't remove the sarcophagus from the body of the shipwreck because the starstone radiation would alert the rebellion to its presence.
Precisely. So the Cedar Elm lay at the bottom of the ocean like a safety deposit box waiting patiently for Evangeline to make her withdrawal. Unfortunately, the Cedar Elm's complement of 65 crew members were killed in its establishment. But as I'm sure you'll learn, McAllen, a human life is a small price to pay in the pursuit of an immortal's agenda. Isn't that right, Anton?
You have no right
Getting back to our story. Senshin and his merry band of rebels released their toxic retrovirus. But of course, you know what they say about the best laid plans. One night in April over 70 years ago, the rebellion put their full plan into effect by hacking the security codes to a portion of the secret Leviathan bank accounts and moved trillions of dollars into countless unnamed accounts in private banks across the world. They loaded matching sets of keyholes as well as valuable scientific data files into loading drones that met the Condor on the surface. The rebellion took control of the Condor, the most advanced vehicle on the planet, and stole away with their priceless booty in untraceable style. Before the rebellion left Leviathan, Evangeline's private chambers were flooded with gas that contained the retrovirus. But in the firefight that ensued as the rebels attempted to secede from Leviathan, Evangeline's chambers were damaged, thus leaking the retrovirus into the general population before Evangeline could ever be exposed to it. While the virus was custom designed to alter Evangeline's genetic code, to anybody else the virus would be lethal. Thousands were killed. Over half of the immortal population died. It was our Holocaust. And Leviathan became a death zone. Anton might not tell you this, but for most of the Leviathan population, being immortal makes you fear death more. After a few hundred years of being immortal, many forgot what death was, how painful it could be, how permanent the loss.
It was never proven that the retrovirus was the cause of death.
Oh, please, you...
Will you help us? Yes or no, Harlequin?
The answer is yes, Anton. I'll agree to help you break into this secret lab of yours, but only under 3 conditions. 1. This mission is under my command. Everyone on the team reports to me, including you, Anton. Second, I want Mr. Tully here to be part of the mission. And thirdly, I want a moment alone with McAllen. Do you agree to my terms?
What? How can
Do you agree to my terms?
Anton stared back at Harlequin, and then over to McAllen to make sure that she was all right with being alone with him. She nodded slightly.
Fine. I agree to your terms, Harlequin, but you'd better be as good as you think you are.
A pleasure, as always, doing business with you and the rebellion. Now, if you'd please excuse us.
Harlequin gestured towards the door, and Anton and Tully both reluctantly exited the study. After a moment, Harlequin arose from behind his desk and walked over to McAllen. He looked into her eyes and smiled genuinely at her. He walked her over to the window overlooking Hyde Park. From their vantage point on the 3rd floor, they could see hundreds of people in the park, running, walking, eating lunch, cutting through to Kensington, playing with dogs, hailing cabs, and generally enjoying the beautiful expansiveness of the park. McAllen smiled ironically and wondered if her life would ever be that normal, that pedestrian again. Her smile quickly faded when she saw a strangely familiar elderly couple staring at her from Hyde Park. People were moving all around the old couple, yet seemed to take no notice of them. The hairs on McAllen's arms stood up as she realized that they weren't staring at Harlequin's exquisite mansionette. Both the old man and the old woman were staring directly at McAllen. She was about to say something when Harlequin spoke first.
You are a god among those around you. Look at them. They work and toil and never have time to reach even a fraction of their potential. It is cruel, no doubt, but that need not be your fate. Do not choose to live like one.
Just because I'm no longer human doesn't mean I'm not part of humanity.
You'll lose that naivety sooner or later. It usually takes a century or two, when everyone you've loved has died. When nothing in this world stays the same or is as you remember it. When every trace of your former life, your human life, has been swept away by change. Then, only then, will you embrace what you are and begin your life anew, unfettered by the moral scriptures that you hold so dear now. Time will no longer be an enemy, but an ally. I could save you great pain, McAllen. What if I offered you a chance to join me?
Doing what? Harlequin, what are you—
McAllen, let me ask you this. What makes you think you'll survive contact with the Starstone?
Because Evangeline lives.
You're not Evangeline. And maybe it's a trap.
What do you mean?
Evangeline knows they'll send you to turn it off. Have you considered that it could be booby-trapped by her to kill her competition, mainly you? Senshin would sacrifice you too easily, I think. Don't you see? This is who the immortals you revere so much really are. Oh, they'll have you believe that they saunter through Earth's history on a higher mission of scientific and cultural enlightenment, the intellectual elites hovering above humanity's depraved consciousness. But in reality, they are all just bloodthirsty soldiers fighting one side against the other in a war that is just as barbaric as the ones that they would choose to condemn by mankind. They are hypocrites, McAllen, and they will use you.
I think you might be the hypocrite, Harlequin. At least they believe in something. Othello believed in something and made no excuses for his use of violence to protect the people he loves. You sit here in your mansion and try to profess that you're above it all, above the immortals and their war, yet you are precisely the one who profits from it, playing one side against the other. You're not above it. You are exactly in the middle of it, and that makes you the hypocrite.
Your passion is refreshing, but antiquated.
May I ask you another question?
Of course.
Why did you agree to have Tully join us?
Quite simply, 2 reasons. 1, it pisses Anton off. And 2, a good chess master always wants another pawn to sacrifice, if necessary.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Krzysztof Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Christoph, your author, your creator of the Leviathan Chronicles. It feels so good to be back. And you're saying, I know, Christoph, where have you been? Where was episode 12? I know it took a little bit longer. And the funny part is I'm always signing off saying I will see you in 10. And not only do I have an awesome rocking fan base, but also a very polite one because no one's gone out of their way to point out to me, Christoph, it's been a little longer than 10 days. I know. And the reason for that, and the reason why episode 12 took a little bit longer to put out, is really about themes. I said in the soapbox of chapter 11 that was really kind of a breakthrough episode because it was one where we took the most chances. We wanted to create a full-on action sequence in an audio drama and to really give a very visceral sense of pace, of action, and atmosphere in a way that you would typically see in an action movie. And that was really something that a lot of people hadn't done in that context of audio drama before. Chapter 12 is a little different, as you can tell. The action isn't as intense, but what I really wanted the focus of chapter 12 to be was music. We wanted to play around with a lot of very modern themes in music, and some of my biggest problems with some of the earlier audio dramas, while I love them, is they sound wonky. You have big wonky organ music when it's revealed that the butler killed the heiress, and we wanted to do something that was much more contemporary, the music that we're listening to now, edgy, modern rock music. We wanted that to infuse the scene, to infuse the atmosphere, because I want to put you in a place where you believe, where you know that Leviathan is happening around you. And to do that, we really need to capture a much more contemporary feel than I think a lot of the audio dramas of the past have done. And music is something that doesn't lend itself to a tight time frame. Chapter 11 was a little bit easier from the standpoint that when Robin Shore, who works here at Silver Sound, and I are sitting going through the sound editing process, we can say, hey, that explosion's not right. Different explosion. 9mm gun, put in a minigun. I need a 357. It's much more scientific in terms of how we design the soundscape. But music is different, and I actually don't come from a musical background. So one of the struggles that we have here is me trying to articulate what my vision for the music should be. And I'm not trained in any instruments. I don't play any instruments. So a lot of times trying to find the right sound is a lot of trial and error. But when you're trying to add music to an episode, it tends to be something that you can't rush. And there's a lot more experimentation into really trying to capture the sound and the timing, and that takes a little bit longer. And I think one of the things that makes Leviathan different is, again, that focus on music. We're not using canned music. We're not downloading stuff off the internet to use. All the music you're listening to was originally created for Leviathan. And we've got, there's a musician named Eric Czar who has done an incredible job in this chapter and in other chapters in terms of designing the soundscape and really capturing this modern feel that we think makes Leviathan so different. So I hope you're listening to that and you're hearing that. I'd love to hear the feedback if you're digging the music or if it's something that you're appreciating, but it's not really, you're not distinguishing it. Like, hey, Christoph, like the music sounded like normal music. It's not that great. Or if it's like, hey, it sounded really great. I'd love to have the soundtrack to Leviathan. Let us know that. So moving on. Update of last week. In one of the last soapboxes I did, I talked about Mur Lafferty, podcaster, author extraordinaire. She rocks, and she put out a novel called Playing for Keeps that she put out first in podcast form, and you can check that out at www.playingforkeepsnovel.com. And she subscribed to this new podcasting novel model that we've talked about, where she wrote her novel, she podcasted it, gave it away for free, and then got a book deal, and her book went on sale on Amazon.com on August 25th. And what she asked all of her listeners and supporters to do was to buy that book to create this giant purchasing spike at Amazon on August 25th. So again, not buying the 24th, not buying the 26th. Let's get everybody involved buying the book that day. And the result is Mur kicked total ass. By the end of the day, Playing for Keeps had gotten to number 16 on Amazon. Not sci-fi, number 16 on Amazon. That rocks. That is a great example of new media taking on old media. And that's what this is all about. I'm so excited for Mur because If one wins, we all win. And I'm hoping when eventually Leviathan goes into an audiobook format that we can duplicate something similar to that. I want this to be one of the best-selling audiobooks when Leviathan finally goes in that direction, probably towards the end of this year, beginning of next year. But this was a great job from Mer Lafferty. I'm so psyched for her. Her work is so terrific, and I really encourage you to listen to some of her other podcasts that she has. She has one called I Should Be Writing. It's for wannabe fiction writers by a wannabe fiction writer, which of course is a misnomer because now she is no longer a wannabe fiction writer, but is an actual ass-kicking Amazon ranking writer. So if you enjoy writing fiction, if you consider yourself an author, I think it's a great resource because she walks you through the publishing process, the process of submitting articles, of dealing with agents, dealing with copyright issues. It's really informative. I've learned a lot from it. And if you go to iTunes and look it up under I Should Be Writing from Mer Lafferty, you should see that there. But once again, her novel, www.playingforkeepsnovel.com. Check it out. Mer is awesome. And I know that I have been a very lax pod god by not keeping my show notes as current as I should be. That's changing. If you look at the show notes, which are under the surface section of the website, www.leviathanchronicles.com, all these links that I'm talking about, I'll have listed out so you guys can follow up pretty clearly. Now, I want to get to one of the most exciting things that I have to share, and that is a new website called echofiction.com. Oh my God, am I incredibly excited about this. A really cool guy named Xander Davis started a website called Echo Fiction that just launched a few weeks ago. And I'm incredibly honored and psyched that he asked the Leviathan Chronicles to be a part of his web project. And the project is this. He wanted to create a portal and a web destination for contemporary modern audio drama. And Xander is also affiliated with another company that is responsible for producing some of the content, but he's also a portal for other audio dramas like Leviathan Chronicles, like the Byron Chronicles, like Infidel, a number of other really, really, really cool audio dramas, in addition to having some of the classic audio dramas that are out there. Some of Jack Benny, Mel Blanc, really interesting vintage stuff as well. So if you're liking what you're hearing here, and you can see a little bit of historical perspective of what audio drama used to be and now what we're doing with it now, it's an awesome website. It's a great resource. I am so incredibly psyched for Xander for not only putting this together, but asking Leviathan to be a part of it. Again, that website is www.echofiction.com, and one of the shows that Xander put up was one called Soul Rift. This blew me away. Instead of explaining to you the whole plot of Soul Rift, Xander's actually given us permission to play the first scene in Soul Rift. We don't have a promo, but we're going to actually be playing the very first scene that takes place. I think it's dynamite. I think you guys are going to really enjoy it. This is Soul Rift.
Excuse me?
We have a dress code here.
Yeah?
Black lace and PVC. That suit you got on won't do, chick.
What about my badge?
Detective Alice Walker. What the hell is OCI doing here?
Our eye in the sky caught a glimpse of some activity going down. Right here.
There's a lot of activity going down here. You know where you are?
The Black Omen Club.
That's right. It's an S&M circus beyond this gate. Most exclusive one here in DC. So don't bother applying for a membership, alright?
I've got a warrant. Open the gate.
Detective, Argus says Z-axis reading takes you to the basement.
Copy that. You, what's your name?
Let's say it's Fever.
Alright, Fever. Take us in. We need to get to the basement.
Who's we?
My partner and I.
So do I have to wait for him?
Trust me, he's with us.
This way. You enjoying the sight, honey? Here we are, basement door.
It says VIP!
That's right. You ready for this?
What
You think it's shocking up here? Wait till you see what's beyond this door.
Let's go! Open the door!
Well, welcome to the underworld.
What goes on down here?
I'm not telling you anything.
Count 6 doors.
They're suites. So what? You want to see what's behind door number 1?
I don't have to.
Initializing EVP sound scope. Auto scan and search enabled. And running.
Copy.
What is that sound?
Tuning in my partner.
Tuning into your partner?
Alice, I'm here.
Here we go.
Your partner is a ghost? What? I thought I'd seen everything.
Coming from you, I'm sure that means a lot.
The dynamic of pain and pleasure in this place. It feeds on life and death. This is a haven.
Your boy's poetic.
Wait here, sir. What has happened here, Spectre?
There's some kind of looming trace. I can sense it.
Which door?
This one, to the right.
You sure?
Is your containment gun ready?
Charged and ready.
I will pass through this door and tell you whether or not to open it.
Understand.
Hey, what's going
Sir,
on?
stand back.
Ready?
Yes.
I'm passing through the door and into the suite now. I'm in. It's dark in here. Blood is everywhere, especially pooled on the floor.
You got a body?
Hanging from the ceiling, bound by the wrists and throat in metal chains. Her entire body is wrapped in chains.
Her?
This poor girl.
What happened to her?
Yeah.
She clearly wanted to be dominated. And that's exactly what she got.
How can you tell?
Her life from her flesh was not all that was taken. Her soul. It was pulled out of her eyes.
Can I come in?
Wait. What's this? She has something strapped to her back. I'm turning her around.
What?
Alice, evacuate the club. Now.
Let's go.
Hey, what's going on?
Move! Fire alarm!
What the hell is going on?
Fire alarm!
What?
Fire alarm!
I can't hear you!
Where is the fire alarm?
There! Oh, shit! Hey, what's going on?
A lot of people are still inside.
Wow. That was awesome. You've just listened to the first scene of Soul Rift by Xander Davis. You can check it and other amazingly cool audio dramas like the Leviathan Chronicles at www.echofiction.com. In checking it out, you all have a mission. I want you to go to Xander's website. I want you to go to echofiction.com. And in the forum, I want you to vote for Leviathan. They are giving out awards for the best audio dramas, and I want you guys to support Leviathan. Go to echofiction.com, vote for Leviathan. Let's claim that award, which we all know is rightfully mine. I need you, you need me, let's get it. Okay, one of the last things I want to talk about, this is a little glimpse into my personal life, was my trip to the dentist. And I'm bringing this up only because some of you were incredibly kind and sent me a bunch of emails when I put on my Facebook page that I was going to see the dentist. And for those of you that know me, I have something of an adrenaline addiction. Don't have a lot of fear issues. Paragliding through the clouds south of France, no problem. Motorcycle racing, no problem. Scuba diving on shipwrecks, we all know I like that. Roller coasters, thrill rides, even eating the gross sushi at my deli over on 48th Street. No fear whatsoever. However, the one thing that does instill the fear of God that has me shaking like a schoolgirl who just lost her toy panda is the dentist. Just everything about it. I don't know what it is, but sitting in that chair and hearing those god-awful sounds in your mouth. Ooh, God, I just can't stand it. So the good news is my old dentist retired, and I have a new dentist. And he is like the Klaus von Bülow of dentists. And by that, I mean I step in there, and he starts giving me Valium like they're Tic Tacs. After about 5 minutes, the Valium's kicking in. I sit in the chair. Boom! Hits me up with nitrous gas. Oh my God. I start lolling my head back like I'm in some peyote-infused, absinthe-soaked hallucination of a spiritual vision quest where I saw Leviathan breaking out into old media, new media, getting distributed all over the internet, into people's iPods, into people's bookshelves. It was the best dream I've had in years. And the guy actually had to shake me a couple times. And literally it was one of those things, like one of those rock concert fantasies where like everyone's like you're on stage and all the girls are like ripping your shirt off and it's really awesome. And he's like, Christoph, to like get me out of this Playboy Mansion state of consciousness that my mind had dissolved into. But the good news is, didn't feel a thing. And by the way, like just to tell you what a wuss I am, this wasn't like some like surgical root canal. I think we were just like cleaning and doing a fluoride treatment that I needed like this level of anesthetic assistance in. But I gotta tell you, this is great. I may get my teeth cleaned again next week. Who knows? This was a great trip. My dentist, good guy. So, again, wrapping up, the theme of Chapter 12 is about music. One of the most important elements of the Leviathan music is our theme song. The theme song that you hear in the beginning of the episodes and also the song that you hear in the beginning and end of the soapbox. And that is by the band that we know and love, ATW Against the Wall. I saw them a couple weeks ago at the Knitting Factory down in Tribeca. They put on a great set. It's awesome. And as we fade out, I want to play one of their latest songs, one of my favorite other new latest songs called Nights in December. And I really hope you guys enjoy it. This is ATW.
You are the girl next door, but you don't recognize me.
All right, that was ATW, Nights in December, and you should definitely check out their MySpace page. They're at myspace.com/ATWband. You can also get their link on the show notes or in the crew section of the website. That's all I've got for the soapbox for now. Once again, I want to thank all of you for being fans of Leviathan. It means so much. You guys have been spreading the word. Please keep using Twitter. That has been unbelievably successful. Keep telling people on Facebook. Leviathan is growing. We just broke 10,000 downloads. I'm incredibly psyched about that. We have almost 500 subscribers. We need to keep that momentum growing. This is a revolution that I want you to take part in, putting new content in people's iPod. It's not just about music. It's about sound effects. It's about music. It's about audio drama. I am out of here. Thank you guys so much again. Chapter 13 will be coming soon, and I will see you guys for sure this time in 10.
The Leviathan Chronicles, an audio adventure. The story thus far. After the brutal attack in Mumbai, McAllen and Tully are taken to London by Anton to find a rogue immortal known only as Harlequin. The three of them solicit Harlequin to assist them in infiltrating Nankatsu Industries. The monsters that killed Othello in Mumbai left behind a tooth filling that Senshin traced back to the hidden laboratory. Harlequin is reluctant and proceeds to tell McAllen the origins of the rebel movement. How an assassination attempt by Senshin against Evangeline accidentally murdered thousands of immortals. Harlequin agrees to help the rebellion, but McAllen senses he may have ulterior motives. He pressures her to align herself with him and renounce any involvement with the immortals' civil war. She reminds him that if she does nothing, the deadly signal virus that is still traveling around the world will kill them all anyway. Meanwhile, Oberlin St. Clair still remains missing after being kidnapped by Whit Roberts. His current whereabouts are unknown. And now, Chapter 13, The Fortune Cookie. The Condors streaked across the sky, high above the Shetland Islands of Scotland. The plane was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Its active photocloak system changed the colour of the Condor's surface to match its surroundings, in this case, a shimmering pale blue. But even without maintaining the same colour as the sky, the Condor would have been impossible to see from the ground. It was travelling at over 2 times the speed of sound. McAllen and Tully sat in the main cabin, familiarising themselves with the various pieces of equipment that would be needed in their infiltration of Nankatsu laboratories. Anton and Harlequin sat in the cockpit of the Condor, planning the quickest and most discreet route to their destination near Japan.
We should get high over the Barents Sea before we turn east towards Siberia. I want to stay above the Arctic Circle before we drop towards Nishinoshima. I'm setting the computer to activate afterburners before we pass over Svalbard.
That could be dangerous. The initial burst of afterburners is when the Condor is most vulnerable to detection. You should let me fly the plane manually as we enter Russian airspace.
I don't think that's a wise idea. The computer has all of the radar monitoring stations listed in its navigational database.
I know, but given my experience, I probably know more about their defense network than the computer.
And let's just say I think the plane has a steadier hand than you.
I am quite aware how to fly the Condor.
So is the computer. Stay here and monitor communications and system functions. I'll be back shortly.
Anton rose and left the cockpit. Harlequin was furious, but he showed no evidence of it on his face. Once he was sure that he was alone, Harlequin reached inside one of his pockets and took out a small black disc about the size of a hockey puck. Holding the device in his hand, he reached far underneath his seat to where he could feel the vent that sat over one of the Condor's primary CPU clusters. The disc snapped down magnetically, and Harlequin pulled his hand back quickly. Much as he tried to prevent it, a small grin crept across Harlequin's face. Anton walked back into the main cabin. McAllen and Tully were sitting on opposite sides of the floor, packing their gear into black rubber backpacks. They were going over the infiltration plan and quizzing each other.
Harlequin's plan shows a laser field on the 3rd floor.
For that, we use the flash detonator. It fills the room with light at the same resonance frequency as the lasers, but we have to use special goggles to prevent eye damage.
Good. You got this.
What about the cameras on the inside perimeter?
We use photocloak shields unless we detect infrared scanners.
I'm very impressed by our star pupil. Pretty soon the two of you will be able to give Harlequin a run for his money.
I think I like being a cat burglar for the clothes.
It certainly would be an improvement, Mr. Tully. Now, if you finish studying for your exams, I could sure use your help in the cargo hold. I want to switch out some of the fresh air tanks for the aqua scooters we'll be using when we land. They're pretty heavy.
Both McAllen and Tully rose.
Actually, just you, Mr. Tully. McAllen, would you do me a favor? Could you go up to the cockpit and watch Harlequin? I just want an eye kept on him. You know I don't trust him.
I got that impression. I'll be right back, Tully.
Tully didn't like the idea of Harlequin being alone with McAllen, but after seeing a slight nod, he realized that this was not the time for a fight. McAllen walked to the cockpit and sat down next to Harlequin, who was typing on the keyboard next to the communication station.
Oh, McAllen. Did the airplane pilot invite you up to the cockpit? I'm afraid I'm all out of lapel pins, but I'm sure there's a toy plane in the back that the stewardess will give you.
What were you working on?
I was trying to determine what kind of fuel the Condor uses. I thought I might be able to find a place along the way to refuel.
Couldn't Anton just have told you?
You know, I knew your parents.
My parents?
John and Teresa Orsel. They were the youngest immortals in the world, the last ones to be made. That is, of course, before you.
When did you know them?
About 150 years ago, when we were all still living in Leviathan. They were very talented scientists. Your grandmother, too. They wanted you to do this.
What do you mean?
McAllen, this is difficult. You weren't just born for this destiny. You were bred for it, literally. Your parents didn't want a daughter. They wanted a lifeline. They needed you in case the rebellion succeeded. They knew that gene manipulation would be the key to immortality.
But isn't that a giant coincidence, that I'm a genetic scientist that has been genetically created?
No, don't you see? It's not a coincidence at all. Everything about you was bred intentionally. Your hair, your fingerprints, your favorite flavor of ice cream, your intellect. And yes, even the fields of study that you would be most inclined to pursue. Everything about you was planned, McAllen. Designed, like ordering off a menu.
What?
They have that power, McAllen. That was the essence of the rebellion, to reject Evangeline and instead genetically create what they needed. You, the only person that might have the ability to manipulate a starstone, like Evangeline. You are practically her genetic twin. You are the rebellion's queen bee.
The what?
Without the queen, the hive dies. Only you and Evangeline have the power to use a starstone to renew and re-energize the cells of all the other immortals. Did you ever think what might happen to you if the rebellion discovers that their experiment failed and you can't convert a starstone?
Shut up, Harlequin. How did they do it? How did they make me?
When Evangeline learned that Senshin was planning to expose her to a virus that would revert her back to a normal human, she designed a device that would restore her immortal genes. This was the device you found in the cedar elm disguised as a keyhole. But the genetic work that went into designing the keyhole had ramifications far beyond Evangeline. Senshin stole the plans for this genetic manipulator and gave it to your parents. They, in turn, used it as a foundation to create the grow tanks in which you were created.
I beg your pardon, but grow tanks?
Is it so hard to believe? Did you really think the rebellion would kill off Evangeline and leave themselves with no way to perpetuate their immortality? No. That's the reason why you were created. And the person that controls you controls Leviathan.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody controls me. Nobody's the hell was that?
Tully and Anton sprinted into the cockpit. McAllen quickly got up and let Anton sit in the pilot chair.
What the hell happened?
Sounded like a missile got fired at us.
A MiG-31 just made visual contact 20 seconds ago.
Impossible. We have full jamming and photocloak active.
Then it must have homed in on the afterburners. That or the pilot fired visually and took a blind shot at us. I told you to let me fly the damn plane, Anton. You do realize if the MiG switches to guns and knocks out our photocloak, that they'll send up the whole Russian Air Force to nail us.
Too late. Our left tail fin just became visible.
Wait, can't we just fire a missile back at the MiG and take it out?
The Condor has no offensive capabilities.
Then we gotta think of something.
We're always open to your brilliant ideas, Mr. Tully.
I have one. Strap yourselves in. Anton, take the Condor off that damned autopilot and let's fly it together.
Anton punched a security code into the keyboard, and with a brief shudder, the smoothness of the autopilot was replaced by the slight instability of Anton and Harlequin flying the Condor manually together.
There's not much time. I want you to go subsonic and kill the afterburners. We need to keep dodging left and right, but let the MiG slowly gain on us.
He's firing! Missile away!
Hang on!
The Condor violently spun off to the right, twirling itself upside down twice. McAllen saw the missile streak by the windshield of the cockpit and explode 100 yards in front of them.
Now, cut left!
The MiG is closing, now within 400 meters.
That's gotta be gun range.
We've got to bring him in closer.
What?
Anton, pull up hard. Try to get us vertical.
Hold on! The MiG is pursuing, now within 300 meters.
The pilot's pressure suit will need a few seconds to inflate to prevent him from blacking out. He'll be disoriented for a brief second in the climb as the blood rushes out of his head.
He's firing! I can't express how curious I am to learn what exactly you have in mind, Harlequin.
This.
The fuel gun! Now within 200 meters. He's gonna hit us. Now would be a good time to...
Harlequin!
Afterburners, now!
The Condor shot straight up. The MiG, which had inched in so close to the Condor, was now engulfed in an inferno. And as the sky became darker and McAllen could see the curvature of the Earth before her, the Condor leveled out at 150,000 feet.
Any sign of it?
No sign of the MiG.
Then let's just say that we got lucky.
Thank you, Harlequin. Well, that was quick thinking. You saved us.
Well, don't thank me yet.
Why not?
Because that little maneuver just cost us 60% of fuel supply. We are dangerously low on fuel.
Do we have enough to make it to Nankatsu's secret laboratory?
The computer says we'll have enough fuel if we enter a long-range glide over Hokkaido, but that will probably eat up the last of the fuel supply.
Then how exactly are we supposed to get the hell off the island that we're breaking into? Most good thieves use something called a getaway car?
So eloquently put, Mr. Tully. However, good thieves also know how to improvise, don't they?
The Condor raced over the coast of Hokkaido at an altitude of over 125,000 feet. Just past the island, it cut its primary engines. The aircraft entered a slow glide, assisted by tiny bursts of stabilizing propulsion from the auxiliary engines. McAllen looked out the front cockpit window and was amazed by what she saw. From the aircraft's tremendous altitude, she could see almost the entire island chain of Japan. Continents had definitive shape, and she felt godlike, as if she was looking at a map of the Earth as opposed to flying over it. But what really amazed her was the sound. It was quiet. There was no low rumble of jet engines as she had always mentally associated with a view this high. McAllen leaned forward to get closer to the window, to feel at one with the glide, and it made her feel utterly alive.
Answers. That's what's in here. Answers.
An hour later, the Condor gently set down in the Sea of Japan with the help of the plane's massive hover fans. After floating on the surface for only an instant, the cockpit once again retreated into the body of the aircraft as the Condor sunk 70 feet underwater and entered hydroscram mode. Days before, back in London, Harlequin had pieced together a blueprint of Nankatsu's laboratory. He knew the island had several radar arrays that monitored all air activity in the area. The Condor would lose what little stealth profile it still possessed after the MiG attack through the process of the 4 team members entering and exiting the aircraft above the surface. So instead, Harlequin decided on an aquatic infiltration.
The majority of the installation is actually below ground. It appears to be powered by the thermic activity of the volcano that sits next to it.
Just like Leviathan?
Yes. Pretty advanced stuff. So you can imagine what their defenses are like. We'll exit through the airlock and use the aqua scooters for our final approach and penetrate the facility underwater.
McAllen, Tully, Anton and Harlequin went to the rear of the Condor and donned black suits with built-in hoods that were made out of a material McAllen could not identify.
Are these suits made of neoprene? They don't seem very thick.
Don't worry. The water's about 45 degrees, but this suit has electric heating which should keep us warm.
Should.
Change of plan. We'll each stay in 2 teams of 2. But I've decided that I want McAllen with me.
That's not our agreement. You said...
I know what I said. The fact remains. I was reviewing the schematics during the flight over Russia, and my infiltration team has to negotiate a small ventilation crawl space to enter one of the security nerve centers. Much as you've managed to keep your girlish figure, Anton, McCallan will have an easier time getting through than either you or Tully.
No more games, Harlequin. This is real.
Of course it is. Now let's get into the airlock with the scooters and begin.
As Anton and Harlequin loaded the scooters into the airlock, McCallan quickly grabbed Tully and pulled him aside.
Tully, listen. I know you don't get along with Anton, but please, just keep it together out there.
Is that a little concern I detect? Come on, the greatest thief of our time put together this snatch and grab. I have a lot more faith in him than I do Anton. This guy knows what he's doing. We're gonna be fine.
Tully, be careful.
Hey. I appreciate the concern, but I'll be fine. You know me.
Yeah, I know you.
And before Tully could think, McCallan reached behind his head and pulled his lips towards hers.
That's your incentive to come back in one piece.
Consider me, incentivized.
All set.
The four of them put on clear face masks that contained integrated communication systems so that they could speak underwater. The airlock doors shut behind them, and the chamber began to fill up with the icy water of the Pacific. After everyone had equalized their ears, the outer door opened, and the four of them swam out into the dark water.
Harlequin, what kind of mixed gas are we breathing? Is it trimix?
Something far more sophisticated, but the principles are the same.
The underwater scooters resembled stripped-down wave runners, but longer. In the front, on either side of the turbine sat two large tanks that contained a mixed gas combination that would allow the team to breathe with minimal decompression. A small computer sat recessed within the body of the craft that displayed depth, temperature, and other readings to the pilot, as well as an integrated GPS display. Harlequin had already programmed the first set of coordinates into the computers.
All right, boys and girls. We've got about 30 miles to cover underwater to get to Nishino-shima. Once we get near the laboratory, we've got 4 challenges ahead of us. First is an electric sensor net. It lies about a mile off the coast. Anything that touches it gets fried. If we cut it, it triggers a massive alarm. The net starts at the surface of the water and drops down to almost 6,000 feet. Doesn't the human rib cage collapse after the first few thousand feet? We're not going to swim under it. We're going to swim through it.
What do you mean? I thought you said touching it turns you into a McNugget.
Well put, but that's not our plan. The island of Nishino-shima was volcanically formed, so it's like a giant upside-down ice cream cone. It gets very deep very quickly. But on its eastern side, there's a narrow spine that juts out about 2 miles from the island where all the lava runoff has accumulated. I'm sorry, but I don't follow. There's a point where the sensor net falls to ocean floor, or this case a cliff, at only 400 feet underwater. My satellite photos identified long sets of tracks on the beach of the island leading back and forth from the dunes to the ocean. What kind of tracks? Turtle tracks. What? If turtles can get access to the island to lay their eggs safely. But just because a turtle can squeeze its body through a hole in the cliff doesn't mean we can fit our scooters through it. What makes you think the hole is big enough to pass our scooters through? Because luck favors the bold, Anton.
Once they arrived at the underwater cliff, the team descended to 400 feet underwater. At that point, Harlequin permitted the use of lights, and the team started scanning the surface of the cliff for an opening. The cliff was enormous, like a giant knife thrust outward from the island, and although it was very fine, McCallan could make out the deadly sensor net that was draped like a curtain. McCallan couldn't get over their depth. She was riding a scooter underwater in pitch black at 400 feet. It was amazing and terrifying at the same time.
Harlequin, I think I found something.
The team sped over to see Anton's light shining into a small cave.
I can't see the other end of it. Yes, but look at the fan coral moving back and forth at the entrance to the cave. That's current. It must spit out on the other side of the sensor net. This is it.
Harlequin flew his scooter into the narrow cave and came back out less than a minute later.
Be very careful. The cave gets very narrow in the middle.
All 4 scooters banked leftwards in unison and entered the cave one by one. Harlequin led again, followed by Anton, McCallan, and Tully bringing up the rear.
Man, Harlequin wasn't kidding. The cave is tight. I've only got about a foot on all sides. Feels like it's getting narrower. Can't be. Just stay calm, McCallan. You've been diving your whole life. There's nothing to be...
Hey, McCallan, are you all right? Your breathing is starting to get pretty heavy.
I'm okay. It's just... This cave is really deep. I can't see where it starts or ends. What if we get lost in here? What if we get lost in the rock underwater?
It's okay, McAllen. Just breathe.
The scooters approached the narrowest point in the cave, and with her light, McAllen could see Harlequin riding his scooter side saddle to wiggle it through the tight opening. She could hear the plexiglass of his faceplate scrape against the rocks. Anton went next, and McAllen saw him actually get pinned between his scooter and the rock. He stood still for a moment and was finally able to maneuver himself out. McAllen went next and fought the urge to close her eyes. Here, it was not her imagination. The cave was tightening all around her, almost hugging her body in an embrace. Her thigh brushed against the rock, which made her suddenly jump, causing her head to hit hard against the roof of the cave. Finally, Tully began to make his way through, narrowly pushing his body through first, when suddenly a moray eel shot out of one of the small crevices and sank its teeth into Tully's right arm. His head smashed hard and he knew he was bleeding.
It's biting again. Do something!
Anton reached back through the cave and stabbed the eel 2 inches below its head. It twitched for a moment, and then fell dead and lifeless on the floor of the cave.
Tully, are you okay? That thing got 2 big bites on me. I know it broke through the suit. It's probably infected. What we shouldn't do is waste time. Every minute at this depth adds 5 more for deco. We need to hit the shoreline well before sunrise. I'm okay. Thank you, Anton. Thanks.
Well, it looks like your scooter didn't fare as well. The wings are smashed. You must have hit it when you were fighting with the moray.
Then you'll have to double up. Anton and Tully, you share one scooter. Disconnect your faceplate and attach the hose on the other scooter's auxiliary port. We're through, but we're behind schedule. From here we split up. McAllen and I are going to the surface of the island. There's a tunnel there that leads to the primary power relay. You and Tully need to get inside the facility from the water. The schematics indicate that there's a submarine bay on the north side of the facility. You can approach it by scooter, but before you enter the bay, you must wait for the signal from McAllen and I. We are going to produce an energy spike. Won't that set off all kinds of alarms? I don't believe so. The security system is actually governed by a very sophisticated computer AI. It looks for anomalies against a base case. In other words, variations in heat, electricity, carbon dioxide. But if the general level of heat is brought up in a given chamber, the 2 of you would be practically invisible to the computer. If we can cause a sudden spike in volcanic activity, it will cause an electrical surge that will temporarily blind the computer because the surge will be uniform amongst all of its circuits. Since the surge is naturally caused, i.e. the volcano, our presence shouldn't be detected. Sounds good in theory.
Yes, in theory.
We don't have much time. You 2 head for the sub-bay and wait for my signal. Go now.
The entrance to the sub-bay stood at 60 feet underwater. Even though the pair had completed the required decompression to 60 feet, Tully realized that they would still have to get back to the surface pressure somewhere within the laboratory facility. Tully and Anton could see the lights of the submarine bay far off in the distance. With the little bit of ambient light that it provided, Tully felt like he was flying thousands of feet high on the scooter. The submarine bay looked like a giant metal window carved directly into the side of the cliff underwater.
We wait here until we hear from Harlequin.
Once he blips the circuit, how much time do we have?
According to him, we'll have under 90 seconds before the AI compensates for the surge and reinitializes the sensors. There's an airlock 20 meters inside that will take us inside the actual facility.
My arms hurt pretty bad from that eel attack, but I can probably cover 20 meters in 90 seconds.
Once on the shore, McAllen and Harlequin hid behind a large dune beside a utility road.
See that building right there?
Yeah?
Well, that's no building. That's the entrance to the tunnel that leads directly down into the heart of the island. It's volcanic heart. Although it will be a bit tricky getting in.
Why?
There's a laser field that covers most of the ground around the entrance.
Well, that's easy. Can't we use the flash detonator to neutralize the laser frequencies?
No, not for a space this large. The flash will dilute after about 15 meters. We need to come up with the alternative means of infiltration. Here, put these on.
Harlequin reached into his backpack and pulled out a set of gloves and something that resembled crampons that fit over the boots they were wearing.
These feel heavy.
They should.
I don't get it. What are these?
There.
A large supply truck rambled over the utility road in the distance. Harlequin jumped out from behind the dunes and placed a log halfway across the road and then leapt back into the cover of the dunes.
Wait. Just wait.
The utility truck motored along until it reached the log. While there was just enough room for the truck to maneuver around the obstacle, it had come to almost a complete stop to slowly get around the log.
Quickly, go now.
The two of them sprinted in darkness.
Grab my hand.
He pulled her underneath the truck and affixed her hands on a flat section of the undercarriage. To her surprise, her hands stuck like glue.
Now lift up your feet.
Before she knew it, she and Harlequin were affixed like spiders underneath the utility truck, moving at 40 miles per hour towards the entrance of the tunnel. McAllen's head was only inches from one of the rear wheels that kept kicking gravel towards the side of her face. She turned away from it and saw Harlequin hanging upside down as well, grinning at her.
Stay quiet until we get through the tunnel.
The guard at the entrance checked some papers and then waved the truck through. McAllen knew the instant they had entered the interior of the facility. The temperature rose by 20 degrees.
Oh yeah, we're heading into a volcano.
When I say drop, I want you to push your legs down first and then turn your hands inward to disconnect. Keep your hands at your side and roll towards me. Ready? Drop.
You could have told me that was the plan. I almost got my face scraped off.
We could always rebuild it and give it a completely new identity, and then you wouldn't have to be bothered by any of this.
We have a mission. People have died.
Yes. Over here.
Harlequin ran over to a grey door on the side of the tunnel that had a padlock on the doorknob. He quickly got on one knee and began picking the lock.
As we get further into the facility, most of the locks have electronic keypads. That's not normally a problem, but too many incorrect entries will draw the attention of the cameras and the facility's AI. But once you do your job, the entire defense network will go temporarily blind.
And what exactly is my job?
This. There's a massive ventilation fan underneath here. It's venting a lot of the heat that would otherwise make this place unbearable.
Is that what I'm going into?
No, that is.
Harlequin pointed to a small rectangular duct close to the ceiling.
What? I'll never fit in there. Do I look like an Olsen twin?
You're going to do fine.
I won't even be able to move. I can't.
You have to. You'll have this to help you.
Harlequin took a long rod about 15 inches long with handles on each end. In the middle of the rod were a series of 4 wheels.
What does that do?
It frees you from the burden of having to move. That's what you were so worried about.
No, Harlequin, it's just too small. It's so narrow. What if I can't breathe?
Then your grandmother will die. Then you will die. Then Othello died for nothing. Stop your damn whispering and get in the fucking duct. You wanted this. I offered you a way out, but you didn't want it. You wanted to save everybody. Well, now's your chance.
I hate you.
I'm afraid there's no distinction in that.
Harlequin removed the duct plating and hoisted McAllen inside. He placed a radio receiver in her ear and gave her a small bag to keep in front of her. Her arms were extended out in front of her and she had to shimmy forward to get her legs in. Once inside, she couldn't move in any direction more than a few inches.
Oh my god, Harlequin, it's so hot! There's this searing wind that's burning my eyes!
You're getting sulfuric wind directly off the volcano. It's going to irritate you and will be hotter than an oven. You've just got to move quickly, McAllen.
I'm trying, but I can't move. There's no room. It's too hot. I can't move.
Take it easy. It's all right. I want you to use the crawler I gave you. Turn the handle forward and hold it against the floor of the duct.
Huh?
It feels better to be moving forward, doesn't it? Now you're going to continue forward for another 5 minutes. Soon, you'll come to an access hatch that will be located directly over one of the primary thermic vents of the volcano. You need to open it and drop in the cesium grenade that you have in the pouch in front of you.
It's really getting hot in here. I'm feeling dizzy.
Stay with me, McAllen.
I feel so itchy. I can't move. I want to be able.
McAllen, you've got another few minutes to go. You've got to concentrate on my voice. Concentrate on my voice.
Guys, think I see it. There's a vent coming up. It's leading downwards. There's a lot of light.
Looking down, she found herself suspended 500 feet above a roaring volcano. She was practically trapped in the vent. Her eyes were burning not just from the sulfuric gas, but the intense brightness of the inferno below her. Equally amazing were the man-made struts that interlaced the volcanic vent. Catwalks and ductwork and massive drums were integrated with this violent outcropping of nature.
McAllen, quickly. I need you to drop the cesium grenade into the volcano. It'll arm itself on contact. Just drop it in and send the activation signal to Anton. Hurry!
McAllen let the grenade, which was the size of a small softball, drop from her hands and fall 500 feet into the heart of the volcano. McAllen pulled back her face in time, but she could smell that some of her hair had been burnt. The volcano began to rumble deeply and then grow to a shouting roar. She turned the handles of the crawler backwards and the wheels reversed direction, pushing her back the way she came, feet first. The heat was unbearable and sweat was dripping from every pore in her body. The hot wind blowing through the duct was now a hurricane gust that forced her to close her eyes.
Harlequin! I did it! I activated the grenade! I did it! Oh my god! Oh my god, I hated that event. It was so disgusting and so hot. Harlequin?
4 menacing guards were staring back at her, brandishing machine guns. Harlequin stood behind them.
That's your spy, gentlemen. Seize her.
Fuck!
There's the signal. Take a deep breath because we have to swim the rest of the way.
How long a swim do you figure it is?
It doesn't matter. You have to make it.
I'll make it.
We've got about 80 seconds left. Let's move.
Anton and Tully swam away from the tethered scooter and entered the submarine bay of Nankatsu's laboratory. The bright lights stunned their eyes as they had been in the shadows of the ocean for hours now. Tully knew that there wasn't going to be much time for adjustment. He could feel his lungs begin to pound, and they were still 25 yards away. Tully wanted to burst out of the surface and gasp for air, but he knew he couldn't risk being seen. His anxiety grew and his arm began to feel numb. They were getting close. They were almost there. Almost there.
Shh, control your breathing. You're being too loud. Well, I think we might have had our first bit of luck. It looks like the sub bay is deserted.
Hey, that must be the airlock door over there.
Good eye. There's a ladder on the far side. We can make our way up there.
As Tully climbed the ladder, he looked around the submarine bay and was amazed at what he saw. He had been around submersibles all of his life, but he had never seen vehicles like this. Hanging on cranes and sitting on skids were some of the most advanced-looking submarines that he had ever dreamed of. He counted at least 10 subs and maybe a dozen other ROV or robotic vehicles. He and Anton had just made it to the top of the ladder and were walking towards the airlock when Anton shoved Tully to the ground as shots were fired towards them. These weren't security guards. These were professional soldiers and they were trained to kill. Anton reached into his black backpack and pulled out a thin gun with a narrow 12-inch barrel.
We've got 40 seconds, Tully.
Behind you.
Anton unloaded 2 shots directly into the guard's neck.
Tully, give me some cover.
Got it.
Every shot of Tully's was met with 5 of the guards, but Tully managed to get a close enough shot to scare the guard back into taking cover. Anton sprinted towards the airlock door. He placed a metallic square over the keypad like a hood. Anton ran back for cover while the codebreaker did its job.
How much time?
30 seconds left.
No, I mean, how long will it take that thing to break the code?
Well, it depends how long the code is. Shit!
What's shit?
It's a 9-digit code.
Shit!
I'll get the door open. You take care of the guard.
What the hell do you think I'm trying to do, asshole?
Only 15 seconds remained when the guard ran out of ammo. Tully did a flying leap over the tool station where the guard had hidden and brought the butt of the pistol down hard on the temple of the guard's skull.
Yeah, that's how I roll.
We got the code, Tully. Come on.
Tully quickly shot 2 rounds of the specialized darts into the unconscious guard's chest.
Hurry! Well done, Mr. Tully.
Thanks. Good job getting the door open. What were in those darts? Some sort of sleep agent?
No. Nerve toxins.
What? Those were death darts? Why bother with darts? Why don't you just bring a 357 and blow everybody away?
Because, Mr. Tully, that would be noisy, messy, indiscreet, and stupid. How's your arm?
Hurts.
Good.
After 20 minutes of painful decompression where Tully felt his ears would explode, the other side of the airlock opened, and Tully and Anton finally entered the secret advanced materials laboratory of Nankatsu Industries.
These are photocloak shields. This will keep us hidden from the internal camera array. You should unfold the devices to body length and keep them in front of you like a shield. For someone walking head-on, you will appear to be invisible. But anybody approaching from behind will be able to see you plain as day, so be careful.
What if there's a camera behind us?
Then I hope you can run quickly.
Great.
The inside of the lab facility was sparkling white and immaculately clean. The airlock seemed like a massive industrial intrusion to the clean lines that permeated the facility. Tully didn't see any door, but he noticed a camera at the far end of the corridor. Anton typed a message to Harlequin.
We're in.
Where do we go from here?
The blueprints show that the main computer banks are 2 levels lower down a long corridor.
The two of them slipped into one of the stairwells off to the side and proceeded down 2 flights of stairs, where Anton had to use the code breaker again to open the stairwell door. Once the door was unlocked, Anton slipped a small fiber optic cable underneath the door to determine the location of the camera in the hallway.
The corridor is empty. Camera on the high right wall.
So we walk towards it?
Exactly.
Anton and Tully exited the stairwell and walked towards the direction of the camera, when suddenly...
I've heard Tanaka-san is no longer selling our work directly to the Japanese military.
Our work is being sold is not a concern. We are paid well enough for our efforts.
You know the work we've been doing.
And who do you think our new mystery customer could be?
I've heard whispers about Chinese activity very deep.
Nonsense. A Japanese company like ours would never agree
Quick,
to work.
in the supply closet.
I'm just saying that some of the support staff... I spoke. Okay? Always the ones without families. They can't be... What the...
What's wrong?
Shit! What? Your arm!
In all the commotion, Tully didn't realize that his arm had started bleeding again. Outside in the corridor, there was now a trail of blood leading right to the supply closet. The two scientists were horrified by what they saw. They nodded silently to each other and began turning the door handle. You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Krzysztof Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Krzysztof, your author and creator of the Leviathan Chronicles. For those of you that aren't familiar, the storyline of the Leviathan Chronicles is going to take place over 50 episodes, and those 50 are broken up into Season 1 and Season 2, each being 25 episodes. So we are now midway through Season 1. As I've said, Leviathan Chronicles has been in development for about 2 years now, and there's been a large team that has brought it to fruition between the sound engineers, the actors, the musicians. So to be at this point where we're halfway done with our first major milestone, it's just kind of exciting. We are continuing to drop new episodes, and we're trying to get those out every 10 days. It's looking a little bit more these days like it's happening every 2 weeks. So I'm going to have to revise my my sign-off statement to I'll see you in 2 as opposed to I'll see you in 10. So at the end of Season 1, we are going to be taking Leviathan Chronicles and combining all the 25 episodes into one massive audiobook that's going to be for sale on Amazon and in iTunes. And I'm going to be cleaning up some of the audio, incorporating some of the comments that you guys have given me, and also adding in a couple other tangent storylines that the time really didn't permit. And that's when I'm going to really ask for your support. You guys have been amazing so far, but we want Leviathan to really turn the audiobook market on its ear. And while I have great aspirations to break into the written print book world, our first step is going to be really turning the audiobook world on its ear. And I think we can make an impact because usually it's the written book first and then they create the audiobook. But no one has really gone straight into the audiobook market, especially with an audio drama. It's an opportunity to make a really huge impact. So we'll be talking more about that as we get closer, as we get kind of like in the 20s, and I can give you guys more details in terms of what the launch date of the audiobook is going to be. So you may ask the question, what is taking so long, Krzysztof, to get these episodes out? Like I said, I've been trying to shoot for every 10 days. It's looking more like every 2 weeks. And I can point to a lot of different reasons. It's because of the sound guys, or because the music took too long, or we couldn't find the right effect. No, I'm going to actually get a little bit more political about this and blame it all on UN Week. So I live across the street from the UN. What makes that kind of fun is when I take my elevator down to the lobby in the morning from my apartment, my elevator is probably as diverse as the United Nations. There's always like a Japanese businessman, a woman in a burqa, a Hasidic Jew, a Indian Sikh with a turban on, and everybody, as different as we are all bitching about the same thing, like how long the elevator took or the fact that the shower pressure sucks in our building. And it's kind of fun that you know, as different as we all are, we're all kind of commonly united. The downside of all this diversity is I have to walk to work by the United Nations. For those of you that don't live in New York or don't know what it is, UN Week is when you have all of the world leaders coming in to New York, giving speeches at the United Nations, the president's there, the vice president's there, all the candidates and all the world leaders. And everything within a 10-block radius of the UN gets shut down. What happens is the streets are blocked off, there's security everywhere, and things are generally a little bit more crowded, so it takes a little longer to maneuver. But they've actually gone even further than that. The president typically stays in a hotel called the Waldorf Astoria, a very nice hotel on 49th and Park. And for those of you that don't know New York, within certainly the Midtown area, New York is set up very geometrically. All the blocks are big squares and rectangles. All the streets kind of come in straight lines and right angles. I was walking to work and you could see these giant gates that they set up on the corners of the streets. And I'm walking out, there's a cop there. He stops me like, sorry, you can't cross the street right now. We're waiting for the president's motorcade to come through. And this is kind of a pain in the ass because I was late for work and I had a lot of things I wanted to get done. And I was like, you know what? Fine. I'm just going to go walk around the block and I'll find another street. Another cop stops me and says, no, you can't leave the corner. So I can't go forward. I can't go back. I'm trapped like an animal. As I'm waiting, more and more people are coming to the corner and they're getting trapped too. So putting a bunch of New Yorkers trapped on a street corner, unable to exit or escape, is like throwing pop rocks into Coke. Everybody's getting more upset. Everybody's like getting cranky and fussy. And what's funny is we're waiting for the president to come by. And at this point, there's a couple homeless guys that get in there. When the president finally comes by, and if you've never seen the president, by the way, he comes in a big limousine with flags on the front. And there's something very undignified about it. I actually thought it looked vaguely like a Latin American dictator, like an El Presidente kind of limousine. I thought we had something more discreet, but there actually are flags on it. And he drives by, and the funny thing was the homeless guys started like using this as like an opportunity to do like stand-up comedy. And one held up a sign going, President Bush, can you help me bail out my hedge fund? And the other homeless guy was like shouting out, can you help me get my boat out of dry dock? Now, I just thought this was hilarious that here we are, all these cranky New Yorkers, and the ones that are like taking the piss out of the situation were these homeless people. But it was getting me more and more late for work. And as a result, I've been late for everything for the past 2 weeks. And I don't know if it's a domino effect or what it is, but this is kind of what's driving Christoph crazy and making me late for stuff. So is this the reason why the episodes are a little bit late? I'll let you do the math, but I'm just giving you a little bit of insight into what makes me tick. So every week, I try and talk about some of the other podcasts that I've been listening to. And one that I've really been impressed by is something called the Byron Chronicles. And I mentioned that in one of my previous podcasts. And I discovered that on Echo Fiction. Echo Fiction, again, is a new website, a new portal that's been created by Xander Davis, where they really showcase a lot of premium new audio drama. The Byron Chronicles is actually something produced by a terrific group called Darker Projects. And the author and director of the Byron Chronicles is a gentleman named Eric Busby, and his work is phenomenal. He's done several other audio dramas, and each one is better than the next. The guy is so talented. The Byron Chronicles is really a close brother of the Leviathan Chronicles because it deals with the lead character, Byron, being an immortal. So immediately, I was drawn to this. It's got a wonderful sense of atmosphere. The acting is so good, and it's got this great kind of goth, mysterious feel. I'm going to play a promo for the Byron Chronicles, but I really encourage you guys to go to the website, and that is www.darkerprojects.com/thebyronchronicles.php, and Byron is spelled Byron. And I'm going to have the link in the show notes, but without any further ado, this is a trailer to the Byron Chronicles.
Imagine if the world as you know it was nothing more than an illusion. What if creatures like elves, dragons, vampires, zombies, and werewolves walk amongst you every day, but you never see them? This is the world I walk in. I am called Byron, and these are my chronicles.
All right, that was the Byron Chronicles. Definitely check that out at darkerprojects.com. Now, before I go, two more things that I wanted to talk about. The first is that I've made some modifications onto the Leviathan Chronicles website. That's www.leviathanchronicles.com. And on there, in the front page, there's a little box called Tell a Friend. We modified that now to accept multiple email addresses. So if you put a large data dump of email addresses in there. They're going to get a short message describing Leviathan Chronicles and actually the audio file, which is the trailer, the promo to Leviathan Chronicles. So this is a great way, an easy way to spread the word about Leviathan Chronicles. I'm asking everybody to just put as many email addresses in there as you think are appropriate, as many people as you think might be interested, and you hit one button, send, it goes out to everybody, and it gives them a chance without having to do anything other than open the email to actually listen to the Leviathan Chronicles and get a sense of kind of what we're all about, because I think hearing is believing. And the last thing before I go is kind of a fun personal note. Samantha Turville, our beautiful, wonderful, incredibly talented narrator, is getting married this week. She's marrying an awesome guy named Brian Parker, and I would love you guys to all give her a shout out, tell her how awesome she is, what a great job she does in bringing the Leviathan Chronicles to life. You can find her on Facebook. It's Samantha Turville, Turvill. You can also email her on our website. But give her a shout out. Tell her congratulations for getting married. Tell her what a great job she does on the Leviathan Chronicles and make her day. She deserves it and she's awesome. Anyway, that's all I've got for this week. Chapter 14 will be coming soon. I want to thank you all so much for being fans of Leviathan. It means so much to hear your emails, posting on the forum. It means the world to me. Chapter 14 is coming soon, and I will see you guys in 2.
The Leviathan Chronicles. An audio adventure. The story thus far. After the Black Door Group attacked the rebellion base in India, Senshin directed the team of Harlequin, Anton, McAllen and Tully to infiltrate the secret laboratory of Nankatsu Industries near Japan to uncover the activities and motives of their enemies. After surviving an aerial attack with a Russian MiG fighter jet, the Condor limped to the Sea of Japan with little fuel and a damaged photocloak system. Harlequin used his background as a master thief to design their infiltration mission. They began by launching an aquatic assault over 400 feet underwater, using special mixed gases and high-tech aquascooters to approach the well-guarded laboratory. Harlequin split the team in half by taking McAllen and heading towards the beachhead of the island, while Tully and Anton are sent to penetrate the facility through a deep-water submarine bay. The mission for McAllen and Harlequin is to get close to the power source of the mysterious island, a powerful, active volcano. Harlequin sends McAllen through a narrow vent that spans hundreds of feet over the epicenter of the volcano to deploy a cesium bomb that causes a violent surge in the volcano, thus overloading the laboratory's AI security system. This overload gave Anton and Tully enough time to break into the deepest part of the laboratory to gain access to highly guarded computer banks that hold the secrets of Nankatsu's role against Leviathan. McAllen successfully drops the bomb into the volcano and causes a huge surge of lava and seismic activity. But before Anton and Tully can gain access to the computer nerve center, they realize that Tully's badly wounded arm has left a trail of blood through the laboratory corridors, allowing anyone to find the intruders. When two scientists emerge from the lab and discover the trail of blood, Anton and Tully quickly hide in a supply closet where they wait anxiously as the scientists slowly approach them. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Oberlin Sinclair remains a captive in a hidden prison. His exact whereabouts are unknown. And now, Chapter 14, Extraction. McAllen exited the vent leading in from the volcano to see 4 guards pointing HP-5 submachine guns directly at her.
Shit.
Harlequin stood behind the 4 thugs, typing on a small handheld device. When he saw McAllen, he smiled at her and folded his arms triumphantly. She jumped down and immediately felt her legs crumble beneath her. Seeing Harlequin betray her like this stole what little strength she had left.
Fucking snake. I told Tully I didn't trust you, never wanting to risk any integrity any more than your neck or your bank account would allow. You sicken me.
Well then, I'm afraid this isn't going to be a pleasant day for you at all now, is it? You see, if you're feeling rather ill now, I can assure you that it's nothing compared to what some of the Japanese interrogators typically do to women.
Screw you! I won't tell them!
Take her to Storage Facility 8 on Sub-Level 4. We can best detain her there until Tanaka-san arrives. We will all be handsomely rewarded for capturing a spy of this magnitude.
Harlequin walked behind McAllen and shoved her forward out of the small ventilation room. They exited onto the main circular driveway the truck had been following down earlier. One guard took point walking in front of McAllen, while the other two walked behind her and Harlequin. Suddenly, Harlequin turned to one of the guards and spoke.
We should take the service elevator banks off to the side around the next bend.
That makes no sense. The primary elevator bank can access sub-level 4 direct. Why would we take the service elevator?
Because, you fool, we don't want the entire facility to see us marching a high-level spy through the lobby under an armed guard. The only way she has been able to penetrate the facility this far is through the help of someone working inside Nankatsu Industries. If that person is aware that we have captured their companion, then we will never find the traitor.
I knew there was a traitor in our midst. I told you so, didn't I?
Your wisdom will be rewarded by Tanaka-san, but we must move quickly before another delivery truck comes down the ramp. Let's hurry to get to the service elevators.
The six of them made double time for another third of a mile down the ramp until a landing became evident off to their left. A large freight elevator that was clearly used to haul large crates opened before them. The guards pushed McAllen roughly inside and kept a watchful eye on Harlequin. Once inside, Harlequin struck a casual pose, leaning against one of the walls of the elevator after pushing the button for sub-level 4.
You know, it's funny. They always say that these underground elevators are death traps. Curious expression. But I wonder the same mechanism would interact with a person that isn't necessarily trapped by death.
The guards seemed confused and shifted warily while they stared at Harlequin.
You'll forgive me if I feel the need to freshen the air. I find the stench of deception to be so offensive.
Harlequin removed a device from his breast pocket that was shaped like a harmonica. He proudly displayed the silver metal object above his head and smiled at the confused guards and blatantly winked at McAllen. He placed the device in his mouth and held onto it with his teeth. Then he removed another device from another pocket, a dull grey cylinder the size of a cigarette. He showed it to the increasingly uneasy guards, who had now removed the safeties from their submachine guns. Still smiling, he snapped the cylinder like a toothpick and carelessly threw the two pieces to the ground. 5 seconds later, McAllen thought she detected a faint, bitter almond smell, and then she and each of the guards collapsed into unconsciousness.
What happened?
Hard to say. You should know that you're not the first woman to swoon at my obvious charms.
Harlequin, why am I just wearing my bra and panties?
Well, as I said, over the course of the past few centuries, many women have felt the sudden urge to tear their...
Harlequin?
It's a wonderful little substance called colloqual, one of the more useful innovations to come out of the Soviet Union's Cold War. Knocks out your opponent in mere seconds.
Wait a second. The guards, if I'm awake, then they'll become conscious too.
No worries, my dear. As soon as you all became unconscious, I injected the guards with a more potent tranquilizer that will keep them out of commission for several hours.
Wait, just wait. You were gonna betray me. You said you were working for that man tonight.
McAllen, despite your vaulted opinion of me, let me assure you that once I accept a contract, I honor its terms fully. I agreed to help you in your infiltration, and I will do exactly that, McAllen. If you hadn't taken so goddamn long to deploy the cesium grenade, then we could have escaped from the ventilation chamber before the guards found us. But when 3 guards with loaded submachine guns burst into a room to see you crawling out of an access vent, and me monitoring communications with our other team members, forgive me if I found myself in a position where I had to improvise.
I don't understand.
I prepare for my missions, McAllen. I had false identifications created in case we were stopped. Luckily, I had enough identification cards to corroborate my story.
Harlequin.
Yes.
You still haven't answered me as to why I'm lying here in my bra and panties.
Quite simply because we don't have much time. I need you to change into the guard's uniform as quickly as possible.
No, Harlequin, not...
McAllen, Anton and Tully are trapped 2 floors below us. An alarm is going to sound off any minute if we don't get down there. Now get over your fucking modesty and change into the guard's uniform like I did so we can save them. And for God's sake, tuck your hair into your cap.
Meanwhile, in a supply closet 2 floors below.
I can't believe I didn't notice noticed the blood coming out of my arm.
It's too bloody late for that now. I can hear footsteps coming for us. You have to try and stay still. Activate the photo shields.
Got it.
Good. Now stand back against the wall as far as you can. The darkness may conceal your shape.
The two men pressed their backs against the wall of the darkened closet and held their breath. Outside in the hallway, the two Nankatsu scientists exchanged concerned looks.
The trail of blood goes into the supply closet.
Let's check it out. Open the door, but be careful.
It's dark inside.
The light switch is on the right.
Can't find it. There!
What do you see, Frederick?
Nothing. There's nothing here.
Tully and Anton shifted slightly as they tried to push their bodies back even further against the rear wall. All of the hairs on Frederick's arms stood up. He stood only inches away from Anton.
Impossible. What about the blood? Do you see the blood on the floor?
Yes, I do. But it doesn't make any sense.
What do you see?
The blood. It just goes directly into the back wall. It's nothing, Sato. It must just be some cleaning fluid. There's nothing in here.
The first scientist turned on his heel and walked away. Anton let the breath he had been holding for over a minute slowly leave his body. Tully felt his shoulders drop 2 inches from where he had been tensely holding them.
Jeez, that was close. I can't believe these photo shields can hide us when someone's...
Shh! They can still hear us. You have to...
The first scientist came sprinting back in, brandishing a broomstick, making contact with Anton's photo shield. The second scientist sprinted in, holding a handheld device. He jammed it into Anton's ribcage, sending 200,000 volts ricocheting through his nervous system. Anton collapsed, but not before Tully could grab the man's hand and ram it against the sharp corner off the metal shelving. And when the man doubled over in pain, he took a long, wide swing. The room spun and the scientist crumpled down on the floor next to Anton, but Tully was now off balance from throwing the punch. The first scientist saw this and jabbed the point of the broomstick hard into the center of Tully's forehead. Tully felt the room wobble for a second, but managed to raise his arm to block another swing of the broomstick. Tully went for the combination, firing his left fist into the man's abdomen before shooting his right fist directly into the man's chin. Tully took a step forward to move in for the kill, when he suddenly saw a small streak of blue lightning shoot across the floor. The tip of the taser made contact with Tully's left shin, bringing him down like a house of cards. The last thing remembered was his head hitting the floor next to Anton's. Anton and Tully painfully awoke shortly thereafter, to find themselves sitting on the floor of the supply closet with their hands tightly bound with power cords. The two scientists were standing in the doorway.
Sato,
Stop! I think he broke your jaw. Don't try to speak. Stay here and watch them. Take the taser. I'm going to sound the security alarm. We need to have these intruders interrogated. Maybe the outside world has discovered our research.
The scientist quickly ran down the hall, and moments later the whole complex was pulsing in a blinking red light, while a klaxon alarm echoed through every pore of Tully's head.
Oh, that noise!
Tully, are you awake? Can you move your finger at all?
No. Now they're completely numb.
Damn it! So am I. Shh! The scientists are back. I want to hear what they're saying.
The alarm has sounded. The entire facility is on lockdown. Every entrance, every air vent, every possible exit above or below the ground is now sealed. The only way they can be reopened is by a physical key and access code held by only Kazunori Tanaka.
Intruders!
They are secure. Don't worry. Security will be here very soon. Then we'll be able to find out if they...
Two guards ran down the hall from the elevator and stopped at the IT supply closet. One of the guards seemed to be having trouble with their cap.
I'm Chief Guard Captain Jim Decker. Were you the one who sounded the alarm?
Yes, it was me. You came very quickly. I'm computer specialist Sato Suzumi. My partner and I found a trail of blood here in the internal corridor. It led us to find the two intruders.
Guard, I want you in there, securing those intruders now. Use your handcuffs. We want them conscious for interrogation.
My colleague, Dr. Frederick DeVort, was injured in a struggle with the intruders. We need to call for medical attention.
No, that won't be necessary.
I don't understand. Why not?
Because you both will be unconscious in a matter of seconds.
Harlequin had already taken the taser out of its belt holster and pressed just slightly forward to make contact with the scientist's chest.
Now!
The man's eyes bulged while Harlequin continued to stare directly back at them until the man collapsed at Harlequin's feet. As soon as McAllen heard Harlequin's signal, she spun backwards to deliver a roundhouse kick directly to the other scientist's broken jaw. The man screamed in agony but was quickly silenced when McAllen also took the taser out of the guard's uniform she had stolen and electrocuted the man into unconsciousness.
McAllen, well done. Quickly, we need to secure the guards into the closet. Take your knife and release Anton and Tully. I'll see about turning that damned alarm off.
I'm on it.
McAllen dragged the bodies of the 2 scientists into the supply closet and cut free the electrical cords that bound Anton and Tully.
What took you so long?
Harlequin had to hack the elevator system so that the cab stayed stuck on our level, cutting off access. All stairwell doors are tied to the same system, so we should be safe for a few minutes.
Where'd you guys get those guard uniforms?
Borrowed them from a few guys we gassed in the elevator.
You don't fool around.
McAllen helped Tully to his feet. Anton had already left the closet and was in the hallway keeping watch for the imminent arrival of backup forces.
Anton, we disabled the elevator when we came to this level. Harlequin estimates it will take at least 15 minutes for them to bypass his hack and get down here.
I might have been a bit more optimistic than I should have. The security AI is already on heightened alert and has probably spotted us on video. I couldn't get the alarm to deactivate. The good news is that I discovered that we're on the right level. Down the corridor on the right lies the central computer nerve center. The database we're looking for must reside there. Let's hurry.
But Harlequin, when we woke up, we heard the 2 scientists talking. They said the entire facility is on a complete lockdown, even the air vents. If we can steal the database in the computer system, there's still no way in hell we can get out of here. We're trapped.
One problem at a time, Mr. Tully. One at a time. Quickly, the computer nerve center is down here.
How much time do we have?
About 10 minutes. After that, the guards will be able to access the locks in the elevator systems and penetrate our level. We should expect a force of at least 60 guards, maybe more.
Should be no problem for a tough guy like you.
Look, I doubt any shots will be fired. This is Nankatsu we're talking about. Chemical and biological warfare is their stock in trade. They'll corner us and either engulf us in some deadly gas or send in combat drones to lay down suppressive fire.
Do you have an overactive imagination, or do you know more than you're telling me?
This is the door, here.
The 4 of them stopped at a massive set of 12-foot metal doors. Several rows of interlocking teeth at the center of the doors made them feel like they were staring at an enormous titanium zipper. A keyboard and monitor were embedded into the wall on the left. Without speaking, Harlequin ripped open his duffel bag and took out a gleaming box that appeared to be made of deep green glass.
Harlequin, what is that? Is it...
But Harlequin ignored him and ripped the keyboard out of the wall and quickly grabbed the wires that came out with it. He connected the sparking wires to a series of terminals on the underside of the green box, which now was beginning to pulse rhythmically with a faint light within it. He set the green box on the floor by his feet.
Time?
8.5 minutes.
It'll be close.
The box began to pulse faster and faster, until finally...
We're in.
The 4 of them ran inside a gleaming white room containing machinery that McAllen had never seen before. Massive rectangular supercomputers filled the room with an ambient hum. The room was perfectly square. 2 workstations were visible, one on the left side of the room and the other on the right. Straight ahead on a far wall hung a black cloth draped over a large object. But before McAllen could speculate what it could be, Harlequin started barking orders.
McAllen, take the workstation on the right. I'll take the left. Anton, I want the door sealed now. We're going to have company any minute and their hacking skills might be a lot better than mine. And you, Mr. Tully, just stand there.
McAllen ran to the chair on the right and stared at the computer monitor, which was now filled with security alerts and flashing sequences that were coming too fast for our eyes to follow.
Harlequin, what do I do?
These workstations are part of a security precaution. I can't execute root-level commands without confirmation from your workstation. It's to ensure that any hacker would need at least one partner to infiltrate the system. You'll only have a few seconds to key in confirmation, so stay sharp. Anton, time.
7 minutes.
And the door?
I'll need at least 4.
Harlequin began furiously pounding at the keyboard on the workstation. Confirmation codes kept flashing towards McAllen, asking her to re-enter the authorization codes that Harlequin keyed in. He was typing so quickly, McAllen struggled to keep up.
The good news is that because the security system is on high alert, the facility's AI has already compartmentalized all of its top-secret data in a single hard drive here in the room. But if we don't get the right authorization codes entered, disconnecting the hard drive will cause it to immediately erase all data contained on it.
Once we do that, you still haven't told us how we're going to get the hell out of here.
One problem at a time, Mr. Tully. McAllen, keep up.
I'm trying!
The door is sealed. I've put the door lock through a repeating loop so that no access codes can be entered.
Time?
3 minutes.
I'm almost there.
Harlequin, I'm trying to monitor the guard movement on my comlink. They know we're trapped here in the AI nerve center.
Almost there.
Harlequin!
Done!
From one of the supercomputers next to McAllen, a large loading bay, like a giant CD tray, opened and slid outwards. On the tray lay a clear disc that resembled a typical computer CD, except this one was slightly larger. McAllen picked it up and was surprised at how heavy it was. She handed it to Harlequin.
This is it?
A repediment crystal disc. What you're holding in your hands is the equivalent of every book in every library in America and everybody's music collection. Time!
1 minute. Comlink chatter indicates they've got the elevator running. They're going to be down on this level any second.
This brings me to my earlier point.
Anton raced over to one of the air vents and put his hand up to the metal grates.
Harlequin, feel the vents. They're not gassing us. They're sucking the air out of the room. They're trying to asphyxiate us.
Do you or Tully still have any of the scuba gear? We might be able
We ditched it outside the underwater sub-bay.
Then we've got to find a way to override the system to reverse
I can feel vibrations outside the door, Harlequin. The guards are here.
I just need a few minutes.
We might not have.
Gentlemen?
What?
Has anybody thought to look under the black curtain?
Anton and Harlequin stood dumbfounded. In all the urgency in downloading the Nankatsu data files, they had forgotten about the strange object that stood looming against the far wall. Tully approached it, and casually with one swift pull yanked the thick black curtain covering the object it obscured. There, against the far wall of the Nankatsu AI Nerve Center, stood a 10-foot tall sarcophagus.
I think we may have just found our way out of here.
What the hell is that thing? It looks like the sarcophagus we pulled out of the Cedar Elm.
God.
It's a keyhole.
Anton mentioned that phrase while we were on the Condor. What the hell is a keyhole?
A keyhole is a dimensional portal, one of the gifts given to Evangeline by the aliens besides her immortality. You see, when the aliens helped build Leviathan, they realized Evangeline and her minions needed a way to quickly go back and forth from the bottom of the ocean to various points on Earth instantly. Evangeline and the Eden Initiative were given a few dozen of these keyholes to scatter across the Earth, thus creating a network where one can travel to and from any point on Earth instantly by walking into one keyhole and walking out of another.
It's like a mini wormhole.
Yes, Mr. Tully. It is a bit like a wormhole.
You're forgetting something, of course.
What's that?
Anton is, of course, referring to the rebellion and the effects it had on the immortal community. When Senshin led his civil war against Evangeline and committed genocide against the immortal community, the Keyhole Network was shut down as a precaution. It's forced all travel to and from Leviathan to be done manually.
But that doesn't explain what it's doing here.
Nankatsu must be in league with the Eden.
Impossible.
Hey, guys, I hate to say it, but I'm starting to feel a little lightheaded. How much oxygen do we have left?
She's right. Anton, rip the cushions off the desk chairs and use them to block the air vents. That should slow the air escape.
The guards! They're trying to break in. We don't have much time.
You said this was our way out?
Could be. Mr. Tully, would you please be so kind as to examine the keyhole? I believe you should find a latch that will open to reveal its inner chamber.
But if all the keyholes have been deactivated, what good will it do?
I have a theory.
Tully released the latch on the sarcophagus.
Oh my god!
And opened its door like the cover of a book.
Can't be.
I thought so.
Inside the keyhole was a powerful blue flickering light that caused everyone in the room to squint slightly. McAllen couldn't understand why, but it seemed like the light, as bright as it was, originated from some place very far away. Some place not in this room.
Anton, what the hell is that?
My god, it's a keyhole. But it's an active keyhole. I thought the network was completely shut down. I haven't seen a working keyhole in a long time.
So where does this thing lead?
Could be anywhere on Earth. Wherever the matching keyhole is located. They always come in pairs.
Anton, as much as I feel that an astrophysical presentation on the construction of singularities and keyholes would be delightful, we are about to have this entire room filled with guards trained to kill us in the most expeditious manner. I suggest we exploit the only exit that has presented itself, so go through the keyhole.
You realize that this could easily be a trap.
You realize that we have no other choice.
Hey, I don't know too much about keyholes, but if we all jump through this thing, won't all those commando guards just follow us through?
Leave that to me.
Fine, I'll go through first, but I think you're forgetting something. Give me the disk, Harlequin. Give me the Nankatsu memory files.
Worried about something, Anton? Paranoia really doesn't suit you. Here, take your precious disk. I assume this exchange signifies that our business is now over. By giving this to you, I fulfilled my end of the bargain.
Thank you. I'll see you on the other side, Harlequin.
And with that, Anton turned and leapt into the blue light inside the keyhole. A hot flash of light filled the room, and for a moment McAllen was amazed that now only 3 people stood in the room.
Mr. Tully, would you please follow Anton and make sure he's not setting a trap to try and chop off my head?
You mean just jump through that thing and end up...
Yes, just jump through and end up in Timbuktu or God knows where else.
McAllen?
It's okay, Tully. I'll be right behind you.
Tully let out a heavy sigh, and then ran towards the keyhole, holding his arms in front of his face.
And then there were 2.
Harlequin, what are you doing?
making sure we don't get followed.
How?
The CPU that controls the airlock for the underwater submarine bay is right underneath us. If I can trick the system into depressurizing the airlock, then perhaps we can flood the lower floors of the facility.
Won't the AI automatically repressurize and seal off the flooded units?
Not if this does its job.
Harlequin held a cesium grenade in his hand, twice the size of the one McCallan threw into the volcano.
If we take out the CPU and everything else on this level, it will allow the lower levels of the lab to become flooded with seawater. The velocity of the incoming water will break the retaining walls that have been established within the volcano. In one instant, we're going to drop a small part of the ocean on an active volcano. The incredible amounts of steam will flood the laboratory, and with the entire facility now stuck on lockdown and hermetically sealed, all of the trapped steam will accumulate and combust like the insides of a steam engine until...
Harlequin, blowing up the laboratory will kill everybody on the island. We're talking about hundreds, probably thousands of innocent people. You can't just...
This is a war! And innocence is often the first casualty in war.
Harlequin.
He pressed the button in the center of the explosive device he held.
You have 20 seconds, McCallan.
Harlequin nodded towards the keyhole, then turned to McCallan and smiled.
Come now, Alice. Down the rabbit hole you go.
McCallan stared back hard at Harlequin, and then ran with all of her might into the blinding blue light that lay within the keyhole, and promptly disappeared. Only Harlequin remained.
10 seconds until station decompression.
Let the wild rumpus start.
And with that, Harlequin leapt into the blue light as well, disappearing completely from the AI nerve center in a flash of blue light, while the Nankatsu Advanced Materials Laboratory and everyone within it was subject to an explosion so massive that it was recorded by sensors as far off as Korea. And to the rest of the world, it was assumed that a dormant volcano had suddenly reawoken to claim back the island that it wanted as its own. But calamity on Nishinoshima was literally thousands of miles away from McCallan, Tully, Anton, and Harlequin. Time literally stood still, while the four of them were squeezed out of the dimension around us, and for an instant existed in a plane unknown by man, before they were thrust back into the current dimension and forced unceremoniously through the other portal of the keyhole. McCallan promptly vomited as soon as she made it through, and from the stench in the room, the others had as well. She struggled to take in her surroundings. McCallan, Tully, Anton, and Harlequin found themselves in what appeared to be a dimly lit circular room. At first, the room seemed completely black, but as McCallan's eyes adjusted, she began to make out some of the nuances in the room and locate the other members.
Tully!
I'm right here.
Tully gripped her hand tightly.
Where are we?
In the dark, clearly. But I think if we can work together, we might be able to change that. There must be some sort of light switch somewhere. Fan out and use your flashlight or watch lights if you have them.
I can't believe I just went through a keyhole. Felt like my body went totally flat, like I was two-dimensional or something.
We don't fully understand the physics behind the trans-dimensional nature of keyholes, but we know it involves being in two places at once for an instant in time. If the other keyhole is destroyed, then there's no going back the way we came. We're trapped here, wherever here is.
I think I might be able to shed some light on that.
What did you find?
There's a plaque here, but I can't quite make it out. Mr. Tully, would you please take the flashlight out of Anton's satchel and shine it this way?
You bet. What does it say?
Nankatsu Submersible Proving Grounds. 19,000 feet.
What?
You heard me. 19,000 feet.
Jesus.
I think I found a light switch.
With a series of spluttering flashes, the room illuminated itself in a dull, fluorescent glow. The four found themselves standing under a glass dome that was punctuated by occasional streaks of yellow and blue light from the sea life outside. Some workstations were placed along the right wall, and on the left was a staircase heading downwards.
So, we're sitting in a glass dome with 19,000 feet of water hanging over us.
I wonder where in the world that puts us.
We're obviously on a lower level of the Nankatsu laboratory, low enough that Harlequin's explosive couldn't affect us.
No, that's not right. If you're saying these keyholes can connect any 2 points on Earth, then we could be anywhere from the Caribbean Sea to the Indian Ocean. Might even be under 20 feet of ice. There aren't that many points on Earth that are 19,000 feet under sea level. Certainly not right next to Nishinoshima. Wherever we are, we've traveled a long way.
This isn't helping. Anton, there appears to be a workstation over on the right. Why don't you log in and see what you can pull up?
Anton stood for a moment. He debated bringing up that the mission was now over, and he was no longer subject to Harlequin's command. but instead, he turned and logged into the station.
I'm going to put in the disk we obtained and see if there's any information about this station.
Several hours went by as Anton worked to determine where on Earth they were, as well as decipher the information they had stolen from Nankatsu. The others set out to explore the station. 3 of them found little of note except for one door that was heavily reinforced and contained a security keyboard similar to the AI nerve center. Without the aid of his code-breaking hardware, Harlequin busied himself to hack the door's security system manually. McAllen and Tully found several crew quarters that contained some fresh clothes, as well as some small first aid kits that McAllen used to patch up some of the wounds her companions had suffered. She was especially worried about Tully. The 2 of them sat alone on one of the beds. Tully had taken off his shirt, and McAllen was suturing the laceration on his arm.
You sure know how to take a beating.
You sure know how to put me in harm's way. Hey, you know, all of this, it's real, isn't it? These people really are immortal, and we just transported from one spot on Earth to another.
It's pretty hard to imagine.
McAllen allowed her hand to drift away from the freshly stitched wound on his arm until it rested on his chest.
I want you to know that I haven't forgotten about Oberlin.
Thanks. But to be honest, for the first time in a while, I'm, not thinking about him right now.
Her cheek was very close to his now.
Tully,
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'd like you to come back up to the observation deck. I've discovered something amazing. Here's what I've been able to discover. A lot of the work at the Advanced Materials Laboratory seems to be involved in the manufacture of materials that can withstand massive amounts of evenly distributed stress. My conclusion is that this means most of the work was centered on the construction of submarines designed to operate at extreme depths. Well, of course, the important question is for whom they've been building these machines. The files I've read indicate that a group of Chinese scientists commissioned Nankatsu Industries to construct a vessel capable of operating in depths of more than 20,000 feet.
Jesus, there aren't even many bathyspheres that can go that deep.
This was no ordinary submarine. Not only did this have the ability to operate at 20,000 feet, but it had to support a cargo of over 50,000 tons, a cargo that could be detached underwater with a delivery system.
That's not possible. How could a submersible deal with variation in mass so substantial? Most subs pump water in and out of their ballast tanks, but there's no way they could build a ship with ballast tanks big enough to support that kind of cargo. It would have to be the size of an aircraft carrier. That would have been just impossible to build.
The submarine, called the Hai-10 was completed and delivered over 6 years ago.
My god, that's when the signal started. The Chinese must have obtained a starstone. That's the only object that could possess a mass so dense. The Hai-10 was delivering a starstone to Evangeline. It was built to go to Leviathan.
Exactly.
So what happened to the ship?
It's unclear. As I said, the Chinese took delivery over 6 years ago. I can't find much after that. But right before delivery, certain modifications were made to the Hai-10 modifications that were mandated by Kasunori Tanaka himself. He brought his own team of men from Tokyo to do a final inspection. Nobody else other than his team was allowed on the Hai-10 during that time. No records show exactly what modifications he made to the ship.
Harlequin stared back at Anton.
You know what I'm thinking.
I know. Sabotage. That starstone never made it to Leviathan. It was never unlocked by Evangeline. Something happened on the voyage of the Hai-10. Their ship must have been sabotaged somehow, causing the starstone to activate without being initialized.
But Anton, a dormant starstone is no threat to anyone. It was obviously inert during transport. Why would it suddenly activate?
I have no answers. Well, however, I did discover something else. There were some references to something called Project Enforcer. These files had the greatest security protocols around them, and the details on this are rather sketchy, but involve delivering human test subjects to some place called Asgard Station. But it says in the file that only workers with no families were allowed to volunteer.
A volunteer for what?
I don't know exactly, but when I cross-reference their names against Nankatsu's payroll manifold, every single name now comes up deceased.
How many were?
Over 100.
Guinea pigs.
It would appear guinea pigs have longer lifespans than these poor bastards once they volunteered for Project Enforcer.
If 10 people died on a project, would you volunteer?
They must have been kidnapped. That's why they chose people with no family. They'd be easier to hide. No one looking for them. They were forced to participate in this project.
All of the test subjects were taken from Nishino-shima, the most remote research station where scientists and staff who work here rotate in a minimum of 6-month shifts, sometimes longer.
What does that mean?
It means that in going over the medical records of the test subjects that were abducted from Nakatsu Station on Nishinoshima, I found over 20 had tooth fillings comprised of the same obsidian alloy that we found in the monsters that attacked us at Mumbai. Whatever those monsters were, they started out as men. Men who worked here.
Are you suggesting Nankatsu Industries has some vendetta against the rebellion?
No, but I suspect they're aiding someone that does.
The Black Door Group. Senshin said that the beings that attacked us in Mumbai had their DNA modified by Starstone energy. If Nankatsu does the bidding of the Black Door Group, then they must have sabotaged the High Tenchi on their behalf. That allowed Black Door to get their hands on a Starstone, and then Nankatsu supplied them with human test subjects to create those disgusting abominations.
I think you're right, McAllen, except for one thing. I don't believe Black Door has an actual Starstone. Or if they did, they wouldn't be able to use it.
Maybe Evangeline is helping Black Door. Maybe she modified the Starstone to release this signal to kill everyone in the rebellion.
I appreciate your theory, but that doesn't make any sense. Evangeline would be killing herself if she designed the signal. Furthermore, she's had Starstones in the past. She shouldn't need Black Door for anything.
Just a theory.
The only other thing I was able to learn about the Enforcer project was that Nankatsu developed a device to make the Enforcers possible. The device was called a Cognitive Cerebral Transference Interface. Well, essentially it allows a dominant mind to take control of a submissive mind, making the weaker person a puppet of the stronger one.
The Enforcers. They were being controlled by someone else. Someone in Black Door.
Anton stiffened and turned his back to the group. With his head hung low, he walked over to the transparent dome and rested his head against the icy surface.
Anton, what is it?
We have 2 missions now. If the High Tenshi was sabotaged, then the Starstone must be lying somewhere along the route it took to get to Leviathan. If we can retrace its steps, then we can find the rogue Starstone and put an end to the signal that's killing our people.
And the second mission?
Othello died at the hands of the person controlling the Enforcers, controlling Black Door. I am going to kill Jason Sterling.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Christoph Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Christoph, your author and creator of the Leviathan Chronicles, and you've just finished listening to Chapter 14, and as always, I want to thank you all so incredibly much. You guys have been really terrific about getting the word out, about sharing Leviathan Chronicles on blogs, on Twitter, IMing. It's starting to show in the numbers. We just broke 13,000 downloads, actually broke it by a good margin, and that's incredibly exciting for me. Leviathan is such a special project to me. I've been working on it for so long. I'm so happy at the way the last couple episodes have been coming together. It's really an interesting process doing an audio drama. When the final product comes out, it's a little bit of a surprise. For me, the writing process is very organic. When I'm writing each chapter of the Leviathan Chronicles, I sort of have one image, an idea in my head. And then when the actors come in and speak the different parts, it sort of shifts a little bit and it becomes something else. And you never quite know where that's going to be. And then when it goes through post-production and the sound effects and the music are added, it becomes something different. You never know exactly when you're writing it what it's going to ultimately end up sounding like. The last couple episodes I've been really happy with. I'm very happy with 14, and it is such a pleasure to be able to share it all with you guys. And I'm sure you've noticed that it has been a little bit longer than 2 weeks since our last episode. And I think last time I blamed that on UN Week. My neighborhood is no longer inundated with police officers, security goons, and diplomats. But now I actually have to deal with reporters. And I swear to God, guys, I cannot even make this up. It came out recently that the superintendent in my building has been running a chicken and rabbit farm in the boiler room. And I don't know what sort of an old MacDonald Steinbeck of mice and men fantasy he's going for by doing this, but he apparently has been raising this nursery for chickens and rabbits, and I don't even know what the demand is. Like who is he raising them for? Is it like for voodoo spells and Santeria practices? Is it, I mean, does anybody go and instead of going to the supermarket or the grocery store, like, say, no, I'm going to swing by a boiler room and pick up some chicken tonight for dinner. Now you go on, honey. You pick up the vegetables. I'm going to go to the boiler room for my rabbit meat. I mean, it's preposterous. But the best part is the New York Post gets a hold of it. And for those of you that don't live in New York, the New York Post is a very salacious tabloid newspaper. They have an entire staff dedicated to such weighty matters as to whether Lindsay Lohan is wearing underwear to some restaurant opening in Chelsea. Somehow they got a hold of this article. As I walk out of my building in the morning, there's a cadre of newspaper people that are like wanting a comment on this rabbit farm scandal. With all the issues that we're facing in the world today between the economy, Iraq, the election, like my building's boiler room has somehow been elevated to the level of at least regional news. But that's not the really great part of the story. What's really great is that the building sent around a memo to all the residents saying it has come to our attention that our superintendent has been raising rabbits and chickens in the boiler room. We're very disappointed by the fact that somebody chose to leak the story to the press. So what was so great about it is it's not that he was raising rabbits and chicken. The bad guy in the story was the one who like somehow leaked it to the press. Like it's like the mafia. Like we keep it all in the family. And it just totally cracked me up. What does this have to do with Leviathan Chronicles? I'm not really sure. Somehow I got lost on this tangent, but I think that chapter 15 will be on schedule. That's been shaping up pretty nicely, and we've got some really good work done on that. 16 and 17, I'm a little bit more concerned about because we're actually still casting certain parts for that. More on that to come, but you should be getting 15 in a timely basis. As I said earlier, I look at the forums almost every day, and your comments are really important to me. Your feedback has been terrific so far and very helpful. I always talk about ways that you can support Leviathan and help it grow. And there was a great comment on the forum from someone that identifies himself as Stranger. And he said that from now on, he is putting in his online signature. So that is the part of an email or a forum posting that kind of gets put at the bottom. In business, a lot of time you'll put like your contact address. But he is putting, have you heard the Leviathan Chronicles? And making the Leviathan Chronicles a hyperlink. So you could put in to your signature for your emails, or if you're posting, have you heard the Leviathan Chronicles? And you can make Leviathan Chronicles either a hyperlink, or you can say, have you heard of Leviathan Chronicles? Go to www.theleviathanchronicles.com. Stranger, thank you so much for that great suggestion. For those of you that are interested in doing that, I thank you guys so much. I saw a posting in Young Miss and YM magazine. That was totally terrific, whoever did that. I really appreciate that. The numbers are starting to pop up. They're starting to show. You've just been terrific. So in other news, Adam Bloke is here in New York. And for those of you that don't know, Adam Bloke plays Anton. In addition to being a terrific voice actor, he is also a stupendous musician. He is here to do some recordings here in New York. His nom de plume is Saul Ashby. And if you go to his website, which is www.myspace.com/Saul Ashby, SAULASHBY. He's got some tour dates of where he's going to be playing in New York. And just coming up right now, he is going to be playing at Googie's Living Room here in New York on Saturday, October 25th at 11:15 p.m. and also at Rockwood Music Hall on October 29th at 6:45. I'm going to be at the Saturday show, so if anybody feels like coming out and supporting Adam or meeting me, I'd love to see you guys there. Shoot me an email and we'll all get together and rock out. Okay, next up I have a technical issue. When I started Leviathan Chronicles, I first started publishing on iTunes in the podcasting section. And that came from a feed that I created on my computer using .mac, now .me, to get posted onto iTunes. And that's great. It's a really easy way for me to quickly upload episodes and be on a very wide network that iTunes offers. What's bad about it is it doesn't offer any way to quantify your listenership. So it's very hard to track your audience size using iTunes with the software that they give you. At least I haven't figured out a way to do it. And then in addition, I have a different feed that comes from Lightmaker, the company that designed the Leviathan Chronicles website, and they upload and have a database of all the episodes. For those of you that are getting your episodes from the website, that's very easy to track. Obviously, this is a very imperfect system. It was very stupid of me to set it up this way. I have been in the process of trying to combine the two feeds using FeedBurner, which is everybody who has a clue in podcasting has been using, and I am pathetically late to the game on this. So I've been doing some technical work to combine the two feeds. If anybody's having problems downloading their episodes or getting error messages, definitely shoot me an email and let me know that. I think I've got it all worked out right now. We had a couple days where we saw some issues coming up, but I need to know that. I'm trying to create a better system where I can track my audience, because I want to be able to, at some point, be able to promote the Leviathan Chronicles to commercial advertisers and be able to say, this is how big I am, this is how cool I am. The last thing I've got for this soapbox is promoting another podcast that is way long overdue. And this podcast is called Children of the Gods. And you can check out their website at www.childrenofthegods.net. And again, I'll have all of these links in the show notes on the website. Children of the Gods is a really important podcast for me, because as I began writing and trying to create this universe for Leviathan, I was also listening to a lot of the podcasts that we've spoken about already, these podio books like Scott Sigler, J.C. Hutchins, Mer Lafferty. And when I was writing, I wanted the Leviathan Chronicles to be something different, something that nobody had heard before, and nobody else was doing audio drama. And I don't even think I knew what the term audio drama was. I was just thinking, why doesn't anybody create sound effects? Why isn't there music? And the answer is, it's very time consuming, quite expensive, and difficult to do. And I'm very jealous of some of the other podcasters that can simply create their work using just their mic and their PCs. Unfortunately, with an audio drama, you need to get all the actors together, you need to get the musicians together. It takes a lot more work. And I love the other podcasts. I think they're great, and I listen to them all the time. But I didn't see that anybody else out there was doing it until I found Children of the Gods. It was the first one that I discovered. And as I discovered Children of the Gods, I actually discovered several others, primarily from a group called Darker Projects, which I've talked about in the previous soapboxes. But Children of the Gods was the first audio drama that I picked up and got into. It is really terrific. It's a great space epic. The sound effects are so fantastic. I am so impressed by what they've been able to create. I'm a huge fan of it. You can either go to their website or look up Children of the Gods on iTunes and subscribe. Hat is off to them. Right now we're going to play a promo to Children of the Gods.
In 1994, our very existence was threatened by an alien race called the Tarthet. In 3 short days, everything on the planet that made our civilization important to us was damaged or destroyed. But we fought them, and we prevailed. Now, 500 years later, the Terrans, ever adaptable, have reached the stars. People have almost forgotten the fear and the terror that the Tarthet brought to us all those centuries ago, and most go about their daily lives, content in their technological superiority and mastery of their new destiny. But some of us know better. Some of us never forgot our brush with extinction. And now that the Tarthet have returned, we know with absolute certainty that our struggle isn't over. No, our fight for survival has just begun.
Dead Weasel Studio proudly presents a podcast adventure unlike any other.
Children of the Gods had me glued to the edge of my seat as much as any movie ever has, says Greg Howley on GregHowley.com.
Featuring voice talent from around the world.
This podcast takes the idea of a radio serial to a whole new level, says No More Stars on the iTunes Music Store.
A riveting story by author and producer C.J. Mack.
Absolutely awesome, great sci-fi and drama, says SF Borg on Podcast Alley.
Subscribe today and listen to what many others are already calling one of the most innovative sci-fi podcasts they've ever heard. A war we cannot lose.
The next time you get the urge to buck orders and save my tail section, don't.
An enemy we cannot defeat.
Well, I for one am simply glad that we don't have to deal with the Flatheads for another...
A destiny we will not escape. Children of the Gods.
Log on to childrenofthegods.net and join the fight for survival today.
All right, that was Children of the Gods. Definitely check out that podcast. That's all I've got this week. I am signing off. Thanks for tuning in, and I will see you all in 2.
The Leviathan Chronicles. An audio adventure. The story thus far. After the Enforcer attack on the rebellion in Mumbai, Senshin authorizes a strike force to infiltrate Nankatsu laboratories to steal the computer files that will provide the answers as to who is behind the attack. Anton, Harlequin, McAllen and Tully fly to the remote Japanese island of Nishinoshima and split up into 2 teams to orchestrate the break-in. Anton and Tully are soon discovered and apprehended, but Harlequin and McAllen save them by posing as Nankatsu guards and proceed to break into the computer nerve center. Once inside the nerve center, the entire facility goes on high security alert, thus blocking any possible escape route for the team. After hacking the laboratory's artificial intelligence, the team transfers the secret files to a disk and proceeds to make a startling discovery. A sarcophagus-shaped keyhole is hidden in the back of the nerve center. Keyholes were teleportation devices used by immortals. More importantly, they discover that it is an active keyhole. With no other way out and guards about to burst in, the team escapes through the keyhole with no idea where it would lead them. After surveying their new surroundings, the team finds themselves in the Nankatsu Submersible Proving Grounds, a remote station 19,000 feet underwater. Anton examines the Nankatsu data files he stole and makes several remarkable discoveries. He learns that the monstrous enforcers were actually human test subjects that were kidnapped from Nankatsu Industries and exposed to perverse forms of mutated starstone and nuclear radiation, turning them into hideous super beings. The minds of the enforcers were controlled by the Black Door Group, using a secret mind transference technology developed by Nankatsu Industries. Lastly, he learns that the High-Ten-Shi was constructed for the Chinese by Nankatsu to deliver a starstone to Leviathan deep in the Mariana Trench. But it is also learned that Black Door was able to sabotage the submarine, thus ensuring the High-Ten-Shi would never complete its mission. And now, Chapter 15, Breakouts.
I am going to kill Jason Sterling.
Anton, I certainly understand your anger, and you are more than justified in your emotions. But right now, our primary mission needs to be finding a way to escape.
How much time do you think we have, Anton?
For a change, time is something we have an abundance of. But we've sealed off any exits that anyone would...
Actually, I humbly disagree. We just blew up one of the most important research facilities for Nankatsu Industries. It is my distinct impression that they will both notice their facility's destruction and want to apprehend those responsible for it. While we know that we are 19,000 feet underwater, we don't know where in the Earth's oceans we actually are. However, Nankatsu certainly does. And it won't take them long to get here somehow. We still haven't found a way out, and that makes us trapped, like sitting ducks. So once again, I humbly disagree, Anton. Time is something that we do not have an abundance of.
Shut up, Harlequin. For all we know, Nankatsu and Black Door believe we died in the explosion as well.
Care to gamble your life on that?
Guys, come on. We have to figure this out. What are our exit options? I suppose we can't go back the way we came.
That fission bomb surely took out the entire research lab. The keyhole we came through was certainly destroyed. Once the link between 2 keyholes is severed, it can't be re-established. On the plus side, that also means that nobody can follow us via the keyhole. Any other method will take slightly longer.
If the research station was truly destroyed, then there's probably no record of us entering the keyhole to escape.
So nobody knows where we are. I'm not sure if that's good or bad.
Of course they know where we are.
Anton, in going through the data files, were you able to find any reference to this station, these proving grounds?
There's not much, but there is reference to several prototypes of the High-Ten-Shi, as well as a sister ship called the Yggdrasil. And there were also references to something smaller called Guardian-class submersibles, but I wasn't able to find any further information beyond that.
I'm going to guess some of those answers must lie beyond that pressured door on the lower level.
Hey, Anton, I don't know much about this Jason Sterling guy, but if he had anything to do with Oberlin's disappearance, I'm with you in taking this guy down. Whatever you need.
Oh, don't be a fool, Mr. Tully. Of course he had something to do with it. The only question is your friend dead or alive? Blackdoor rarely leaves witnesses.
Until I see a body, he's alive.
Hey, come on. I'm with Tully. Everybody's got to think positive until we know otherwise.
Then let's hope that I still know how to pick a mechanical lock, because the only way out of here is through the door downstairs. If you'll excuse me, I leave you all to plot some juvenile revenge mission with Anton.
Lost your nerve, have you, Quinn? Too much Bordeaux running through your polluted veins? Fuck him. It is a revenge mission. For Othello, even for your friend Oberlin.
Our primary mission, my mission, is to shut down the Starstone whose malfunction is killing all of us. We just learned where the Starstone might be. That means we are precisely where we want to be.
McAllen's right. Whatever is trying to hunt us down, whatever Jason Sterling is trying to do, is wrapped up in that Starstone. If we get control of that, then we can make that son of a bitch come to us.
Over 6 hours passed. While Harlequin worked on unlocking the sealed hatch door on the lower level, Anton continued to study the stolen Nankatsu data files in the observation deck. Tully ransacked the underwater facility for any other exits, and McAllen had finally succumbed to sleep in one of the crew quarters. She awoke with a start.
McAllen, get up. I think he did it.
What happened? I was having this really vivid dream. There are these two people.
Well, it's gonna have to wait. I think our resident cat burglar just jerry-rigged the door open. Come on, let's go look.
McAllen and Tully ran down the corridor on the lower level. Harlequin stood triumphantly beside a scorched metal door, hanging from its hinges. The walls around were blackened with streaks of soot.
Well, turns out that my lock-picking skills may have grown a bit rusty.
Forgive me, but it doesn't look like you picked the lock.
No, I didn't. But I did find a tiny bit of C4 that seemed to do the trick.
Well, whatever works. Let's go inside and see if we can find a way out of our underwater prison.
The four of them stepped through the remains of the blasted door and were astounded at what they saw. They all stood on the 4th floor of a metal landing that wrapped around the room the size of 3 airplane hangars. It was now clear that the observation deck and the crew quarters where they had been transported onto were only a tiny fraction of this underwater facility. This room, this cavern, was its center of operations. The room resembled the submarine bay of Nankatsu Laboratories, but several times the size. Countless underwater vehicles were suspended in the air by steel cables and loading clamps. One-man hovercrafts that resembled enclosed jet skis hung alongside blue spheres that had induction jets on all sides.
My God, we're 19,000 feet underwater, and this place is the size of Yankee Stadium.
Amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
I have.
Come on, let's get downstairs. We need to check out those vehicles. They're the only way out of here.
3 large features dominated the room. In the center lay a long strip of deep interlocking grooves resembling a zipper. The strip was several hundred feet in length and was situated under 4 massive ceiling-mounted cranes. McAllen, Tully, Anton, and Harlequin ran to the end of the landing, where a sliding pole shot down 4 stories to the main level. Once the 4 of them slid down, McAllen could see the purpose of the grooves. It was an airlock, an utterly massive one, but an airlock nonetheless. As she looked around, she saw several other airlock grooves in the floor, but none as massive as the center one. While the enormous clamps of the loading cranes hung empty, it was clear that something very, very big had been launched here.
McAllen, come here, you've got to see this.
Off to the left of the main groove were 2 parallel zipper grooves in the floor. They were the longest in the sub-bay, outside of the main one in the center. Above the grooves hung 2 submarines, each slightly larger than a city bus. They seemed to each be based on the same design, although there were clear differences between them. One seemed more streamlined in its design, while the others seemed to have several squatty protrusions off its main body. McAllen walked over to the underside of the streamlined submarine and saw bold blue letters emblazoned on its side.
Guardian 1.
The team all stared at each other for a moment, and then Harlequin sprinted over to a control console that stood against the wall. After typing furiously for 30 seconds, he shouted to the rest of the team.
Get back! I have Axis transit operations. I'm going to lower Guardian 1 down and prep for launch.
We're getting in that thing?
Do you have a better idea how to rescue us, Mr. Tully?
Yeah, maybe a note and bottle. Really? This thing is seaworthy at 19,000 feet?
We'll find out.
The submarine was lowered until it hung only a few feet above the grooved floor. A robotic loading ramp quietly rolled out from the corner. It sped past Harlequin and Anton and made a small course correction to get around McAllen. It gently rested against Guardian 1.
I think the red carpet has been rolled out. Nice job, Mr. Harlequin.
Thank you, Mr. Tully.
Yeah, whatever.
Come on, guys. Remember what Harlequin said. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. If we can...
McAllen collapsed to the ground in deadly pain. Her mind felt as if every neuron in her brain was exploding in flames. She felt like her soul were being ripped open and that a million voices, a million tiny fingers were picking at her. Another wave of excruciating pain hit. As it slowly subsided, McAllen could taste blood in her mouth. When she tried to get to her knees, the room began to spin and she vomited forcefully.
McAllen, what happened? What's wrong?
It was the Starstone. We must be close to it. I've never felt it hit so strongly.
But McAllen, I can't help but notice that it struck you rather harder than the rest of us. It really is true about you.
What? What do you mean?
You are Evangeline's prodigal daughter. You share her DNA. The Starstones are coded for her. That must be why you feel its signal stronger than the rest of us.
I don't ever want to feel that way again.
I can imagine. Here, let me help you.
Anton, still weak himself, tenderly took McAllen's hand and helped her up. He walked with her to the side of the bay where a small water cooler was located. He took a napkin and wet it with cool water, and then applied it gently to McAllen's forehead.
I know what it feels like. And I know how scary it is to have your mind blown open. But the signal also gives us strength. And you'll feel it soon when the pain dies down. It's giving us life force. Too much of it to be sure, but this is what we feast on, McAllen. This is the source of your immortal strength.
I know this may sound weird, but I don't feel like myself, Anton. I'm beginning to feel not human. Like...
You are not human. Not genetically, and not spiritually, if there is such a thing.
We have to find the Starstone.
Yes, we do. Come, if you're feeling better, we should hurry. I don't like agreeing with Harlequin, but he's right. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
I feel better. Let's go.
The team raced up the staircase and entered Guardian 1's main cabin. The front of the submarine resembled the nose of a Formula One race car. The rest of the ship narrowed and then widened towards the rear of the craft. Rounded edges gave the ship an almost organic feel to it. A large, clear semisphere dominated the front of the ship, while a con tower stood high in the aft. Before entering the cabin, McAllen ran her hand over the surface of the hull and was surprised at the slipperiness of it. She pushed on it and felt it give slightly, as if there was a layer of gel underneath the surface of the hull.
Is this...
Come on, McAllen, we gotta move.
Tully swept her inside, and as soon as Anton and Harlequin entered, he shut the hatch door and settled over the cockpit.
And who exactly said you were driving?
I didn't realize I needed your permission. I've been driving submersible since you were, I don't know, only 200 years old or however old you are. I know my way around a sub.
Based on the watercraft I've seen you associated with, a rusty bathtub with an outboard motor might be more your speed.
You know, you just don't know when to quit, do you? I am done trying with you, buddy. If you want to settle this...
Stop fucking around. Both of you. We have got to get out of here now. This Starstone is killing us, so right now, the only thing that matters is getting to it and shutting it down. You can save your fucking pecker contest until we get back on dry land. In the meantime, Tully, you take the helm. I'll man the computer console. Harlequin and Anton, you guys work on navigation. After all, you two are the only ones who know where Leviathan is. Let's get this thing launched and do our jobs.
You really must come and work for me.
Put a sock in it.
Guardian 1 shuddered as the floor beneath it separated along its grooves to reveal a large cavity that contained two giant pedestals that fit perfectly with the hull of the ship. The crane lowered the ship into the cavity before the floors, now the ceiling of the cavity, closed shut again. The four of them were now in darkness. Two giant bay doors opened, and the cavity filled almost instantly with water. The ship groaned under the new pressure that 19,000 feet of water were exerting on it.
I can't believe we're this deep.
Hit the floodlights.
Two giant lights on either side of the Guardian 1's nose illuminated and shot two long beams of light out in the inky darkness.
Where to?
Forward and down.
The ship swam through the darkness like it was streaking through space. There was no bottom, no sides, no reference point to give any sense of direction, only a compass heading that Jeffrey Tully had been following blindly. Together with Harlequin, he had obtained a rudimentary understanding of the ship's systems by poring through the computer and data files that Anton had stolen from Nankatsu. They activated a proximity alarm in case the ship were to suddenly run into an underwater mountain.
Well, we're far enough away to get some kind of reading on our location.
I agree. McCallan, I want to try to get a fix on where we are. Get on the computer terminal there and see if you can't punch something up for GPS. There should be some sort of locating software.
I think I found it. It's spitting out some numbers.
What numbers?
7 degrees by 17 hours, 33 minutes, spot 71, and 134 degrees by 50 minutes.
Wait a sec, I know where we are. The only part of the ocean this deep in that region is the southern Philippine Sea. We're in the Palau Trench.
Got it. According to the records in the databanks, the Haitenshi never delivered its cargo. I'll bet it was destroyed while making its descent into Leviathan.
Where and what is Leviathan?
Anton gave a quick stare to Harlequin.
I guess the two of you don't know, do you? Leviathan is the stronghold that Evangeline created at the bottom of the Mariana Trench at over 35,000 feet underwater. What started as a temple grew to become an entire city, an immortal civilization. Using the Keyhole Network, Evangeline and her followers were able to recruit people from all over the Earth to become immortals, to join the Eden Initiative. Leviathan has existed there for almost 1,000 years.
What? You're telling me that a secret civilization of immortals has been living at the bottom of the ocean for over 1,000 years? I thought you guys just hid in your mansions in Beekman Place.
Sutton Place, Mr. Tully.
How come nobody's been able to discover it?
Do you know how few vessels have ever descended into the Mariana Trench? Humanity knows far more about space than they do the deep ocean. It is the perfect place for us to reside, because literally no one can get to us.
Well, if no one can get there, how are we going to do it?
I don't know. We're going to have to get to the trench and see if we can figure out exactly what happened to the Haitenshi. Right now, that's the best we can do. Harlequin, punch in a heading for Leviathan. The Mariana Trench is still pretty distant from our current location. I'm going to go back over the databanks and see if I can't learn more about the fate of the Haitenshi and its Starstone.
McCallum felt Guardian 1 turn slightly to the right and head out on a northeastern heading towards the Mariana Trench.
What's waiting for me there? What is lying in all that darkness so deep? You know, Ned, if this is my destiny, why aren't you here?
Several hours later.
Are you okay, Anton?
What do you mean?
I mean, are you okay, Anton? Something seems to be bothering you. You look nervous.
No, I mean, I don't know. I haven't been near Leviathan in over 70 years, not since the rebellion. Leviathan was a sanctuary and had been my home for a century. There was a time that I had never, in all my life, been happier than when I first came to Leviathan. I guess I am nervous about returning.
As well you should be.
So help me God, I'll kill you, Harlequin, if you say another word.
Don't listen to him. What's there, Anton? What has you so worried about Leviathan?
You know what kills us, McCallan? What kills immortals? It's hubris. We're impervious to disease and aging, and our bodies are held static in their prime. We have riches and godlike technology at our disposal. Well, it becomes quite easy to begin to think that maybe you are a god. I told you before that you are no longer human, but the key will be to see how you relate to the rest of humanity, what you could possibly have in common with the concerns of mortals whose lifespans are so infinitesimally short. Well, Evangeline is not immune to hubris, and the last vestiges of anyone willing to stand up to her were either killed or left with us as part of the rebellion. Now she has had 70 years to grow isolated, nurtured by those that would only do her bidding or fear her wrath. Imagine an arms race that grows exponentially. We were always decades, if not centuries, ahead of humanity in terms of our technology. That means it accelerates that much faster.
You think this could be a trap?
The closer we get to Leviathan, the closer we get to a madwoman that believes that humanity is irrelevant in the pursuit of knowledge. She has turned our scientists into arms dealers and artists into assassins trying to kill any that would oppose her. Most of all, Evangeline will want to kill you, McCallan, because you are the one person that could threaten her monopoly on immortality. If it is widely known that you exist, then another rebellion could be started, and this one might win. She wants you dead before anyone else learns of you. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, or perhaps more dangerously, I'm being sentimental. I do want to go home, to the utopia we had deep beneath the sea where no one could find us or hurt us. Leviathan was my home, and it was taken away from me. I guess it was truly Eden after all.
It will be again, Anton, you'll see.
Well then, we still have a long drive ahead of us, don't we? Good thing we found rations before we left. Thank you, McCallan.
Thank you, McCallan.
You're all welcome. Just don't eat them all at once. The way our luck is running, you never know when we'll see the surface again.
The cabin fell quiet again.
I suggest we all get some rest. Between our injuries, the Starstone signal, and sleep deprivation, well, I think we'll give Ikora a run for her money getting us back up to snuff. I'm off to have a kip. With the autopilot activated, it'll take another 15 hours to reach the Mariana Trench at our current speed. No satellite or tracking device could locate us at this depth underwater, so we should be safe. At least until we reach the Starstone.
So you think we got 15 hours of silent running ahead of us?
At least.
I'll take it. I'm gonna lie down too.
Actually, Harlequin, Tully, why don't you take the first shift? Tully, you seem to have grown in your proficiency for piloting this vehicle, and Harlequin, well, you do remember the way home, don't you?
I'm so tired that I'm happy just to lie down here on the floor.
Me too. Do be kind and wake me up in 4 hours.
And then, much to the annoyance of Tully, Anton sat down next to McCallan and closed his eyes. McCallan had already fallen asleep, leaving Tully and Harlequin on watch and driving Guardian 1 towards the deepest point on Earth. Meanwhile, back in the submarine bay of the Proving Grounds facility, a single light suddenly illuminated in the cockpit of Guardian 2.
Guardian 1 has reached engagement theater. Initiate war game. Protocol 9. Begin weapons testing and launch procedure for Guardian 2.
Testing completed.
War game objective verified. Seek and destroy Guardian 1.
Blackness. Thick, impenetrable. Blackness that allowed nothing to pass through it, yet seemed familiar all the same. It permeated everything in this small universe, and while he could experience nothing, he knew this place nonetheless, even more so when he felt the blackness slowly give way to grey. Discrete shapes began to take form, and the most slender rays of light slipped through the barely open eyelids of Oberlin St. Clair. Consciousness, that elusive state that had been given and taken away so freely from him, had finally returned. Oberlin awoke and tried to quickly gather his surroundings. He was lying down on a metal bed frame. He tried to move, but he realized his hands were restrained at the waist and his feet were bound to the bedposts. The room looked modern but sparse. Oberlin thought that the room resembled a medical examination facility more than a prison cell, but then again, his hands and feet were still tied if he needed any reminding. Oberlin strained his neck upwards to take in more detail of his surroundings. The walls were white with no windows and only one door, but a sleek black cabinet and desktop stood near the doorway. Various tools, instruments, and flasks of liquid were strewn across the desktop. He squinted his eyes as points of light were reflected from the shiny objects that lay on the table.
Those are too shiny to be mechanical tools. Maybe for computers or something. I don't like them. I don't want them in the room with me. I don't like them. They're evil. Therefore, for hurting or getting inside or cutting. No, it can't.
A man standing just under 6 feet high with brown hair entered the room, carrying a black metal attaché case. He approached the table containing the sharp instruments and carefully placed the briefcase on the countertop. He began picking up some of the beakers of liquid and typed into a computer keyboard recessed in the wall.
Hey! Hey, you!
The man continued his work and paid no attention to Oberlin.
Hey! Who are you? What am I doing here? I'm not sure what's so funny. I asked you a question. Who are you? What am I doing here?
I'm laughing because we've had this conversation about a dozen times.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've never seen you in my life.
Good. That means the injections are working.
What injections? What the hell are you talking about? Fucking let me go!
And that's exactly what you always do. I'm afraid you need to stay put for a little bit. I need to prepare another injection for you. The last one wore off a little sooner than I had anticipated. Your body must be developing a form of immunity to the psychotropic properties of the drug.
What drug?
It's something we use in combination with our interrogation techniques. The drug puts you to sleep and wipes out your short-term memory. We've actually had this conversation several times too, but you just don't remember.
How long have I been here?
Almost 2 weeks.
Jesus. 2 weeks?
I've done my best to keep you comfortable. I've extracted just about all the information I can from you. You're not as useful as I'd hoped. Either you have the strongest mind, or you really don't know where McCallan Orsel and Jeffrey Tully are.
Tully? Where is he?
We don't know. Your friends keep popping up and then hiding back into darkness. They've managed to elude our powers of observation, which I might add is quite difficult to do.
So then what do you need me for? I'm just a prisoner.
I'd like to think of you more as collateral.
Thanks. What is this place? Where are we?
Now you're starting to ask a few too many questions.
Oh, come on. You're the one that keeps erasing my mind. You could tell me anything and it wouldn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Then there's no harm in it. Right now I can barely remember my name. If you tell me where I am, maybe that will jostle some other memories I have here. Maybe I can help you with whatever you're...
I don't want to take the risk that if you were to get...
Come on. My arm looks like a piece of Swiss cheese. You've been poking so many holes in it. You just said I keep forgetting all these conversations anyway. What is it that you're trying to do? You've obviously got a very serious purpose.
I'm trying to save the world.
That does sound pretty serious. And I'm guessing it's something that you're not getting a lot of help in. Let me help. Just... tell me what's going on.
What do you want to know?
Where are we?
We're in a communication ship called the Yggdrasil. It's something of a floating fortress.
And may I ask what ocean we're sailing in?
Such the sailor. No ocean. Think sky. The Yggdrasil is a very unique airship, similar to what you may think of as a blimp. We're currently flying over mainland China at over 80,000 feet, encased in a radar-absorbent cloud comprised of a silicon nitride-based polymer. Nobody can see us, detect us, or find us. We are, to the rest of the world, invisible. We don't exist.
I exist?
We'll see for how long.
What do you want with McAllen and Tully? He's a washed-up sailor, and that girl could never hurt...
That girl you mentioned may very well be one of the most dangerous individuals on the planet. She has the power to break the balance of power that has successfully limited the Immortals' numbers. If she unlocks Leviathan, hell will be unleashed on Earth.
Immortals? What the hell are you talking about?
There are immortals among us. Unnatural, traitorous immortals that are seeking to gain control of the world. Our job is to stop them before they have the chance.
Who's we? Who are you?
My name is Whit Roberts. I work for the Black Door Group.
And what does Black Door do?
Black Door protects.
Oh, come on. That's a bit trite.
The Black Door Group was created almost 70 years ago at the end of World War II to defend and protect American interests, both domestically and abroad, against threats outside the scope of traditional law enforcement. 20 groups or doors were established, each door originally given a specific area of expertise to focus on, like surveillance, infiltration, assassination, medical research. Because of the group's secretive nature, only the President, Harry S. Truman, and the Secretary of State, James Francis Burns, were aware of its creation. In order to escape any congressional oversight, Black Door was expected to fund itself through its own initiatives. There's no governing body here, just every door for itself, with unchecked power and whatever resources it can steal, marshal, or pilfer from anyone or anything. With each department being utterly secret in its specialty and activities, the different doors began to compete for supremacy with each other.
And which door is winning?
Ours.
Then what do you need Tully or me for? Why are we floating over China?
We have a mission to protect a small group of individuals. It's an extraction mission.
Funny. You don't seem like the rescuing type.
For the right price.
And how much feels right these days?
It's not about money. The rewards here are something money can't buy.
Is that what's in the briefcase then?
Nope. That briefcase contains a very special device.
What does it do?
It allows us to talk to gods.
Then could I borrow it for a second? As you can imagine, there's a few issues I'd like to raise with the Lord Almighty.
If it makes you feel better, if I'm successful in my mission, then at least you won't have to worry about the devil.
I'm not sure I understand everything you're saying, but if this mission is that important, then your actions are probably justified. I suppose higher good must be considered. You are protecting those who don't know they're in danger, who don't know they need protecting.
You understand now?
I don't like it, but I understand it. The Black Door Group exists for a reason. But could you do a brother a favor?
What's that?
Can you untie just one of my hands? I've got an itch that's killing me.
I can scratch your nose if you need it.
It's not my nose, mate.
All right.
Whit gave a wry smile and bent over Oberlin to unlock the manacle restraining his right arm.
Now, I'm warning you. If you try to...
Oberlin shot his arm out, freeing himself fast enough to lock his forearm around Whit Roberts' neck.
You keep me locked up here for weeks? You fucking toy with people's minds? You think you talk to gods? I'll make sure you meet one soon enough.
Whit was no weakling, and he tried desperately to get his legs underneath him to pull up hard against his attacker. Oberlin's strength was fading, weakened by the non-stop infusion of psychedelic drugs and being motionless for days. He gripped Whit's neck so hard that he was losing feeling in his hands. A few more seconds and he would have to let go. Whit would escape, his only chance to... Whit finally lost consciousness and collapsed on top of Oberlin. Quickly, Oberlin used his free hand to snatch the keys from Whit and freed himself from the bed. He pushed Whit's body aside and tried to stand up, but instantly collapsed into a heap on the floor. Oberlin's joints and muscles had atrophied and every movement felt like agony. He grabbed the bed rail for stability and slowly raised himself off the floor. Walking was possible but painful, but the alternative, remaining a prisoner, was far worse. He forced himself to walk despite the pain shooting out from his limbs. He staggered towards the door, and before he could shut and lock the door to his holding cell, he saw something. The briefcase.
It allows us to talk to gods.
He snatched it off the counter and slammed the door behind him, spinning the locking mechanism to keep Whit Roberts trapped as he had been. He found a shoulder strap and slung the attaché case across his torso. The hallway he found himself in was tunnel-like and had small portholes on the right side. He peered through one but could only see cloud.
That Whit Roberts wasn't kidding. This is some sort of ship. 80,000 feet. My God, how the hell am I going to get off this thing?
Oberlin looked up and saw a set of pipes leading down the corridor.
If this is a ship, I know ships. Those look like high-pressure valves that probably control outward thrusters and are hot to the touch. If I follow them, they should take me to the nerve center of the craft.
Oberlin felt unsteady on his feet and leaned against the corridor wall as he walked. His weakened state didn't allow any accommodation for stealth. If anyone was nearby, he was dead.
That looks like some sort of a hatch over there. I can't open a hatch in this altitude. I'll be sucked right out. But a hatch might be close to some sort of control room or cockpit. I must be near it. Oh, my eyes won't focus. What does it say above the hatch? Emergency escape pod. This is it. This is my ticket out of...
It's Jason. McAllen. Wrong position. McAllen. What's his after?
McAllen?
Oberlin followed the sound of the garbled message. A few yards further, the corridor turned left and opened into the enormous 30-foot-high bridge of the Yggdrasil.
My God.
A V-shaped console angled towards a 20-foot-high sheet of curved clear plexiglass that stretched across the front nose of the cabin. He gripped the side of the console for balance, but it became immediately clear that the ship was designed to be piloted by one person. All the controls and levers were within arm's reach. He sat down and was amazed at the view before him. The window was utterly enormous, and he leaned forward in the command chair to take a look. Oberlin could still only see clouds outside, but every so often, a tiny wisp of sky would break through and illuminate the shining chrome controls that sat on the helm station.
This must be the bridge. Oh, it's huge. Why would they make it so high?
Oberlin soon got his answer. He turned around and saw the rear of the bridge was elevated some 10 feet off the main floor.
My God.
The raised platform housed several laboratory tables. Beakers and vials filled the shelves, while microscopes and trays of hypodermic needles occupied the lab surfaces. On the left, Oberlin saw a massive series of shelves and cabinetries similar to the one in his holding cell, only more extensive. Beakers, test tubes, and racks of sealed glass containers with strange foreign writing littered the platform. On the right of the elevated platform was a large wraparound desk in front of a giant bank of computer monitors. Several microphones and sets of earphones lay behind scores of dials and switches.
Wait, this is Jason. Leviathan is on. Count Cross. You've seen to that.
Oberlin approached this bizarre array of scientific equipment where the strange voice was emanating.
My God, fucking bloody mad scientist. This is what Whit was talking about. A laboratory and listening station 80,000 feet above the Earth, hidden in some cloud. Of course he wants it to be hidden. Whatever work he does here must be hidden from the rest of the world. No wonder Black Door built this place.
I wouldn't go near those if I were you.
Oberlin froze. Whit Roberts stood at the entrance to the room, holding a Walther P99 handgun pointed directly at Oberlin.
You might as well shoot.
I told you, you are collateral. One that I really don't care to see damaged. We can make this easy. I've knocked you out and sedated your mind, but you haven't been harmed. You haven't felt pain. I know that you're mixed up in something you don't understand that has nothing to do with you. This really doesn't have to be unpleasant. Give me the briefcase and go back to your cell.
Is this your secret laboratory? You get to play crazy bartender to every concoction outlawed by the Geneva Convention and civilized society. Eavesdrop on any conversation in the world you see fit to.
Stay away from the console.
You're going to shoot me, Whit? Oh, you must want me alive for something.
One more step and I'm putting a bullet directly through your kneecap.
Kneecapping? I don't think you've got the guts or the aim.
I can assure you that
Oberlin leapt over the console. reached his hand over the top of the controls and blindly pulled whatever levers he could find. Shots bounced off the console and Oberlin felt his pinky get blown off his hand and skitter across the floor. The ship suddenly lurched hard to the left, tilting the entire room 30 degrees to its side. Whit Roberts was thrown to the floor. The cabinet door of the laboratory flew open, throwing glass vials full of flammable liquid everywhere. Noxious fumes began to permeate the cabin and explosions began sounding off as the contents of Whit's secret laboratory were now being scattered and mixed across the bridge.
You imbecile! I will obliterate you! I'll turn your mind into jelly and have you living in a nightmare for the rest of your life!
Warning. Maximum turn angle exceeded. Activating autopilot. Initiate course correction.
Oberlin ran over to Whit's fallen body and picked the pistol out of his hand. He brought down his fist like a hammer across Whit's face again and again. Fires were growing around them and more explosions could be heard near the listening station.
Motherfucker!
Whit jerked to his side and brought his leg across the floor, sweeping Oberlin's shin. Whit quickly rolled onto Oberlin's chest, pinning his arms down. He wrapped his hands tightly around Oberlin's throat.
Stupid asshole! Who do you think you are? Don't you know that the world is at stake?
Oberlin thrashed his body violently while Whit tried to squeeze the life from him. His vision was starting to grey out at the perimeter. His hand desperately reached up, straining, reaching, grabbing for something, anything he could feel. Flesh, loose, he tore down hard. Colour began to flow back into Oberlin's field of vision as he looked down to see a wet piece of flesh lying in his hand. He had torn off Whit Roberts' ear and left him clutching the right side of his head as blood poured from his open wound. Oberlin tried to get to his feet as quick as he could, but the room still felt like it was spinning from his oxygen deprivation. Flames had now erupted in pockets of the bridge, including the left half of the helm. It was becoming an inferno.
Autopilot now offline. Fire suppression offline. Operational tolerances exceeded.
Oberlin stood and grabbed the command console for balance. But by the time he looked up, Whit was standing up as well, sneering at him. Whit had found the pistol and it was pointed right at Oberlin.
You've got me! I surrender!
You wish it could be that easy. I'm going to fill your blood and mind with demons you've never dreamed of.
Oberlin's hand inched towards the helm controls.
Just leave my mind alone, and I'll tell you where Tully is headed. I know where he goes when he needs to lay low and hide.
Still just inches.
You know nothing. I've already blown through your fucking mind like a typhoon.
Then just shoot me, you fucking coward!
Oberlin's fingertip grazed one of the control levers. He took the chance and yanked the lever backwards as far as it would go and felt the entire bridge lurch forward. Shots rang across the roof. Oberlin couldn't tell if he was hit. Blood was still gushing out from where his lost finger had been. His clothing was covered in warm, sticky blood, both his and Whit's. But now Oberlin realized what he did. The rear altitude jets exploded in full thrust, pushing the Yggdrasil, a 600 feet long blimp, up on its nose. Everything in the bridge began to come loose and collapse as the rear of the craft began to rise higher, much higher than the front. Oberlin clutched onto the control console for dear life as the room was now at a greater than 45-degree angle, heading plunging downwards. Whit hurled past him and crashed into the giant plexiglass window in the front of the bridge that was now becoming its floor. The entire contents of the laboratory were ripped from the platform and hurled across the bridge, collapsing all around Whit. The Yggdrasil was coming apart.
Fucking idiot! Don't you realize what you've done?
Ridding the world of another asshole nobody wants to deal with.
Whit Roberts' bullet shattered his left collarbone. Whit was now pinned against the glass as the Yggdrasil approached, being pointed fully vertically down. The ship was careening out of control and fell out of the stealth cloud it surrounded itself with. The blimp tumbled end over end as flames erupted everywhere on the bridge. The two men were tossed like limp dolls around the room. Oberlin was catapulted across the room and back into the corridor. His good hand grabbed a hold of something solid, a handle of some sort. The room was spinning viciously, but the letters looked familiar.
E-M-E. Emergency escape pod. Oh my god, this is it?
The Yggdrasil flipped back over on its side again as it went from tumbling end over end to rolling over on its axis. The sudden shift threw Oberlin's body backwards, but his grip stayed sure. Being pulled backwards forced the hatch door open. As he pulled himself inside, his last vision was Whit holding onto one of the banisters while his body flapped against the wall like a burning flag. His right leg was on fire, and for a split second he caught Oberlin's gaze. Whit opened his mouth to say something, but then lost his grip and was flung forcefully back against the giant plexiglass window, which was now cracking under the stress and heat. The ship was now pointed straight down again, and Oberlin could see Lingshang Mountain rapidly approaching under Whit Roberts. Oberlin dropped back into the escape pod and punched a red button that read eject. The hatch door sealed behind him and exploded off the main body of the Yggdrasil. Oberlin's stomach dropped as the capsule entered freefall before the drag chute deployed, slowing the capsule down to a stable velocity. Out of the porthole window, he could just make out the hydrocell. It was still tumbling through the air like a football in a bad spiral. The massive blimp looked to be heading almost straight down, and Oberlin could make out small pockets of flame now erupting from the main cabin.
So much for your stealth blimp, Whit Roberts.
When the escape pod reached an altitude of 3,000 feet, a larger parachute canopy deployed, slowing the capsule to under 10 feet per second. The escape pod touched down to Earth with a very small splash. Oberlin pressed the button to reopen the hatch door, letting fresh air blow through the cramped cabin. He stepped outside and immediately sank 6 inches into the mud. Small men in conical hats were shouting and approaching rapidly from the south. Oberlin St. Clair had landed in a rice paddy.
So, this is China.
You have been listening to the Leviathan Chronicles by Krzysztof Laputka. For more episodes and information, log on to www.leviathanchronicles.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Krzysztof, author and creator of the Leviathan Chronicles, and you've just finished listening to Chapter 15, Breakouts, featuring the return of Oberlin St. Clair, our mild-mannered engineer, who has quite the roller coaster ride ahead of him. So it's been a while since we've spoken. We have a new president and a new episode of the Leviathan Chronicles, each equally important to the future of this nation. And this week's Soapbox is going to be a little bit quicker than normal. I have a couple things I want to go through, a couple promos, and some Expo news coming up. So I'm just going to dive right into it. The first promo I want to do is for Geek Cred. Geek Cred is a terrific podcast put out by Steve Rickyberg, who has been a tremendous supporter of the Leviathan Chronicles. Geek Cred is a podcast about geek culture. It features interviews with people that are the movers and shakers in podcasting, science fiction, fantasy, computers, anything science fiction related. Steve's been covering that. I've really enjoyed listening to some of the earlier episodes of Geek Cred because it features a lot of the podcasters that you've heard me talk about in the past. And it's really interesting to hear how a lot of the early pioneers of podcasting got started and used podcasting to promote their artistic endeavors, whether it's written books or whether it's artwork or gaming or other science fiction projects. You should check out the website, www.geekcred.net. Take a look at not just the current episodes, but if you peruse back and see some of the earlier episodes, I think you'll see some names you recognize, including yours truly. So without any further ado, this is the promo to Geek Cred.
Do you drool over the latest cutting-edge technology? Are you the first in line for the latest sci-fi movie? Do you stay up late at night playing video games? Do you consider being called a geek a badge of honor? Then Geek Cred is the show for you. Join me, Steve Rickyberg, as I bring you behind-the-scenes interviews to give you the inside scoop on everything geek. From tech to sci-fi to games, you name it, we geek it. Geek Cred. Are you geek enough? To download and subscribe, visit www.geekcred.net and get your geek on.
All right, that was a promo to Geek Cred. Props to Steve Rickyberg, creator of Geek Cred, and he is an awesome guy, an awesome dude, and has been an awesome supporter of Leviathans. So in other news, this weekend is the Big Apple Comic Book and Sci-Fi Expo. I have never actually attended a sci-fi expo. I'm really looking forward to it. The closest thing that I can relate to is a store in New York called Forbidden Planet, which is probably one of my favorite stores in New York. It's gotten to the point where my friends literally won't go to the store with me because I'm like Templeton the Rat in Charlotte's Web. I love going through the store and like coming on these obscure comic book titles like, oh wow, I didn't know She-Hulk was in Fantastic Four. All this cool stuff that I could spend hours and hours and hours reading, perusing, going through, and just completely geeking out on. So I'm really looking forward to the expo to kind of seeing kind of what's the latest and greatest in sci-fi is. But more importantly, I'm actually using it as a test run to get a sense of these conventions because the big show, the New York Comic Con, is coming in February. And I really want Leviathan to have a strong presence at New York Comic Con. And I'm not exactly sure what the best way to go about it is. And I know there's some great ideas of me dressing up in a Wookiee costume and having a cadre of Princess Leia's slave girls follow me around around and being the Wookiee pimp of New York. But I really want to come up with a way to not just expand the audience, but maybe get in touch with some other people in the media world. One of the ideas that I've been sort of thinking about for Leviathan is, in addition to the audiobook, maybe trying to do some sort of a graphic novel. I love some of the visual elements that I try and describe, and I actually have some pretty strong ideas of the type of comic book art that I like. More on that in a future episode. If any of you guys have any suggestions, if you guys have gone to Comic-Cons before, I would really like to hear your suggestions of how to make the best presents. Okay, another promo that I'd like to tell you guys about is something called The Moth. I actually feel kind of cool about this one because it is now one of the top 10 podcasts in iTunes, and I knew about it when it really wasn't that discovered yet. This is a little different from the sci-fi genre that we stick with here. For those of you that want something really thought-provoking, I really recommend it. The website is www.themoth.org, and I'll have all of these links in the show notes. The Moth is spoken word series, similar to a poetry slam, except it's a story slam. It is a forum in which people go on stage without any notes and have a very short period of time to tell a story. These are performances that are done live in New York and LA, and I think a couple other places. The best ones are recorded and provided as a podcast, and some of them are funny, some of them are sad, and some of them are just really thought-provoking, and it's something that is just really taking me by surprise. I've actually attended some of the Moth events in New York, and I'm pretty close to actually considering getting up on stage to do some of the performances. I think I've got a couple good stories in me. We actually don't have a promo for The Moth, but again, go to the website, themoth.org. It'll be in the show notes. Now, I know that I don't need to tell you guys that I am the sci-fi god of New York City. Not a lot of people know that, but you guys definitely know that. And as you might remember, several episodes ago, I talked about a magazine that asked me to participate in their launch issue. And that magazine is called Celebrity Ping Pong. Now, I don't know what's been going on in New York, but it seems like ping pong has become like the new polo. And the idea behind it is that you would be interviewed while playing a game of ping pong and be so focused on the game that the answers you would give would be much more forthcoming and candid. And I've been trying to get a copy of the magazine to be able to show with you guys, and I finally got it in a PDF form. So I'm going to be posting the link to download the inaugural issue of Celebrity Ping Pong in the show notes. Go check it out. You go to our website at leviathanchronicles.com, look under the Surface section. There'll be a link for you guys to download the PDF there. It's kind of fun. They took some way cool photos. They had a film crew there. It's kind of neat. So that is just about it for this week's Soapbox. And I'm not sure if we're going to have another episode out before Thanksgiving. We're going to be pushing really hard to do that. But I really want to use this opportunity to give thanks, not just to all of the fans. You guys are so awesome. I read all of your emails. They all mean the world to me, but also to my friends and family who have supported me on this crazy endeavor of trying to create the coolest audio drama ever to hit the internet, to all the people at Silver Sound, to Eric Czar, our musician, to Nobi Nakanishi, the incredible director that has seen me through this entire journey, to my brother who has been the best sounding board that I could have ever hoped for when it comes to writing the Leviathan Chronicles, who always encourages me, don't write bad sci-fi, write good sci-fi. And lastly, to my wife, who has been so supportive, so great, and the best partner in this crazy journey. I hope you guys have a terrific holiday with your family, with your loved ones. I will see you all in 2, I hope.